Shiloh Hendrix. If you guys don't remember who Shiloh Hendrix is, she is the woman who, on the left here and the right, she's the woman who called a little autistic, ironically, allegedly autistic kid, the hard R, a nigger, right? She called a little kid a nigger, right? I see. The only reason I did that was to show you that I'm okay with saying the word. I do not believe that there are any words in America that should be criminalized. Period. End of story. I can say it. I have no problem with it. Right? It's disrespectful, which is why I bleep it. It's very disrespectful, but I do it. I will say it. I have no problem. Right? Nobody should go to jail for words. Can we all agree on that? Let's just get that out of the way. There are no words. Period. No words. Period. I am a First Amendment absolutist. There are no words. Okay? Stop gaslighting me and telling me that I have a problem with a word. I don't. I have seen Django, right? Does anybody remember the movie Django with Quentin Tarantino? And I thought it was hilarious how many no words they put into the movie, right? I think you should be able to make that movie. I think that the word I don't mean to beat this into the ground. I'm just trying to prove a point. There are people who will gaslight you if you criticize this woman and say, "Oh, because of a word." No, I have no problem with the word. She called a little kid a slur. She's a bad person. Let's not elevate bad people. Let's not make excuses for bad people. This is the same dumb argument people make with Andrew Tate. It's like they're going after him because of the... No, we're going after him because he's a sex trafficker. Jeez. Why do we have this problem on the right where we're elevating the worst people to try to make our points? We can elevate better people to make our points. It's like we're just ignoring the fact that this woman is a horrible human being. Why are we doing that? Nick Fuentes. I agree with Nick Fuentes on some things. Why? Why do you agree with Nick Fuentes on some things? Why can't you find somebody else that said the same thing and agree with them? Why are you bringing Nick Fuentes into this conversation? He sucks. He's a horrible person. There are other people who you can use to make your point. People are intentionally going out of their way to bring in bad people. And by the way, that makes us look bad. It's not that hard to figure out. Now, Shiloh Hendrix, because she called a little kid and a man filming slurs, was put on trial in Minnesota, I think. Somali man, that guy's a bad guy too, right? Somali man that was filming her. She said, you're an N-word. She said the little kid's an N-word. She said this, that, and the other. The guy's filming her, and he's like, you called this. I'm not going to play the video because there's a bunch of N-words in it. All right, so just take my word for it. But here's the deal. I don't think she should have been put on trial for this, right? I don't think so. She didn't do anything illegal. She didn't do anything First Amendment. What they argued, right? They argued that she used fighting words, right? And fighting words is a real self-defense legal precedent. The Supreme Court has argued and come out with fighting words are in a case where there's an altercation, right? You can use fighting words as a self-defense argument, right? But they in Minnesota, they used that argument to try to prosecute her when a fight never occurred. A verbal altercation, they're trying to say is the fight. And they're trying to prosecute her for words, right? So there's no physical act. It's a verbal altercation. And they're trying to prosecute this girl for fighting words. Now, again, she's horrible. She's a horrible human being, right? But she didn't do anything wrong. Two things can be true at the same time. You can be a First Amendment absolutist who's fine, doesn't like it when people use the N word. I don't like it when people disrespect other people using a slur. I don't like it. Perfectly fine. However, as a First Amendment absolutist, I can't say that you shouldn't be able to do that. So, moving on, she was found guilty on one count for the videographer, but not guilty for the regarding the child. And I think the reason this is because she wasn't caught on camera in an altercation with the child. There was no verbal altercation with the child. Bongino Report has rated the stream again. Thank you, Vince, and thank you to all the people over at Bongino. The Bongino Army has been here the past few days. I think that's because Graham Allen's on vacation, but I'll take it. I'll take it. I'll be your backup. Okay, I will be your 1 a.m. phone call. I'm fine with that. You guys want to use me? I'll use you right back. We're getting some views. Make sure to hit that like button. There needs to be a thumbs up button. I need to get Eli to make me one of those graphics that's like, hit the button, right? Where is it? You know what? Hold on. I'm going to find it. We're going to do something cool here. I'm going to aim my finger at it. It's right there. I'm looking. Hold on. Let me aim it. Yes, right there. Hit that one. Hit that button. It's a little thumb. Hit the thumb. All right. Anyway, thank you everybody who jumped in here from Bongino. We are talking about Shiloh Hendricks. Okay. So again, just to reiterate real quick, look, I think this woman's awful. I think she's a horrible human being. I also think that she has a right to say bad words. I think that she has a right to yell at little kids and call them hard R's. She's garbage. She's awful. She's a horrible human being. But that's the First Amendment for you, right? We have to take the good with the bad. So finding her guilty of disorderly conduct for responding to somebody who shoved a camera in her face, it seems to me like this is a garbage ruling. It really is. It's a garbage ruling for a garbage person. The guy who was filming her apparently got some... Maybe he's a pedophile. I don't. There just seems like there's just no good guys in this story, except maybe the autistic kid that walked up and took an applesauce from her bag, which caused her to flip out and just treat him like a full adult. But either way, my point is, in bringing up this story, my point is, we in MAGA, the conservative movement, what have you, we need to stop grabbing these stories and making it into something like this is like white Rosa Parks. She's not. She's garbage. She's a garbage human being. But you'll see Matt Walsh just jump right on, right? Yes, flagrant violation of the First Amendment. Totally agree. Totally outrageous. Totally agree, right? And the retarded people will celebrate this verdict. I totally agree, right? But he also, it looks like he's been posting a lot in the past 24 hours. There was something about, maybe he put it on his other channel. He posted something about it like he was, essentially defending her. Here we go. For saying a word, right? Well, that's not true, right? Again, it is a violation of the First Amendment. She was charged with disorderly conduct because they were able to say the fighting words thing. But the people that are trying to normalize the fact that we should be able, and by the way, legally we should celebrate people who will openly walk up to a child and call him a hard R. We need to do better at that, at making sure we make the distinction that we think she's a horrible person too. We can't just be like, dude, why are you guys so upset? Well, I'm not upset that she used a word, right? I have no problem with saying words out loud. No problem. Using a word, like I said, in the Django movie, or if you say it in a bit, in a joke, she used it to try to shame a small child who grabbed a juice box or something. She's horrible. The guy filming her is horrible. The kid, I don't think the kid's horrible. I think he's a kid. Can we please just start doing this better? Instead of going like, Nick Fuentes just made a really good point. It's like, can we talk about how he also said that Stalin's awesome? Can we not do this? Can we start being better at creating a barrier between us and these garbage people? You know what happened after she called the little kid the N-word? She made a fundraiser. It raised over $800,000. People gave this Eva Braun asshole, sorry, they gave her almost $1 million. She's fine. She's going to have to do some community service. The trade-off was $1 million. I don't agree with the verdict. I think it's clearly a First Amendment violation to convict her over a word. She's also just garbage. I just want people to understand that if you say she's garbage, right, you're not woke left. If you say this woman is garbage, you're not like anti-free speech. She is. She's garbage. If you say Nick Fuentes sucks and he makes a good point, you're not arguing against the point. If you say Andrew Tate deserves to go to jail, it doesn't mean that you trust the government. People are trying to make these binary black and white distinctions so that if you make one argument, you're on the other side. No, I'm on the side of good. I'm on the side of right, wrong, and moral. She's an immoral person. She's a horrible person. She shouldn't be elevated. We did this. We, on the right, every person who donated to her GoFundMe and made this a national story, your fault. It's your fault. She was prosecuted because she was put into the news cycle. You think she would have gotten a case if you guys didn't give her $800,000? Now you're making her the victim after making her rich? And what are we going to do? We're going to take this to the Supreme Court so that we can legalize the N-word, which is already legal. Get out of here. Stop pretending this chick is a freedom fighter. She's not. She's a trailer park bimbo, and she said some awful stuff to a kid. She's not a champion for free speech. The guy Chud the Builder, who saw what she got and wanted a piece of that action, who turned it into a grift and got into an altercation where he shot a black guy because he kept on going around and trying to recreate Shiloh Hendricks. You did that too. You keep on rewarding bad behavior. You keep on rewarding the worst people in America. And then what you do by doing that is you tie them into our movement. My gosh, you're an a-hole. Dude, I don't care. Listen. Family, it looks like people disagree with me on this. Oh, good. Good. I'm sorry. I didn't realize that this was some type of show that you created. I didn't realize that this was the chat show. No, look, you guys can disagree with me. I'm just kidding. But you can disagree with me all you want. I'm right, you're wrong. I'm right, you're wrong. Period. There's no more arguing. I'm not arguing whether or not we should start bringing immoral people into the movement. I'm not arguing it. Period. You're wrong. Period. You are wrong. I have to argue, like, look, this is the problem. Watch, I'll show you one of the replies from somebody who's a friend of mine. I have no problem telling my friends they're wrong. Yeah. Shiloh is a terrible kid, terrible for calling the kid a slur. Anyone who says otherwise is she allowed to think the word? Because I'm sure I would be thinking that word if an immigrant 8-year-old stole something from my bag. Yes, you're a piece of shit if you think a little kid is an N-word. If your brain goes there, you're a piece of shit. Yes. No problem. And I have no problem answering that. Are you allowed to? Yes. Are you allowed to think it? You're allowed to say it. We have free speech. But when you think a little autistic kid is that because he stole an applesauce, yeah, you're garbage. Just like I'd be thinking other words if some you're making my point for me, right? I'd be thinking so many mean things about little kids who if I saw a little kid steal an applesauce out of my bag, I'd be like, "Hi." Be like, "Don't do that. That's wrong. Where are your parents?" I wouldn't be like, "You little," like that. Are we really having this conversation right now? Are we really having this conversation where I need to tell you why calling little children slurs is wrong? I need to do that? Where are we in America right now? Jeez. And people in the chat, they're like, yeah, man, yeah, no, we should. No, we shouldn't. I'm going to drag you kicking and screaming back to the right side if I have to. Yeah, what would somebody in the chat, what would Jesus do? I guarantee you, he wouldn't call a little kid that. Stop teaching kids. Shut up. It's not. Shut up. Shut up. It's not. This is bull. Straw man gaslighting. Stop teaching little kids to steal. This ain't about that. What aboutism is for the left? What aboutism is for the left? The little kid stole a juice box. You think that makes him the N word? Little kids do stupid crap. Yes, you can. You could be like, hey, where's your parents? I'd like to teach you. I'd like to teach them how to teach you not to steal. Jeez, it's a freaking juice box. You guys act like you should be able to drop kick this kid. I'm not defending the kid's actions, but it's a freaking 8-year-old. Are the parents wrong for not teaching the kid not to steal? Sure. That doesn't mean that Shiloh Hendricks should be able to start running around freaking, I don't know, like making a noose or something. Shut up. Jeez. I hope we're done with this. The woke right is becoming a problem. We are becoming more like the left by using whataboutism arguments, by using this excuse of reactionism to justify our actions, and we shouldn't do that. Reactionary is not always right. Stop pretending like you're in the Revolutionary War and you're throwing tea into a harbor over a 2% sales tax when you're saying we should be able to call kids the N-word. All right? Reactionary, meaning, if you guys don't know what I mean by that, the left has become awful. The left has demonized the right. We should have a reaction. Okay? People that look like me, straight white men who are real masculine men who shoot, who go to the gym, who believe in traditional values, Christian, who say free capitalism and free market, we are demonized. I am demonized. I am called a racist constantly, right? I'm called a racist. I'm called misogynist. I'm called xenophobic. I still don't really know what that means. I think it just means racist. And I can have a reaction. Right? My reaction could be pointing out how ridiculous that is, right? If my reaction is to become just like them, right? By saying that I now have an excuse to be just as bad as them, I'm just as bad as them. So when you try to push this excuse of behavior because we deserve to have a reaction, we're abused and we deserve to fight back. How are you fighting back? Having a reaction is valid. Your reaction may not be. The woke right, just because it exists because of the woke left, doesn't mean its existence should be normalized. Wake up. I'm right. You're wrong. Period. Another reaction that we're seeing on the quote woke right is people like Tucker Carlson and how they're. I mean, Nick Fuentes is also doing this. They're actually leaning into Marxism now. They're leaning into Marxism. They're leaning into this authoritarian, totalitarian. Some of them are even going full send on Islam, like Tucker, saying like, "Oh, Sharia law is great." Okay, watch this clip from Tucker, and then I have another clip from a show that I was on this weekend.
People benefiting from the private equity scams and the crypto scams and all the other scams underway in the American economy. We don't really produce anything. We just lend money at high interest, sell real estate again and again. Those people are getting richer than everyone else, the billionaire class, and they don't want to deal with questions about how exactly this works. Why are they paying half the taxes that you're paying as a wage earner? Like, I don't really get that. And they don't want to have to defend it. So people benefiting from the private equity scams and the crypto scam.
I love how many people are disagreeing with me in the chat, and they're like, look, I don't care. Yes, I said it. Yes, it is my show. I'm right. Yeah, 30 more minutes till Sean. Cool. I stand on my principles. I don't have an audience capture mentality. If you guys don't agree with me, perfectly fine. It doesn't change the fact that I am right. Make your argument. Make your argument for why you think we should elevate people like Shiloh Hendricks. I never said that she should have. I literally said I disagree with convicting her for a speech violation. I said she did not commit a speech violation. I said she's an awful person. If you want to try to sell me on Shiloh Hendricks not being an awful person, give it your best shot. I'll destroy you in that argument. Because objectively, you're wrong. Grown-ass women who look at a little kid and call him the hard R are always wrong. Okay? That's where I'm right and you're wrong. It's an objective fact. If you're telling me I'm wrong for that, you're arguing that a grown-ass woman should be able to walk up to a child and say, "You're a n***." Make that argument. I dare you. You can't. Shut up. Jeez. Oh my gosh, this is a fun show. All right, now, that was Tucker Carlson. Sorry, I'm trying to find my screen here. There we go. That was Tucker Carlson, who is essentially arguing. He sounds a lot like Bernie Sanders, arguing for the, I guess tax the rich. I don't know. And we also have these people that are going after Erica Kirk. I was on Paramount Tactical, Gary Milton's show the other night. And it's funny how these people are like I was talking about this on that show. It's funny how when you look at who they criticize and more importantly who they don't criticize, you're seeing this pattern where they're going after TPUSA. TPUSA, what do? They're the largest get out the vote organization on the right. They're going after the Trump administration, the billionaire class. It seems like they're all just sort of useful idiots for the left. I don't see them going after Zohran Mamdani. I don't see them going after the fraud. They're going after Nick Shirley. Candace Owens is attacking Nick Shirley for what? Exposing fraud? It seems like their messaging always sorts. It kind of goes and it leans into the conspiratorial territory of, are these people really actually either A, useful idiots, or B, controlled opposition / agents for our enemies? I think that that's more like conspiracy realism. But watch what Baron Coleman does here.
Very well-known source of the complete nonsense.
Here's the problem. We have to stop elevating these people as heroes. We have to call them what they are. Welfare queens. These are welfare queens. Every time these people get on a Gulfstream 5 and fly across the country and you're subsidizing it, you go to work, Your business pays taxes. You pay income taxes on everything you make so that
This is
people
so
who
stupid.
donate to them don't have to pay taxes. And if they turn a profit, they don't have to pay taxes. Every time that happens, we need to name them and shame them. We need to stop giving them standing ovations when they go and speak. They're getting rich off of our tax money.
So this is so funny. Dude, tell me the difference between this guy and Hassan Piker. Actually, I'll play a little bit more.
We have to start calling them what they are. Welfare queens. Erica Kirk is a welfare queen. She is a welfare queen. So's Tyler Boyer. So's Andrew Colvette. So's Mikey McCoy. Welfare queens. Some of them, queen is probably a very apt description.
Is he on the left?
People as heroes.
Exactly.
It sounds exactly like Hassan Piker. Okay, so this is what I'm saying, right? You have these people on the right that are against TPUSA now because they're a 501c3, right? It's like, what? Because they get a tax deduction for being a nonprofit, right? So we're done with capitalism. We're done with private organizations like TPUSA who make money off of donations. Now apparently donations are welfare. I would almost guarantee you that Baron Coleman has a YouTube channel with this thing called a super chat. All right. Candace Owens, same thing. How do these people make their money? What is a YouTuber's job? What is their, let me rephrase that. What is a YouTuber's source of income? What's Tucker Carlson's source of income? It's welfare. It's donations. Dude, you guys don't have to pay me, okay? There's a, if you want to, look, here. I have no problem showing you. You can go to my page right here, okay? And you can go to my Beacons link. It's right here, right? And there's a buy me a coffee link, okay? There's a buy me a coffee link. You can, if you want to, right? But I never have a super chat. I never have posts where I'm like, I don't make GoFundMes. I made one for my mom when she was dying of cancer. I made one for my dad when we were paying for his funeral expenses. There's been like 2 over the past like 10 years. But I don't even see a problem with that. Right? Because I have no hypocrisy in my argument. Baron Coleman, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, they make their money off of your donations. Like, it's their main source of income. My main source of income is building bathrooms. I have a real job. I do this for pennies on the dollar. I don't really ask for money. Now, if I wanted to make that argument against Baron Coleman, Tucker Carlson, and what have you, I would probably sound like a hypocrite, so I don't. But Baron Coleman has no problem saying TPUSA is wrong for getting donations, which, by the way, a nonprofit can't profit off of them. A nonprofit can't take the donations that come into TPUSA and go and just treat themselves like BLM. BLM is actually under investigation and I believe indictment for doing that. Right? Because that's the corrupt system. TPUSA is under a microscope. I'm pretty sure that all of their money, everything that's coming in is going towards events. It's going towards getting out the vote. By the way, don't you like that? Don't you like the fact that they are moving the needle in the conservative movement? If you don't, maybe you should switch parties. Maybe you're not actually on the right. If you have a problem with what TPUSA is doing, because they're very good at it, they're very effective. Most of their endorsements are getting elected. They're creating a lot of positive change. They're still going to college campuses. People are still picking up the mic and taking Charlie's place. These people claim that they loved Charlie so much and what he did with TPUSA. That's why they're so motivated to make sure TPUSA is still doing it, or because apparently TPUSA killed him or some stupid conspiracy. None of it makes sense. They sound like leftists. Where do you do bathrooms, buddy? I'm in Massachusetts. I did them in Massachusetts for a long time. I live in San Antonio now. I started my business in Boston. Um, I do kitchen and bathroom remodeling in San Antonio. Work stuff. Oh no, let me type in real job. I'll type in real job because that's what I usually write. Um, Yep, did this one. This was in San Antonio, recently. Yep, built this wall in San Antonio. This is a nice little bathroom I did. But I post my work all the time. So you guys, anyone that wants to call me a grifter, you can go and look up the work that I do, the work that I post. Just finished this inlay LVP. I'm not trying to, not trying to brag here. I'm just trying to make a point, right? Look at here's my payouts, right? I make a few $100 every couple of weeks from the internet. I have no problem disclosing my internet money. It's not much. It's pretty decent for like, an extra source of income. Maybe 15, 20 grand a year to talk and do stuff that I was already doing. But I don't have super chats. I don't have donation links. I don't have pay my bills is a business model. I do bathrooms. I do real work. Shiloh Hendricks, however, and people like Tucker Carlson and people like Chud the Builder, Andrew Tate, and all of these grifters, Nick Fuentes became a millionaire off of super chats. He doesn't get to call anyone else a grifter, especially me, who doesn't grift, right? So my point is, when you're seeing the woke right kind of just sort of use this new talking point of TPUSA or this person or that person, they make their money, they're welfare queens. Dude, look in the mirror. I mean, Tucker's a fraud. Candace is a fraud. Baron Coleman's a fraud. These people are frauds, period. All right. Went really long on that because of all the, idiots in the chat. Sorry, I'm not here for you. I'm here for me. I will put my morals over whether or not you agree with me 100% of the time. Do not ever think that I care about my image with you. I care about my image with him. Period. That's the only person I'm trying to impress. In this whole thing, I'm not trying to impress you. I'm trying to impress him. For those listening on audio, I'm pointing to the painting of Jesus over my right shoulder. If I'm sitting here looking at my chat and I have a bunch of people saying, nah, we should totally support Shiloh Hendricks, and I'm saying, what would he think? And he disagrees with you, I'm going to disagree with you, and I'm going to say you're wrong, I'm right, period. Bye. Log off. I don't care. All right, moving on. So, we got about maybe 5-10 minutes before we jump into Fan Mail Friday. Let's get to a couple of stories. Thank you, Amanda Collins. See, some people agree with me. Trump refuses to give up on tariffs. I think that tariffs kind of split the room. I think there's a lot of people who are anti-tariff. I'm neutral. I think that I've seen some positive movement because of tariffs, because of Trump's tariffs. I also I understand the argument from the anti-tariff people about how it gets sort of passed on to the consumer. I think that we would need to have a lot more, like, I think what we need to do is we would need to see the effectiveness of tariffs over time with Trump's implication, because I think that they've been used improperly in the past, and I think he's using them a little bit differently. I think that he's using them more as a negotiation tactic, and that it is working. But what is the offset? And we won't be able to see that until we get a long-term study on them. I do know the left hates it. And when the left hates something, I usually tend to go, maybe it's working. So we'll see. But on the day the Supreme Court ruled against a broad swath of President Trump's tariffs, he was angry. Other alternatives will now be used to replace the ones that the court incorrectly rejected. we'll see. We'll see where this story goes. I don't really want to dive too much into it because I'm not too well educated on it, right? Like, I mean, I try to educate myself on a lot of stuff. The tariffs, it's a very confusing and it's very convoluted. That's more of a question for somebody who has a lot more, knowledge in economics, right? And I would say that that's one of my weaker points. News strikes against Iran. Yeah, same thing as every other day. I don't care about that story. U.S. Senate fails. It seems like the only thing that Congress wants to do is try to be the president instead of doing their real job of representing the people. The Senate rejected the latest attempts to rein in President Trump's war powers. You know what? Just take your powers back if you want, but you're the ones that gave the president the power. I believe it was in what, the 70s or even earlier than that. 47 to 49 vote. One Republican, Susan Collins, joined the Democrats to advance the measure. John Fetterman of Pennsylvania was sole Democrat to oppose. So John Fetterman is voting more Republican now. Susan Collins is still voting Democrat. Susan Collins, like I said plenty of times, I definitely want her to win her upcoming race because the person that could take her place is a DSA endorsed candidate. So devil you know. But Susan Collins sucks, right? She sucks. She does have a small excuse, or at least a reasonable excuse, that Maine is purple. So when she votes against the president, it's because people in her district don't like the president. It's a fair argument. That would technically still be representing your constituents. So we'll see how that works. All right, final story before we jump on to Fan Mail Friday. Attacker shouting Allahu Akbar stabs Jewish man with a screwdriver in New York City. Well, 2 victims, one non-Jewish, in stable condition after Upper West Side attack. City Council speaks. So New York is basically just going to become a third world country soon. New York attacker stabbed a Jewish man while shouting Allahu Akbar. Commissioner Jessica Tisch said the 2 victims were stabbed in separate attacks, which means it was a Muslim radical jihadist running around stabbing people. Yeah. Okay. So New York is going to turn into the UK by the end of Mamdani's term. One of the victims was Jewish. Tisch identified the suspect as 51-year-old Raul Morales. So probably not Arab, but definitely a jihadist, who was taken into custody shortly after the incident. All right. The fear in the Jewish community is real. Just move out of New York. It's not like, guys, I've said this before. You really want to make a statement? Don't stay in New York, right? The people who think that they don't want to leave New York because they don't want to be run out of their city. It's not your city anymore, right? You want to know the best thing that you could possibly do? Leave, right? Don't keep paying for your own demise. Right? That's the only way. The only way to fix New York is to leave New York. Because if you take away the one thing that Mamdani needs in order to continue destroying New York, which is your tax dollars, then he can't complete his mission of turning that once great city into a communist hole. Here, look at what Mamdani just put up yesterday. Was it yesterday? Yes, it was yesterday. If you have a second home in New York City worth more than $5 million, check your mailbox. Look at how smug he wrote this, by the way. If this doesn't push people out of New York, I don't know what will. Rich people out of New York, I don't know what will. If you have a second home in New York City worth more than $5 million, check your mailbox when you're back to the 5 boroughs because you've got mail. Today, we sent notification letters to property owners letting them know that our new pied-à-terre tax is coming soon. The best city in the world deserves the best parks, libraries, and schools in the world, and that's only possible when we all pay our fair share. So what he just said is he is going to rob you. If you have a second home in New York City, he's going to steal your money to pay for people who haven't worked. Right? So what he's saying, this is literally theft. Like taxation is always theft. But when you make a new tax for a specific bracket of people, this is what he needs to do this because socialism doesn't work unless they can steal your money to pay for it. Move. Just move. Just stop making this argument of I'm not going to be pushed out. Dude, move. Now. Right? Move right now. Call U-Haul. Tell your employer you're leaving. Go get a new job. If you're rich, you can probably just move, by the way. If you're rich, it's not that big of a deal. But let's say you're like middle class. All right, move just outside the city limits. Commute to work until he's gone. Move. See, the only way to fix this, sticking around is literally funding your own destruction. All right, so 8:46. So we're going to do Fan Mail Friday. We're going to play a fun little game called Fan Mail Friday, okay? If you've never played before, I'm doing it a little bit different this week because I overslept. But I actually think this might be a good way to do it, all right? Let me explain the rules before we get into it. Okay, so I took a nap yesterday, and it didn't go well. I ended up waking up at like 9:30 at night from a nap that was supposed to be like an hour long, but it was like 4 hours long. So my sleep schedule got completely screwed up. I woke up late this morning. I woke up like, ugh, right? So I was like, all right, I don't have time. When I usually do Fan Mail Friday, I do it the night before. I'll screenshot all of the hate mail, and then I'll go into the person's page and I'll find out the clues, and then I put it together. Since I didn't have time to do that, we're going to go and find it. We're going to go to each account, each piece of hate mail live on their page. But here's how we play. All right. You see a scoreboard on the top. 2 weeks ago, because we missed last week. We have the woke left and the woke right. They all start at 0. I am going to show you a message that's in my inbox that is hate mail. And when I show you the message, you're going to guess whether or not they are on the woke left or the woke right. Then there will be another clue, their profile picture. And I do about 30 seconds or so, and then we go to their page and we find out something that proves whether or not they are woke right or woke left. For instance, if they're following or supporting or reposting Nick Fuentes, we put them on the woke right. If they're following and supporting like Zohran Mamdani, we put them on the woke left. I have pissed off these people equally. All right, I'm pretty good at pissing off both sides. So the fun part of this game is it's basically highlighting horseshoe theory while turning it into a fun little exercise. Okay, so there's no difference between these two sides. We get to make fun of them. We get to play a fun little game. It's really a good time. So we've got a Bongino raid. I'm sure there's a lot of new people who have never played before. Again, reminder, make sure you hit that like button, like the thumbs up thingy. Make sure to hit the thumbs up thingy before if you want to play. Just out of respect. I put this together for you. But here we go. Okay. So, first message. You are a disgusting pedophile. You are a disgusting pedophile. From AKHILR 1109. Right? Hilker 1109. What are we thinking, guys? Are we thinking Akil, who's calling me a dirty, disgusting pedophile? Do you think that he is the woke left or the woke right? Now, in the chat, you just type in left, right, or you can type in woke left, woke right. You can type in WR, WL, RL. I don't care how you do it, but go ahead and guess. All right, left. All right, Death and Decay, left. Sun Dancer, bot, left. Yep. Woke left, woke right, woke left, woke right. Okay, here we go, here we go. All right, let's go to the profile. Let's look at this lovely gentleman. Now, guys, because I'm doing it a little bit different, we might see a bot. We might see somebody that's got no clue or protected, but I have like 9 open, and we only need 5. Okay, better to be far right. There we go. That was a simple one. That was it. Better to be far right than far wrong. All right, so looks like the woke right takes one, takes the opening. I didn't even see that when I didn't even see that. Better to be far right than far wrong from Akil. So it is 1-0 woke right. Okay. So next up we have, why am I getting all these UK people or British people? How many retards like you are going to share the same video? Oh, this is I think we already know. I know what this is in reference to, but I'm not going to tell you because it would give it away. Okay? The girl already came forward and said it was a role play. You are a effing filthy pervert, bro. All right. From Jamie, 1872 Jamie. Okay? I'm not going to show you the clue because I could show you that attachment and you'll already know. But woke right or woke left, Jamie, you are a effing filthy pervert, bro. All right, so we got left in the chat, woke left, woke right, woke left, woke right, woke right, woke left. All right, looks like we're pretty even. Lib, woke right, soy boy, soy boy right here. Woke right, left, woke right, left, woke right. Okay. I know what this is because I know what that attachment is. All right, let's go to their profile. Oh, they're protected. It's okay. This one we can actually tell you what they are, even though they have a protected account, just by showing you the attachment. So this is the profile picture. The profile picture is rarely the same. Actually, the actual person. Okay. So the attachment will be the clue. Oh, this page doesn't exist. All right, I will explain it to you then. Looks like that attachment. This person is referring to Vivian, Andrew Tate's pimped out 15-year-old, right? So this is an Andrew Tate supporter. How many artards are you are going to share the same video? The girl already came forward and said it was role play. Have a day off, you absolute virgin. This is a reference to Andrew Tate. And this guy thinks that Andrew Tate is innocent because the 15-year-old girl he was abusing on camera came out and said it was role play. All right, I have something for this. So, this is, again, this is the same argument I'm making with the, the people who are, this doesn't exist either. This guy was also defending Andrew Tate. Here, okay? So, when you see this, please call it out, right? This is the girl that this person was just talking about, right? Andrew Tate took a selfie with one of his alleged, quote, human trafficking victims. She has come out multiple times and defended him. Why is that, right? He started abusing her when she was 15, maybe younger, 14, some people say. But victims will often develop a trauma-coerced attachment where intermittent kindness and abuse can create emotional dependence and cause victims to minimize the abuse or internalize the trafficker's viewpoint. It's called Stockholm Syndrome, right? There's a trauma bond that goes on, especially when a trafficker or abuser will threaten them with violence or get them really young. Okay, so that is a woke righty for sure, because anybody who's on Andrew Tate's side is mostly woke right. I don't think the left really defends him. All right, next up. So it's 2-0. Are you the fat kitty porn dude from San Antonio? Neither. Not fat, not kitty porn. But thank you for your inquiry. Right. There is a grok hallucination that says something about kitty porn, but there's also a lawsuit against XAI by my lawyers because of it. But no, I'm not worried about the Streisand effect with that either, by the way. All right, there's a lot of people that are like, why do you keep bringing attention to it? Because it's not true. I don't care. All right, here's the profile picture. What are we thinking, guys? Left or right? We got about 5 minutes left, so we're going to have to hurry this up. Right or left? Woke left, woke right. We got fat kitty porn dude. Fat kitty porn dude sounds like a metal band. That's hilarious. Incel, woke right, but from San Antonio. I am from San Antonio. That is true. I am, well, I'm from Boston. I live in San Antonio. Left, right, winky, winky, nod, nod in the chat. All right, left. Okay, let's find out. We got to hurry on this one. We got 3 left and 5 minutes. Okay. I publicly supported Trump at great personal and professional cost for myself for 10 years. Okay, woke right. Dang, all right, so the woke right has officially won Fan Mail Friday for the week of the July 20th. The fourth week of July. Woke right has officially won. Let's see if the left can put some points on the board in the next few minutes. Next contestant, you from Swizzy Cups. You Americans are so brain dead, I'm embarrassed for you guys. Holy F, not your ugly pedophile ass again. Look at this. This was in June and then again in July. It's like, if I didn't respond the first time, you were charged with possession of CP, you sick, I will celebrate your death. No, I wasn't. That's fake. That's a fake one. Number 1 hater, F Israel. All right, we can't actually tell if that's woke left or woke right. Stinky Zionist Jew from December. Hey Jew, you still watch child porn, Mr. Shlomo? These posts are protected. Okay, let's see. Damn, you got ratioed hard. Your brains are rotten, pedophile. Let's see if this one's protected too. Hasn't posted. Okay. Looks like I might yeah, by the way, this is the type of stuff that these are the type of fake things that they put on about me. So this is apparently the evidence that I'm on the sex offender, the Texas Public Sex Offender website. That's not a real website. Hold on, the Texas Public Sex Offender website. They got my name, they got my birthday wrong. This is not my birthday. This is definitely a fake website. It has to be. Department of Public Safety. So this is DPS, right? Department of Public Safety. The Texas Public Sex Offender website. We have to try to find this one. Texas Public. What is it? Sex Offender website. This is such a stupid. Yes, Department of Public Safety. Okay, Sex Offender Registration Program. This would be the real website. It doesn't say Texas. It doesn't say Texas Public Sex Offender website. That's so stupid. Look, man, I like to laugh at these people instead of getting offended, right? Some people take this very serious. I take it very seriously. I'm definitely pursuing legal action, but you have to laugh this off, because if I were to come out and be like, I'm being accused of being a pedophile, it's like, who does that help? Flipping it on them, though, that's much more fun. All right, so the woke right won the week. We didn't get to see a comeback from the left because we ran out of time, but it's all about who wins, and the woke right, they won. So 3-0. I'll try to get together a couple more. Sean Farish is coming up next. Let's see how many we got. How many people did we get to stay? Oh, 5,000. So we didn't offend too many people. All right, boys and girls. Ungoverned is coming up. Stick around. Make sure to like, share, hit that little button. And I will see you guys on Monday. I hope you guys enjoy your weekend. I'm going to try to get a lot done this weekend, and because, this week has just been crazy, but I got a lot of stuff to do, so I'm going to try to go be productive. Y'all enjoy Ungoverned with Sean Farish. Quick shout out. Brennan Farish is in the chat. Occam's Razor, One Sandman, Mr. X Navy, Octubro Chica. Here we go. Hip Hop Patriot, our fearless leader, Jeremy, says Sean Farish up next, 10 a.m. with Ungoverned. Miss Mocha Powered. I will see you all on Monday. Winky, winky, nod, nod. Peace.
The Captain's Crew, the LFA family, and McGroy Nation. We are coming to you live from the deep red state of Tennessee. On rumble.com/LFA TV. Welcome to Ungoverned. Happy Friday to you. Change your background back to something we're more familiar with. You know, I realized the one that we had yesterday is cool. You had that weathered look and all that. All right. Then I realized there's like rips in the flag. It's not respectful, so we just go right back to this. This is nice. All right. So happy Friday to you. It is a big day. It's going to be a very, very big day, and we'll all find out why in just a second. I promise it is good, but it's a very big day today. And report came out yesterday. Axios had it. Breitbart had it. Bunch of people talking about it. And I don't know if this is just posturing, if Donald Trump is doing this to, like we said, to just kind of force Iran back to the negotiating table. I don't know. But there's the rumors swirling that that he is planning a major attack on Iran. And I am all for major attack, a major attack on Iran, as long as this is not a boots on the ground operation. I don't want to see boots on the ground. I don't want to see boots on the ground. But we'll get into what might be being planned. And, you know, he doesn't like to, what's the word I'm looking for? Telegraph his move. So we will see. We will see. Ultimately, something has to be done. Is he posturing to push Iran back to the negotiating table? I don't know. But we will get into that as well. Jack Smith referred to the Department of Justice for lying to Congress. Again, where's that going to go? I don't know. But that is part of what broke yesterday. And I would say it's a move in the right direction. Back on the immigration front, we've got two stories, two of them. One out of Utah, one out of New York City. Aloha Snack Bar at it again. So we have that. And let's see. James Tallarico is back in the news. Tallarico is endorsing reparations. This is my favorite thing. You are going to take money. You're going to take money from somebody who never owned a slave simply because they're white. And you're going to give that money to somebody who never was a slave simply because they're black, brown, minority, whatever. That's not reparations. That's wealth redistribution. That's all it is. And that's, this is what we're dealing with. We're dealing with socialism here. And as the Democratic Socialists of America have said,
I mean, our goal is liberation. Our goal is communism.
The goal is communism. The goal is communism. Redneck in the chat says reparations have already been paid to the freed slaves. The Democrats took it all back. True. That is true. Very true. Update on the ineligible voters found in the United States. Donald Trump also, there was an event, I forget what the event was that he was at, but it was essentially talking about how easy it is to run as a communist. Just promise everybody free things. Never follow through on your promises, and you'll be just fine. It worked for Mamdani. Listen, Zohran Mamdani has gone back on just about every promise that he's made. I'm going to arrest Netanyahu. Can't do that. I'm going to do free buses. Don't have that. City-run grocery stores. Those aren't there, at least not yet. Free childcare. No, only for government workers. Things will be more affordable. It isn't. Has it happened? Mm-hmm. Okay. All right. So the announcement has been made. All right. So we're gonna have to
redirect this
conversation in just a second. So Dan Bongino made an announcement today, which is
just
massive. Just right now. The title of his show was a special announcement and a thank you. So I didn't want to get out in front of it. There are people who knew already, but I didn't want to get out in front of it until his announcement was, until they made the announcement. But starting in August, towards the later stages of August, I will be joining the Silverlock lineup, the Dan Bongino and Bongino Report lineup, with the great Vince Colonnese, the great Haley Carinea, and the great Dan Bongino. Up until then, I will continue to stream here on LFA TV. The show will run at 1 o'clock Eastern Time, right on Rumble. So it'll be in the same place that you guys and gals are all used to watching my show anyway. It's going to be bittersweet to leave LFA TV, which has been an unbelievable experience here. I think the best audience in all of, in terms of online podcasting, what Jeremy and everybody has built here at LFA TV over the last 4 years. It's been 4 years, just about 4 years. So that will be starting, and when I have an exact date, we'll give you that as well. But that will be starting in August. I'm super excited. As you know, a little bit about me. I first started listening to Dan in 2018, and I was hooked on it ever since. It was his, phrase, talk is cheap, the do matters, that really started getting me to kick ideas around in my head on how to get active in the community, and obviously led to, what we did in 2020 and beyond up in New York on Long Island, and what we've carried all the way down here to Tennessee, podcasting and free speech, trying to get the message out there and never stop using the voice. So to have this opportunity is amazing. Very excited. A big thank you to the Silverlock team and everybody for putting this together, and a huge thank you to Jeremy and LFA TV for giving me the opportunity. I mean, Kevin and I had a 3-day-a-week podcast when Jeremy called me and was like, "Hey, what you guys are doing in New York is impressive. Here's what we're trying to build with LFA TV. What do you think?" And to be able to do this for the last almost 4 years and continue to sharpen my craft, and there's still there's still a lot of work to be done. But to have had the opportunity to be able to do this here on LFA TV for the last 4 years. And by the way, it's not common where you have the ability to run a show on a network and not hear from, the head honcho about, you can't say this, you can't do that. Like, I can tell you that my time here, I have had total editorial control of the show, and that just feels good. It's the way it's being done here is great. So it is not goodbye. It is, you can find me in another spot. I will not be streaming on LFA TV after we start with Silverlock and the Bongino Report lineup, but we will not be strangers and we will not grow apart. So looking forward to following Jeremy's run for Congress, looking forward to seeing this network here, this one, continue to grow and continue to blaze a trail, because you look at LFA TV and you look at what this network has accomplished on Rumble, it is a trailblazer. There's the amount of content, the amount of programming that happens here, nobody else does it. So very excited, though, about this new chapter. And hopefully at 1 o'clock Eastern time, if you can make the show live, go ahead and join it. It'll be called Sean Farish Live. Pretty simple, right? So you can come join that. 1 o'clock Eastern time, rumble.com/Sean, SHAWN. And if you wouldn't mind, I know I ask you all the time to subscribe to the audio podcast for this show, Ungoverned, and you can continue to do that. I am gonna keep that audio channel up. I might use it to do some, one-off little content. That'll continue to stay free. But please subscribe to the audio podcast. It's called Sean Farish Live, and you could get that on Apple Podcasts. You can get that on Spotify. Now that we know that that has been announced, next week I will be filling in for Dan Bongino Monday through Thursday, which unfortunately means this show will not be live Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. But it will be me. I will have an episode out every day. It will be new news every day. And then Friday of next week, we will be live here. So all 4 days, Monday through Thursday next week, filling in for Dan, and then live back here on rumble.com/LFA TV next Friday. And I'll go over that again towards the end of the show. We will do we will do calls if I can get the thing to work, second half of the show. So very, very excited to start this new chapter. Like I said, it's bittersweet because I'll miss, 10 o'clock in the morning. It's a great time to stream, except that Dan's on. It's the toughest job in the world. But super excited to join the Bongino Report lineup. And, like we say, a rising tide lifts all boats. I am so thankful and eternally grateful to the opportunity LFA TV gave us, giving us our start here, Brennan and myself. So super excited for this next chapter. And as we say all the time, let's go to work. We're going to make it happen. Obviously, a lot of things will change, and all for the better. And the goal always, no matter what, is to drive people to get involved, to get engaged, and to win. I say this in front of every room that I'm in front of. I don't care how many likes. I don't care how many views. I mean, these things matter. Don't get me wrong. These things matter. Those analytics matter. But I don't care how many likes. I don't care how many views. I appreciate everybody who hits the like button. I appreciate everybody who watches the show. I appreciate everybody who follows and subscribes and shares and comments. I do. But my goal is to convert all of those metrics, a like, a share, a view, a follower, kind of like what Misfit is doing over on Sway. Convert all of those metrics into folks who are involved, folks who are engaged, folks who are out in their community making a difference, and most importantly, wins. Nothing matters if we lose all the time. We don't win enough. And so priority number one for me, above all else, is, are we winning? And am I doing as much as I can do with the platform that I have to put us in the best position to win? So that is going to be the goal. It's the goal that we took here into this show, and it's going to be the goal that we take forward into everything that comes in this next chapter over with the great Dan Bongino, somebody who, as I mentioned, was a person I've looked up to for years. Very good, naturally good at his craft, and I'm excited to be a part of this lineup. I'm super excited. And
Schmano. We had to be incognito one time. We were like, one of his clips is going to be on Schmano's show.
Yeah, right.
Years ago.
Yeah,
and
I remember that.
I always like to say this Schmano show.
Yep. So excited.
We're on over there.
Very excited to be doing that. And hey, there we go. By the way, Jeremy's running for Congress, and we're going to be able to hopefully help him out on that congressional journey. I can only imagine what that would be like in D.C. Jeremy, you got to play nice with Mike Johnson. All right, so there we go. There's the announcement right off the top. Super excited. Thank you guys for your support. And I hope all of you can come join me at 1 o'clock Eastern live later, whatever the case may be. That'll be it. Rumble.com/Sean. It'll be on the Bongino Report page. And there may be a few other things that come along the road there, too. We'll keep you abreast of all of that. It's a great word. All right.
You just want to say breast.
I did just kind of want. It's better than, I would always say, we can keep you abreast, or we can keep you a boob. We can keep you. We were, by the way, speaking of boobs, we were crazy on 1210 this morning. It was just, it was crazy. So anytime Anna Hummel is in there, and then Dawn was talking about things, and there's a Brooke Baldwin story. It was just wild. So, all right, let's take a quick break, and then we'll get into whether or not there's going to be a major attack on Iran. But before we do that, I want to talk to you about our friends over at OFP Farms. It is OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com, OFPFarms.com. Promo code SHAWN. It is the sale that you have been anticipating for a long time. Christmas in July. Merry Christmas. It's officially come to OFP Farms, and they are thrilled to present one of their best seasonal offers ever. For a limited time, you can enjoy 20% off your entire order, plus a free smack pack, which is my favorite thing. That's the deal maker for me. It's not a deal breaker. It's a deal maker for me. Right there. OFPFarms.com. Goat Kisses Lip Balm. The best stuff. I am a lip licking SOB. And this stuff doesn't prevent me from licking, but, it heals all the cracks. There it is. The ideal chance right here to stock up on your beloved farm-crafted goat milk, grass-fed tallow, and magnesium skincare products. Stock up on the items you love, explore something new, or pick up a few extras for gifts before the bustling holiday season kicks in. Again, 20% off, OFPFarms.com. Qualifying purchases of $35 or more, free smack pack, which is a 4-pack of the best lip balm in the game. Every product from OFP Farms is meticulously crafted in small batches with ingredients that your skin will actually understand. Whether you're dealing with dry, fatigued skin, cracked lips, or preparing for your soothing nighttime routine, like Brennan with her magnesium.
Every night.
This sale makes it easier to pamper yourself and your loved ones. Use the code Sean, it's SHAWN at checkout, OFPFarms.com. Promo code SHAWN for 20% off. Check it out. OFPFarms.com, promo code Sean, OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN, 20% off. Merry Christmas in July. It is Christmas in July. OFPFarms.com, promo code SHAWN. Redneck says, OFP Farms is a crack healer. Yeah, there you go.
It's funny because I put the magnesium lotion on my feet every night, but I don't want to touch my own feet with my hands. So I'm squirted on my feet and then cricket my feet together.
She crickets her feet. It's the craziest thing.
And then sock it up.
Yeah.
And the bada bing, bada boom.
There you go. All right. Another one. Let's get to word from our friends at Armra Colostrum. Tryarmra.com/LFATV. Now, I'm into the life hack thing. Since September, I've been on a rather extensive fitness journey. We got the treadmill in the garage. We got a few kettlebells in the garage, a couple fans now in there because it's just ridiculously, oppressively hot in there. But you guys know I'm always on the lookout for ways to strengthen my immunity and gut health, improve my fitness and metabolism, and enhance my skin and hair radiance. And that is what Armra Colostrum can do for you, and then some. Colostrum is the very first nutrition that we receive in life, and it contains all the essential nutrients that our bodies need in order to thrive. Armra Colostrum is a proprietary concentrate of bovine colostrum that harnesses over 400 living bioactive nutrients that strengthen the barriers of your body and fuel cellular health for thousands of research-backed health benefits. Strengthens immunity, it ignites metabolism, and fortifies your gut health. Also can help you reactivate your hair growth, can help your skin glow. We talked about the gut benefits. That's the biggest benefit that I've noticed from taking colostrum, and it fuels your fitness, performance, and recovery. Check it out at tryarmor.com/LFATV. That is TRYARMRA.com/LFATV. tryarmor.com/LFATV for up to 30% off of your entire order. That's tryarmor.com/LFATV. tryarmor.com/LFATV. All right. There is a potential massive attack coming here against Iran. Let's get into it and get into the rumors that are swirling right now regarding a potential massive attack on Iran. So Trump may order a massive attack on Iran at some point soon, bigger than ever before, as the United States is currently weighing its next move. President Donald Trump said on Thursday that he's close to deciding whether to order a quote-unquote massive attack on Iran, quote, bigger than ever before. Bigger. Nobody's ever seen anything like it. It's going to be so big and beautiful. It's a beautiful attack. As the United States expands its military campaign against the Islamic Republic, reinforcing its force posture across the region and warning Tehran that further escalation will bring increasingly severe consequences. One of the things that President Trump mentioned yesterday on Truth Social is that any ships that are damaged in the Strait of Hormuz, the repairs and the costs that go into repairing those damages are going to be paid by Iranian money that the United States currently possesses, which I think is great. I think that's part of the deal. Hey, you F around in the Strait, you're actually paying for it. So you better stop. They're probably not going to stop. Quote, I am considering a massive attack bigger than ever before. I am close to making a decision. We are all set for it. Trump told Axios. So this is not one of those anonymous stories leaking on Axios, describing a potential operation that the outlet reported would exceed the scale of Operation Epic Fury, the U.S. campaign that began alongside Israel earlier this year. Now, the one thing I want to avoid is a land invasion for two reasons. If we go in, it's going to be very, 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 very difficult for this to be done quickly. A lot of Americans are probably going to lose their lives if we go in with a ground invasion. Number two is Iran actually invited a ground invasion. They want the United States for whatever reason, and they may just be posturing, but they have said that they want the United States to invade on the ground. I am not inclined to fight the enemy where the enemy wants me to fight. So those two reasons, not doubting the capabilities and the ability of our armed forces, our men and women in uniform. But if the enemy is telling me to fight on one set of ground, I'm not going to take them up on that offer, at least not right off the bat. So I would like to avoid boots on the ground. What does a massive attack on Iran bigger than Operation Epic Fury look like? Trump's remarks came as the United States entered its second week of intensified military operations against Iran, following attacks on commercial shipping and continued regional escalation. CENTCOM maintained sustained pressure on the Iranian military infrastructure, while the Pentagon has reinforced U.S. capabilities in the region, underscoring the administration's ability to broaden the campaign should Trump ultimately authorize a larger operation. Earlier yesterday, Trump warned that Iran would be held directly responsible if Yemen's Iranian-backed Houthi rebels continue attacking commercial shipping after the group targeted 2 Saudi vessels in the Red Sea the previous night. You know, I'm kind of getting a little annoyed here with the Gulf allies. Like, you guys, why are the Gulf allies not helping? Saudi Arabia. I mean, these aren't like massive countries. I get it. But like, you would expect maybe a little more because Iran keeps attacking, these countries. Trump also added that Israel would join a new round of strikes in 2 minutes if he requested its participation, while emphasizing the United States does not require additional military assistance to carry out a broader operation. So you have that information coming out yesterday. And again, war is tough. I don't like it. I'd rather there not be war. Seeing as how we are already involved with Iran, and the goal is to make sure they don't have a nuclear weapon because they will use it. And it's not that they will use it necessarily to bomb the United States. Iran in possession of a nuclear weapon gives them what? What's the word? Iran in possession. Look at what they've got with the Strait of Hormuz, right? Iran in possession of a nuclear weapon. What does it give them? What's the word? Use the word. You guys guess. Guess in the chat the word I'm looking for. If Iran has a nuke, Iran has blank over the rest of the world. Redneck has got it. Leverage. At the very least, Iran has leverage. You say, well, all these other countries have nuclear weapons. Do they all have leverage? No. No, because we don't believe these other countries are run by wildly erratic religious fanatics. Like, okay, do I trust Pakistan? No. But are they run by the same type of jihadis that run Iran? It's a Muslim country, but they're not this extreme, crazy, bloodthirsty type that is running Iran right now. You cannot trust Iran with a nuclear weapon in their hands. Therefore, if they get a nuclear weapon in their hands, you have to do everything they say or they'll launch it. Look at the problems they've caused the world with the Strait of Hormuz. And now imagine leverage like that times 1,000, times infinity if they have a nuke. They will quite literally hold the entire world hostage if they have a nuclear weapon. And we cannot allow that to happen. We cannot allow that to happen. So I fully support the campaign to denuclearize Iran, 100%. But I really don't want it to be a boots on the ground operation. Have we hit Bad Moon's having a?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
Bad Moon's always having a.
There it is. Got it. All right. Cool. That's it on Iran. I'm not going to chase my tail on this whole thing. I don't want to see boots on the ground. We will see. Maybe this is just President Trump posturing, or maybe he's going to start attacking bridges and power plants and things. The one thing I don't want, the one thing I don't think I would even support. Off the bat, I would support, listen, when I say I would not support a ground invasion, I will always support our troops. I do not want a ground invasion. There's got to be another way. So I'm not saying that's what's happening. I'm not panicking. I'm just laying out the paths. I hope we keep this to two strikes. Let's see what happens. If we even have to have this massive attack, we'll see what happens, okay? We're not hyperventilating, not going to lose my mind. We're not going to panic. We're not going to, it's not a 5-alarm fire, none of that. This is a potential thing that can happen. And I'm trying to kind of war game with everybody about those potentials, what I would like to see, what I would not like to see. So that's it. All right, next. Jack Smith. Jack Smith has been hit with a criminal referral. What does it mean? We've seen this before, right? We have seen this before. Jack Smith hit with a criminal referral as the GOP has moved its testimony fight towards prosecution. Jim Jordan has accused Jack Smith of lying about accessing lawmakers' text messages and phone records, which looks like contradicts what he has said. So Jack Smith in the past has said that he did not access those phone records and did not access those text messages and did not have access to all of those different things. And now all of a sudden, the information came out that he did have access to all of those things. And that wound up, that constitutes lying to Congress. You can't do that. Nobody is above the law, right? We always use, where's the rooster? Oh, I'm in the wrong screen. Let's go back to the rooster. There he is. The rooster says nobody is above the law. Nobody is above the law. And if that is true, and it is proven that Jack Smith lied to Congress, then he should be held accountable. There's no disputing that. At least you wouldn't think there's disputing that. You wouldn't think that that's unfair. You would think that that makes sense. But not everything in this world, especially in the political arena, makes sense. House Judiciary Committee Chairman Jim Jordan from Ohio issued a criminal referral for Jack Smith on Wednesday, arguing newly released records contradict Smith's testimony to his committee that he did not obtain or review lawmakers' text messages during his multiple probes into President Donald Trump. All individuals have an obligation to comply with what is that? What is all this freaking noise? Oh, it's this website. It's the Fox News article that playing in the background. You know, you would let me just a quick aside. You would think a website like Fox News, you know, wouldn't be so impossible to use. How am I supposed to read the article if you got things popping up all over the place? Anyway, I know everybody's got to make money. Quote, all individuals have an obligation to comply with a duly authorized congressional inquiry. Mr. Smith, a former public servant, is no different, Jordan wrote in a letter to Acting Attorney General Todd Blanche on Wednesday. Yet his testimony concluded intentionally false statements designed to obstruct the committee's oversight. His conduct can only be understood as an effort to thwart the committee's inquiry by intentionally making false statements and representations before Congress. Jim Jordan continued, adding that the Justice Department should examine whether Smith's actions warrant criminal charges. Jim Jordan's letter accused Jack Smith of making false statements during a December deposition before the House Judiciary Committee. Specifically, Jordan argued that, quote, responses provided by Mr. Smith gave the impression that neither Mr. Smith nor his team had access to the content of members' privileged text messages. We now know this to be false. Go after him with everything you have. Oh, I mean, isn't this just like a revenge tour? It's an accountability tour. It's not a revenge tour. It's an accountability tour. You can't lie to Congress. Period. You can't lie to Congress. There's no pardon covering Jack Smith. There's no protections covering Jack Smith. You cannot lie to Congress. If it is proved beyond a reasonable doubt, obviously, that he lied to Congress, he should be convicted of that. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. All right, quick break, and then we're going to laugh a little bit. The unseasoned boiled chicken breasts are back. They're back. The chicken breasts are back. Haley Stevens is back.
They just made me balk like a chicken.
Yeah. Haley Stevens is back. The unseasoned boiled chicken breasts are back. And let me see what else we have here. Ineligible voters. Yes, we'll get to that. And a couple of very nasty immigration stories. One out of Utah, one out of New York City. We will do phone calls second half of the show as well. 631-527-4545. We'll start those calls in about 10 minutes. Again, provided I can get the dang thing to work. Sometimes it doesn't work. Last week it wasn't working well. Anyway, this week, hopefully it will work better. Let us get to a word from our friends over at Cove Pure. In the meantime, it is covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN. I'm losing my voice, and I still have 3 hours of radio left to do today.
Oh, no.
Not good. Covepure.com/SHAWN. You may have seen this. Researchers have been documenting male fish developing female characteristics in rivers all across the United States. It comes from birth control pills that wastewater treatment plants can't fully filter out, and it's in the same water that runs into your home. No, thank you. That is why we use Cove Pure to purify my water. We purify Brennan's water. We purify everybody's water with Cove Pure. Here's how this actually works. When people take medication, their bodies don't absorb all of it. The rest of it gets flushed, goes through wastewater treatment, and those plants were never built to catch pharmaceutical compounds. So estrone from birth control pills, antibiotics, antidepressants, they just come right back out of your tap. Your standard pitcher filter maybe addresses some of the taste problems you have with your water, but it's not going to cut it here. These compounds are far too small. They're way too persistent. You need something that can filter things out at a molecular level, and that is exactly what Cove Pure is. Their Clearwave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants. estrone, fluoride, PFAs, lead, arsenic, basically anything that isn't water gets filtered out. I love the fact that it was easy to set up, right? Pull it out of the box, install the filters.
Sorry, you
and you plug it in, fill up the tank. It does the rest of the work. Those fish did not have a choice about what was in their water, but you do. So go to covepure.com/Sean, and right now you can get $250 off. That is COVEPURE.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off the CP16. Covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN. Stubbs talking about filming the sun again today. Yeah, he put on his YouTube channel. He's got this like really cool telescope, and he took video of the sun. I could not believe it. And he put like epic music behind it. It was like it was like really crazy. But really cool footage. So check it out.
Oh, you dorks.
Listen, the sun. It's a cool place.
Yeah, it's a hot place.
It's a hot place. Yeah. All right, let's have a little laugh break.
Okay.
I give my voice a break too because I have 3 hours of radio to do after this. They're singing again. Are you ready for the chicken breasts?
I love when the chicken breasts sing.
All right. Are you ready for the chicken breasts? Here we go.
The road guys, don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road guys, don't come back no more. What we say, hit the road guys, don't come back.
Hit the road, ice, and don't you come back no more. Where is it? Come on.
Ooh, yeah.
Yeah. There it is.
The road guys,
Hit the road,
come
ice.
back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road guys, don't come back no more. What we say.
What we say. That reminded me of like when they did the Kilmar is our neighbor. You can't have him, Trump. No. Oh, the Rich Man's House is, I think, my favorite chicken breast one here.
Took back what he stole from us. Took it back, took back
our dignity.
took it back.
Took back our humanity.
Well, we
went down to the rich man's house and we took back what he stole from us.
took it back.
Took back our dignity.
Sing, y'all. Took it
Sing,
back.
y'all. All right, there it is. So there it is. Hit the road, ice. Don't you come back.
Road guys, don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road.
All right, I don't see anybody in the chat calling for an encore, so we're going to stop.
You know, God must be like, golly,
Right?
look at these people. Like, look
He
at
gives
my
them the gift of
creation.
life, and they do this.
I gave them everything I could possibly do, and this is what they choose
and
to
we
do
get
with it.
hit the road, ice. Don't you come back no more, no more. Gosh, just goodness. You know what? We're gonna do it one more. We're gonna do it one more time, just because I have a sound effect for this. Ready? Here we go.
The road guys, don't come back no more, no more, no more, no more. Hit the road guys, don't come back no more. What we say, hit the road guys.
We gave him the old Philly cheer. Boo. All right. Let's move on to a couple of serious stories here out of Utah. One out of Utah. We know I have a few folks. And, Bad Moon dropping a full-blown F-bomb in the chat saying, F you.
Who?
Bad Moon.
He's been doing that the last couple days, I noticed. He's been feisty.
He's been spicy in the chat.
Sassy.
What are we doing? F you for playing it again, he said. All right. Arab migrants released into the United States under Joe Biden have been charged with luring and raping 13-year-old girls in Utah. That's right, Arab migrants. So what is this? Import the third world, become the third world. When you import third worlders, you start to basically introduce to your country third world problems. Why do we put up with it? There are people, amnesty, right? Yeah, let's just be nice. I don't want to be nice to the rapists. Well, you don't know that they're rapists until they start raping. That's the problem. 2 foreign nationals allowed into the country by the Biden administration have been charged with raping 13-year-old girls while they were at a local park in Murray, Utah. Both suspects, 18 years old, were booked in Salt Lake County Jail. On June 24th, police officers approached a vehicle at a local park and saw people getting dressed quickly inside. There were multiple used condoms outside the vehicle, and they found an 18-year-old male as well as a 13-year-old girl. On the scene, they arrested Yusef Muzin Yusef. That's like Lopez Lopez. Yusef Muzin Yusef. The other 18-year-old male, Ali Odai Imad,
Oh, gosh.
was
It's
arrested
just-
shortly after.
I can't imagine.
The teenage girl said that her friend had just left with Imad and said that they had also had sexual intercourse in the car. Quote, this is the most alarming part of this here. Quote, I'll be honest, I was having sex. Is that illegal here? Like in the park? Yusef asked the police when he was in the police car. Do you think these people have any intention of assimilating? Any whatsoever? The answer is no. How? You are in the United States of America. We don't have sex with 13-year-olds in the park. We don't do that. What do you mean, is that illegal here, like in the park? Yes, it's illegal here, like in the park. You want to do that? Go back to your own S-hole country and your mud huts and glorified sandcastles that you live in over there and do that, because you can't do that here.
Women aren't allowed in parks over there in Muslim countries.
That's true. The girl with Yusef said that she felt like she was coerced into the act and that it was her first time doing so when she spoke to officials. Better be your first time doing so, 13 years old. Both men admitted that they knew the girls were underage, according to Border Hawk. They were both charged with rape of a child and are facing charges of lewdness involving a child and sexual abuse of a child. The men allegedly used various social media platforms in order to meet the underage girls and then sexually abuse them. Predators. According to ABC4, authorities believe they used similar tactics to get in contact with other victims as well. Both men were allowed into the United States as minors under the Biden administration, according to DHS. So this story out of Utah, where 13-year-olds were raped by Arab nationals. They didn't know. They played dumb. Whether they are dumb or not, I don't know. But you have 13-year-old girls being raped in a park in Utah, and the rapists, allegedly, are asking the police, wait, you can't do that here in America? You can't just, have sex with 13-year-olds in the park? No, you can't do that here in America. This is why I look at this, I say no amnesty. Now, granted, this may be a little different than the farm worker situation, but again, you don't know who these people are until they do something. You can't import the third world and not expect to experience third world problems. If you have Arab nationals who are in this country who believe, well, it's okay where I'm from to rape a 13-year-old in a park, so maybe it's okay here. Let's just keep doing that. That's our fault for bringing them in and expecting them to assimilate when it's clear that they're not doing that. These girls were 13. 13. And now their lives are changed forever because this country let them down. It's very sad. It's tragic. When you import the third world, you become the third world. When you import third worlders who have no intention of assimilating to our way of life, you will experience widespread third world problems.
Someone tell Mike Lindell.
Right. Now, to be clear on Lindell, the only reason I'm not going totally wild on Lindell is I believe he deserves a little grace to kind of, and a little bit of time to course correct. Maybe he comes back and goes, oh, or maybe I shouldn't have said that. Okay. Maybe he course corrects. And I appreciate everything he's given to the movement, everything he's given up. So we give them a little grace. But like, this is why it's important for anybody, coming up. You want to run for office. You want to espouse Republican Party ideas. Amnesty is not one of them. And mass importation of people from the third world is not one of them. I'm sorry. When you import the third world, you become the third world. When you import third worlders who have no intention of assimilating to our way of life, acquiescing to our way of life, you're going to experience widespread third world problems in this country. And in this case, it looks like these 13-year-olds who were raped by 2 Arab nationals in a park in Utah who they told police, we didn't realize it was illegal to have sex in the park with 13-year-olds. Well, it is. It doesn't matter that it's legal wherever you came from. It's illegal here. No, you can't do that. Why would Americans want to continue to put up with this? Oh, we're a nation of immigrants. Yeah, immigrants who come here and contribute to society, not pick off and prey on 13-year-old girls in a park. You can't have that. You cannot import savages into our country and expect the savages to what? Just out of nowhere make their own conscious decision to be domesticated and they're not savages anymore? We know what goes on in places like this that they came from. And they're now forcing it on your children. Unacceptable. Unacceptable. Stop importing third world savages into our country. The more you do it, the more third world problems we're going to have in this country. And nobody in this country deserves more of that. Quick break. Silent. And then, story out of New York City. Aloha Snack Bar. While we're talking about third world savages. The Aloha Snack Bar Brigade is back. And they're in, once again, New York City. I was told everything's, everything's utopia in New York City. Mom Donnie's the mayor. It's great, right? Yeah, well, maybe for his people, the Aloha, the snack barians, maybe that's who it's good for. Wonderful. All right, let's take a quick break. Get to word from our friends at Silent. Let's face it, ladies and gentlemen, your phone is a tracking device between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even those crazy cyber criminals. They're all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint, and they don't ask. They just go on and take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. No signal means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It is the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, that technology is available to you. So you could protect your family, you could protect your freedom, and you could secure your digital footprint. Just drop your phone in a Silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent, and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Just visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com. Silence the chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN. We'll get into this, then we'll do calls. Allahu Akbar, is what he said. 2 men were stabbed in broad daylight on Manhattan's Upper West Side. There it is, the Aloha Snack Bar Brigade. Of course, this is the religion of peace. This is the religion of peace, they tell you. Kevin said, a piece of you over there, a piece of you over there.
I know, I love when he says that.
It's a good joke. Aloha Snack Bar. 2 men stabbed in broad daylight on Manhattan's Upper West Side. Okay? Again, unacceptable. Why do we invite this on our streets? A disturbing scene played out on Manhattan's Upper West Side Thursday as an assailant stabbed 2 men in separate attacks. The victims both said he yelled the Islamic battle cry, Aloha Snack Bar, before assaulting them. Both men went to the hospital following the stabbings and are expected to recover, thank God. The suspect is in custody and the motive has not been officially established. You want to take a guess what the motive is?
Death to America. Wait, I wasn't listening all the way. Say it again.
The guy stabbed 2 people in New York City.
Okay.
Shouted Aloha Snack Bar, and the mainstream media is like, well, we don't have a motive.
Oh. They're Muslims. They hate everybody.
I have a sneaking suspicion of what the motive might be. I don't know, maybe like that behead the infidels thing that comes out of their Quran. Slay the infidels wherever you find them. Maybe that's the motive? I feel like the Aloha Snack Bar kind of gives away what the freaking motive is. You've got to be kidding me. Oh, we don't know what the motive is. We haven't established it. Well, I'm going to establish the motive. If you stab 2 people out of nowhere in New York City and scream Allahu Akbar, I'm going to assume the motive is your little jihad that you're currently engaged in. Mr. Mamdani, where the hell are you? Are you going to condemn this act of violence in the name of your religion? No, of course not. Slay the non-believers wherever you find them, right? It's in your book, right? Import the third world, become the third world. What do you mean there's no motive? The guy yelled the motive. Investigators are evaluating whether the reported attack should be classified as a hate crime and identified the suspect as Raul Morales. All right. Sounds like someone who was radicalized by some sort of radical Islamic terror group. But we don't know the motive. All right. Keep telling yourselves that. All right, let's do calls. 631-527-4545. 631-527-4545. Number is on your screen. Give us a ring. I'd love to hear from you today. As we wrap up this show here on rumble.com/LFA TV, we wrap up another week, a week of ups, a week of downs. We are here, 631-527-4545, as we are connecting here. That crazy ringtone is back in my ears, my big, beautiful ears. Hello. Who do we have on the line here? Hello.
Yo, brother, it's Liberty.
What up, Liberty? How are you?
I'm hanging in, man. Do
All
you
right.
guys need any help to cover the vet bills?
Oh, no, we're okay. Thank you. We appreciate it. We got it. We're all set.
All right.
Thank you.
All right. Yeah, and, condolences, I understand.
Thank you.
Especially to Brennan. We don't get to see her much, but from what I can hear, aside from being the woman at your side, backing you up, supporting you, and getting the job done, she seems like a real sweetheart.
Absolutely. 100% accurate. That's, and we appreciate that. So thank you. Thank you for both of those gestures. We appreciate it.
No worries. In an Islamic country, if you are guilty of rape, your eyes are taken out, your arms and legs are cut off and cauterized, you are castrated, and you are given back to your family to be taken care of.
Ah.
Yeah. They don't kill you. That's how they leave you.
Well.
So I'd love to see these clowns try and pull this nonsense there. Mike was actually on Flyover Nation yesterday, trying to explain what happened, where it happened, this, that, and the other thing. And I'm like, putting some comments on and saying, yo, dude, I saw the video clip. So, what's up with that? The interview.
Talking about the amnesty stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's starting to walk it back. And you know what? I'm okay. If he walks it back and says, I made a mistake, okay, we've all made mistakes. That's fine. If you're not running on amnesty, that's fine. But let this be a lesson. And hopefully this is a lesson to any future Republican candidates that you go down that road, you're going to get treated just like Lindell. And this is the thing, I like Mike Lindell. I genuinely believe he's a good man, right? Which is why I want to give him a little grace here and a chance to course correct, But you saw how fast people were like, "What?" And they started labeling him a traitor. This is an issue that Americans aren't playing around about. No amnesty.
No.
So
yeah,
there you go.
They're not. But what people don't seem to understand, with all their bitching and moaning, it's like with all the legal stuff. It's like, well, what's Trump doing? It's like, yo, Karens, get your cervical spine and cranium out from being ensconced in your sphincter. To put this very medically.
Very true.
You need a craniectomy.
Yes.
Because it is the judge fair. Look at it. Right. Every single legal case that has been brought, the judges have picked the cases.
Correct.
Every single action we've tried to do for mass deportation, the judges are interfering with. And who's running interference for the judges? Thune. He won't impeach them.
Right.
He won't defund them.
Right.
And where the hell is SCOTUS?
Yeah. Yeah, these are all valid questions. Very valid questions. Well,
so don't bitch at Trump. Get out and vote.
Exactly. Get out and vote. Get people out to the polls. Appreciate it. Well, Liberty, thank you for the call. We appreciate everything. And hopefully we talk again soon, man.
All right, bro.
You got it. Liberty giving us a call. Great guy. Good job. Let me go. We're going to get another call here.
It's Magamo time, by the way.
Wow. Here we go. Wonk. Big old Magamo. There it is. All right. 631-527-4545. Call coming in right now. We are going to connect. And it is currently in flux. There we go. We do have a connection. And who do we have on the line here? Hello.
This is Jason King, the Bongino Army Staff Sergeant.
Oh, boy. There he is. Hold on. Jason King. Everybody flip him off. Can I get some middle fingers in the chat, please, for Jason King? There it is. What up, Jason? How are you?
I'm doing great. I missed the first part of the show. Did I miss anything?
Yes, you did miss something very, very big. So you have to go back and listen to it again. F you, okay?
It's sarcasm, new form of comedy.
I got you. I got you.
I just want to say I'm proud of you and Brennan.
Thank you.
Main point I got today is I am just appalled that you guys would actually let Bad Moon type like that in the chat and get by with it.
Yeah.
That's horrible. Such language.
Terrible language. We would never use such language ever ever. I've never seen that word before.
I've been a big advocate for you guys. You know this. I've been pushing for this for a long time, but I also want to say to everybody out there in LFA TV land that Bongino Army loves you guys. You got us hooked on them. We're going to be around. I'm going to listen to Jeremy and everybody in the meantime. So you've done nothing but help the family grow, and I'm sure you will in the future. Just want to say I'm proud of you. And pass the Save America Act and no amnesty. And
thank you.
A lot of people get in, and I love you guys. I'm so proud. I'm so happy. It's a great day, and look forward to great things. It was Rush, passed the torch to Dan, and one day it's going to be you. Nobody better.
Thank you, Jason.
Sounds huge and big shoes and a lot of pressure, but you got this, buddy.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much for the support and everything you just said. We definitely appreciate it. And by the way, big middle finger up to you. All right, there you go. Thank you.
Right back at you.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Jason King, and as you know, the inside joke with the middle finger is, that's his term of endearment. Him and M. Dodge go back and forth on social media. People think they hated each other for a while until they explained, no, we just do this. We're just joshing. All right, this is going to be our final call of the day. Have one connecting right now. And always good to hear from Jason. I got the middle finger. This came from Anita, right? Queen Anita? Yeah, the middle finger. So there we go. All right, we are connected here. Hello, last call of the day. We have about a minute left. Who do we have on the line?
It's Speak, brother. How you doing? Just want to say congratulations to you guys. It's well deserved.
Going twice.
Hello?
Hello? Oh, wait. I'm sorry. I think that was my fault. I was muting you. Who do we have on the line?
You got Speak here, brother.
Speak.
Oh my gosh, we almost missed Speak.
I almost just was like, what is wrong with this guy not answering the phone? What's up?
Just want to say congratulations, man. You guys deserve it. You put
Thank
the
you,
work
sir.
in. Man, you do the do. You don't just talk the talk, you walk the walk.
Oh,
and
we
that's what
definitely,
we
he
need,
said we
so.
do the do. I definitely do a lot of do.
Oh, he does.
Colostrum will help with that, by the way, I'll tell you.
So will certain lettuces.
Yes, and Taco Bell. Well, thank you, Speak. I appreciate it, and I'm looking forward to everything that's coming in the future for everybody here. It's going to be great, so I appreciate that.
All right, brother. Have a good one.
Thank you. Speak the truth, McGroin, in the chat. Fellow Tennessean, good friend of ours. Love it. All right. Thank you so much, everybody watching and listening. Jeremy Herrell is up next. Don't go anywhere. Jeremy Herrell is up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. Rumble.com/LFATV. You're not going to want to miss it. Stick around. Again, quick programming note. Next week, I will be filling in for Dan Bongino Monday through Thursday. 10 a.m. Eastern Time. This show will be pre-recorded Monday through Thursday. But if you would like to watch live, I'll be over on Dan. If you want to watch here, you can watch here. We're going to try and do 2 separate shows, okay? The best that I can. Friday will be live here. So we'll do calls again. And again, super excited and grateful for the opportunity LFA TV gave us, and excited for the next chapter as we start over in the Silver Lock lineup. Jeremy Herrell up next. I've already gone way too long. Thank you so much to everybody for your support, your condolences, your well wishes, and everything. We appreciate it. Enjoy Jeremy up next. Thank you for your attention to this matter.
Well, good morning, everybody, and welcome to rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America. And I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of this show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And as always, we are broadcasting and streaming live from the Hawkeye State of Iowa. Big shout out to Sean and Zach, who were on before me. And some bittersweet news there from Sean, but don't worry, we'll talk about that today. Introducing the man, the myth, the legend, the man who is responsible for everything that you see with your eyes. Producer Eli on his favorite day of the week.
The good news is I'm not going anywhere. You guys are stuck with me forever. But anyway, hit that rumble button, hit that share button. It's Friday. It's my favorite day of the week. Why we're wasting time? Let's get to the news so we can get to the weekend. Thank you very much.
Absolutely. He says he's not going anywhere. Well, unless you guys don't do Rumble rants, and then he might be going somewhere. Let's give some live shout-outs here. Bad Moon, Blessed Singer, Joe Bo, Patty, DeCluse, GR Messick, Rockin' Rev Dean, Trishy, WB Patriot, Miguel, 12GG, Coral Reef, J. Deeds, Boomba. B.A. Palumbo, the likes of which no one. S. Rose, Pete Jason, how you doing? Sherry Welch, Big Mac is in the building. We've got Deb Graham here, Liz Ellis, how are you? Erica Falkenberry, Mama Rhett in the live chat today. Tammy is here. Good to see you all. How about Kenry's mom is here. Lucy is in the building, and Melissa Steffi. Welcome, 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 one and all, to Live from America, LFA TV, and appreciate you. This is Friday, July. Friday, July. Hey, do you think that the black pillars hate June and July since they have to say Jew? I wonder if they do. I wonder if the black pillars out there, the know-nothing black pillars, with their heads screwed on backwards or shoved up there, you know what? I wonder if they skip saying July and June because they have to say Jew. June, July. I bet you they do. Hey, you know it's Friday. And here on Friday, you know, it's Fundraiser Friday #1. Bad Moon said $7,000. That's right. I did say something nice about the Jews, or at least I said something bad about the black pillars, right? Thank you, Bibi Netanyahu. It is Fundraiser Friday, so you guys definitely, you know, in the Rumble chat or even at JeremyHerrell.com or LFATV.us. We are accepting all fundraising funds today. And here's the website, LFATV.us. LFATV.us. You can watch current and past shows. You can watch all of our short clips. It gets put up on there in real time. You can check out the podcast. You can donate. You can shop at the store. You can look and read through updated and current news, sign the newsletter, and more right there on LFATV.us. And again, I was just talking about the podcast. Anywhere you get your podcast news or wherever you listen to any of it, Apple, iTunes, Spotify, Podbean, or anywhere, Pandora, search up Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Again, that's Live from America with Jeremy Herrell. Every single day we put up Rise Up and Live from America. Thank you, Sean Maga, said for Friday to help LFA stay on the air. Well, we may need it. Also, make sure you check out our Facebook page. Two of them, actually. Here's the Patriot Palace Facebook page. I will be updating the Patriot Palace Facebook page with the last 2 episodes. I just saw that they were never posted, so we'll get those up on the LFA TV's Patriot Palace Facebook page. Also, there is the official LFA Facebook page as well, LFA TV. We'll get there in a minute, but I do want to say that Patriot Pals tomorrow is going to be all about the Hoover Dam. And the following week, Patriot Pals will be about Mount Rushmore. So obviously that is our kids' cartoon. Patriot Pals, all your grandkids, kids, whoever else, neighborhood kids, nieces, nephews, whoever could benefit from that. And big for homeschooling as well. There's the LFA TV Facebook page. Check that out as well. LFA TV Facebook page. And we're also simulcasting over on YouTube as well. Thank you to Patty Vest for the $100 donation, said starting it off, and T. Mitchell for the $20 donation. Thank you all so very much. Well, by now you probably heard the bittersweet news that Sean Farish is finally going to live out his dream, and that is to work alongside Dan Bongino. A little bit of background here. Sean Farish, his first podcast that he ever listened to that really got him into politics was a Dan Bongino show. So it's only fitting that after all these years of hard work, dedication, helping us here at LFA TV, look, anybody in the with a brain could see that Sean is a fantastic individual. He's a unique individual, and that his skills and the popularity of the Trump voice and everything else he does, everybody with a brain could see that Sean would someday, outgrow LFA TV and go do whatever opportunity that he's had. And that's with everybody at LFA TV. Nobody expected everybody to be here forever. And I think it's actually when Sean called the other night, actually my wife and I, thank you, Debbie 901 for the $20 donation. God bless you, sweetie. My wife and I were actually sitting at the kitchen table, and it was right after work. It was 2-3 days ago, and yeah, I know, conservative Autumn, trust me, I know. But I saw my phone was ringing, and I saw it was Sean, and I said, soon as I saw his name, well, this can't be good. Sean we never call each other unless we need to talk about something important or specific. So I go, well, this can't be good, or it can be. It's probably Sean telling me that he's got a different offer. Thank you, Sundancer17. We appreciate that. So as soon as he called, boom. That's exactly what he said. Hey, man, got some good news and some, maybe not some good news. And as soon as he told me, again, I'd already prepared myself for it when I saw the phone ring. As soon as he told me what the opportunity that had come his way was, my heart, honest to God, felt so much joy for him, because I know this is a dream of his. I know this is something that he's been working towards for a long time. My heart instantly, and so did my wife, Sabrina, as well. I mean, we had that dang it, man. Even though we knew it wouldn't last forever, we were riding it out, as long as we could. And so we both had that feeling of, just a little sadness. But it was definitely overshadowed by the joy that we had in our heart. Thank you, Kikalo. God bless you, and thank you for the $10 donation. We literally had joy in our heart for that. We could never offer Sean what he was offered in the way of an audience or in the way of, I don't know whatever, pay he's going to get, but I'm sure it's, good enough for him to go. And what Sean said to me, and I know he won't mind that I say this, what Sean said was, if it wasn't for LFA TV, I would be streaming for 15 people on Rumble. And obviously gave all the glory and accolades to God and LFA TV and the audience. And, it started with me, Sean, Mike, Eli, Frankie. Those were the first people to start LFA TV after I'd done my own show. So I couldn't be happier for Sean. And now that I'm looking at it and I'm seeing all of this play out, and I'm seeing, I'm going to be running for Congress. And as I'm running for Congress here in Iowa, I'm going to need all the help that I can get. And with Sean being on such a large platform, not only that, he'll be syndicated out on radio as well. With him having that kind of a platform and being able to platform me and bring me on to talk about, my candidacy for U.S. Congress here in Iowa in 2028, that and other friends like Carl Higby and stuff like that, I'm going to need that. I'm going to need that kind of help. So if you're looking at it in foresight, and let's say we're in 2028, let's say I win the congressional seat, and looking back from 2028, what would have had to happen in order for that to come to fruition? And you can see it kind of unfolding. Now, just so you all know, when I win, I will still be doing LFA TV. I'll still be doing my show. And just instead of doing it from this studio all the time, half the time I'll be doing it from a DC studio, whether it be the Rumble studio or whether it be the studio from Real America's Voice News, of which I also had a conversation yesterday with the owner of Real America's Voice News. And if it is God's will, and if it works out the way God wants it to, I will also be back working and helping Real America's Voice News, as well as keeping this. Brock said, why doesn't Kevin's name not get mentioned? Because Kevin was not actually in the first part of starting LFA TV. Kevin actually came after those conversations with me, Sean, Mike, Eli, and Frankie. Kevin wasn't actually supposed to be part of that original team, but ended up coming on after original conversations and starting LFA TV. That's why. But, I could go through and name everybody that's been here. So you know, as you're looking at all of these things unfold, it's almost like it's happening exactly the way it's supposed to. Now, am I sad that I'm not going to have Sean right before me every day? Absolutely. It's been years and years of us working together. Now, remember, I started on my own, doing my own show in November of 2020. LFA TV became a thing in 2022. We've been doing LFA TV from 2022 till 2026. 4 years, all of us working together. You know, people have come, people have gone. More people will come in the future, more people will go in the future. So there will be a big change coming at LFA, but I'm still keeping my same exact time, my same exact Rise Up, my same exact LFA, and we are just going to trim up a bit so that we can grow and take another direction now. And I can tell you this, and I'll leave it at this before I get into the news today, because I'm sure you guys don't all want to hear about, you know, the day-to-day operations and plans here. Maybe you do, I don't know. But definitely pray for Sean and Brennan. This is a great opportunity for them for sure. And, you know, it's going to be good for him. It's going to be good for us. It's going to be good for everyone involved. If the goal is to make America great again. You know what I'm saying? If the goal is to make America great again, then we're all in this together. And I just want to leave it at this. And we'll talk about this more in the future as well. LFA TV will grow so fast and so massive when I win just the primary in 2028. So going into the 2028 election, early in 2028, when I win the primary for U.S. District 1 congressional seat here in Iowa, there's going to be tons and tons and tons of outlets, hosts, independent media, mainstream media, newspapers, and everything that are going to want to interview or bash or negatively impact or positively impact the campaign. Because once I have a clear path to a general election with a Democrat, that is when the floodgates of attacks are going to open up. When the floodgates of attacks open up, that is going to, for better or for worse, make LFA TV a lot more known. When I win and beat whatever Democrat they put up against me, whether it be Christina Bohannon or anyone, then LFA TV, because we're going to continue it, and I'm going to, like I said, I'm going to either do it from here when I'm in Iowa, or I'm going to do it from there when I'm in D.C., it will remain. And the two will help each other. The LFA TV will be my voice to not only the my fellow Iowans and my constituents, as well as me holding the town halls periodically and talking to them face to face, but it will be my voice to all of you. It'll be like I'm your congressperson as well. Thank you, Serby. It's almost been a year since you sang to Rylan. Can we keep the tradition and get a 15th birthday song for him for Sunday? Eli, we're gonna pin that message, and then we're gonna sing here in a minute after I'm done here. So the job of a congressman is to report back to his constituents or her constituents what is going on in D.C., what bills are coming up, who's fighting for what, who's on our side for making America better and great. Because let's face it, when I'm there, I'm voting on national bills, not just stuff for Iowa. I'm representing the people of Iowa for national bills and hopefully bringing some funding for certain farming projects or whatever it is. But also, since I'm voting on national bills, LFA TV will continue to be my outlet to report to all of you and to everybody in every other state. And while I may be a congressman of Iowa, it's still going to be reporting back to you. My other job is to take the issues of Iowa to D.C. and fight on behalf of my state. So the two will live symbiotically together. The popularity of, obviously, I'm going to be a little controversial. So obviously there's going to be popularity around my my congressional seat. Every time somebody asks me a question, they're going to get an answer that most likely gets a lot of attention because it's not going to be your traditional run-of-the-mill mainstream answer. And that is only going to feed more and more people, knowing what LFA TV is and vice versa. So it's a strategy that we have here at LFA TV. It's something that we've been, kind of talking about for quite some time. And whatever happens, I'm here with you, and you'll be here with me. And we'll keep moving forward. Okay? All right. Eli, can you please do me a favor for Rylan and sing happy birthday for Rylan, please?
Yes, sir. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Riley. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday.
Absolutely happy birthday, and I'm very, very happy that you guys are excited as I am for Sean. And remember, once I'm in that congressional seat, Sean is going to get interviews all the time. Everybody's going to get interviews. I'm not going to say no to anybody. I'm going to be that person that does as many interviews as I possibly can. So, and my goal, obviously, I will count it as a success. Okay? I will count it as a success if in my first 2 years as a freshman congressman that I can get bills introduced that get co-sponsored by people who have been there, respected patriotic congressmen, or co-sponsor bills myself and help push them through. I will consider that a success, and constant reporting back to you and to the people here of Iowa in town halls, of which, by the way, those town halls will be streamed live for you as well. This is going to be an epic race, and I'm going to need all the help I can get. Let's go to the Lord in prayer. I know we kind of drug that out a little bit, but I know you guys really wanted to, talk about the thing with Sean. So, okay. Our Father, who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done, on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. So, what a way to start the show, huh? A lot of changes coming, but you know what? Change is good, change is godly, and let's get busy, shall we? I want to start out with this. This is the Elon Musk that we need going into the midterms. This is the Elon Musk that we need going into 2028. And when I say this is the Elon Musk we need, what I'm talking about is we need somebody with far deeper pockets to cancel out George Soros. And every one of these lefties have been trying to sue in order to stop Elon Musk from being able to use his vast wealth to be able to help the Republican Party. Well, yesterday, Elon Musk was doing an interview with a British reporter, and boy, he let her have it. He let her have it. Not in a bad way, in a very matter-of-fact way.
Support the normal people.
Okay.
What you call the far right, falsely.
You think is the normal person. Okay.
Yes. Literally, you could go back 10 or 15 years, and these policies were completely normal. In fact, one of the tricks that I think is funny. One thing that's quite funny is to take a speech from Obama and Hillary, and then go to someone and say, who's sort of on the sort of what I call the lunatic left, and say, what do you think of the speech by Trump? Like, oh wow, he's the worst person ever. Actually, that was a speech by Obama, or actually, that was a speech by Hillary.
I agree. No, I agree that the center of gravity in this country has shifted. Certainly, the Democratic Party shifted to the left. But that's not what I'm talking about. I'm talking about people like Rupert Lowe. I'm talking about
please.
people.
It's actually just normal people. It's just normal people. It's just
Exactly.
normal people. And And here are the principles. And tell me which of these sound terrible. That we should have secure borders, that we should have safe cities, that we should have sensible spending. Which of those three are far right fringe? And I would like to just admonish you and the media for the absurd characterization of the far right. It is false and misleading and nonsense. Please keep this part in.
We'll keep all of this in.
Yes, please keep this part in. Please keep me admonishing these people. Please keep it in. Because and he's right. By the way, that entire interview was absolutely great. It was absolutely great. Now, one thing I want to, before I play this next video, I want to kind of give you guys a rundown of what today's show is going to primarily, for the first hour, be about. Republicans, stay the course. Republicans have a great message. We have great stories and testimonies of winning in the last year and a half. We have a lot of great people out there that are running or that have won in these primaries. We have a lot of rhinos that we pushed out, not nearly all of them, but a lot that will not be in these general elections. We have awesome, awesome records as it pertains to the southern border. And I'm about to show you how great the economy actually is, regardless of the doomsday naysayers about $4 gas and never-ending wars. What I'm saying is this: stop arguing over semantics. We are in the home stretch of being able to pull off history, and that means the incumbent holding the House and the Senate in the midterm of his presidency. I don't want to hear from any Republican out there about little issues that you might have with Elon Musk when the bigger issue at hand is what we're together on. Thank you, B. Golis, for the $20 donation, and happy Friday to you. Okay? I don't want to hear about, well, I like this person, but I don't really like a couple of the things they said, and then you harp on that. I like Elon Musk, but I don't like the fact that he's for a couple things that I'm not for. That kind of stuff, put your pride aside. I do it every day. Do you know how much I wish that everybody would just think exactly how I think and did exactly how I did it and do exactly how I want them to do it? But I'm going to tell you, unless you go run for office, unless you actually sit in a chair, or unless you're involved in your party enough to know, things don't work like that. We don't win by separating over tiny things. We win by staying united over the bigger picture. And you know what that bigger picture is? Stopping communism. Keeping the border closed so it doesn't get opened up immediately by executive order in 2028, and have the floodgates open right back up again just to reverse everything that we've already done, while fighting our own party, while fighting the other party, while fighting mainstream media, while fighting people like George Soros and big Democrat donor lobbyists. Put your pride aside for 5 seconds. The world does not revolve around you. Nobody wants to hear your, yeah, I really like that guy, and I'm probably going to vote for him, but this is the time that we need to actually start pushing the wins and say what needs to be said to win. I'm not saying if you have a gripe with somebody, you can't air it. But you know what you don't do? You don't keep airing it in every thread, on every show you watch, in every comment section of every social media, beating a dead horse about the little things that you don't like. Like with Elon. Oh, we really definitely do need Elon's money, but I don't like the fact that he's, for legislative bills that would, codify something like the flock cameras. Me neither. But you know what I really don't want? I really don't want to be invaded by another 10 million illegal aliens from third world sugar honey iced tea countries. That's for sure. You know what I really don't want? Communism, socialism. I really don't want those things. Again, no one's saying don't air grievances. Don't beat a dead horse.
Why people loathe you. I mean, some people do loathe you.
Yes, some people do.
But do you understand why? Do you think what you're doing is helpful for Western democracy?
Maybe some people do loathe me. And that's probably true. I don't care.
Yes.
But the fact that, as you pointed out, 250 million people follow me is that I think a lot more people actually like me than don't. And I think a lot more people hate you in the media.
Yes.
More than you realize.
Yes. You know what he was also asked, Eli? Do you hate Muslims? And his answer was, well, and he thought about it. Do you hate, you got to go watch the whole video, the interview. Do you hate Muslims? And he goes, well, I'm against, the Asperger's kicked in. He had to think of the exact thing to say. Kind of glitched there for a minute. Well, I'm against rape and murder, he said. How was his answer, Eli? Do you hate Muslims? Well, thought about it. I'm against rape and murder. Perfect answer.
I don't know. I think what would have been perfect is if they're like, well, it goes back to the commentator, and we'll be right back after these messages.
Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Come on, Jeremy, play the Muslim thing. I will. Definitely. Let me, I think I have it archived here. It's so hilarious. I didn't have it ready in the lineup here, but I do have it. So just give me a second. But, Eli, it would have kind of been like that if that was the case. If he was like, well, and they're like, and we'll take a quick break. We'll be right back. It would have been very similar to that interview with Anderson Cooper and, E. Jean Carroll, which he's like, well, rape isn't, rape comes in a lot of ways. And some people fantasize about rape. And he's like, what? Yeah, we'll come right back here in a minute.
You're fascinating to talk to.
Yeah. You're so fascinating to talk to. Maybe is this the clip right here? Hold on. This might be the clip. Let's see.
Not just the populist right, but the far right. In fact, very fringe parties in some countries.
No, I support the normal people.
Okay, that's the other thing.
And here are the principles. And tell me which of these sound terrible.
All right, that's not exactly the clip. I'm looking for the Muslim thing. I know you guys want to hear it. Oh, here it is. Got it. Oh, this is great. Are you anti-Muslim? I think maybe not. Do you hate Muslims? Are you anti-Muslim? I think the question was. But either way, I've got it queued up. Here we go.
Anti-Muslim?
I'm against having if people are coming to a country with antithetical views, I am against that.
Against rape.
I'm against that. I'm against I'm against rape and murder. I'm against the imposition of
Guy's got 250 million followers.
Rules and laws that are contrary to what we've come to accept in the West. And I think it's a crying shame that the sort of traditional media like you don't recognize this.
Are you anti-Muslim?
I am.
I'm against.
I'm against.
Rape and murder. I love the fact that he did that because you know what's going to happen in my race? They're going to say to me, "You are an Islamophobe," and they're going to say, "You've called for the eradication of Muslims," of which I'll say, "No, I called for the eradication of Islam," and I cheer when radical Muslims are eradicated. There's a difference. Don't you? Don't you cheer when radical Islamic terrorists are eradicated? You don't? You don't cheer when that happens? Well, what about your opinion that Islam should be eradicated? Islam as an ideology, like it's not a real thing, it's just an idea. As an idea, as an ideology, as a book to follow, that should be eradicated. Not the people who follow it. Now, the radical people who follow it, they should be eradicated. Don't you think so? And as far as me saying that my opinion is that the ideology of Islam needs to be eradicated, that's my opinion. Don't you think that MAGA should be eradicated? See that? You see how that works there? We're of the same page, just different opinions. I love that, by the way. That's the kind of stuff that we need going into these elections, is strong people saying strong things about something that all Republicans feel the same about. Not the nitpicky BS that I see all online. And I've seen it right even in here in this chat. Raz and me says, I would cast my vote for you in a heartbeat. $20 donation. Well, you know what? When the political website comes up, I can't have it up quite yet. We're still in a midterm of a different election. As soon as that website comes up, I'll let you guys know, and you can make your vote in the way of a contribution towards the campaign. Okay? Okay. Here's another thing that we should be rallying around when it comes to our accomplishments, rather than focusing on amnesty. Ever but bad timing on the Republicans' part here.
6. Here we go. This is our June release of the Consumer Price Index, expecting a headline number to be negative 0.1%. This is 4 times more negative, minus 0.4%. That would be the biggest negative drop that we've seen since 4/20, since basically COVID timing, which really affected, of course, all of the inflation data points. So that goes back, basically 6-year low. And if we look at the CPI month over month on the core, also under expectations, comes in at goose egg, 0. 0 would be the smallest amount. It would equal Jan of 21. To find a smaller change or a more negative change, or minus 0.1%, that's May of 2020. And if we look at the year-over-year numbers, year-over-year headline, 3.5, 0.3 less than expected, much less than the 4.2 in the rearview mirror. That would be the lightest since March of 6. Here we go. This is our...
Hold on, there's more to that. Give me 1 second here. There's another slide to that. Right here.
This is 4 times more negative. Minus 4
no, that's the only slide. I apologize. 4.2 to 3.5 on inflation. Rates still haven't changed at the Fed. Unemployment came in way lower than expected. Right here. The U.S. job market just pulled off something not seen since 1969. Just 187,000 Americans filed for unemployment benefits last week. The fewest weekly jobless claims in more than 50 years, and far below the 215,000 that economists were expecting. Jobless claims are one of the closest real-time snapshots of layoffs. And the latest numbers suggest employees are still hanging on to workers despite global economic uncertainty because of Iran. Analysts say the labor market has remained surprisingly resilient, just as Trump said it would, even after oil prices jumped following the U.S. strikes on Iran, but still warn a prolonged conflict and higher energy costs could eventually put pressure on hiring. It would also put pressure on the Fed to raise rates. So, am I naive to the fact that we need to stop this conflict with Iran soon? No, not at all. I understand that. But I also told you on February 28th, when all of this started, exactly what the White House said, the economists said, President Trump said, the economy is strong enough to do this. If we're going to do it, let's do it now. Okay? If we're going to do it, let's do it now. And he did it. And look, we go down on inflation. Job numbers are amazing. They're the best snapshot. You know what else we should be touting? You know what else we should be rallying around? Tariffs. Don't listen to the liars and the lefties and the losers about tariffs being passed down to the American consumer. If and when they are, in some, not even close to all circumstances, but if and when they are, it's little bits, ladies and gentlemen. It's little bits for billions and billions and billions of dollars coming in to hopefully get us to a point, as Trump keeps saying, that we won't need federal income tax. That's the whole point of doing it. What else do tariffs do? They force people to buy American-made products, which is a good thing. That might be why you're paying a little bit more for something. But that's still only temporary, because the other thing that tariffs do is they force companies to come back to America. Anybody want to talk about the latest one, that Toyota plant that was going to be built down in Mexico that will now be built in America with over 2,000 jobs with an average pay of $60 to $74,000? Yes, please. So eventually, those American-made costs will come down if we keep doing this. That is another great thing that we should rally around. Despite if people go, oh, they're just going to pass down to us. That's a black-pilled and left-wing stupid argument. Because didn't Walmart come to a deal with President Trump that said we're going to be lowering and slashing prices on everything for the rest of this year to help out with any kind of raise in gas prices or anything? Didn't that happen? Isn't Walmart only one of many stores that said and made that same deal with President Trump? Tariffs.
Peter, another topic. How's the president imposing new tariffs tonight if his tariffs were mostly struck down by the Supreme Court?
Imposing them creatively, Brett. White House officials are now using a provision that lets them punish countries that they believe are using forced labor. And so it's going to be 60 countries that import 99% of goods to this country, dealing with a new 10 to 12.5% tariff that goes into effect at midnight tonight. Brett.
By the way, you know what else tariffs do? Beyond all of that, they are a great negotiator. Oh, we don't want to open this up, or we don't want to do that, or we don't want to do this. All right, well, then we'll tariff you. Okay, we'll do it. Spain. Oh, Donald Trump, we're not going to help Donald Trump. We're not going to do anything with Donald Trump. We're not going to blah, blah, blah. Okay, well, then we'll cut everything from you. Well, hold up. Don't just cut everything from us. Tariffs are a great negotiator, too. So here we can rally around the strong economy despite gas prices. Remember, it's not just about you and your immediate pocket, although that's the talk of the supper table. I get it. But if you're going to have a real good economy, you've got to have a base that's strong. And I can tell you what, based on the fact that we've been shooting bombs at Iran for the last 5 months, our inflation, according to economists and experts, price of a barrel of oil should be $160. Our inflation should be sitting at about 7% right now. The stock market should be at the floor. 401ks should be wiped out. Is any of that happening? Absolutely not. Rosebud said now Giant Eagle has lowered prices as well. That's why I said one of many. Don't listen to the naysayers, the black pillars, and the dipshits. They don't know what they're talking about. They only have a degree in dipshittery. That's it. Hi. Look at me. I have a degree in dipshittery. I can't pass a civics test, but I'll tell you about how President Trump, the billionaire, twice president, actually thrice president, tell you how bad of a negotiator he is. Me, working for, minimum wage, let me tell you how bad of a businessman President Trump is. Oh, you mean the guy that won 3 times who's in the office who's a billionaire? 5 times over? Yeah, okay. Gotcha. Yeah, I'll take your word for it. You know what? I'll take President Trump's word for it. I'll take Elon Musk's word for it. Those two alone, with that IQ, that kind of grit, negotiating, and tenacity, and business-like savvy, I'll take them over the people on the internet, especially the dipshitiots on YouTube. Now, what else can we rally around? What else should Republicans be focused on rather than having a portion of Republicans right now saying amnesty? Has anybody else thought about this? I've been pretty pissed off for a few days here about this amnesty stuff. And the more I think about it, the more it pisses me off. Marinette Miller Meeks and Randy Feenstra, both Iowa U.S. congressmen. Both of them are pushing now, a few months before a very important midterm election, and you're pushing for amnesty, regardless of the caveats of the bill, or regardless of the goal of the bill, or regardless of the very tight restrictions that would cause somebody to be put on a list where they could get amnesty. Outside of all that, you're talking about amnesty 3 months, 4 months before an election. What the hell is wrong with you? The one thing Republicans hate more than anything, while we're busting our butts to try to get the Save America Act passed, and you've got Republicans pushing for amnesty 4 months away from an election? An election that if we keep, it would be historic, and we could just ram through 100 miles an hour, everything else. Are you out of your minds? Why would they do that? I guess that's a good question, isn't it? Why would they do that? Why would they choose now to say amnesty for farm workers and people who have been here for a long time, not causing any trouble? Think about that. Kay Lewis says, even if she runs in 28, Jeremy, you need to challenge her. Oh, I will. And you can bet your bottom dollar that this will be what brings along. Did you guys see how many people said in one day they were done with Mike Lindell for his comments on amnesty? You think that she would be able to survive a Republican primary with somebody like me voting for amnesty or pushing for amnesty? Why do you think the Republican Party is upset with me right now for bringing it up 4 months before an election? I didn't bring it up. I'm a reporter. It's my job. It's not my fault she put her name to it. What should I do? Skip over it so that we don't have any negative remarks about our current congressional people? I'm still a taxpayer. I'm still a resident of Iowa. I still have a family here. I still support her. So I want her to come out and defend her actions. But they won't do that right now. They won't do that right now. Randy also supports the CO2 pipeline, the MacArthur plant. Exactly. All from money from the Green New Deal. That money for those CO2 plants coming through Iowa, all those tax subsidies and credits, they all come from the 2019 failed AOC Green New Deal. It got chopped up, and that portion of it that's giving lucrative amounts of money for farmers to sell their land for the CO2 pipeline to just run through this state, our state, that all comes from the 2021 Inflation Reduction Act, signed by Joe Biden. Do we really want to take that money? We'll talk about that here in a minute. Here's another thing that we can get around. Another thing that we can rally around. Another thing that we can champion. Fighting against communism. How about we stay on these things? Fighting against illegal alien. Fighting against communism. Fighting against socialism. Fighting against men and women's sports. Why don't we stay the focus on that? Rather than trying to push amnesty, Republicans. I don't know, I'm just saying. You guys have the worst freaking timing on planet Earth.
Our border is secure. Jobs are up. Inflation is way down. Factories are opening. Investment is pouring into our country. I told you, $19.2 trillion. Our military is more powerful than it has ever been before by far. You see that. Venezuela, Iran. America is back. It's stronger than ever before. And I'm telling you, it's only going one way. It's going up. As long as we keep our current thinking, our current system, it's going up. If you go the other way, nothing ever succeeds.
Nothing.
I made the statement once, with communism, everything turns to shit, okay? It's true. Terrible thing. It's true. My wife hates it when I do that. She said, you were doing it so nicely, and then you had to use a foul word. You know, Franklin Graham wrote me a letter. President Trump, I love your speeches. I think they're great. But, sir, if you wouldn't use foul language, the speeches would even be better. And I wrote him back. I said, actually, frankly, they wouldn't, you know. Because there's like no word that can replace that word with respect to the subject matter that we're talking about, right?
I agree, President Trump. Absolutely. Why don't we so let's get back to the question. Why would Republicans, some of them, right now, the end of July, getting into the 90-day period before an election, all of a sudden start pushing amnesty? Now, let me talk to you about amnesty for a minute. And again, we'll get back to that in a minute. But let me just talk to you about amnesty for a minute. If you wanted me to be honest with you, and if you wanted me to be realistic, I already just said nobody can get 100% of what they want, right? Okay. So if the Republicans that are pushing amnesty have gotten paid to push amnesty, there's no debate to be had. If the Republicans that are pushing amnesty are trying to find common ground with the American people that don't like ICE out there deporting everybody, what would that look like? And that's what these Republicans have failed to come out and say. Like, I would love to invite, and I have invited, I would love for her to accept the invitation. I'd love for Marionette to come on here in a non-hostile interview and say, can you explain your position? Because if your position is, I don't support mass amnesty for farm workers, but I do support an opportunity for, let's say, people who have been here for a decade. They've done no crimes while they were here. They've paid taxes, and they want to continue to remain here working. If you're saying that you would support them being able to become citizens, but they had to go through the entire assimilation process, that means learn our language if you haven't already. If you've been here 10 years, you should. Swear allegiance to the flag. You can't vote for life or for 10 years more, or if it was something framed like that, and that of which very, very few of the 30 million illegals here would actually qualify for, then I could understand your position. 100%. If it's about the Dignity Act and there's some serious qualifications in it, I at least could have that debate with you, and I might be able to meet you there someday. That's neither here nor there, because that's still not fair to the people who've been trying to do it the right way. That's why I said it would have to be a full assimilation. It would have to be a massive qualification. You would have to meet all this criteria, which very few would meet. But here's the biggest problem of it all. Regardless of whether you agree with that, would meet somebody there on that or not. Why are you doing it now? Why now? That is my biggest problem. Why now? We're getting up to 90 days before an election. Why now? What the hell could you possibly be thinking to where you could do this now? Now, getting back to communism and socialism, right here, you're going to hear an interview from a former Virginia Attorney General about socialism and communism and how things don't look recognizable when they
We
are
got
adopted.
the former Virginia Attorney General Jason Miyares and congressional candidate for the 8th District, Tony Sabio. Gentlemen, how are we doing tonight?
Great crowd, great energy. I think people here want common sense. You don't see common sense on the other side of the aisle in the Democratic primary. You have a couple of socialists. You have somebody who's been in that seat for too long. He's a politician that I don't think can point to any accomplishments. And you have somebody who served his country, an inspiring story where he literally represents the best of America. And I love Tony's unbridled optimism and both his story, personal, and his service. So that's why I'm happy to and proud to stand with him and excited about his race.
Thank you so much, Maria. You know, I'm excited about everything you did, and it's sorry that our country or our Commonwealth has to go through what we have to go through right now. because we lost a good man as far as the Attorney General. We're going to talk about trying to keep our community secure. Yeah. You're the right man with the right message for that. And for that, I'm honored to be with you, standing next to you on that and everything in all your endeavors. I'm standing right by your side because I know that you have guidance principles that's rooted in protecting people's lives.
All right, and Mr. Miyares, I have one more question for you.
Go ahead.
As we know, this is a very blue-leaning district. So what message do you have to the Democratic voters in this district and why they should support Tony?
What you're seeing with Democrats that I've seen across the country is they're horrified at the rise of the socialists that have taken over their party. And I think they've seen such a leftward shift. Today's Democratic Party is not recognizable. It's definitely not recognizable from when I was in college in the Bill Clinton years. And I think you're increasingly seeing disaffected Democrats are saying, you know what? It's not so much as left versus right. It's just common sense, or as President Reagan would say, up versus down. This is about up and common sense versus a bunch of people on the other side that candidly, I don't think represent in any way common sense. And I think it's what you're seeing and why I think you're going to see districts like this across the country that are going to be competitive.
The Democratic Party does not look the same. It doesn't look the same as it did in 2012. It doesn't look the same as it did in 2012 when Obama won his second term. Believe it or not, the Democratic Party looked a hell of a lot better in 2012 than it does now. But after Obama is when during that second term from 12 to 16, that's when it started going crazy. DEI, trans, all of that stuff, didn't earn it stuff. That's when it all really started taking off. We should be rallying and coalescing around that. Don't you think? Let me know, chat. Do you think that that Republicans have terrible timing? They have a great message, but they're bad at putting out that message? They've done great things, but they can't rally the people. The problem with Republicans isn't that they don't love Republicans. Did you see President Trump's approval rating from within the party the other day? It's higher than Obama's and Bush's at that time, 84%. So it's not that people don't love and support him. It's that Republicans don't come out and vote. A. Birmingham, $50 donation on this fundraiser Friday. Thank you so much, A. Birmingham. Don't know if you're a man or a woman, but I appreciate it. God bless you. Octubre said they are trying to sabotage Trump. Well, there's only two reasons. You're either trying to sabotage the president, which means that you're working with the Uniparty, or you've gotten paid or promised something. One of the two. Now, I'm going to show you another video here. The number of homeless people in Los Angeles rising again despite billions of dollars supposedly being spent on reducing the number of homeless. Another thing to gather around. You can connect the homelessness with the corruption. You can connect the corruption with the socialism and the communism. These are all winning things that you can go and hammer to the American public. Donald Trump can't do it on his own out there rallying. I know we're going to have a midterm RNC, convention, but Donald Trump can't be the only one out there pushing this stuff. Can't be. There's got to be more to it. And this is why this is why when they lose, they don't lose based on merit. They lose based on grit and fight and effort. And maybe the Republican Party should stop, the establishment should stop sticking its nose in the air around people like me. You need people like me. You need people like me to take the Republican Party into the next generation. People that have a personality that really can talk to anybody. You could put me in any situation with anybody. You've seen it for 10, 15 years following me. Whether it be in the middle of an Antifa crowd, whether it be in the middle of a BLM crowd, whether it be in the middle of a rhino establishment audience. They need people like us. Sound like Tony? Eli, sound like Scarface, you need people like me, okay? Say goodnight to the bad guy. I don't mean it like that, but, sometimes you need a little grit, fire, and determination in the belly. And the Republican Party does not have that.
Damn, Skippy, sometimes you need to bring some of those awesome one-liners from movies into real world.
There you go, Eli. Like, I'll be back, right? Here we go. Let's go to Los Angeles.
An alarming number revealed by a Fox 11 exclusive investigation. According to multiple inside sources familiar with Los's latest homeless count, the number of people living on LA streets is up roughly 3.5% from last year.
I think it's more than that.
You think it's more?
Right.
What makes you think that?
I see it all the time.
After 2 straight years of reported declines, sources tell Fox 11 this year's count is expected to climb back to around 2024 levels when it's released Friday.
I'm definitely concerned. We've been concerned over the last year that the numbers might go up because of the cuts we've experienced and other changes.
Last week, Mayor Karen Bass warned funding reductions to LAHSA following scrutiny over spending and management could impact progress.
I don't listen to numbers. My eyes are better than numbers.
I've seen a lot going on within the streets that has helped people get inside.
This block on South Hope Street highlights the homeless crisis, where several buildings have caught fire, many people think from squatters.
These are nuisance properties, right? And there's not enough inspectors, there's not enough funding of these programs.
Fresh plywood already ripped from one of the entrances, while Martine digs through burned rubble for metal to recycle. Buscando hierro, metal. As LA prepares for Friday's release, the numbers may be changing, but scenes like this haven't.
Downtown, we face the brunt of it. Downtown is, the heart of the homelessness crisis. We need help. We need more resources. We need to do bigger things.
It's funny you need more and you need more resources. We're going to go back to that in a minute for a Karen Bass statement, but funny you need more and you need more resources. Billions of dollars of taxpayer of money, federally and from the state, and from all those hard working taxpayers in California. It went to solve this problem. What happened? Everybody knows that. Gavin Newsom took billions and billions of dollars. The legislature there earmarked billions of dollars to stop the homelessness crisis, and it's on the rise. Doesn't sound like anything was fixed. Why would you need more? I think we better look under Jennifer Newsom's pillow for that money, maybe. I mean, for crying out loud. Folks, reach down, hit this like button, and share this video, whether you're watching on YouTube or
Karen
Rumble.
Bass just sent us this statement saying, for 2 years straight, we drove down homelessness by historic margins, but as expected, last year our efforts ultimately couldn't keep up with policies and funding cuts on the federal and state levels. This crisis was ignored by city leaders for decades. It's only now that we've seen a historic decline. I will never stop fighting until no Angelenos are sleeping on our streets. Sources say that this report is also going to be broken down by city council district. Some districts saw that increase, others saw a decrease. We're live tonight downtown. Matthew Seedorf, Fox 11 News.
I will never stop fighting until every citizen in Los Angeles is off the street. Well, then I guess you're going to live forever. As long as there's Democrats in charge there, then I guess you're going to live and work forever. That's a message that we should be getting around. And again, not just a message of look how bad they are and look at the homeless people on the street like it's a zoo. No, here's how to fix it. Now, we know how to fix it because they already got billions of dollars to do it and they didn't. But you got to be part of the solution rather than be part of the problem. So you have to say, as a candidate in California or as a candidate running even for president in 28, what am I going to do? What can I do to help that if the governor's failing? Well, there's a lot you can do, I guess, but definitely one thing is for sure. The governor has failed the state of California. And that's why we need to for sure harp on that, because we can't let a snake oil salesman, slick back hair piece of trash like Governor Gavin Newsom ever get anywhere near the presidency. Now, we are number 5 on the live leaderboard, ladies and gentlemen, ahead of Real America's Voice News and right behind the Alex Jones Show and behind Bannon and Steven Crowder. So if you guys could give us a newfound share, we'd definitely appreciate that. Okay, What else can we rally around? How about a huge win in Tennessee, where the federal court has rejected a lawsuit by the ACLU in a bid to block the 9-0 Republican congressional map. That's right, folks. We should be rallying around all of our redrawn maps that absolutely outweigh and outnumber the ones that the Democrats were legally allowed to do. So we're kicking ass and taking names there too. The left's latest attempt to weaponize the federal courts against the Republican redistricting efforts just hit a brick wall again. A federal 3-judge panel on Thursday rejected the ACLU-backed effort to block Tennessee's new congressional map, allowing the GOP-favored boundaries to remain in effect for the state's August primary and November general election. In the opinion, Amber Sherman versus Trey Hargett, U.S. District Judge Benjamin Stivers, Sixth Circuit Judge John Nalbandian, and Chief U.S. District Judge William Campbell denied the plaintiff's motion for a preliminary injunction. The court ruled that Black Memphis voters and activist groups are not likely to succeed on their claims that the map was drawn with racial intent to dilute black votes under the 14th Amendment. The judges made clear what everyone else already knew. This is about politics, not about race. Quote, plaintiffs haven't shown a discriminatory purpose, so they aren't likely to succeed on the merits. The panel wrote in a 15-page ruling. Tennessee lawmakers adopted the new congressional boundaries during a special session in May. The state openly acknowledged that its political objective was to favor Republicans in all 9 congressional districts and help the GOP maintain control of the U.S. House. Democrats immediately screamed racism, as they always do. And here they are today, losing again. Eli, every day I tell the people on the left, whether it be on our YouTube stream or anybody else's, you guys are only spewing the BS that you're spewing, knowing that it's lies about the economy and everything else, because you can't win. You might get some low-level judges to side with you, but when it gets up to the real judges, the circuit courts, the appeals courts, and state Supreme Court, we win 90% of the time. Eli, those are called crybabies.
Yeah, well, there's plenty of them over on YouTube. It's hilarious to watch day in and day out, but they keep coming back, so thanks for the views once again, guys.
Yeah, we really appreciate you. Share the video. Share the video to all your friends and tell them how bad we are, and you should gang up and come over and tell us how stupid we are and how much maggots we are. Here's another thing that we can rally around. I know that we're over the first hour of the show, but this is so important, folks, on a Friday, to leave you out this week, to give you all the information that you can take, whether you share the show or whether you take excerpts and different sound bites from the show. Stop allowing Republicans in your threads on social media to be the naysayers or the doom and gloom Republicans that are bitching and crying about things that don't move the needle other than backwards. Oh, so you're going to... And here's the problem. A lot of those people just say, I'm just not going to vote. Oh, so that means you want the Democrats to win? You want constant impeachments? You want bills put together to open the borders back up and nullify President Trump's executive orders? You want all that to happen? No, not saying that. Then what are you saying? I'm saying that I'm going to punish the Republican Party because I don't like what they did here or there. So that means that it's a vote for Democrats when you don't go vote. The problem for Republicans is they never, ever disagree so much to where they want a Democrat to win. They just sit at home like crybabies on our side. Oh, I don't like the fact that we're still bombing Iran. I really, really cared about Iran and Muslims before all this happened. Crybabies on both sides. Take out your tampon, get your panties out of a wad, and grow up. crybaby, immature whine asses. The House passed a continuing resolution to fund the government until December 4th. I hate CRs. I hate them. I absolutely hate continuing resolutions. And I hate more than a single subject a bill. I hate all that stuff. I really do. But I can't change a lot of that. What I can do is change my perspective and change where I direct the energy, where I can affect change. So you know what I'm going to do? Because I don't like CRs, because I don't like these continuing kick the can down the road resolutions, what I know that the country doesn't like more is a government shutdown. Even if it doesn't affect somebody, they still, the government shut down, the government can't even... No, yeah, the government sucks. That's why we need less of it, not more of it. Socialists, idiots. The government doesn't even do anything right. So you want more of not doing anything right? On both sides, they don't do anything right. But I can tell you, perception is reality in the world and in this country. If the government shuts down, that looks worse for Republicans. Republicans passed a continuing resolution. Rally around that. Rally around the fact that Republicans are passing things, Democrats are blocking things. Rally around that. The bill, by the way, passed 220 to 205. Rally around that. Rally around the fact that the left keeps trying to kill President Trump. How about that? Oh, if you follow me on social media, you definitely saw me post my version of this morning. Actually, you know what? We'll play my version. I like my version better. Sorry, I was just going to play the original, but might as well play the one I did. Ladies and gentlemen, this was from this morning, right here from the LFA TV studio. Well, what do we have here? More violent threats from the left. We've been saying this for years now. And every single time that the left points their finger and says, the right is doing this, the right is doing this, three fingers are pointing back at them. And what am I talking about? Threatening the lives of President Trump, his administration, and his supporters. Don't believe me? Watch this right here.
You know what I think is really interesting? I think it's really interesting that Peter Thiel, who is developing this surveillance state against the American people, has moved to Argentina. Probably because he knows he's not safe here, and he's right. He's in the Epstein files, by the way. They were close associates and partners and planning all of this together. He moved to Argentina. Russ Vought moved to a military base because he knows he's not safe, and he's right. Pete Hegseth moved himself and his family onto a military base because he knows he's not safe, and he's right. Pam Bondi, Kristi Noem, all these people move themselves onto military bases because they know they're not safe. They know they're going to steal the midterms and that they're not going to be safe, and they're right. So here's my question for Congress. Do they have enough space on the military base for you? You think you're going to steal the midterms? You think you're going to topple American democracy? You better ask them if they have enough fucking space on the motherfucking military base for your ass. Because I got a feeling the answer's no, motherfucker. And if you fuck with our democratic republic, you better fucking expect the American people to come see your ass. Because we're going to. Not me, of course, because I would never do anything illegal.
Oh, yeah.
Kind.
Yeah.
But if you think you're going to take black people's right to vote away from them and gerrymander your way out of democracy, you better fucking think again. And if you think the American people aren't going to come see your ass, then you're even dumber than you look. And you look really fucking dumb.
I especially like how he said, we are coming after you, we and us, but I'm not going to do anything because I would never do anything illegal while talking tough from behind the screen of his phone. That right there is why we need extra precaution for President Trump tonight to go to the White House Correspondents' Dinner, which has been rescheduled. I hope the FBI visits you soon. So I tagged the FBI in that this morning and posted it. So if you guys follow me on Instagram, I'll post it on, it's on the LFA TV Facebook page as well. And I'll post it in other places when I'm done. But my point in this is saying, you see what he said? And you want to know something else that I've been picking up lately? Tell me if you've been picking this. I'll pull up the Rumble chat here as well, okay? Tell me if you've been picking this up lately as well. Every single person that you see talking to a media outlet or to a camera or in a press conference lately has said Donald Trump is gearing up to steal the midterms. Have you heard that from literally everybody? From Elizabeth Warren to Dick Durbin to Nancy Pelosi, if she can squeak it out, to Ilhan Omar, to Rashida Tlaib, to even John Cornyn has said something similar to that. Has anybody else noticed that? Let's pull up the Rumble chat. Let's find out. Have you all noticed that as well? They're going to steal the midterms. Let's see. Yep. Jeremy, you're always right. Not always. God is always right. I try to be, though. I try to be. Because the demons know they're cooked, says Aeropink. Yes, I have. Because they are scared. Yes. Yes. You notice they went from we are going to win the midterms, we are going to take the House back, to they're going to steal them. Have you noticed that? Definitely. Yes, they always project. I've definitely heard it. Yep. I noticed that all the time. Yep. Every time they get on a site, that's what they say about Trump now. 100%. Yep. Bill Carmen says, yep. I've heard that also, Gene says. It's ridiculous. Thank you, Jeremy. They know they can't win, so that's all they have to do. Because the cows are coming home. Yep, they're talking. That's their new talking point. I've noticed that, says Logan. Lee says yes. Bill Carmen says dog whistles. Well, could be as well, but it's definitely a fear. It's a fear thing as well. They know what's coming. Mama Rhett says yep. Isn't that weird? You know, just a couple weeks ago, everything we heard from Hakeem Jeffries and every other person under the sun, we're going to take these midterms back. We're going to beat this MAGA clown show. We are going to restore trust back to the American people. And we are going to start holding this administration accountable because they can't just do, we're doing it, hee-haw. Right? And now all of a sudden, Eli, they're going to steal the midterms. Donald Trump and his goons are going to steal the midterms. The Republican Party is going to steal the midterms. They're actively stealing the midterms. Oh, you're going to steal the midterms and we're coming after you. Oh, you're stealing. Oh, you're going to rig the midterms. What happened? Did your balls drop off? Did your courage? Did you lose it somewhere along the lines? Anybody else read The Forest for the Trees? I want to thank Bob and Brett for becoming a monthly Rumble Rant supporter. What's happening right here is they're already putting the excuse on the board. The excuse is already out there for when they lose. They're just stealing. They stole the election. Whoa. Back up the losing faith and trust in our election rhetoric truck. I thought you couldn't say that. I thought you weren't allowed to say those things. I thought you weren't allowed to accuse somebody of stealing an election unless you had cold hard proof. The election hasn't even happened yet. And they said, oh, they're going to steal it. Unlike what we said in 2024, yeah, they'll probably try to steal it, but it won't matter because we're going to make it too big to rig and we're going to kick your ass. And that's exactly what we did. How's it feel over on YouTube? How's it feel? Is your butt okay? Is it still a little bruised from when we kicked so hard and won? I told you never, ever, ever to let us have power back again. You should have cheated harder. Remember this guy, the woke farmer? Rally around being against this kind of craziness on our streets.
All power to the people! Guilty until proven innocent. Congress shall make no law to abridge our right to peacefully assemble, our right to practice freedom of speech. As we see here, this judge needs to go home, Judge Miko needs to go home, and he needs to read the Constitution. Because Ian did not commit a crime, but he is being punished for it. This is America. This is what we need to change. This is what we're fighting to reform. I thank Ian. I thank everyone else who continues to stand up against this despite being persecuted, despite the fear of the federal government kicking down your doors for raising your voice. Do not be intimidated. Do not let them arresting us dozens of times, putting these chains on us for nothing, intimidate you. Keep protesting. When I first met him, it was actually a cell in Whipple. We had both just been arrested for practicing our First Amendment.
Looks like he's lost a lot of weight.
For doing nothing illegal.
Drop the charges!
Drop the charges! We were in there, we're choking on OC spray because he had been sprayed with OC spray before he'd been dragged in there. And a week later, we got arrested for protesting, ICE at this church. And still no crime was committed. And now Ian is here today after being arrested 3 more times, but he still has not committed a single fucking crime. All he has done is
how about go home and go to work?
Amendment right. All he has done is stand up for the Constitution, for the people. So I just want to thank Ian Austin, and I want to thank everyone else who continues to fight when the cameras are long gone, when the New York Times is long gone. I want to thank everyone who continues to put their asses on the line for democracy. All power to the people.
You know the only thing legal is protesting, right? Not rioting. And what happens is these people like the woke farmer, William Kelly, this dipshit in Minnesota, who was a transplant to Minnesota because the Antifa people welcomed him so much with open arms, lost a lot of weight, currently is still in court for his crimes. Stop making a job of it. If you need to protest, you go protest, and then you let your voice be heard, and then you go back to your normal life. Work, paying taxes, being an upstanding, positive member of society, being involved in your community, doing anything but friggin' crying, bitching, whining, complaining, and rioting all the time. The problem with the left is they can't stop. Once they get started, they're consumed with riot-like rhetoric and actions. They're consumed with it. They can't help it. That's all they do. They literally live that lifestyle. And they never get out of it. And then they cry and complain because people are oppressing them and silencing them and censoring them. Unbelievable. All right, we will be right back, folks, after this message from the best and most patriotic coffee company on planet Earth. Think you know what it is. We'll be right back.
In the long history of the world, the struggle to survive has been a constant. The human spirit has been frequently tested. Every man has had his own struggle. Every man has made sacrifices. And every man has been pushed beyond their limits. Survival is crucial. The desire to be prepared has never wavered. Generations that came before us realized the importance of gaining every advantage. How you face adversity could change your life. Success depends on it. History is defined by it. Our spirit is fueled by it. Our strength comes in many forms. The strength to fight, the strength to overcome, the strength to believe, the strength to win, the strength to rise. Rise up, coffee. Rise up to meet your challenge.
LFATV.us and JeremyHerrell.com. Get your American Pecan or your Dark Sumatra Rich Gold coffee. And we're going to be doing some coffee giveaways next week, so stick around for that. Also, I want to give a big shout out to our friends over at OFP Farms. Now, if you have ordered OFP Farms in the live chat, please let us know. And if you have, also let us know what is your favorite. Now, I got to tell you, if you go back to using like regular store-bought Dial or Irish Spring or Dove or anything like that after you've used the bars of soap that come from OFP Farms, your skin will hate you. Your skin will tell you, what the hell are you doing? And where's that other stuff that you used? Same thing if you're using lotions or magnesium cream or anything like that. When you order from OFP Farms, you can bet your bottom dollar that you are getting natural ingredients, farm crafted, and made with grass-fed tallow and goat milk. And not only that, their packaging, it's almost like they're packaging it just for you. It's almost like somebody went out there and customized and ordered something just for you. This is their Christmas in July major 20% off sale. 20% off everything. Now, some conditions apply based on, seasonal box gift sets and stuff like that. But you're going to get 20% off and a free smack pack. How can you go wrong? OFPfarms.com. MDSC said Mango Tango. Oh, I love that one too. My favorite is lavender though. Christmas in July sale, OFPfarms.com. Use the promo code LFA for Live from America on your way out. Help Denise and Corey out and get your 20% off and your free smack pack, which is basically just lip balm. But that's what they call a smack pack. Kit Kat Mar said cucumber melon soap is my favorite. Sabrina loves that one. What does the magnesium cream do? Oh, man. Well, magnesium definitely helps you relax, helps your muscles relax, and helps you sleep better. And the cream, when you apply it to, specific spots, it'll definitely, for relief, muscle problems and things like that, that's what the magnesium cream is for. So, OFPfarms.com, promo code LFA. Vicky just said, I just ordered 5 lotions and tallow balm. I love their lotion. Amen. Teapot said, once you get OFP products, you don't want anything else. And those are our fellow Republicans toughing it out over there in California. Why is there another reason that Republicans should be, or what's another issue, I should say, that Republicans should be rallying around? How about the fact that President Trump is always fearful of his life? Always has to make sure that security is at the utmost priority. Why? Well, because the left keeps trying to kill him. That's why. Matter of fact, we have a rescheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner coming up, and the Secret Service said there are 10,000 active death threats that they know about against President Trump. Eli, do you remember Merrick Garland or anybody from the Secret Service or the FBI saying anything about active death threats against Joe Biden? I don't remember that ever being a case. If it was, I think they would have been screaming it like Ricola 24/7 on on all the news outlets.
Yeah. In fact, nothing even came close to the point where they could even make up a story. Like, oh, this person said this, but it really means that they want to kill him. They couldn't even fabricate anything.
Yeah. Yeah, Joe Biden was more likely to die walking off the edge of a stage or shitting himself to death than somebody trying to kill him. The Secret Service has come out with a statement in anticipation of tonight's rescheduled White House Correspondents' Dinner that there are 10,000 active death threats against President Trump. Remind me, which is the side of violence again? Charlie Kirk?
All right, welcome back. The U.S. Secret Service now says it is facing the most dangerous threat environment in its history. Got about 10,000 threat investigations open so far just since the month of January. That's up 40% compared to the same period last year.
Wow.
Let's bring in Jonathan Fahey, former Deputy Assistant Secretary of Homeland Security. Jonathan, I think a lot of people think Secret Service and they think security for the President of the United States. Their job, their portfolio goes much broader. All right, welcome back. The U.S. Secret Service now says it is
10,000 active death threats. I bet they're not from the right. Meanwhile, we just talked about J.D. Vance yesterday in his second scare with the Secret Service agent who leaked his whereabouts and the whereabouts of his family and his newborn baby, has been caught, will now face criminal charges. The agent suspected of the leaking is now placed on leave, is under an internal investigation, will face criminal charges. will be arrested once those criminal charges come down. The leaker apparently was the source of the liberal media story that Vance's security detail is fed up with his travel. A member of the vice president's protective division is the subject of the administrative investigation, a potential criminal inquiry, as well as subsequent arrest, depending on that criminal inquiry, involving allegations of compromising operational and informational security. I don't know why he wasn't already arrested if they know who it was. I mean, you're putting him on leave for a reason. Why isn't he already facing charges and arrested? Would be if it was a Republican. I'll tell you that. They should hang that loser for treason, not put him under investigation and put him on leave. Possibly your future president right there, lefties. Melt down a little bit more. Possibly your future president right there. How would you like that? Everybody over on the left, how would you like that? If he was your future president, would you be mad? Would you be more mad than you are right now? Mike Crispy, what do you say?
Let's go, baby. Yes, Frankie.
There you go. He says, let's go. I'll take a Marco Rubio, though. How about this story? Talking about leakers. And we talked about this. We reported this leak when it happened. And look who got the axe for it. Not axing questions, Candace. The axe. Okay? Navy official Brandon Newsom has been placed on administrative leave after an undercover video showed him vowing to reverse Pentagon decisions once President Trump leaves, according to acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung. Is it Chow or Cow? We're going to call him Hung Chow, right? Massive patriot, by the way. In the footage released by the conservative media figure James O'Keefe, we showed it to you the other day, and I urged you to go watch the rest of it on your own. Newsom has also called the Iran conflict completely stupid and attributed it to President Trump's ego. Now he has been put on leave, and the acting Secretary of the Navy, Hung Chow, oversaw that disciplinary action. And again, I don't think that leave or firing is enough for these people. I really don't. Okay, you're literally in uniform, which makes you already not a civilian, subject to different kind of disciplinary actions and criminal disciplinary actions. That's why we have a military court. That's why we have JAG officers. That's why we have military tribunals, because you are not subject to the same freedoms. Another thing that Republicans should be rallying around. Oh, it's Cow. Hung Cow. Thank you very much. Make Gitmo great again. 100% agree. Make Gitmo great again. Here's another thing that you can bring up as you're running for office and as you're getting into these midterms. By the way, we're number 4 on the live leaderboard right now. Thank you all for putting us there. You guys know that the Los Angeles Dodgers took the invitation to the White House, presented President Trump with gifts. Well, now angry Dodgers player Kike Hernandez doxes a fan after criticism for skipping the White House visit. Trump-hating Dodgers star Kike Hernandez lashed out at a fan who criticized him for skipping the Dodgers' July 23rd White House visit earlier this week by revealing his personal information and address on social media. This is what the Dodgers player did. The one who skipped going to that invitation from the White House. Rally around Trump derangement syndrome of these crazy people. The Dodgers visited the White House for their second consecutive World Series victory on Thursday, but notably absent from the festivities was Puerto Rican-born utility player Kike Hernandez. Hernandez is currently on an injury rehab assignment playing for the Dodgers AAA affiliate, the Oklahoma City Comets, which is the official reason for his absence. Still, according to Fox News, Hernandez says, "If I was active, I still wouldn't have gone anyway." After hearing about the horrible experience during your last visit to the White House and your excuse for your absence this year, it seems clear that you're just a disrespectful, spoiled, pampered, entitled little brat, a fan wrote. He further slammed the Dodgers organization over the controversy surrounding the Sisters of Perpetual Indulgence, where the Dodgers prioritized the radical left Satanist group and transvestites over Catholics in 2023. Quote, remember you work for an organization that promotes a group I just said, that disparages and denigrates the entire Catholic region, he added. Hernandez shared the letter, as well as the sender's name and address, writing, shout out to Larry for the nice letter. Next time, at least make it handwritten, you nice sir. And he posted his information. TDS, ladies and gentlemen. Rally around that. Now, let's get into the voter rolls. There are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20. There's about 23 states that still have refused to hand over their voting rolls. And let's look at a map of those states, shall we? Washington, Oregon, Idaho, Nevada, California, Arizona, New Mexico, Colorado, and Oklahoma on the West Coast, or on the west side of the middle of the country. Minnesota, Illinois, Michigan, Kentucky, Georgia, West Virginia, Virginia, Pennsylvania, New York, all of New England, New Jersey, Delaware, Maryland, and D.C. Guess who's not getting mail-in ballots in those states? Oh, and Hawaii. F around and find out. The Postmaster General, the United States Post Office, a D.C. Federal Court of Appeals, and President Trump already said, according to his executive order, those who do not hand over their voting rolls will not receive mail-in ballots for federal votes in their mailbox from the United States Postal Service. The only, by the way, authorized mail outlet that can do that. So go ahead. Play stupid games. Win stupid prizes. Go ahead. We don't have to worry about you counting mail-in ballots for days and days and days, because you won't get them. So you ask yourself, if they're facing not getting mail-in ballots delivered in their state by the USPS, if they're willing to forgo the only thing that can cause them to win, why would they do that? It's a very simple question. Only an idiot wouldn't be able to answer it. Why would they do that? Logical answer is they don't want you to see what's in them. They don't want you to find millions more illegal voters on the rolls or dead people.
To take this fight to the Supreme Court?
Well, we do. It's actually closer to 30 states. 20 states have given us their voter rolls voluntarily, and we've found hundreds of thousands of people on those voter rolls who shouldn't have been there. Now, since the governor made this announcement, we've opened up an investigation. We asked her to disclose to us the names of the 6,600 individuals who were wrongfully put on the voter rolls, and then the 400 who voted knowing that they weren't entitled to. And today she hasn't responded to us yet, but she did tell the New York Times and others in New Jersey that she wasn't going to give us that information because, quote unquote, we would weaponize it, and she doesn't trust us with the data.
Stop right there. Their excuse, like Mikey Sherrill, we're afraid you're going to weaponize that or alter it. Okay, very simple then. How about a camera stays with the entire transfer of ownership of those ballots? Every place that changes custody of those ballots, film the whole thing. Film the federal government getting it. Film the federal government going through it. That will show that they can't alter it in any way. And as far as weaponizing it, you're damn right. You're damn right. You should be afraid that we would weaponize what we find in there against you, because it means you've committed crimes or you were accomplice to committed crimes. You're damn right. Or as Eli would say, you're damn skippy.
Well, who can't be trusted with data, Governor Herrell? It seems like it's actually New Jersey, because these people said they weren't entitled to vote, and then you put them on the voter rolls in your state, blaming the vendor, calling it a glitch, et cetera. It is the job of the election officials, not some data vendor, to determine citizenship when they put people on the voter rolls. That's federal law. And it also sounds like, Liz, the state allowed these people to stay on the voter rolls for more than a year after they knew that they weren't legally entitled. That is a violation of federal law, too, federal criminal law. So we're looking at this very carefully.
Do you plan to take this fight to the Supreme Court?
Well, we do. It's actually closer to 30.
So that's Harmeet Dillon. She's the civil rights attorney in D.C. with President Trump. And you already know that after that, D.C. Court of Appeals has already ruled against lower courts who sided with the left, that the USPS couldn't do that. The only really place for them left to go is the Circuit Court of Appeals, which they will lose. And if they, for some crazy reason, win, Supreme Court. Which I bet they will. But it doesn't matter. Because like I told you, you're never, ever stealing elections again. We're not going to let you. And that's why you're screaming, they're going to steal the election. You're already crying about it because you see the writing on the wall. Now, John Thune fumes, ladies and gentlemen. John Thune absolutely fumes over Caroline Leavitt after she said Trump's patience is wearing out with John Thune. I don't know what that means, other than the fact that if you watch John Fredericks at all, and John Fredericks is a good friend of mine, always has been. He's never done me any wrong or any harm. John Fredericks came out yesterday from the White House. I wish I had this video. I didn't save it. But he said it's time for J.D. Vance to go in there while the Senate is on recess and gavel in the Senate and start doing recess appointments immediately. John Thune does absolutely nothing ever. He doesn't lead. He doesn't pass anything. He does everything other than hold the majority and do what the majority's supposed to do. Okay? Here is what Caroline Leavitt said yesterday, I believe it was. And we actually aired this yesterday as well. So, getting back to that.
His patience is running out. He wants to see as much of the Save America passed as possible by the August recess. He knows that's what the American people want to see passed. He was just traveling on the road yesterday, spoke about this, and there was a very loud applause from the people in the audience, the everyday Americans, because voter ID is common sense. They want proof of citizenship in our elections, and the president feels very strongly about that. And I would just add, the American people elected overwhelmingly Republicans to lead not just this White House, but also the House and the Senate. The House did its job. The Senate needs to do its job, too. Look, the president spoke about this.
Shit, maybe I should be running for a U.S. Senate seat rather than a U.S. Congress seat. It seems like you get 6 months off. Seems like you get 6 months off, right? I mean, am I wrong? Seems like they're never at work. Anyway, let's get to what Thune said about this. According to Punchbowl News congressional reporter Laura Weiss, Thune fired back. Well, maybe she or somebody else ought to get on the phone and get the votes, right? He said. Instead of pointing the finger at Republicans, they might think about going after the people who are stopping it on the floor, which is the Democrats. No, it's not. No, it's not. And if there are Republicans that they think are gettable, get on the phone. Let's get them to a yes, said John Thune. Caroline Leavitt's not the leader of the Senate. Dipshit, you are. You lurch-ass, stupid loser. Yeah, I'm calling names. Because that's what he is. You moron. Donald Trump is also not the leader of the Senate. You are. If I said House last time, I meant Senate. You're the leader. That means you lead. Donald Trump is the president, the executive of the executive. She's the press secretary. It's not Democrats that are holding up the Save America Act. It's Republicans. Because all you have to do is force the talking filibuster. That's all he has to do. He doesn't have to nuke the filibuster. He doesn't have to change the filibuster. The filibuster is not even constitutional. It's a Senate rule, number one. Senate Majority Leader can do anything they want. You already have Chuck Schumer and the Democrats saying, if we get in, we're nuking the filibuster, packing the courts. You don't have to even nuke it. Just force the talking. Make them talk for a month. He's a paid opposition piece of shit. Period. Why don't you get on the phone? Everybody called John Thune. We call him all week. Now, his lackey, Jim Langford, watch this back and forth with Larry Kudlow. This is nice.
Right now, you, the leadership in both houses, are bungling everything, sir. I say that with all due respect, and we are personal friends. It's not, but you're bungling everything. Nothing is getting done. Your messaging is non-existent. You've lost your swag, your swagger, your riz, or whatever the young people say. No one knows what the heck you're doing, sir. They had no idea.
Yeah, you're welcome. And this is part of the challenge we've got with all of our media friends out there that continue to be able to beat up on Republicans and say Republicans are all the problem. But apparently the socialist Democrats in New York City, they seem to be perfect because most conservative media right now is beating up on Republicans.
That is deflection. Why aren't you beating up on the Democrats? Most conservative media is beating up on Republicans. Then what does that tell you? Are you that stupid, or you just pretend that we're that stupid? If most of conservative media is beating up on the conservative party over their inactions and lack of testicular fortitude to do a damn thing ever, what does that tell you? I mean, do we have to act like we're fifth grade? Excuse me, Jimiford. Can I just call you Jim? Okay, Jim, all of the people that voted you in, right? You know all those people they voted? Jim Langford, and they got you elected, you know that? Yeah, I know that. Okay, good. I'm glad we can be on the same page here, okay? Now try to stay with me. Yeah, not only all the people that voted for you, that's essentially your boss, but all of the conservative media that chronicles what you do and what you don't do and reports that out to other voters and your voters and the world, they're mad at you because you're not doing the job that you should be doing. Well, you should be mad at Democrats. Why should we be mad at Democrats? John Thune and James Langford want us to be mad at the 10 Democrats that won't side with the Republican Party, rather than being mad at the Republicans because while in charge, they won't force a talking filibuster, which is still not nuking it, which, by the way, nuking it would be constitutional because it is unconstitutional to have the stupid Senate rule in the first place. No, don't be mad at us for not doing something that we could do today. The Save America Act could be passed tonight. Did you know that? Well, maybe not tonight because you'd have to force the talking filibuster. Let's listen to the rest of this crybaby, idiotic senator.
Republicans and just ignoring the socialists who are running rampant all over the country. So I look back on what happened with the One Big Beautiful Bill. Look at the housing bill we just passed. There's a lot of things that are going on that are good, and I understand.
Nobody has attacked Mondami more than I have.
Look at that smile.
I wasn't saying that just about you. I was saying that isn't the point. This is the challenge that we're up against right now.
What is it that your policy is? Senator Langford, my friend, what is your policy? Where are the tax cuts? Where are the spending cuts? Where's the waste, fraud, and corruption reduction? Where is all of that? Where is the reconciliation bill? Where's the straight talk and messaging for the midterms? Where's the growth messaging? Where's the we're going to make it better for taxpayers and working folks messaging? Come on, Senator. Right now, you, the leadership in both houses, are bungling everything, sir. I say that with all due respect.
I'd say it with no respect. I'd say it with no respect. You don't get respect from your constituents and your party. How about that? No respect given to you. And you keep up with that bullshit smirk, that smirk that you have on your face, and you'll never come on the program ever again. Have fun talking to your small social media audience. By the way, Was your job before this a mortician, Langford? Shit, dude. Get some sun. Vitamin D. All right. Mike Lindell. Getting back to the amnesty stuff. I've already told you everything that we should rally around. Now let me tell you everything that we should rally against. Amnesty, amnesty, amnesty. And before I have the person who didn't read the entire agricultural bill, but says they did, tell me that there's nowhere in there does it say amnesty. That's like saying nowhere in the Bible does it say rapture. But snatched away and caught up is in the Bible, which is the definition of our word rapture. So before you even start chiming off in the live chat, I'm already ahead of you on that one. It is amnesty. They're clearly not using the word amnesty because they don't want it to look like amnesty. Read the bill. It gives citizenship to people that are here. That is, I need one of those people, Eli, one of those overdramatic people to do all the sign language so that everybody can get it. That is amnesty. Exactly. So yesterday, Steven Crowder had a good segment on this. I told you that I was going to go see it in its context, and I would see Mike Lindell's response to it. I told you I wasn't going to make a decision until we watched it and saw it together.
Lumpy ass. You got a lumpy ass face.
It may not have been great for his case, but it was awesome for us.
It was a lot of fun, but now I guess people are telling me that this clip is circulating. He said amnesty for illegal aliens. Let's see.
Here's what I propose. It's Stephen. Conditional non-resident visas. And this would be, I'm going to actually talk to the president about this, but I want to start with Minnesota. Don't. These conditional non-resident visas, you would have 6 months. Anyone's here that is an illegal immigrant comes in, you get checked in the courthouse, you get fingerprinted, you get checked in to get this conditional non-resident visa. Now you have 6 months to do that. You're not a citizen, but you don't have to leave ever, as long as a couple of things happen.
Ever?
One is you can't commit a crime be convicted of a crime of a gross misdemeanor or better. Right now we have 1,300 people.
All right, let's stop real quick because we got to break this down. So notice he did not say you become a citizen, which means no voting rights. Notice he didn't say you get full citizenship. He said you don't have to leave. Not really amnesty to become a citizen, but amnesty to still stay here. So we got to make sure we get what he says correct before we make an opinion on it, okay? Back to it.
Better, I think he meant
that are in our prisons,
greater or worse.
Pay $110 million a year to house them. They need to be shipped out. Okay.
Yeah, but the president is not going to go for this.
Let me finish the plan, Esme.
I'd rather you didn't.
So you have this. And now, at the end of the 6 months, if these people, if they want to go get a driver's license, they can go get a driver's license. But just like when I used to get DWIs, there was conditions on my driver's license.
Just like when I got so many DWIs.
They have to learn to speak English and to read our signs.
As you know, I couldn't speak English. I couldn't pass the roadside sobriety test.
Now, if you go to the line to be a legal citizen, then you go to the back of the line. But here's the thing: that line's going to be short, and there's going to be no cost. How are we going to pay for that? Here's how we're going to pay. During this 6 months, the employers that are paying cash, at the end of that 6 months, if they're paying cash and they don't have that card, these guys are committing crimes, these employers. They need to go to jail for 90 days. It'll be mandatory. And then they're going to start paying taxes that we all pay. And the economy's going to go up here because these guys, everyone's going to be
so that's enough. Here's what I'm going to say. No, 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 and no. And can someone give me a little bit of research? Does he do? I know he said the finest Egyptian cotton for a while for like the sheets.
It's not.
But were the pillows made in the United States? Does he do the made in America thing? Because if he does, I'm willing to bet, a hunch, call it a hunch. I'm not alleging anything. A little bit of an American Apparel situation here where you say made in America, but then we find out that made in America might mean sub-minimum wage pay for people who are off the books. Because he's also advocating for basically absolving employers of those crimes. Like, just give me 90 days.
Give me 90 days if I'm paying cash. Then I'll pay taxes, but don't punish me.
Like, I think he may have some selfish motives here.
Yeah. And so it's just, so I had a conversation, and it struck me as very similar to this. I had a conversation with a congressman recently in the last 2 weeks who doesn't get it.
Didn't you talk with him, Mike Lindell?
No, I did actually at the RNC.
Yeah.
Talked with him specifically. I don't even remember it. It was kind of a...
Okay. Eli, can you do me a favor while I'm showing this next clip? Eli, can you look up, give me two different places that give you the definition of amnesty, okay? And while Eli is playing that, here is Mike got so much backlash from that yesterday that he had to go on Emerald Robinson, who's on his network, just to smooth it all over. Here's what he said.
Dell is the #1 trending topic if you've looked on X today, with tens of thousands of tweets reacting to what he had to say about illegal immigrants in our country. Now, it was spun in most media, especially the Washington Examiner headline, as being a mass amnesty plan, to which many of his followers and conservatives reacted immediately.
Why wouldn't we?
But is it really amnesty? And is this, as the Examiner and John Solomon's Just the News tried to spin it, a break from President Donald Trump's policy, who is obviously his good friend, and President Trump has just endorsed Mike Lindell
Not before
for governor
that statement
of
was
Minnesota. Join us now to react is Mike Lindell himself. Mike, thank you for joining me. My phone has been lighting up. Do you support mass amnesty, and have you broken from President Trump?
Fake news, 100% fake news. I do not support amnesty. I have the president's back. Everything he says to deport all the illegals, I've always had his back on everything, and I have the proven track record. And let me tell you now, Emerald, before we've talked before, this just is fresh off the news here in Minnesota. This is breaking 2 minutes ago. I just got a call from my lawyer. Now, a lawyer in Minnesota here has come against my campaign, saying that I broke campaign laws, by giving out pillows at the parades we had in Minnesota here at our campaign parade.
What does that have to do with
So
anything?
let's follow you guys. Follow this track. I did an interview a month ago, everybody, with Esme Murphy. I did it in Minneapolis. I'm at an event last night, Emerald, and I'm sitting there, and all of a sudden I look at social media, and it breaks open saying I want 6-month amnesty. And they're pulling up stuff from the past, taking comments out of order. Well, I got news for everybody. I am against all amnesty, period. Anything I've ever said has been taken out of context and going, hey, in Minnesota here, if you become governor, we got a mess here in Minnesota. We protect criminals. We protect everything. It's so simple. If I'm governor, first thing you do, ship out these illegals that have come and that are in our prisons. We know where they're at. And then as you get arrested, you go, hey, ICE, we got some more. In Minnesota, they give licenses to illegals, driver's license. And the biggest thing, Emerald, you can vote in our elections here. We don't know who you are. If crimes are committed, we don't know who you are. Now, I did say, you know what? Some of these visas, that people haven't renewed their visas, that even the President Trump says these seasonal visas, these people, they overstay or whatever because they're afraid. Who knows what's going on? But there are visas that are out there, and everybody's putting this in this class. And I go, in Minnesota, I did bring up a problem. All these employers are paying people $1.5 billion worth of revenue, tax revenue, cheating other companies and people in Minnesota and the federal government by paying these illegals illegally. So we talk about this, and I'm not an immigration expert, and these are things that would have to be done at the federal level to clean this up, and they're working on it. It's a very complex issue. But what the Minnesota, and I believe this is the right, what they did, they just attacked me saying, Mike Lindell wants 6-month amnesty. Now, I am going to tell everybody where I made a mistake. Last night I'm at an event and I can't get off that stage, everybody. So I called my social media gal and I said, this is what's happening. They're all saying I want 6-month amnesty. We got to do something. So we both talked and said, let's put out a meme and it said 6-month amnesty, question, find the real truth here. Well, just like the president, when he said, go see the evidence that was declassified, nobody went to see that. It made it look like, wow, Mike does really want 6-month amnesty. For that to happen, you couldn't put these horrible events right in a row. If I wouldn't have been on that stage, I was just ready to take the stage. I would have thought it through and going, I'm not going to put question mark. What about people that didn't even read those other attacks by the Washington Examiner? So it went viral, Emerald, but people know me. They know, of course, I have President Trump's back. He just endorsed me. That's why they're attacking. This is the Minnesota GOP. It started with them, started with the Minnesota media, and I've got people calling my pillow. They're calling all my people out there in Minnesota that are on the ground. Even some of my people. I'm not going to walk in your parade today. Well, did you bother to ask me? You know me. I fought for this country. It's America first. We are first. I've always had the president's back. You got to get illegals out of here. They poured across the border. There's no amnesty. And then people can say, oh, Mike, you're scaling it back. I never wanted amnesty. Anything I said when these liberal media was interviewing me, I said, here's what could be done. You could go get all their fingerprints, get them in there. And then if they vote in our elections, they're out of here. They commit a crime, they're out of here. At least we knew where they were at, but that's not a pathway to citizenship. It was a suggestion to going, hey, we could do this. And then I want to tell everybody this because they're going, well, Mike, this been posted, some of the things that you put in there for to fix us nationally. Well, you guys, this goes back to, I'm going to quick tell it, in 2015.
Mike Lindell is
All right, a lot to unpack there. How do I respond to that? I believe he walked back some comments. I believe he might have made some comments that, regardless if you call it amnesty or not, Republicans are not happy with. Look, you have to understand where we're at right now, Mike. Okay? Talking as a normal person here and talking to somebody who knows Mike, is Mike a good guy? Absolutely. Has anybody fought harder and lost more other than Donald Trump for election integrity of this country more than Mike Lindell? I don't think so. Not and lost more anyway. Does he want full amnesty? No. But at the same time, if you're talking about making work visas permanent for these people, giving them like a lifelong work visa, then what's the problem with them just continuing to renew their visas that they get? What's the problem with them having to renew their work visa or go home for a period of 2 weeks and then come back under a new visa until they come through legally? I don't think that the responsibility should be on the United States government here. Okay? As it stands right now, our laws say no. So unless Congress were to go and make new immigration law that says, these people and these people have to meet this criteria and they still got to come through the process, as of right now, the law is no. So, do I think Mike Lindell's a bad guy? No. Do I think Mike Lindell is trying to appease or appeal to somebody or possibly even keep workers himself? Yes. Do I think that this was a good time for him to say that? Absolutely not. Do I think he wants this country to be overrun by illegals? No. Do I think he loves this country? Absolutely. And I think he loves America and Americans. But you can't say that stuff because you meant it. And watching that second video, I feel that you were trying to walk it back, but still not saying, never mind. What he should have said is this. Here's what I believe he should have said. He should have said this. I made some poor statements. Obviously, that's not what the people of Minnesota want, the Republican Party there. Obviously, that's not what people who support me all around the country want. So because I'm going for a governor's spot, a gubernatorial seat, I'm going to listen to the people, and I am not for permanently giving people work visas. At least he could have said that, but no, he walked it back by saying, I'm not for that. That's fake news. Well, it's not fake news, Mike. I heard you say it. I didn't have to have it out of any other context than what I heard you say. Now, maybe you could have said, I don't know what I was talking about that day. I was just doing this. Maybe you could have said that, but you didn't. You see, there's no excuse with these. There's no excuse that you can't get your message to the people that support you. There's no reason you can't get a message to your voters. There's no reason you can't get a message to your customers. Before you go out and make a stupid statement like any kind of amnesty in a heavily charged Save America Act year where ICE is out there busting their ass and putting their lives on the line to get out every illegal alien, don't you think maybe you could A, shut up for this year and then maybe come back next year and say, hey guys, this is what I'm thinking. Marionette Miller Meeks, my what do you want to call it? My congresswoman. You go to her Facebook pages, go to her Instagram pages. Everything that she's doing, everything that she's sponsored, introduced, co-sponsored, every event, every parade, every debate, every hearing that she's involved in, everything she does, she posts, which is good, right? Do you know the one thing she did not post about? The fact that her and fellow Congressman Randy Feenstra here in Iowa both are pushing the Agricultural Work Visa / Amnesty Act. Didn't put that out once. Didn't put it out as a statement, didn't put it out as a tweet, and didn't put it out as a video to her constituents. Now, had she said, guys, here's what is going on. We think that we can actually, maybe turn down the temperature and at the same time show that we are compassionate towards people. We want to give this certain people some kind of a prolonged work visa. This is what it would be. The requirements would be they can never vote. They're not actual citizens unless they go through the citizenship process. Then at least it's transparent. At least it's transparent. But she didn't even do that. So regardless of the fact that I'm running in 2 years for the seat that she has, this has nothing to do with that. This is my job. This is what you pay me to do. It's not my fault that she was on that list. So now let's get to the ultimate question. Do you still support Mike Lindell? Do you still support Marionette Miller Meeks? What did I tell you in the beginning of the show? What's more important? Is it more important for you to stick it to Mike Lindell and say, I no longer support you for be the governor. I'm going to have cross-eyed Amy Klobuchar win. Is it important to me to stick it to Marionette Miller Meeks after I've already had my voice heard and keep beating that dead horse while she's in election year so that Christina Bohannon wins because Republicans go, well, now I'm not going to vote for her on that one issue? What's more important to you? Now, if you want to say, I'm not going to support Mike Lindell for My Pillow and I'm not buying any more pillows from him, that's your prerogative to do so. And as a matter of fact, until Mike Lindell comes out and unequivocally says, the law is the law, anybody that shouldn't be here needs to go, I don't care what their circumstance is, I will not promote My Pillow anymore. Because that is me personally standing on my integrity. Okay? That's me standing on my personal integrity for this business, for all of you, and for me and my family. I don't think that I want to support somebody financially that wants, in this situation, in this scenario, in this year that we're in, with everything that's going on, any kind of free ride for anybody that's here illegally. That's just my personal opinion. I'm not telling you not to. I won't even be mad if you do, because that's one of those things that in a large scheme of things Mike Lindell's opinion on it isn't going to make it law or make it happen. Mike Lindell's opinion on it, even as a governor, if he were to win, isn't going to change federal law. And I doubt Mike Lindell would actually work against DHS and Trump to say you can't come in and get these people out. What's more important, Republicans winning elections or Democrats winning those elections and you sticking it to the Republican Party? In the meantime, cutting your own throat. That's why I said in the beginning of this, Republicans need to rally around what works and shut their mouths about what doesn't. And I'm going to tell you right now, don't take my word for it, Republicans across the country don't want to hear the word amnesty for anyone ever. So, that's where I'll leave that. We'll take a quick break. Please let me know how you feel in the live chat. Again, I'm not telling anybody not to support the man at all. Support him however you want. I'm just not going to promote the pillow company while he's got amnesty on the brain. Or even if it's not just amnesty, even if it's partial. I don't agree with that. But I still want him to be governor over cross-eyed Amy Klobuchar. You know what makes your eyes go uncrossed? Armor colostrum. Right? Maybe Amy Klobuchar could take some armor colostrum and change her name to Amy Colostrum. Maybe that would be it. Colostrum is the 400 plus bionutrient superfood that you get when you're a baby, when your mom breastfeeds and gives you the best immune system that you can get. Setting you up to have a good immune system, good skin, healthy physical body. That is what Armor Colostrum is. That's what it does. Grass-fed, pasture-raised U.S. colostrum, clinically backed, third-party tested, and you can get orange, peach, sun gold, apricot, vine, watermelon, wild lime, or just the original that I do. 2 to 4 scoops a day. Now these scoops, as you can see right here, let's play this video. Go back to this video. Let's play this. Will it play here? It probably won't. Let's see. No, it won't play from there. But as you can see, ladies and gentlemen, there's the lady scooping it. It comes in this beautiful box. Gives you all the information that you need. Definitely great for your skin. Definitely great for psoriasis or rashes. And absolutely great for your gut health. Armor Colostrum at armor.com/LFATV. And of course, Fatty 15, another great supplement that I take daily, but this is for energy, sleep, and longevity of life. C15, an essential fatty acid that your body needs for prolonged life, meaning that your cells are constantly being worked. Any damage that's done to your cells, as long as you're taking a healthy dose of C15, will be immediately rectified. It'll be fixed. You will prolong your life by prolonging your body at a cellular level. It's delivered right to your door. Cancel anytime. 30-day money back guarantee. And let me tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, the cellular benefits of Fatty 15 are out of this world. Don't ask me. Don't even take it from me. Research yourself. What is C15 and what does it do for your body? After that, I have a feeling you will definitely rush out and get yourself some C15. Fatty15.com/LFA. That's fatty15.com/LFA. Is Mike Lindell still a patriot? Yes, absolutely. We can have differences of opinions on people who are here and people who should be here and people who shouldn't be here. And we can still support Mike Lindell. I support him 100%. But unless he comes on for an interview and clears it up for me personally, I'm going to take a break on promoting the Pillow Company. And that's my way of holding people accountable. Same thing with Marinette Miller-Meeks. Do I want her to win? Absolutely. Will I be out there excitedly campaigning for her? No. Not until she comes on and gives me an interview. And at least has the moral compass and the integrity to stand up for what she's fighting for, even if it means there's going to be a little bit of a tension there. We're still Republicans. It's fine. It's not like we're going to go vote Democrats. But come on. You got to have a little bit better sense than that. You just do. Now, Republicans are being accused of stealing the election that hasn't even happened yet. But the reason that we're accused of stealing an election that hasn't even happened yet is because we legally redrew maps. It's because we legally took out the racist drawing of these maps. It's because we are legally and by executive order making sure that no non-citizens vote in this election and that mass cheating cannot happen. That is what they're accusing us of cheating. Meanwhile, the Democrat Party is actually cheating.
They are considering a lawsuit against the state's Democratic Attorney General. They say Rob Bonta has rewritten a ballot description for a voter ID initiative in a way designed to sway voters. Senior national correspondent William Lajeunesse takes a look from Los Angeles.
This initiative will now appear on the November 2026 ballot.
More than 1 million Californians signed petitions putting voter ID on the ballot. But what voters see and what they signed are different.
It is to make people confused and to work and undermine the election process.
Supporters say State Attorney General Rob Bonta stacked the deck against them. Here's why. The original title for Prop 39 said it establishes additional voter identification and citizenship verification requirements. Tuesday, the Attorney General changed it to prohibit citizens from voting unless they present government-issued identification.
He is framing this as prohibits citizens from voting for a reason. He is framing this in the language in summary now that says bans mail-in ballots.
Here's what he's talking about. The original summary said it requires voters to present government-issued ID at the polls or the last 4 digits of a government-issued ID number when voting by mail. The new language says it prohibits voting by mail without a government ID, invalidates mail ballots if the envelope doesn't include the 4 digits of that ID, and prohibits voting in person without a government ID. Changing require to prohibits and invalidates, critics say, changes the meaning.
We're fulfilling our duty. It accurately, fairly, descriptively, informatively.
That's right. We're being accused right now of being right-wing propaganda, and I said, and you're watching it. And you're watching it, and you can't stop. See, that's the difference between a Democrat and a Republican. We don't take in stuff that we hate, stuff that we think is slop. You guys can't stay away from it because you're that stupid. Because you're that friggin' stupid.
All right, a huge fight over election integrity in California. Backers of a ballot initiative that would change the state's voter ID rules are furious after the state AG there changed the description of the measure as it appears on the November ballot. We know wording is very important in these votes. William Lajeunesse is in L.A. He's live with more. Hey, William.
Well, Shannon, supporters say this is a last-minute attempt to manipulate the election and kill the voter ID mandate, and here's why. So under the law, the Attorney General must provide a, quote, true and impartial description of a ballot initiative. So you be the judge. Here's the original title that the Attorney General provided for Prop 39. Quote, it establishes additional voter identification and citizenship verification requirements. Well, now take a look at the new description. Prohibits citizens from voting unless they present government-issued ID. Well, that's night and day, critics say. It's a blatant attempt to use negative language to mislead voters.
We know exactly what AG Bonta is doing. He is framing this as prohibits citizens from voting for a reason. He is framing this in the language in summary now that says bans mail-in ballots.
So here's what he's talking about. The original summary said, require voters to present a government-issued ID at the polls or the last 4 digits of a government-issued ID when voting by mail. Well, the new language says invalidates mail-in ballots that don't have those last 4 digits of a government ID written on the envelope and prohibits in-person voting without presenting a government-issued identification. Using invalidates and prohibits instead of require, critics say, changes the meaning. Bonta's office disagrees, saying, quote, we take our responsibility seriously at all stages of the process. It is not uncommon for the ballot title and summary to change from the circulated original version. So obviously, Shannon, language matters. Polls show this measure should pass, but honestly, most voters, right, they read the title, they skim the summary, and when you see prohibit citizens from voting, well, that will hit the negativity bias. The Attorney General should speak to the press later this morning. Back to you.
We will watch to see if he has any clarifying statements then. William, thank you so much. All right, a huge fight over
So there you go. So while the Democrats are already saying Republicans are going to steal the next election, crying about it, they actually are. Let me ask you on Rumble, the thousands and thousands of people that are watching over here. Does it bother you when Democrats cry and scream racism and bigots and maggots and degenerates and deplorables and pedophiles and pedophile protectors? And does it even bother anybody anymore? Or do you take it as a compliment? I take it all as compliment, Eli. How about you?
Oh, I take it as a compliment. We've taken that and so many other words like deplorables and we've turned it to a positive. My new favorite one is maggers.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, well, they really want to say the other word, but they can't, so they kind of just say it as close as possible. Let's see what the people here over on Rumble say that completely dominate the numbers of the people over on YouTube. I wear it as a badge at this point. I'm nose blind to their garbage. It's humorous. I laugh at them. Not too much anymore. I drink their tears and laugh. Doesn't bother me. I wear it as a badge of honor. No, I laugh. Don't give a shit what they say. It's not true. We expect it from Democrats. Doesn't bother me one bit. I take it as a win-win. Democrats always blame Republicans for what they do themselves. Absolutely. Expected from the dum-dums. Libtard fatigue. It's definitely lost a sting. Its sting. I'm a proud racist MAGA. Blah, 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 blah. Exactly. Doesn't bother me. It's irrelevant at this point. That's right. They are about as relevant as their wins in politics, which is not very many anymore. I mean, they lose pretty much all the time. Like, all the time. Imagine being that much of a loser. I just couldn't. I couldn't. Now, Governor Mikey Sherrill, even though, Eli, what's up?
Well, that's a stark contrast to some of the numbnut comments over on YouTube. You guys are playing stupid. This one was a good one, too. Apparently, you're going to be working at a Walmart after the midterms, Jeremy.
Oh, wow. Wow. Well, hey. At least I'll be working.
Welcome to Walmart. Please enjoy your stay.
Sir, can you please give me your bag here? I want to check your receipt. This guy stole something. Hey, this dirtbag Democrat stole something. Hey, at least I'll be working, right, Eli? I'll take it. At least I won't be talking shit on YouTube all day, not working. Right? At least I'll be working. And if I got to work for Walmart, at least I'm working for my money and not getting SNAP benefits and food stamps like all of you. You're welcome. Mikey Sherrill. She had to try to save face since, the voting rolls over there got so, it's such a spotlight on them. She says 6,600 illegal people were on that voting rolls. Department of Homeland Security says, it's 35,000. Either way, illegals on the voting rolls. But she couldn't do, make a statement without saying, it's Trump's fault. It's always Trump's fault. Trump.
We move very quickly because the people of New Jersey obviously deserve accountability and transparency. We're running an independent investigation right now to get to the bottom of exactly how this happened and what's going on. But, it is not a surprise to me that the federal government, that the Trump administration wants to immediately weaponize this against people as opposed to focusing on making sure that we're running free and fair elections. That's my focus. I would say again that Trump has done more to undermine our election system than anyone in my lifetime, including Vladimir Putin. He has attacked the 2020 election, which he ran. He has also sent out an insurrection against us when we were trying to certify that election. He then has defunded all of the ways in which we protect and keep our elections safe. So contrary to what he's doing here in New Jersey, we are focused on running fair elections and getting to the bottom of what took place.
Yeah, somebody's mad. Yeah. Do you know what it's going to take for you to ever get the White House back? An insurrection. We're not giving it back. I've been saying that. I'm not just saying that to troll the people on the left, I'm actually saying that for real. We are not giving the White House back to you. And we'll do everything in our power to make sure that it doesn't happen. Sometimes you got to go outside the norm to make sure that the crazies don't control the chicken coop anymore. So whatever we got to do, we won't give it back. So it's going to take an insurrection on your side. And then I guess we're 1 for 1, huh? See, the difference between our insurrection and yours is ours had no guns, and we're the ones that died. Yours, you'll bring guns, and you'll be the ones that die. Clee Sully said, how does a girl get a birthday shout out? Well, first of all, you don't have to donate $100, which you just did, and I thank you so very much. But happy Eli's already sang today, so let me sing for the people over on YouTube so they can and get in the groove with me. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday, dear Clee Sully. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday. Somebody over on YouTube's fascist. What are you going to J6 again, tough guy? No. See, we're the ones in control. We're not just going to give it to you again and they J6 anything. You'll have to J6 this time. Okay? You'll have to J6 this time. Bring your guns, bring your knives, hide your kids and hide your wives because you'll all not make it home that day. It won't be like the Fedsurrection. We'll handle it like a real insurrection. So, good luck and all.
Hey, Bud, over on YouTube, why don't you give us the definition of fascist and tell us exactly how we're acting fascist? And by the way, MFer does not believe in democracy. Well, that's because we live in a constitutional republic.
Yeah, we definitely don't believe in democracy here. We live in a constitutional republic. You should look it up, okay? What? I saw your mouth just...
Dude, I kind of hate to admit this, but he might be one of our brethren in Helldivers. He just said, may Super Earth smite him.
Oh, dang, bro. You want to play with us? Me and Eli play that all the time. Yeah. Just saying. Maybe we'll have some liberty together. How about that, Eli?
Yes.
Too bad you couldn't go against other players in that game. We can invite him to our crew and then just smoke him.
Well, you can. It's called friendly fire.
Anyway, Michigan County Clerk drops a bombshell. 1,062 non-citizens found in a jury pool list. 40 are registered to vote in one county. Can't make this stuff up. Hey, for the guy over on YouTube who keeps posting for us, voter fraud proven, this is for you. From January 1st, 2025 to June 30th, 2026, Falorni's office identified more than 1,000 prospective jurors who self-reported that they are not U.S. citizens, and of those individuals, 40 more were found to be registered to vote in Macomb County's qualified voter file. 5 of them even have a voting history. So before you go, oh, it's only 40 people. Well, I thought it was only 400 who admitted it in New Jersey. I thought it was only 6,600 who we found. I thought it was only a few people who were buying ballots and selling ballots and fake names over in California. I thought it was only a few people in Act Blue who were donating but weren't really donating in the tunes of millions of dollars to funnel money illegally to Democrat campaigns. I thought it was only a few. But see, this isn't even an audit of voters. This was just a jury pool, and they found that much. The clerk's office referred these findings to the Michigan Bureau of Elections January 13th, April 28th, and July 10th of 2026. Under Michigan law, only U.S. citizens are eligible to vote or serve in jury duty. Yet non-citizens continue to receive jury summons because the jury pool is generated from the Secretary of State's driver's license database, which includes illegal aliens. Ooh, Jocelyn Benson, what's going on in your state? And you want to be the governor there? Tisk tisk. Tisk tisk, that means you got illegals in your system. Uh-oh. Jason says vote fraud proven again. Just a little bit, but yes, once again. We do it every day. You know, there's two things that we do every day, Eli. We prove another vote fraud scheme, whether it be now or from 2020, and we almost every day talk about another story of another illegal alien killing another American. You know, Eli, when an American officer in the ICE agency kills an illegal alien because they're not complying, the world goes batshit crazy for 2 weeks. But every day when we report an illegal alien kills an American, nobody cares, except for our audience.
Well, not only do they not care, they don't believe it in a lot of circumstances. Like I told you, I tell people about Laken Riley and Jocelyn Nungray all the time. I hear, well, I don't think that happened. Well, just stop next time at I don't think. You're good.
There you go. An Indian illegal alien trucker with a valid California CDL busted hauling nearly $3 million in stolen military-grade equipment. Now in ICE custody. Wow. You know, they're just upstanding citizens, Eli. They're just here for a better life. They're just here for the American dream. Meanwhile, they're getting driver's licenses illegally, coming into the country illegally, getting benefits illegally, killing people. You know, they're just Maryland men. They're just Maine men. There he is. Transporting $3 million of military-grade equipment. They're just looking for a better life. An illegal alien from India who possessed a valid California commercial driver's license, which should be illegal, is now in Immigration and Customs Enforcement custody. Ah, yes. After authorities caught him transporting nearly $3 million worth of stolen oxide powder. The suspect, identified as 31-year-old Deepak Kumar, was arrested in... Oh, Deepak. That's right, Deepak. That's how you pronounce that. Deepak Kumar was arrested in Greenfield, Indiana. Well, at least it sounds close to where he's from. After police tracked his tractor trailer traveling westbound on Interstate 70. The truck was wanted in connection with a massive cargo theft reported in Pennsylvania on June 25th. According to the Greenfield Police Department, Kumar is suspected of using fraudulent documents to obtain nearly 40,000 pounds of tungsten oxide powder, valued at a staggering $2.9 million. The powder was being shipped to Mitsubishi Materials Corporation in Japan. They were alerted to a wanted semi-truck driving around 6 a.m. on Saturday morning, traveling along Interstate 70 westbound, entering Hancock County, that was involved in a theft cargo in Pennsylvania. The driver of that truck was identified as Deepak Kumar, another one that bites the dust. 31 years old, of Fresno, California, actually of India. They should just say of India. Was arrested and is now in ICE custody because they shared that information with the Department of Homeland Security. So, another one bites the dust. Woo! That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Another one bites the dust. And I think we could say to him, have fun going home to India. Bye-bye. Herrell and Kumar go to White Castle. Absolutely. Wayne Davis, Eli, $5 donation, says, can I get a birthday shout-out for Sly? Is that Sylvester Stallone? Happy birthday, Sly. God bless. And have a great birthday. A lot of birthdays today, Eli. Like 5 or 6 of them I saw in there.
You know, hey, Wayne, I just wanted to say, if you could just pass this on for me to Sly, very big happy birthday.
Eli, Samurai over on YouTube says, blah, 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 you sound like the Orange Dictator. Oh, thank you. I've never had a better compliment in my entire life. I get to work and sound like Donald Trump? Excuse me. Excuse me. Okay? Nobody knows oranges or working like I do. And nobody knows food stamps more like you do, okay? You know food stamps, I know paychecks, all right? Let's keep it that way. Thank you. I appreciate that great compliment. That's awesome. That is awesome. Thank you so very much. Says, I'm the biggest troll on YouTube. Yeah. Mission accomplished.
That other guy is still going crazy with the Helldivers thing. MFR does not get the satire in Helldivers. I understand it. I get it. I get it in that. I get it in Starship Troopers. But does that mean I can't enjoy the video game or the movie? I understand it.
I just love the fact that we're keeping you guys here. You know what? I think the one thing that we do all have in common is that we all like a good laugh, right? So I don't care why you're here. I just care that you're here, engaging in this great show. Clearly the best show on the internet, because even people who hate it watch it. How about this one for you? Breaking. A woman who drove members of Tren de Aragua, you've heard of them, right? The gang to a mass shooting and abided with their escape has been deported, according to the Department of Homeland Security. Giovanna Mercedes Moreno Apachino de Dipshitty Catanos. I don't know the rest of the name. A former Illinois school teacher. Well, I bet that was a great time for those kids. Was arrested by Chicago's police, but was subsequently released due to the city's sanctuary policies before ICE found her, grabbed her, and scheduled her for deportation. Woo! Would you like to see a picture of her? Here she is. Giovanna Mercedes Morano Apchidiat Dipshittiat Gonzalez. So I think we should flush her, don't you? Another one bites the dust. Another one flushed down the toilet. Another turd gone. Eli, we keep getting rid of turds. We'll have a nice, clean country. Let's get rid of all those turds, shall we? Here's one for you. The video says the little boy had to watch his father get taken away from him while the ICE agents laughed and gave each other high fives. Well, the ICE agents are actually congratulating each other for actually doing this without having to hurt somebody, and without anybody else getting hurt. Is it sad that the little boy is losing his father? Absolutely. Do I laugh at the little boy who's scared and crying that he lost his father? No. Am I happy that his dad is getting deported? Yes. Maybe we should keep the family together. And maybe you and your mom should go with your dad.
Es la triste realidad de lo que estamos viviendo. De un lado ves a varios hombres saludándose, sonriendo y felicitando como si fuera un día más. Del otro lado ves a un niño llorando porque acaban de tener a su papá. Luego entro en los comentarios y leo una y otra vez: Dios quiso esto, esta es la voluntad de Dios, amén. La verdad, esto duele, porque crecí escuchando que Jesús hablaba de amar al prójimo, de tener misericordia, de cuidar al extranjero y de tener compasión por los que sufren. No de celebrar el dolor de un niño, no de alegrarse cuando una familia queda destrozada. Debes creer en hacer cumplir las leyes, ese es tu derecho, pero cuando pierdes la capacidad de sentir empatía por un niño que acaba de ver cómo se llevan a su papá, algo muy profundo se perdió. Y mientras uno celebra una operación exitosa, este niño se lleva un recuerdo que probablemente cargará toda su vida. Esta es la triste...
I don't care. Look at this little niño. Very malo that his padre is being taken away by the American soldiers. Blancos. Those blancos. All of them. Blanco, Satan. Satanic blancos. They just took him away. Because he's illegal. Give him one of those lumpy My Pillows. Give him one of those My Pillows to go home with. Or not lumpy. You know, the one thing that Mike Lindell definitely stood up for was when somebody called his pillows lumpy. ICE arrests a Southwest Airlines flight attendant while at work. Can you imagine? Ladies and gentlemen, if you'll please, fasten your seatbelts and turn your attention to the front of the plane, as the Southwest flight attendant will now tell you exactly how to exit the plane properly. First of all, what you want to take is your fake green card, and you want to take all of your fake documents, and you're going to want to insert them into your fanny pack. Once safely inserted into your fanny pack, a DHS agent will gladly guide you off of the airplane onto another ICE plane or a van, and you'll either be taken out of the country immediately or you'll be taken promptly and safely to a deportation station where you then can get all of your appropriate documents and you will exit this country. How about that? Is that okay? Southwest. No wonder your airline sucks. ICE officers arrested a Southwest Airlines flight attendant who is a Jamaican illegal alien while he was on the job right near the beach, boy. Hey, man. Hey, man. I'm here illegally, man. That's okay. What's going, Jamaica? I'll be coming home soon. I'll be deported. Near the beach is where I live, boy.
Some people say, that I can't believe Jamaica, we got a bobsled team.
3 little agents on my doorstep singing sweet songs of illegals being deported. This is my message to you. I said, don't worry about a thing. Let's flush another one down the toilet, shall we? Somebody said, do not pass go. Do not collect $200. Lorenzo Enzo Thompson was taken into custody by New Orleans enforcement and removal operations officers at Nashville International Airport on July 14th. According to Bill Malugin, citing the DHS, Thompson is a Jamaican national who entered the United States lawfully in April 17, 2021, at the Miami port of entry on a visa that authorized him to stay for 6 months. That authorization expired in October of 2021. But yet he never left, man. He stayed right there working. Send that money home to Jamaica. What's going on, Jamaica? Hey, remember when Barack Obama, Eli, went to give a speech in Jamaica, and he came out there and he's like, what's going on, Jamaica? It's kind of like when AOC or Hillary Clinton goes to a predominantly black area and they're like, we're not going to let them win. We're not going to let them intimidate us. I keep hot sauce in my purse all the time, and I put hot sauce on everything, even my Pop-Tarts. Right, y'all? You know, every time.
I gotta say, even on both sides of the aisle, there is absolutely nothing more cringe to me when I see these people come out, a Republican or a Democrat, and you know they've got their the music of their land playing, and the people are really jamming out to it because it's where they're from. But you know, the politicians got to be like,
yeah,
just
stop,
don't,
yeah, just don't. If you're gonna be a politician, you're gonna go out there, just don't. Eli, can you imagine I'm running for office for U.S. Congress, right? And I go to one of the counties in the district, and it happens to be majority Hispanic. We do have a lot of Hispanics in Iowa. And I go in there, I go, órale, vatos, ¿cómo está, mi amigos y mi amigas? Huh? What's going on here? Vámonos, everybody. Come on, let's go to the polls and vote for me. Yes, I don't think it would go over very well.
You better pray I'm not with you, because I'm going to bring my 3 years of high school education in Spanish with me and be like, ¿Dónde está la biblioteca? Am I right, essay? Am I right?
¿Dónde está el baño? I got to take a wicked pissa. Huh? That'll be great. Anyway, he's gone, so that's good. On to something else. Here's a man being arrested by ICE said, I'm a U.S. citizen. I'm a citizen. I'm a citizen. No. See, your pronouns were. You were a resident. You are no longer an anything. Bye.
Leave him alone! Bro, leave him alone! Leave him alone! Brendan! Brandon.
If I was that ICE officer, I'd turn around, I'd backhand that woman. Shut your mouth.
What's your name, boy? Take off your mask, boy. It's illegal to wear a mask in New Jersey. Take off your mask.
It wasn't illegal to wear a mask in New Jersey during COVID, though, was it? Stop it, Brendan. Brendan, be gone, baby. Okay? It's illegal to wear a mask in New Jersey, bro. Is it? Was it when the flu was going around, too? Was it illegal to wear a mask then? Jeremy Shtick, make fun of nationalities. He's done 6 voices in the last hour. What a loser who has no depth. Actually, I would call that a lot of depth. If I've done 6 voices in the last hour imitating different minorities, that's a skill. Could you do that, Brianna? Could you do that, Brianna? I don't think you could. Eli, that's a skill. Man, YouTube has given me a lot of compliments today. You sound like Trump. You know, you did 6 accents in the last hour. That's entertainment right there, baby. Thank you, Brianna.
Aye, right, Larry, that's some truth right there. Hey, Brian, why don't you tell me what you think about my Scottish accent? Aye, go ahead and tell me right now. You go for it.
That's talent. I got more talent in my little pinky finger than all these Democrats on YouTube altogether. And at least they acknowledge it, right? Now, do you guys remember the asylum seeker who was accused of killing that woman, that U.S. citizen in Ireland? Reported on it about 2 weeks ago. Well, they got him. They detained this illegal Muslim in Jordan.
Murder took place in Ireland, and the victim is a New York native named Jamie Carney. She was also killed at her home, and her body was tragically found by her 13-year-old daughter. The person of interest is her asylum seeker husband, who she met at a pro-Hamas rally several months ago and recently married in an Islamic ceremony. The husband had been denied asylum, yet remained in Ireland. And by the time Carney's body was found, he fled to Turkey and eventually made it to Jordan, where he's originally from. And that's where he is currently detained. Carney's heartbroken family spoke out with this message.
I don't want my cousin to have died in vain. So if she can become a symbol of women's rights, fight against domestic abuse, and being able to see the red flags and be careful of who you let into your personal life.
This happened in Ireland, so are investigators doing what they need to do to ensure that the evidence is collected and that they can get some kind of prosecution? I mean, Jordan doesn't have an extradition treaty with Ireland and
Conor
vice versa.
McGregor been talking about this.
What comes next for this?
You know what? I'm not sure. I mean, I know that he tried, the suspect was already in the United Kingdom, and then he went to Ireland. The thing that jumps out at me here is the fact that the Irish police did not put out any kind of a photo or name him as a person of interest so that the public could have assisted before he got to Jordan. And I find that to be particularly troubling. I'm not an expert in the laws of Ireland, but it just seems to me that this murder is indicative of a problem that we're having, but also is much more extreme in Europe, where they have all kinds of immigrants that came from the Middle East. They don't know why they came from the Middle East. Some were victims in the Syrian war and refugees for real. And others are like this suspect who apparently was hoping that that his victim, Jamie, would be able to get him into the United States. So his end game was in Ireland. He was trying to come here.
Yeah, most of them were military-aged males, and I find it very peculiar, like you do, that the Irish government and police wouldn't put out a photo. And as we've seen with cases in the UK that are similar in nature to this, they do it to protect the identity because they don't want people to be xenophobic, racist, or anti-immigrant. So we'll see if they have a better excuse for why they didn't do that. The murder took place in Ireland, and the victim is a New York native named James.
And he was on his way here, Eli. He was on his way here before he killed and fled and was found in Jordan. Just another Muslim killing another non-Muslim. You know what's weird, Eli, is I don't hear about Christians out there killing non-Christians because they're not Christian. I do, however, hear about Christians being genocided in Africa by a lot, but I never hear the Bibi Netanyahu's committing genocide from the river to the sea people talk about that. Convenient, but retarded.
Yeah, excellent point. Never hear anything like that. It's just Muslims killing non-Muslims.
Pretty much. Or other Muslims. They just kill everything. They don't build anything but mosques. They're not smart enough to do anything else. Right?
Yes, exactly. They build hundreds of those friggin' ugly-ass buildings, and then they don't even use them. They pray outside 5 times a day.
How do they pray? Like, can we get an Islamic prayer to Mecca and Medina, facing Mecca and Medina? Can we get that from you?
Yeah, let me get some phlegm going here. BMW down with the USA.
That's about right. That's about right. And this tracks too. 2 stabbed in Manhattan in the Upper West Side by a screwdriver. Suspect reportedly shouted, "Allahu Akbar," during the attack. Wow. Like we don't see that coming in Mamdani's New Yorkistan. The suspect has been identified by the New York Police Department. Commissioner Jessica Tisch says that 51-year-old Raul Morales is under arrest in connection with the stabbing. 2 people were stabbed with a screwdriver in the Upper West Side of New York on Thursday. The 2 victims, ages 57 and 50, one stabbed in the back and one was stabbed in the chest. One victim is confirmed to be a Jewish man and the other is an Asian man. A Jewish, an Asian, and a Muslim walk into New York. The Muslim kills the Jewish and the Asian man and now is arrested. Probably be able to let go by his brother in office, though. Both victims were transported to the hospital. They're in stable condition. An unidentified suspect has been taken into custody. New York Councilwoman Ina Vernikov lashed out at Zohran Mamdani after the stabbing, saying, "This comes a day after Mamdani incited more violence against New York Jews." F you, Mamdani, she said. F you, Mamdani. How many of you feel that same way? Allahu Akbar! Shocking. Shocking. There is no such thing as peaceful Islam. Doesn't exist. There is, however, a thing as peaceful Buddhism, peaceful Buddhists, peaceful Christians, many other religions. It always seems like the Muslims are the ones doing the killing, though, doesn't it? They're the ones that are doing the killing, the pillaging, the raping, the beheading, and the absolute destruction of every single state, city, or country that they touch down in. And they breed like rabbits. Aloha snack bar, as Pete Santilli used to say. And since we're speaking about Muslims, we can't continue to talk about Muslims without talking about Vance Bolter in Muslim Minnesota. You guys remember Vance Bolter, right? Eli, let's give the left a little quiz over there on YouTube. How many of you dipshits over there know who Vance Bolter is? I know that the Rumble audience knows who he is. I know that for sure. If I could pull up both chats right next to each other, maybe Eli will start doing that. Maybe we'll set up one of the screens to have both chats on them rather than separate, okay? Because the dipshitiots on the left have no idea of anything when it comes to anything going on. They just parrot what they see on X and on Instagram. Vance Bolter killed elected officials in Minnesota, okay? Specifically Melissa Hortman and her husband, okay? Vance Bolter said that, by the way, he used to work for Tim Walz, said that Tim Walz had him do it. It was in a letter, actually, when he got arrested. Do you know that letter never made really the light of day outside of the first day that he was arrested? Now, Eli, why would that be? Why would it be that the letter that he wrote that said that the current governor of that state is the one who had him do this, prompted him, and sent him to do this? It only came out that day. And then you know what else? You know what overtook that? The No Kings rally protest propaganda that he had in his vehicle. But that letter, nobody really ever talked about that ever again. Well, he has pled guilty, and Vance Bolter, 59, agreed to plead guilty and got 40 years. Agreed to serve 2 consecutive life sentences plus 40 years. Excuse me. The 40 years is on top of the life sentences. So two consecutive life sentences plus 40 years. And do you know something else? Isn't it odd that there's not been any outlets allowed to interview this guy while he was waiting to be sentenced, while he's been in jail? Hell, Eli, they interviewed Charles Manson. They interviewed Timothy McVeigh. They interviewed people like Jeffrey Dahmer. They interviewed people like Richard Speck. They interviewed all of these serial killers and cannibals. But yet, nobody was allowed to interview Vance Bolter. I wonder why. And I wonder where that letter has gone.
Sounds like he was trying to say some stuff they didn't want him saying.
Yeah, and they couldn't really kill him, right? Because we were holding the whole Epstein stuff at that point. So they just silenced anybody and everybody around him. Now, here's some more good news. The Department of Justice is now investigating Jack Smith after he was accused of lying to Congress and obstructing oversight. Now, we've played the video for you where he lied. We will play it again just for shits and giggles. But Jim Jordan has referred him to the Department of Justice for criminal charges, criminal investigation and charges. He is now under that criminal investigation. We do expect charges in the same way that you got him with James Comey, in the same way you're about to get him with John Brennan and others who were in Crossfire Hurricane and tried to use the federal government to go against President Trump. This is where he perjured himself, everybody. This is Jack Smith, former special counsel.
The toll records that you requested from the senators, did they include the content of the phone calls?
No.
Did the records that you requested, the toll records from the members of Congress, include the content of text messages?
No.
Can you explain for us on the record?
He lied there. They did have the text messages. They did have the contents that he was asking about. And we know that thanks to Senator Ron Johnson and Senator Chuck Grassley, 97,000 years. Oh, Eli, remember the movie Never-Ending Story? Remember the turtle? That's like 10,000 miles away. That's my Senator, Chuck Grassley.
It's kind of a Mitch McConnell, too, but yeah, that's pretty good.
Dude, that is an absolute lie. How dare you? Mitch McConnell does this. This is the best McConnell impersonation. What he say? What he say? And if that's not the best impersonation of Mitch McConnell, Eli, then this is. Ready? That might be the best impersonation of Mitch McConnell. I mean, I'm close, right, Eli? That's 8 now in the last hour.
I'm sick and tired of your lies about Mr. McConnell. He's fine, bro. We just went rock climbing the other day. God.
Yeah, he's been break dancing and every other thing. Yeah, they're not happy about the Jack Smith stuff, I'll tell you that.
Jim Jordan, the chair of the House Judiciary Committee, issued a letter of referral, a criminal letter of referral for Jack Smith, alleging that he committed perjury. A letter of referral means that he is asking the Department of Justice to look into something as possibly meriting a criminal case. The Department of Justice doesn't have to do it, but in this case, it is highly likely they will. The basis for the alleged perjury is testimony that Jack Smith gave over an 8-hour deposition
Which
he
we
gave
saw.
to Congress. This is the key thing because it is so preposterous in my view. He is alleging that Jack Smith intentionally lied by not revealing something that he was not asked. So let's just focus on exactly what was asked. He was asked, did you seek a search warrant for the content of any text messages from members, meaning members of Congress? And Jack Smith says, from members? Yes. No, I don't recall that.
Well, we already saw where he lied. So, and he lied numerous times. It wasn't just that time. Okay? He lied numerous times. And, now he's just under investigation, criminal investigation. All right. Will Johnson's coming up next, but hold off, Will, before you come on. Give me an extra minute. I got to play this for you. I got to play this campaign video for you. You're going to die laughing. Check this out.
DEI really stands for dumb, evil indoctrination. Woke liberals spew it, corporate losers fall for it. But thanks to Trump, America is rejecting that trash. And I'm leading the fight to end it for good. I'm Andy Barr. It's not a sin to be white. It's not against the law to be male. And it shouldn't be disqualifying to be a Christian. I'm Andy Barr, and I approve this message to give woke liberals something else to cry about.
Watch these guys.
Okay, that was my first time seeing that ad in full. My breath has been taken away. I am bereft of words.
I can't breath. Thank you, Rosa. God bless Rosa. Love you, dear. Hope to see you soon. Have a great weekend, and thank you for the $100 Rumble Rant donation. We appreciate that. I'm kind of at the same thought process there as those two guys at the end, even though they're Democrat idiots. It's not a sin to be white. It's okay to be Christian. I do like the last part, though. Vote for me, and let's give DEI woke liberals something else to cry about. I like that, but the rest of it was kind of cringe. I'm not going to lie. All right. Will Johnson coming up next, folks, for the next 2 hours, actually. Kevin is not here today. Am I right in saying that, Eli? Kevin is not here today?
Yes, unfortunately, he got a little held up in D.C. where he's stuck right now, so Will was gracious enough to take his hour. So 2 special hours of Will coming up.
Well, at least he didn't get stuck in the fridge trying to get something to eat. Will Johnson coming up next for 2 straight hours right here on LFA TV with Culture Wars. I just love trolling over on YouTube. Anyway, have a great weekend, folks. Stay tuned for Will Johnson. Again, very proud for Sean Farish. Big shout out to Sean Farish. Big shout out to all of you. Thank you for all of the Fundraiser Friday donations. Remember, that's an all-day thing, so don't hesitate. LFATV.us, and remember, there are right ways and wrong ways, but there's only one Yahweh. So stand up tall, keep your shoulders back, keep your chest out, keep your head up high, because you are a child of God. And no weapon formed against you will ever prosper. Keep your family, your friends, and your pets close. Keep a smile on your face. Never stop fighting for this constitutional republic, because we don't live in a democracy. Never stop spreading the gospel. I love you guys. God bless you. Have a great weekend. Peace out.
I wear the armor of God now. I wear the armor of God now. Been a long time coming, and we all learned something that we won't ever give it up. Long as I'm bleeding, I'ma never stop screaming that we first in America. Black, white, brown, all cities, all towns, the rebirth of America. Long as I'm living and breathing, I keep.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. It is Friday. And I'm going to take your phone calls today. We got a lot to talk about. It's like they're trying to create the George Floyd 2.0. Let's go.
Drop the knife. No, drop the knife. 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 Woman, you're gonna get shot. Drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop the knife. Drop it. Last time. Drop the knife. Drop it. Fuck.
They'll let that nigga Rick Chow out, but they won't free Carmelo Anthony. A man who actually had his life threatened by two big ass white boys. It was me, I'd stab both the niggas. But free Carmelo Anthony, man. He ain't do shit to nobody.
We start fighting back. What does fighting back look like? Doing what they do to us.
And what's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. We are live. It is Friday once again. I'm going to put up the phone line here soon, but first I want to talk about some of this stuff. They're trying to create a George Floyd 2.0. I wonder, have you been paying attention to it? And a lot of people are not even really recognizing it. They're trying to create a George Floyd. It's like they need something. You remember they did the George Floyd in President Trump's first term. And I've been talking about this multiple times. The reason why they're doing this because they believe that this political violence works into their favor. They have to have the American people believe that the country is still racist. This is going to be right up the alley for the SPLC. It's going to be right up their alley. They're going to say, yes, 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 this is exactly what we're looking for. So for those of you that don't know the story, and there's more information about the story coming out, but I think we already got the gist of it. There's a person of color who has a knife, and he has this knife, and the police officers are telling him to put the knife down. Warning after warning after warning after warning, and he refuses to do it. Some of the reports say that he allegedly even stabbed one of the police officers. So the police officers, they had to eliminate the threat. Now they want to disregard all of that. Now they want to say, had nothing to do with it. It was an innocent man. He was an innocent man. He has a knife in his hand. You drop the knife if you're an innocent man. Isn't that what you do? Especially when you have law enforcement tell you to drop the knife and you're supposed to drop the knife. They want a race war, everybody. And the socialists, they're the ones pushing this. The socialists are pushing this agenda. The socialists want people to believe. They want you to believe that this country is racist. They want you to believe that they can fix all of the problems. They want you to believe this. I want y'all to listen to this report. As they're talking about this story. Because again, it's all geared up to make everyone believe that the police officers are bad. It's either ICE, Border Patrol, or police officers, and these socialist Democrats want to get rid of all of it.
To know quite a bit because this was actually caught on multiple cell phone cameras from multiple angles. I'll show you kind of the first one here. It's a wide shot. It kind of shows it from the beginning. You see what appears to be a black police SUV pulling into that intersection in Madison, Wisconsin earlier today. Officers jump out, 4 of them appear to tackle a man on a bike. A struggle ensues. We have part of it blurred. And then you see that struggle there. And then you hear 3 gunshots followed by people screaming. Now, Madison police say the man was armed with a knife. They released a photo of that knife. Again, this is also graphic. You just heard the gunshots there. That's the switchblade, they say. They say the man pulled it when the struggle ensued, wounded an officer who then fired. They say that was the only officer who fired, adding the others tried to use a taser before this encounter turned this violent. They say the encounter actually started because they got a call about a man stealing bikes and trying to break into cars. Now, it's important to note at this time, police are not naming the man who was killed. They're also not naming the officers who were involved in this, saying.
So let's get this straight. The police officer showed up because he was committing a crime, not just randomly picking a person of color on the streets of America. Oh, here's one right there, boys, get him. That's not what took place. He was committing a crime, so they called the cops. And there's probably somebody calling the cops complaining now that the cops did their jobs.
All of them right now have been put on administrative leave while the investigation into this shooting gets underway.
I was told by many that they're staying here to make sure that this incident isn't pushed under the rug and forgotten. While most preferred not to go on camera, they told me that there has to be change and people can't just walk away and pretend nothing happened. One nearby resident who was at the vigil says that this isn't the first time this has happened in her neighborhood, saying that she has grown to have less trust in the Madison police.
Well, we need them, but we need them to not kill us or to kill young people in the street. It's hard to accept that there are people that are okay with this. I'm not.
Oh my goodness, dude. You know, the problem here, they're not telling people stop committing crime. I never hear them come back and report saying, we have a program where we're teaching these people not to commit crimes. That's what the objective should be. Tell them not to commit these crimes. But yet they still go out there and they commit these crimes. And then, of course, the left, the radical, lunatic, socialist left, what do? They go out there and they advocate for the criminal. We see it time and time again. It's always the criminal that gets the support of the Democrat Party, not the police officers, not ICE agents, not Border Patrol, not the FBI when they're actually doing the right thing. They give it to the criminal. The criminal gets all of their energy. Something is wrong in our society when we see this take place, and it's all being driven by the socialists. Now, many of y'all already know this story. The guy was they called the cops on the guy because he was committing a crime. Police officers show up. They tell the guy to drop the knife. They hit him with tasers, from what they were saying in the news report. Hitting him with tasers. The tasers didn't take him down. So it leads me to believe that he was hopped up on something. I don't know. Have you ever been hit by a taser? And the ones the police officer used can hurt. So the tasers didn't work. He has a knife, wouldn't put the knife down, stabbed one of the police officers. They have no choice. He gave them no choice. You play stupid games, you win stupid prizes. So they end up having a press conference about this very story. And I want to show you how weak the police chief is. And I can't stand woke cops. I can't stand it. He's having a press conference, and this guy, a BLM supporter, blaming it on Israel. And I'm baffled on this one. Y'all gonna have to help me out in the chat. What in the world does Israel have to do with this? It's stupid. So this black activist, he's on there and he takes over the press conference. The police chief just steps to the side. Oh, go ahead, have it. Let's do it. Go ahead, do your thing. I don't want to disrupt. Bounce this dude. If he's going to be look, there's no order here. There's a thing, like if you're going to be disorderly and you're going to cause disruption, they have every right to remove you. But they don't in this case. This is what you call when woke cops allow these people to do what they do, and all they're doing is creating a George Floyd 2.0.
You're going to say the same thing you all say every time a black body gets shot down in this city. This is a corrupt city. That's right. Have no fear. The anti-Zionist is here. You understand me?
Have no fear. The anti-Zionist is here. I'm confused on what this has to do with Israel. Somebody help me out. Is the level of ignorance just spreading?
I won't be able to talk today because I'm going to keep talking because I was born to talk my talk and walk my walk too. I told these young people back here on my way here that we have the power, not that badge, not that weapon. We have the power. The city of Madison is corrupt. From the DA to the what's the name of this? The Department of Independent Monitoring. We don't want any of that talk. You've given us this speech with "you'll deliver justice." Oh, we've seen the cameras. We've seen it was a knife in this young man's hand. We don't want to hear that today. We didn't want to hear it when they put their neck on George Floyd's neck. We don't their foot on George Floyd's neck, and we don't want to hear it today. What do you have to say about that? Oh, you don't get to talk. I said.
Right.
Go ahead.
Enough is enough.
I'll
You
step
take
aside.
that
That's
back.
right.
You agree just
give me
like
this
we
microphone then. Excuse me. That's right. My name is Carlos Dixon.
What's going on with this picture? What is happening here? Dude was a criminal. He had a knife in his hand. Why are they not bringing that point up? Why are they not talking about that? Why are they not saying that the police officers, they tried to do everything they could before they got to that point? He refused to comply. They called the cops on him because he was doing criminal activity from the get-go. Why are they not addressing that? Why are they allowing this dude, this BLM black activist, that's blaming Israel? Well, again, I still trying to grasp that one. I just don't understand. But he's on here, and they give him the microphone.
Represent APTAP, all power to all people, zero power to Zionists, zero power to capitalists, zero power to colonialism.
Okay, you hear this? These are the key words of a socialist. Zero power to capitalism. When you're talking about Zionism, again, what does Israel have to do with any of this? And capitalism? Zero power to capitalism? This is the greatest country because of capitalism. And of course, our God in heaven blessing this country. But this is the only country that everybody, all these black people in here crying and kicking and complaining, could get on a one-way ticket to Africa or out of the country somewhere. But nope, they remain here. If it's this bad, why do you remain? Now, listen, there's going to be some ladies in there say, I want to hear what the police chief has to say. They want to hear what he has to say. Like they want to give us the information. What's going on, right? Do you want to hear what the police chief is going to do about the situation? Is he going to appease you? What?
What you are doing right now in this city is continuing the disgusting nature of colonialism, the disgusting nature of imperialism. Look up the definition of imperialism. It's all within the policies, which means when these police officers come down on the street and they decide that they want to take the life of another brown body, there is no oversight for that. That's imperialism, ladies and gentlemen. This man signed up to be an enforcer of imperialism. Is there anybody else want to say anything?
Yeah.
It doesn't matter what, okay, the people want to talk.
2 weeks ago, John.
Come up here, the people want to talk.
That's right. Come
the
on
people
out.
want to talk. Come up here. This is our press conference.
Hello.
And I'll put my lips all over this microphone. Power to the people. No power to Zionists. That's right. Anybody got anything they want to say? Let us know. You got some questions y'all want to ask? Ask us some questions. We're taking questions.
I mean, do y'all see an axe in the room? I mean, he's axing people left and right. Seriously, do y'all see an axe in the room? I mean, come on.
Anybody? I didn't think so. Turn up your Zionist noses because your entire communications and media department is all about Zionism and colonialism. We will not stand. I am a part of the class that has been oppressed and struggled my entire life. My grandmother struggled. My mother struggled. Their grandmother struggled. Those people struggled. We go back far enough and we...
And you know what? And I don't know if y'all noticed the sign that the ignorant black woman is holding there. Corrupt cops deserve to die. I mean, seriously? No one deserves it if they're not putting themselves in that position. This guy, once again, he put himself in that position. Didn't have to be there. Didn't have to take place. Did it to himself. Once again. And this is another classic case of black people not telling other black people, take responsibility for your actions. Take responsibility for your actions. Why not? Why aren't they saying that? Why aren't they saying you need to take responsibility for what you did here? They're not doing that. And for the past year or so, I've been saying something's wrong with our society because you have someone with a knife not doing the right thing. The police officers, they did the right thing. And they're upset with the police officers that did the right thing. And it has nothing to do with color. It just so happens to be that this guy was black. He was something. He wasn't white. Because if he was white, they wouldn't even be talking about it right now. Or if it was a whole bunch of black dudes that shot this guy and he was black in the streets, they wouldn't even be talking about it right now. But because the cops were white and the guy was black, they're all talking about it like, oh, now we got a problem. Now it's an epidemic. Do y'all see the problem here? Do you see what's happening here? It's not just me, is it? Is everybody paying attention to what's happening? They're trying to create it. They need it. They need it. They want it. It's always the socialist left that's always advocating for criminals and they want the violence. And then when the violence hits the streets of America, they're going to say it's mostly peaceful. Well, we encourage people to protest. But the left, they just don't peacefully protest. They never do. And when it starts off peaceful, and then, of course, you get them, they come in there, and the light, then it starts getting a little dark outside, and everything's on fire, but it's mostly peaceful. Because majority of the day, you didn't see any of the violence. Throughout the day, you didn't see it. So it's mostly peaceful. Here's another angle of this act that took place. And you can't see anything. So for the social media platforms, they're like, oh, you can't show this, you can't show this. There's nothing being seen, right? You're not seeing the actual thing taking place. This is at from a distance. So you can't really make out too much what's happening, but we know what we can make out what's happening, right? You just don't see the bullets being hit on the person. You can't see any of that. You can't see any of the small detail. And you can hear him. He has a knife. He has a knife. He has a knife. He has a knife. And see, they're looking at this. They're like, look at all these police officers. You mean there's one guy with a knife and they all have the tasers? Look, they're trying. They're trying. If they absolutely just wanted to eliminate him, they wouldn't even talk to him. They wouldn't even question him. They would just walk up, pop, 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 and be done with it. They wouldn't be down there wrestling and tussling with this dude. Pop, 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 and be done with it. That's the easy solution. But they didn't do that. They were trying to help this dude, trying. He didn't want to be helped. He thought he was above the law, just like the rest of the lunatic liberals. And it's always the white feminist male liberals that's encouraging this crap. Do you notice that? It's always the white feminist male liberals that's always encouraging this crap. And in some cases, it's even the Asian ones, always trying to encourage this crap. Listen to this. Talking about a man has died. And it's all gearing up. It's all elevating to the point to where they want to create the violence in the streets of America.
At the hands of state-sanctioned violence.
He was fucking murdered. Say it.
Say it. Sorry for the language. But listen to it. They want to say he was murdered. No, he had a knife. He had a knife. There's no murder took place here. He had a knife. It was murder.
It was murder.
This is my statement.
Murder.
This state-sanctioned violence was an execution.
And stupid liberals give in to the mob. That's exactly what she did. This is not an execution. This was not murder. Dude had a knife. Can we stay in reality? Can we stay in reality? This is a problem. We all saw what took place. I just showed you the video. We all saw what took place. They were trying to just put the dude in handcuffs like, come on, stop. They just didn't walk up to him and execute him. Pop, pop, pop. They just didn't walk up to him and just murder him. Pop, pop, pop. None of that took place. But the mob got this lunatic socialist to go along with it.
We no longer can have a system that protects a power and a privilege that puts the pain and lives of armed officers over black people. We cannot protect a system that continues to rain harm and terror. We all deserve to feel safe. It is a human right to be safe.
We all deserve to feel safe. Well, if we're going to talk about that we all deserve to feel safe, how about all of the illegals that are here in the United States of America taking the lives of other American citizens? Since we all deserve to feel safe, we all deserve to be safe, can we go ahead and deport the illegals that's been taking the lives of the American people? Can we go ahead? Can we agree to that now then? Can we agree to that? Oh, no. There's a big difference. Huge difference. These socialists have an agenda to create the chaos on the streets of America like we've never seen before. See, George Floyd was a trial run for these people. George Floyd was just a trial run. They wanted to see how far they can take it. They wanted to see how far they could go. It was just a trial run. That's all it was, a trial run. And they got where they wanted to go for the most part. And now they're convincing these people to go out into the streets of America once again, because these people are saying an innocent man that had a knife, stabbed a police officer, was executed. Make it make sense. Make it make sense. It doesn't. And they're talking about, well, if they do the same, they do it to us, we need to do it to them. Do what? What are you talking about? How about you teach the community to obey the law? How about you teach the community not to break the law? How about we start there? If we start there, then guess what? None of this other stuff will happen. But they're not going to do that. Not going to do that.
Start fighting back.
What does fighting back look like?
Doing what they do to us. Because I'm a mom of a black son. And Lord forbid if anything happens to him, it's going to be a war. And that's not right hand of God, and he knows it.
Yeah, and that danger feels that real to you.
It does. It really does. I was at home, and my first emotions was,
Again. Now, if I'm not mistaken, they all look alike. This is the same woman that was standing next to the podium holding up the sign talking about corrupt cops need to die. That's probably why they're talking to her. Same despicable person. Let me ask y'all a question. Every time we see something happen in the United States of America where somebody is wrongfully jailed, or they take a mugshot of somebody wrongfully in Georgia, beautiful mugshot, let's say that happens, or let's just say someone who we support, they raid his home, not once but twice. Let's just say there's someone that we support that they try to eliminate him, permanently sleep him multiple times. And how come you don't see those of us on the right hitting the streets, mobbing people, rushing people, destroying stuff? Why is that not happening from those on the right? Can we be honest about what side causes all the violence that we see in America? Can we be honest about it? Can we be honest? Because all the violence that we see happening in the United States of America, it stems from the left, because the left, they're not happy at any point of their existence. They're not happy. They're always miserable. Even when they do stuff to put themselves in a better position, they're still not happy. These people are never happy. I hope people are really, truly paying attention. I'm seeing this story and it's getting bigger and bigger. Just like there's another story, and I haven't talked about it, where this young black kid, he was hanging out with some school students, from what my understanding, and he was fond of this girl, and they went over on this boat, and they went out to a location in the boat, but the black kid didn't come back. So just because he was black and all the other kids were white, they're saying it's racially related. It's all about racism. Without any evidence or knowing what happened or how or what took place, it has to be racially related. Simply because he was black. These people worship color. These people believe that color is everything. They wake up feeling like a color because they believe that, because they wake. Okay, let me start over. They wake up feeling like a color. They think like a color. They eat like a color. Where's the watermelon at? They work like a color. I'm not going in today. 40 ounce. They dress like a color. I don't need no belt. They talk like a color. Is anybody else seeing this, or is it just Will Johnson? And then they get mad at me. They get furious with me because I call this out. I don't worship color. I could care less about color. The only reason why I do recognize color, because God created all the wonderful colors that we have in this world. And for me to deny what God created is me to deny the existence of our Creator. I'm not going to do it. But these people worship color, and they have the nerve, the audacity to go, "You trying to be white? Really? I'm trying to be Will Johnson. I got enough on my plate trying to be a color. I don't need to try to be a color. I'm trying to be Will Johnson, the best Will Johnson can be. That's enough for me to do. The rest of y'all that's living by color, wanted to dream about color and think like color, you're stupid. Yeah, I said it. And it's, again, primarily, not only, but primarily the racist, white, feminist, male, liberal. Always interjecting, always creating animosity. And what's happening right now, what we're seeing, like I showed you the video clip with the white feminist liberal saying, "Oh, they need to stop killing us. They stop killing us." See, they thought they were going to get it with Renee Good. Then they thought they were going to get it with Alex Brady. And they were like, okay, well, we can't get it there. So the white liberals are like, oh, we got one. We got one. The police officer took out another thug without me even knowing who he was. I'm calling him a thug because when the police officers told him to put down the knife, he didn't put down the knife. Why not? Brought it unto himself. Brought it unto himself. Criminal. Let me ask y'all this. Free speech. Here's another example. I've talked about this so many times, so often. Free speech in the United States of America means that you get to say something that Will Johnson doesn't like. And free speech for me starts when you say something that I don't like. Of course, it starts before then. But it really emphasizes when you say something that I don't like. You have every right to say it, as long as you're not calling for bodily harm. But you can call me any name. Trust me, they do. They do, especially on Threads and Facebook and YouTube and social media, X, wherever it is. These radical leftist, socialist, communist, democrats call me every name under the sun. They have every right to do it. Why? Because it's free speech. I don't have to like it. It's free speech. And see, to talk about this really quick, that's the reason why we have the block button. It is extremely rare for me to block somebody. I don't know, only time I've ever blocked somebody is when they threaten me or they threaten a loved one. Then I said, like, you know what? You're a problem. Now, if you just say stuff about me, I don't block them. I believe you should be able to say what you want to say. But that whole block button, you know, the socialist Democrats create that. The block button was created by socialist Democrats so then that way they can block speech what they deem hateful. What is hate speech? What is it? Hate speech, according to the left, is anything that you say that makes them get into their feelings. Anything that hurts their feelings. Oh, that's hate speech. It's hate speech. No, it's free speech. Just because you don't like it doesn't mean it's hate speech. And even if someone says something hateful, guess what? It's still free speech. I'm going to show you what I'm talking about when we come back.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Did you call him a nigger, the child?
The fuck you talking
Did you
about?
call the child the nigger word?
None of your fucking business.
It is my own business. You call him a nigger? Okay, why don't you have the balls to say it right now again?
Fuck you, nigger.
Okay.
Nigger.
All right, that's what you say.
You don't go digging through people's shit, you dumb fuck.
Nobody dig into your shit.
A little fucking kid just did, you dumbass.
That little kid, you call him a nigger?
Yeah.
The little child?
What if he acts like one, he's gonna...
Are you about to hit him? You chase him here?
He took my son's stuff.
So that gives you the right to call the child, 5-year-old, a nigger, the N-word.
If that's what he's gonna act
That's
like.
what you're gonna call him.
That's what he's gonna act like.
You know, that's a hate speech. And you can be recorded for that.
I don't give a shit.
Huh.
Fuck off.
Okay, we'll see about that, what the internet has to say about you.
You know, they found her guilty. They found her guilty in the court of law in the United States of America because of free speech. She can say it all she wants. I mean, really. She can say it all she wants. And me personally, I could care less that she said it. I mean, I really do. I can care less. But you don't put somebody in jail. You don't find them guilty because they said something that you don't like, or, oh, it was offensive. How dare you? How dare you? It was offensive. It's free speech. Say what you want to say. It's when we start getting to the point to where we allow these people to take away our free speech because they don't like it, do we even have a constitution? This is happening in the court system in the United States of America. They found her guilty. It's not like she harmed somebody other than some feelings. And the kid's 5 years old. Does the kid even know? I mean, really? Think about it. Does the kid even know? Oh, she called me an N-word, daddy. Oh, my goodness. She called me an N-word. kid don't even know, what does that even mean? But the parent got upset. The biggest problem here, though, is that the court system found her guilty. In the United States of America, the court system found her guilty.
Decide exactly what question the jurors would be asked to answer with a ruling. The judge made it clear that jurors would be asked to decide if Hendrick's use of a slur towards a child, as shown in the now viral video, should be considered fighting words or not, which are words targeted at one person that would cause them to react violently. The jury is not...
Who cares? Who cares? My goodness, people. Oh my goodness. See, this is exactly what I'm constantly talking about. These liberals, you said something that made me want to feel violent towards you. So you're the one that caused the violence. Who cares that she said something that makes you feel violent? Who cares? She gets to say what she want to say. By all means, I mean, dude. Are you kidding me right now? Listen, I mean, the judge said, well, you know, you said something that would cause someone to be violent, so we're going to have to find you guilty. This is the most insane thing ever.
Video should be considered fighting words or not, which are words targeted at one person that would cause them to react violently. The jury is not being asked to decide whether offensive speech should be protected under the Constitution. And this point is something that both city lawyers and Hendrick's lawyer, Brian Herrell, continued to argue over as jury selection went on. The right to free speech, offensive or not, is something that got passionate support outside the courthouse from...
It's free speech. Regardless of how you feel the words make you. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. The very fact that the judge said that these could be words that make someone to be violent towards you, that we're going to find you guilty because you said it, that's a major problem. Of course, it has to be overturned. It has to be overturned. And then they said, well, we don't know if it's violating the Constitution if you're saying something that makes someone, you know, you're hurting their feelings. So now we're going to interpret what free speech means. This is why the socialist Democrats right now are working overtime to take this election midterm so then that way they can eliminate the Constitution. That's their whole goal. Eliminate the Constitution so then that way they can say anything they want, but when you say something, they can put you in jail. That judge has to be a socialist. Did he not take an oath? How did that judge become a judge? I mean, to my understanding, you have to study the law, and free speech goes without question. There's nothing in the Constitution saying, well, free speech says that you can say X, Y, Z up until here. Now, you can't go into a movie theater and scream fire, right? We already know this. I mean, that's kind of obvious because it causes stampede, causes problem. But nowhere does it say, well, you said something to hurt my feelings to cause me to maybe want to be violent towards you, so you should lose the right on being able to say what you want to say. There's a problem here. There's an absolute problem here. And the fact that we're even seeing this happening in the year 2026 in the United States of America, where a judge is saying that crap. How many times have y'all heard me say that? Use that analogy talking about, well, you said something that made me want to feel violent towards you. And that's why they say there's violence on both sides of the spectrum. Because you said something that made me want to be violent towards you. And a judge just proved what I've been saying all this time. Just proved it. I don't want to be right in that. Are you kidding me? But no, that's exactly what it is, because I see what they're doing. The violence only comes from those on the left. It's from the left. But because we say something, we say the truth, we don't acknowledge their insanity, it's making them want to be violent towards us. So that's how we have violence on both sides, according to them. Well, this is her judge, and this is her lawyer for the one that was using the N-word. And again, if you want to use it, use it. It don't hurt my feelings. You use it. And if you want to be hateful and use it, use it. It's free speech. I think we need to be able to say what we want to say. And I truly mean that. Say what you want to say.
This whole thing is bullshit. Mr. This is a fraud. This is a fraud upon the community. The courts are now part of this. Keep going. Come on, bring it on.
Mr.
What else?
Herrell, what about Miss Hendricks' gifts and go, where she got, from what I understand...
Don't care. Not part of the trial. That's not part of the trial. She's charged with a crime. I don't give a about what she raised. There are free speech advocates all around America that are tired of the and they gave her a bunch of money because they're tired of the
People are tired of it. And you know what? I wonder if that same liberal that was asking, well, you know, she did it against Singo and she was asking for donations, help money to help support her. Oh, but Carmela Anthony's family was taking in thousands and thousands and thousands of dollars. And I bet you that liberal reporter never asked them that question. You're taking in all this money, but you're the one that committed the crime. Dude, something's wrong with our society. There's something truly wrong. All of these liberal media outlets, again, the only thing I can point to and say what it is a demonic spirit. That's the only thing that I can point to. It's the only thing that I can see here. That's it. It's a demonic spirit. 100% a demonic spirit. Because how else do you explain it? I mean, seriously, how else do you explain it? Do y'all remember this video? You remember this video here? When I first saw this, I'm like, you got to be kidding me, right? This can't be real. And this is before the AI hit the scene, everybody. It's not AI. This is an old video. But this is the mentality. This is the mentality that I've been talking about constantly. And then they get upset with me because I'm calling this crap out. For those of you that have not seen this, watch this.
If somebody decides to loot a Gucci or a Macy's or a Nike, because that makes sure that that person eats. That makes sure that that person has clothes. That's reparations. That is reparations. Anything they want to take it, because these businesses have insurance. They're going to get their money back. My people aren't getting anything.
And I'm not supposed to say anything about it. How ignorant can you be? I mean, this is like taking it to a new level here. And this is not a new video. I mean, look, she's still wearing the oxygen mask, cutting off the oxygen to her brain. That's not a new thing. And then this is something that really kind of get to me. Here. Is that because I want to follow the law. And I've had him say this to me. Because I want to follow the law. Because I want to say ask and not ask everybody. Because I will say 2 + 2 = 4. Because I want to hold myself up with dignity. Because I work. Because I don't mind working. No one likes to work, but you have to work, right? It is what it is. Because I want to follow the law. Because I want to treat my fellow mankind respectfully, the same way they treat me, of course. With all of that said, because I'm trying to make myself better, they've constantly told me that I'm trying to be white. Now, this is something, again, I don't understand this, because are you telling me, are you insinuating that being white means that you do everything right? I mean, I just showed you the video clip of the lady talking about she need to rob stuff and steal stuff because that's the only way they can get anything. And if you're white, you don't need to do that because you're just going to do the right thing. Last time I looked, it doesn't matter your color, people are criminals no matter what. But according to these people, because I respect people and I follow the law best of my ability without trying to do something, you know, come on. I speed every now and then, being honest with you. I've received a speeding ticket in the past. I broke the law. I owned up to it. And see, me owning up to it even, you're trying to be white. It's the most ignorant thing ever. Completely ignorant. And see it all the time. Happens all the time. Here's a story that was on the Communist News Network talking about a stabbing in New York. And the stabbing in New York took place, and they took 20 seconds to talk about it. And why? Because it was to my understanding, a black person attacking other people randomly on the streets of New York. So just so they can say that, well, we did talk about it, they gave it 20 seconds and then they moved on.
Right. In New York, police are investigating whether 2 stabbings are hate crimes. Officials say a 51-year-old man stabbed an Asian man and a Jewish man multiple times. Police say the attacks happened yesterday afternoon and were completely unprovoked. They say mental health may have been a factor in all this, but a scary situation there. John?
Could it possibly be a hate crime? Now, if the man that was doing the stabbing was white, they would have made that known. They would have made clear that everybody, hey, be aware, this white man was stabbing people. But because he was black, stabbed an Asian guy and stabbed a Jewish guy, could this be a hate crime? And that whole expression, hate crime, what? How about it just be a crime? Why all of it's hateful. All of it's hateful. If you're going to bring bodily harm to somebody, even if it's the same color, it's still hate. It's all a hate crime. But they only want to associate hate crime with white people doing it. And that's why they're going, well, could this possibly be a hate crime? Could it possibly be? We're not going to say that it is. We're not going to say that it is. Could it just possibly be a hate crime? Maybe. But just like the whole free speech thing, y'all know who Kevin Hart is? So I didn't watch it. Netflix had this episode where they were doing these bashing on each other. They were busting on each other. They were talking bad about each other, telling jokes. Some of the jokes are not tasteful, and some of them somewhat tasteful, and some of them are just right down funny. They're jokes. You don't have to like the joke. Right? You don't have to like the joke. But because somebody during that episode made a joke about George Floyd, the left's deity, because they've even said in George Floyd they trust. This BLM trifling activist basically want to shut down Netflix. And Netflix is like Obama and all of that. It was Kevin Hart. They were telling jokes. And that whole Kevin Hart story went viral, went everywhere. And I never really talked about it because I didn't care. They're comedians. You're not, just because you don't like the joke, you don't like them. You don't laugh. And then when they say when that is funny, then you do laugh. But it's all about free speech again. All about free speech. The socialists in this country want to eliminate free speech.
Again, it is not a laughing matter. We are here today to call your attention to the fact that an egregious, disgusting joke was made about George Floyd. Here we are about to memorialize George Floyd for year 6 after his brutal murder at the hands of the Minneapolis Police Department. Our community is still experiencing grief and trauma We have young people in our community who were children at the time. They're now teenagers, still dealing with the impacts of the police killing of George Floyd. And instead of allowing our community to grieve in peace, to celebrate George Floyd in peace, we have Netflix comedians making light of the brutal killing of George Floyd. It is unacceptable and it is unconscionable. Tony Hinchcliffe made a grotesque joke saying that George Floyd is looking up at us.
Hold up. Wait a minute. Did she start laughing? I just caught that. Did she start laughing? She's up here supposed to be mad because they made a joke about George Floyd, but did she just start laughing? Let's take it back. Let's see.
Floyd. It is unacceptable and it is unconscionable. Tony Hinchcliffe made a grotesque joke saying that George...
Oh, snap! She did laugh. She's laughing about the joke about George Floyd while she's there trying to be angry because they made the joke about George Floyd. Dude, you can't make this up. Oh my goodness, you can't make it up. So this is just all limelight stuff. This is just all like, look at us. This is what all this is about. Let's make some noise. She's laughing herself. Apparently she saw it and it was funny to her. She's laughing about it. Oh my goodness, people, I just caught on to that. One more time.
Making light of the brutal killing of George Floyd. It is unacceptable and it is unconscionable. Tony Hinchcliffe made a grotesque joke saying that George Floyd is looking up at us, laughing, and he can't breathe.
So wait a minute, so she's laughing at that. Oh my goodness, dude. George Floyd is looking up at us, meaning that he's in hell, laughing. She's laughing. Oh my goodness, he can't breathe. I mean, I'm pretty sure it's so hot in hell that she can't breathe. Oh my goodness, dude. You look, this is the type of stuff this is not AI. You can't even script this. And this was a while back. I don't even want to play this because it just proves the point how much these people are so blatantly dumb. Blatantly dumb. 100% dumb. And their stupidity just gets worse and worse and worse and worse. And it's almost like they like it. It's like they like their stupidity. I mean, there's some stuff you can't make up. Okay, I'm going to open up the phone line. So if you want to give me a call, put the number up on the screen right when we come back from this break. Don't go anywhere.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, My Pillow mattresses and My Pillow mattress toppers as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
What is there to protect our democracy? To make sure that it sustains through the next wannabe king or next wannabe little Hitler or whatever. Like, so, to me, the number one thing should actually be fortifying democracy.
Ooh. This ignorant woman, she lost her seat to a white man and she's blaming Trump for it. still trying to refer to President Trump as being Hitler. And this is the reason why, again, we see the violence coming from the left, because in their minds, you've got to stop Hitler, right? I mean, this is what they're doing. This is exactly what they're doing. Okay, so you see I got the number up on the screen, 319-527-3453. If you want to holler at me. I mean, I got so much information to share with you. I'm not going to be able to get through all of it anyways. And just to let you know, for those of you that are watching on LFA TV, Kevin is not going to be here today. He had an emergency he had to deal with. Nothing terrible, nothing life-threatening. But he wasn't unable to be able to live stream. So I'm going to fill in for his hour. So you have me for another hour, if that's okay with you. And again, you have free speech to say, no, Will Johnson, I don't want you for another hour. You have free speech. You can say that. I mean, I encourage you to exercise your free speech. So again, the phone number is there, 319-527-3453. And I did a little short video before I went live, and I put it on different social media platforms, just about all of them. I even put it on TikTok, encouraging people to give me a call. The interesting thing I notice is when I do that and I share those videos and I put the phone number in the video and I'm telling people what I'm talking about and I encourage people to call me, a lot of times what end up happening is that the social media companies prevent people from seeing it. Now, again, I go live here lately. I've been going live on Facebook and on YouTube and, you know, the LFA channels on YouTube and et cetera. And I've been going live to other places because my objective is to promote LFA TV to get more people to tune in. Right now, I want more people to tune in. And I always play something in the very beginning of my show that I cannot show on Facebook, that I cannot show on YouTube for the most part. And I think YouTube might be a little more lenient than Facebook, but I don't go there immediately. So I always tell everybody, if you want to see the beginning of the show, you need to come over to LFA TV on rumble.com/LFA TV to see the beginning of the show. So like I said, I put the phone number out there. If you want to give me a call, we got the number up on the screen there, and you can call me and holler at me. Hopefully, we'll get somebody to call me that disagree with me. Maybe we'll get one of these socialists to call me. Now, I'd like it when everybody else call me. Look, I'm not denying anyone from calling me, but I want to know. I want to know what the socialists have to think. All right. Maybe we'll get one. Probably not, because they love staying behind the keyboard. They never come from behind the keyboard. They're too scared to dial the number. Bunch of wussies. But let's go to Karen from North Carolina. Hello, Karen. Thank you so much for the call.
Wow, we get you for 2 whole hours. That's wonderful. Nothing against Kevin Smith. I love him too, but I really am particularly happy that you're on there for 2 hours. This thing about the free speech and this woman, what state was that in? Do you know? Where that woman called the young man a nigger?
I think it was.
Was it Minneapolis?
I want to say. No, I want to say it was Wisconsin, if I'm not mistaken. Or no. Actually, no. I think it was Minneapolis, because to my understanding, Tim Walz is involved in it.
Yeah, because I was thinking that was a Somalian man. I don't know much about that. That's the first I've seen it, but I thought it looked like it was a Somalian man.
Yeah, it was. He was Somalian, and she was calling him the N-word, and because she didn't like it, and he didn't like it.
And did that happen just recently, you think?
Yes, it happened just the other day, to my understanding.
Oh. Well, my husband's black. I'm like you and Shannon. You know, my husband's a black man. I'm white, but so we're biracial. So I don't mind the word. I think what black people need to do is turn it around and not make it a offensive word. Use the reverse psychology and just forget it.
Well,
What's
Karen,
the problem? I mean,
Karen,
what? They weaponize it.
Karen, a lot of black people use that word constantly.
All the time.
So personally, if they're going to put her in jail, then all of these black people that constantly use the N-word, they need to go to jail too. I mean, am I missing something?
I know. We're going to make cracker offensive, and we're going to say, you can't call us a cracker, or you can't call us, you know how they call you Uncle Tom. Is that going to be considered a hate language? But, the reason I'm calling also about this free speech, do you know that Prince Harry, when him and Meghan Markle moved back to the United States, he made a comment that the one thing he didn't understand in the United States, and he thinks is bonkers, is our free speech. And I thought, well, then he needs to go back to England or the UK because we need our free speech. This is ridiculous, you know? Don't you think? Don't you agree with that? I mean, he's saying the free speech is a bonkers. He does not understand how in the world we have something called free speech.
Well,
I thought, well,
you know, remember, I don't know if you saw this, but there was a time when John Kerry went to the WEF, and while he was there, if I remember correctly, when he was there, he talked about free speech. And he's not the only one. These socialists, and all of them are socialists on the left. They just don't want to label themselves as socialists, but he was there talking about how free speech is a problem in the United States of America, because if we can say what the left is doing, to them it's a problem because they want to just be able to do it and us not say anything about it.
Oh, my Lord. John Kerry, where's he at lately? I haven't seen him, have you?
I don't know. Really don't care.
He's lurking somewhere, lurking somewhere.
Hopefully he never comes back.
Thing about that. That woman that said she wanted to boycott Netflix and the joke about George Floyd, and she started laughing.
Yeah.
Isn't that the same woman that met up with Don Lemon, and busted into that church?
Yes.
I think it is. That's the same woman, the Black Lives Matter. So
Yes. Yes.
I think it is.
Yes.
She's always antagonizing, yes. And I just wish something would have happened about that. Why was that? That was a hate crime. Busting into, can you imagine him busting into a a temple, or what's it called?
A mosque. Yeah, but they don't do that. Yeah, they won't do that in the mosque because they want them to be able to have control. They're only going after Christians. That's their main thing. So, well, hey, Karen, I got other callers. I want to say thank you so much for the call.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
God bless. Take care. All right, let's go to the next one here. Okay. We got Laura. Laura from Minneapolis, is that correct?
No, it's got the first name right. I also go by Victory Hub. I'm in New Mexico here.
Oh, okay.
Southwest. So a couple of things. I did watch that footage live yesterday as it was unfolding. I was watching it on JLR Investigates. And I couldn't believe how, and I want to say this word, it's been turned into a curse word, but the root word for this word is actually not a curse word. It's called pusillanimous, and that's where they get the other word from. They shorten it. I couldn't believe how pusillanimous the cops were. They looked beaten. They looked shamed.
Yeah.
They just folded their hands while this guy was ranting and raving. He totally took over everything. And they look so pusillanimous, and it took place in Madison, Wisconsin. Madison, Wisconsin is very, very liberal.
Yeah, that was Wisconsin. Absolutely. Very liberal. And the guy just stood aside and let the guy take the podium and take control instead of saying, look, we're going to have order here. If you have a question, you can ask a question. He didn't do that.
Right.
He just stepped out the way.
Right.
Woke cop.
And that's why we're being conquered all over Western civilization, because whites are pusillanimous. They are, and they know it. They're like, yeah, these whites, we can take them over easy.
Yeah.
And they're doing it.
Yeah, they're absolutely doing it. It's disgusting.
We need some more people with testosterone and less soy and fluoride in their system. Like Jeremy, man. I love Jeremy's personality.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. We need alpha males to stand up. So.
Oh, absolutely.
Well, Laura, thank you so much for the call.
Sure.
All right, take care. All right, so the phone line is open. I had somebody on there. I don't know. It looked like it was a new caller, so I don't know if that person will call back or not. But the phone line is open, 319-527-3453. Let me share this with you. This has been in the story, in the news. This is what Mum Dummy, the leader of the Socialist Democrat Party, if we're going to be real about it, he is their leader, because they've been looking for a leader. Again, let me bring this up. You remember right after 2024 when Kamala Harris beautifully lost, the Democrats beautifully lost? What was the main thing they were asking? Who is the leader of the Democrat Party? They're not asking that any longer. They're not saying that any longer. Not even happening. All right. Look like we got let me go to this phone call, then I'm gonna play this one. Or actually, stay on the line. Let me play this video because I gotta get this in here. I want y'all to listen to what Mum Dummy is saying. Okay, you gotta listen to what Mum Dummy is saying in this video.
So I was reading your interview over the weekend and wanted to ask you more about your conversations with the your legal department about potentially arresting Israeli Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu. I just want to know just what your feelings are when you look at, for example, your administration also reaching out to the Prime Minister of, the Ambassador of Iran, just how you, reconcile the two of being so critical of the Israeli Prime Minister, but at the same time meeting with the Ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran.
Okay, this is the part I want y'all really to focus on. Because he says his administration did not reach out to Iran. The Prime Minister of Iran did not. Y'all need to pay attention because he says something in here that the mainstream media, no one in the media that I can tell even picked up on what he said here. It's really important. Watch this.
Meeting with the Ambassador of Iran.
So I want to first clear up a few things. Our administration did not reach out to the Prime Minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate. And as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City.
He's not going to meet with who? I made it clear that we're not going to meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York. The question was about Iran. Did anybody pick up on that? So look, let me play it again. Because if you didn't pay attention, you would have completely missed it. Because I watched it and I said, what did he just say? And then I watched it again and I completely missed it. And I said, wait a minute. No. Listen again. Listen closely. Listen closely. Dude is lying. Watch.
Minister of Iran. Our administration received a request from the Iranian consulate. And as soon as I heard of that, I made it clear that we are not meeting and we will not meet with the Israeli consulate here in New York City.
It wasn't about him meeting with the Israeli consulate in New York City. That's not the question. And no one there in the media caught on to it. No one said, wait a minute. No one's asking you about you meeting with the Israeli consulate. They're asking you about meeting with the Prime Minister of Iran. He just completely boop, field goal. None of the media said anything. And I'm like, how in the world did this slide through? Dude is slick. Did y'all catch it? Oh my goodness. Okay, and I do have another one of this dude that I want to share with you. But first, we're going to go to the phone call. We're going to go to the phone line, and then I'm going to come back to him. Then I want you to hear what he has to say. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, Will. This is Jennifer.
Hello, Jennifer. What state are you calling from,
Hi.
Jennifer?
Nevada.
Nevada. What you got, Jennifer?
Yes. I just have two things I'd like you to cover on the show, if you could, please, because it's a big argument. Let me turn you down. The J6 troops, they're saying Trump didn't send in the troops. We all know why, but also his approval ratings, they're saying, oh, he's at the lowest ever, and it's driving me crazy.
Okay.
So maybe you can talk about that for a second. I know it's kind of off subject, but maybe talk about that for a second, because the troops were there. They just weren't released because of Pelosi.
Yeah. There's even a video of Nancy Pelosi saying that she didn't call the troops in when she said it was her responsibility. There's video of it, her saying it. I mean, we didn't put it in the donkey's mouth. And President Trump, the reason why, what was your second part of today?
Also his approval ratings. They're saying, oh, they're the lowest they've ever been. And they're not.
Actually, I just played a video from Communist News Network CNN yesterday showing that his approval rating is higher than Obama, higher than Bush's, higher than any president at this stage. So
exactly,
they come up, they lie. Remember when they were saying President Trump in the polls with Hillary Rodham Clinton, she was 96% chance to win. He didn't have a chance at all. And then same thing, they tried to do the same thing with Kamala Harris, saying, oh, he's dropping in the polls. He's dropping really hot. No one's buying it any longer.
Yeah, it's the constant gaslighting that I'm so sick of.
Yeah.
But, you know, liars will be liars.
Yep, 100%. Well, Jennifer,
That's all.
Thank you for the call, Jennifer.
You're welcome.
Take care.
Bye.
All right, let's go to the next one here. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
David Lewis.
David. How you doing, David? Where you calling from, David?
Mount Ridge, Kansas. Anyway, if illegal aliens are on the voting rolls, isn't that a direct threat to our democracy?
100%.
And why aren't they saying that on the news?
Because
and, yeah, I know.
You know the obvious. Because they want him here. I mean, look, how many times has President Trump mentioned that these illegals were on the voter registration rolls? He's mentioned it multiple times. Even
all
before
2020.
Yeah, exactly. I was gonna say, even before the 2024 election, he kept mentioning that they were on it, and they all kept saying it's not true, it's not true, it's not true. And then come to find out, they get one of the Democrats to release it out of New Jersey. Now all of a sudden it is true, but they found it, not Trump. They found it. So now we're addressing the issue.
They're not addressing it.
No.
They just found it because, anyway, love you. Thank you for what you're doing.
Well,
Have a
thank
good
you so
day.
much, David.
Bye.
Thanks so much for the call. Take care. All right, so let me go back to this other clip with Mundummy. Okay, let me go back to this clip with Mundummy. Because he personally is calling. Here, let me see. He's actually calling for riots in the city of New York. When Benjamin Netanyahu shows up, and I think he's supposed to be there in like September or something like that in the fall. Well, he's actually encouraging people to protest in the streets. And again, when you have these pro-Hamas Palestinian terrorists show up to protest, they don't ever show up to protest peacefully. He's asking for these people to show up and protest because if something happens, something pops off, he can say, well, look, people can protest. And if the violence comes out of it, they'll just call it protesting. Maybe Benjamin Netanyahu shouldn't show up. And then this wouldn't have happened. That's what they'll go with.
I just want to follow up. I want to two questions really. Can you tap into the disappointment that people in the Palestinian community feel that you're not going to be able to arrest them? And are you urging them to protest?
I'm simply saying that this is a city where if anyone feels a level of frustration or opposition, protest is something that we will always respect. I leave it to New Yorkers themselves to make that decision. And when it comes to Palestinian New Yorkers who are disappointed, I understand it. Because we are talking about someone who has been charged with crimes against humanity, someone who has visited the city on many an occasion and who has been welcomed by previous mayors. And I want to make it very clear that that welcome ends with me. I will not be welcoming Benjamin Netanyahu or any other war criminals when they come to this city. And I do believe that our federal government should join the International Criminal Court and ensure that there is accountability when it comes to crimes against humanity.
You see that? And the reporter straight up asked him, are you encouraging people to protest? Their protest is not peaceful. They're never peaceful. You have people here in the United States of America advocating for a terrorist organization, and he's telling those people to go out and protest. I think, and it's just my personal opinion about this, that they're going to try to stage something to happen at that time. They're going to stage something to happen, and then they're going to blame it on the United States of America because the federal government did not comply to the ICC and did not imprison Benjamin Netanyahu. This dude here, meeting with the Iranian prime minister, because he said that, I just played the clip, what he just said. So I'm subject to believe that his administration actually did sit down with him. Because he said he didn't reach out to him. And no way was he going to sit down with the Israeli consulate. What? Dude did a play on words. And it just kept going. Kept going. It is a major problem. And this dude should lose his citizenship, whatever that looks like. And he should be out of the country. He should be out of the country immediately. There's no excuse for him to be here. No excuse. None at all. All right, we're going to take another really quick break, and then we'll come back and I have more for you. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Thanks to Mamdani, democratic socialism is gaining some national attention. On the flip side, it seems like America's support, or certain segment of America's support for capitalism, is declining.
The expectations for millennials in 2026 is that you got to have like 3 income streams, a side hustle, a personal brand.
Just because we critique capitalism doesn't mean we're socialist or communist. It's just capitalism has reached a stage where it's exploitation at this point.
Most Americans are working 2 jobs now. So they're working 60 hours a week, 70 hours a week.
Are you depressed or is it?
And then they have this song that they created. As you are you depressed, and your depression is because of the capitalism. I'm not gonna play it because I don't want try not to get any copyright strikes. But let me get right here, because that's the part that she really loves. She loved that part about them singing that capitalism is bad.
Fox News poll showing 50% of voters have a positive view of capitalism, 46% unfavorable. I want to show you the difference between now and 2019, when it was 57% favorable and 28% unfavorable.
We can't be hoodwinked. We can't be taken advantage of by people that say you're going to have a free home. You're going to get free rent. Everything's going to be free. What they don't say is a year later, everything is going to end up in squalor, destruction, and death, and also death for our country. So we have to stop the threat of the communist rhetoric that you're hearing right now.
Let me stop it really quick before I finish playing this. President Trump is right that they're all constantly saying, the left, the socialist left, is saying that everybody should get a free home. Are y'all familiar with that? I'm gonna come back to this in just a second. But I want to ask you the question. Have you heard him say that everybody should get a free home? Have you heard that? Got the comments up here because I want to see what you had to say. Everybody deserves a free home. They constantly say that. Now, my question, what I hope I have your attention on, my question is, who decides who gets to live in the mansion? Who decides who gets to live in the $20 million home versus the apartment that's infested with cockroaches and rats? Who decides who gets to live where at that point? If everybody gets a home, who decides it? And how do they make the determination on where this group of people get to live and where this group of people get to live? You know what it makes me think about? Hunger Games. For those of you who never watch Hunger Games reminds me of liberals because everything is like clean and there's a whole bunch, everything's in color, it's just immaculate, it's beautiful, liberal utopia. But then the rest of us that want freedom, we live in squalor. We live in it, everything is dusty, it's gray, it's murky. There's no food. We have to fight for it. That's what they want. But they say, don't complain because we all gave you a home. Who decides who gets to live where if these socialists get what they want? No one's asking that question. And I'm like thinking, well, I mean, nope, you can't live here anymore. We took all your money. We gave it to these people over here that weren't doing nothing. We're going to let them live in your house, but you got to go to this hut over here. Who gets to decide that? Socialism is terrible. Terrible.
Can I just say, having just sat with Mamdani, and I've interviewed AOC before, and these are, of course, the sort of standard bearers of this movement. You know, what they argue is that, you know, this scaremongering of that everything's going to be free and you're going to bankrupt the country, they are talking about taxing the very wealthy to make them pay their fair share so that more can be given to those who have less.
You're seeing a lot of billionaire tax requests. You're also seeing people talking about taking cut from AI companies. Like there's a sense
and that makes sense to people. People understand that equation that they're making. So the scare tactic of like everything's going to be free and everything's going to fall apart, it doesn't make sense to them in an economy where you see the very, very rich swanning around and people can't make rent.
I agree. Sorry, I was just going to say, I agree with.
You hear this? So now they're trying to figure out who can we take money from to give to those who don't want to work or give to those who's being lazy. Let's take it from the AI companies. Well, guess what happens if they just start taking money and they just start saying they're going to take money and just give it to these other people? Because like the concept is like, we'll take this money, you're making all this money, we'll take it from you, we'll just give it to these people over here. Well, what happens when these companies run out of money? Because at some point it runs out. Because if they're just taking the money from them and just giving it to these people, and the money, people buying into it, the AI and buying into the data centers and stuff, and like at some point they're going to be like, I can't afford it because they've taken all my money. When the money runs out, who pays for it then? They're stupid. They're stupid. Okay, I see we got some more calls coming in. I'm going to finish this clip and then we'll go to it. It's only a couple of seconds left.
All of that. But we have to do two things at the same time. As Republicans, I'm not talking about Democrats, we have to articulate the evils of communism. It eliminates political dissent, it eliminates religious freedom, it kills a lot of people.
It's socialists who are running around the country, not communists.
Yeah, well, but
I want to say it out loud because if you say it in passing, it makes it sound like I haven't put all the communists on screen. There are Denny. We're talking about people who are in what they call a democratic socialist movement.
Are you kidding me? They're all communists. They just call themselves socialists. They're all communists. They're all communists. All right. So the person I had on the line hung up on me. No, now I feel rejected. Rejected. Maybe they'll call back. I said I was going to go right to you after the line. It's not like you couldn't hear me. So, all right. But I do have another beauty that I want to share with you. Oh my goodness, this is a beauty. So this clip here absolutely shows in Sacramento. This was to my understanding, the mayor. Oh, hold on. This was the mayor and a councilwoman having a conversation. And I enhanced the audio so people could hear what's being said. It's still kind of difficult to hear though. So what she does, she goes over to the mayor and she says, basically, I'm gonna paraphrase it here. How can we censor these people that are saying stuff that we don't like? I should have played this when I was talking about the free speech. But that's essentially what she's saying. It's a short clip, then we're gonna go directly to the phone calls, okay? Listen.
we should go over this disruptions thing, because if we want to ban somebody in the future, I actually take them out. We have to point out and specifically say who's being
We're going to set a term of race. We can't do that.
We're there.
Can't. So I spent my first 6 months going. I wanted to give people like probation. You can't come.
And right there, you see, she realized that the mic was on. She said she's calling it disruption because they're saying stuff that they don't like. And he straight up telling, he said, we can't do that. We can't do that. I mean, we can't do it. But she wanted to do it. The point is that she thought that going to him and he'll go along with it, she wanted to do it. Socialism. That's a socialist right there. A communist socialist trying to shut down people at the local state government level. Free speech. Want to shut it down. These people are despicable. Did I tell you I don't like them? I really don't. All right, let's go to Brian from St. Louis. Hey, Brian.
Hey, how's it going, sir?
It's going. Thank you so much for the call. What you got?
Well, I routinely listen to Jeremy, or I have for maybe the last month or so, and I'm listening to you also here, not as regularly just because of work and whatnot. But long story short, what I seem to be hearing from the right in MAGA is the only thing you really have to run on is immigration. And even then you can't talk about ICE or not without bringing up, certain things. I don't really even want to get into that. But I mean, another thing y'all aren't really talking about right now is Iran or Mitch McConnell or high gas prices.
We do talk about Iran. I haven't talked about Iran today.
What are you saying about Iran? Like, I mean, are we talking about the soldiers that have perished?
I've said multiple times that President Trump is the only president that has the balls to stand up to end this 47-year war that they've had against us. He's the only one. Obama knew about it. Bush knew about it. Carter knew about it. It started with Carter. So why would people get upset because President Trump is wanting to end the war? He said he's going to end wars. He's not starting them. He did not start this. It's ignorant for someone to say he did when we all know it was started under Jimmy Carter.
I mean, that really wasn't. The war started in 1953, sir.
Under Jimmy Carter.
When the USA.
It started under Jimmy Carter.
Is Eisenhower.
It started under Jimmy Carter. Jimmy Carter is the reason why
it started under Eisenhower in 1953.
Jimmy Carter is the reason why Iran started ending the lives of U.S. military personnel. I mean, you can say what you want to say. It's been 47 years. Even the liberal media admitted
I'll say what I want to say if you let me say it.
Say it, but it doesn't make it true.
Okay, well, are you going to let me say it?
Finish.
The CIA and British, the MI6, I suppose is what they're called, they went in 1953 and took out a democratically elected leader to install a Shah that was not democratically elected. That's when the war started.
Okay,
so when the USA went in 1953 and overthrew a democratically elected official.
Okay, so we're in
agreement. Had been elected by everyone in Iran.
Okay, so we're in agreement.
Like someone coming into the USA and saying,
"Okay,
I'm sorry, Trump, you're not allowed to do this anymore."
So we're in agreement that President Trump did not start this war. Is what you're saying?
I'm saying the war started in 1953.
Okay, so we're in agreement that President Trump did not start this war. We're in agreement on that.
He started this specific war. Yes, he did.
Okay, so you say he started the war that started a long time ago. That's what you're saying. He started the war that was started a long time ago.
He continued the war that the USA started.
That this started years ago.
He continued the war.
You're saying it even started before Jimmy Carter.
He continued the war.
He
continued the war, and everyone else
how do you
that would be really dumb.
How do you expect them to end the war?
No other president decided to go in there because they understood.
You expect him
know
to
what happened
end the
between
war? Answer the
Iran
question, sir.
and Iraq?
Sir.
They had an 8-year war.
How do you
from
expect
1980
him
to 1988
to end the war?
Guess who won?
You're not answering
Nobody.
the question. I'm giving you the
What's your
opportunity
question?
here. How do you expect him to end the war? It's a simple question.
Shouldn't he have an end plan for the war?
How do you expect?
If you start a war, you have to end it.
Hey, you notice everybody how he's dodging the question? How do you expect him to end the war? How do you expect him to end the war? How do you expect
I'm saying
anybody?
he should already have told us how he's going to
No,
end
I'm
the
not
war.
asking you how he.
Because it should already. Wait, how many times has he said he's ended
You're
the war?
wanting him to tell us the plan.
How many times has he said
He
he's ended
can't
the
tell
war?
you the plan because you'll just go tell the enemy the plan. Again, I'm gonna
I'll
ask you.
tell
I'm
the
gonna ask
enemy
you the
the
question.
plan. I thought he
How
already
does
won the
any
war like
president-
25 times.
How should any president end the war? It's a simple
How
question.
did any president keep the Strait of Hormuz open except for Trump?
How should
They didn't
any
go after
president
Iran.
end the war?
They didn't go after
Again, you're
Iran.
not
The
answering
Strait
the
of
question.
Hormuz is in Iran.
Why is it so difficult?
Trump.
Why is it so
But
difficult?
what is so difficult?
Let me ask you.
You
okay,
want
let me
me
let me,
to tell
let me
you
put it.
the
Let me
answer
put it to
to
you this
something
way.
that Trump
Hold on,
created?
calm down. Let me put it to you this way.
You're-
Maybe you'll understand it this way. When there's a fire that takes place.
Why are you asking me?
Listen, when there's a
What-
fire that takes place, how do the firemen put out the fire? How do they put it out? What are some of the options that they use to put the fire out?
So you're saying the USA started a fire and you want the USA to put it out now?
In order for them to put out the fire, sometimes it takes fire to put out
They had to
fire.
start the fire.
Trump
They had
didn't
to
start
start
the
the
fire.
fire,
Trump didn't
correct?
start the fire.
The USA started the fire, and the USA
Yeah, under Jimmy Carter
decided to end
Yes,
the fire right
under
now.
Jimmy Carter and President Trump being the only one saying, "Okay, enough is
No,
enough. I'm going to end it."
Eisenhower.
President
on.
Trump is going to be the president that
1953.
ends the war.
Your 47-year BS
Plain
doesn't
and
work on
simple.
me, sir.
Plain and simple.
Huh?
Plain and simple. Hey, Brian,
What's plain
thank
and
you so much
simple?
for the call.
Yeah, you're going to let me talk, right?
Take care. All right, let's go to the next call. We got Sly from North Carolina. Hey, Sly.
Gee, I should bring a fire extinguisher to this conversation.
I mean, it's typical. The liberals are like that all the time. When you bring up points, they try to deflect. They want to change the channel.
Yeah, I get it. Hey, I'm the birthday girl, by the way.
Oh, happy birthday, young lady.
Thank you. 69, not so young.
Yeah.
Anyway, I was just wanting to bring up, this is a total change of subject, about these wildfires in Canada.
Okay.
I think some people have already figured it out that, all the chemtrail crap they spray all over the place. That is why the fires are so much worse now.
Well, a lot of it.
It's the
A lot of
chemicals.
it as well.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah, because they don't want to clean up what needs to be cleaned up either. They don't want to take the necessary steps
Well,
to
but
get
it's
rid
the
of the brush.
stuff that.
And they
No, it's the stuff.
I'm just
they've
saying,
been
like, as far as
spraying.
California, they knew the fire starter was there, and they did not do anything
Yeah.
about it. And then they removed some of the water, knowing good and well, California is always prone to it. So, but I don't know
Oh, yeah, it's
I
all
don't know
about
the
the fish.
procedures and the process in Canada, so I can't really give you a.
No, it's been all over North America. They spray when you've got the barium and the aluminum and
Yeah.
all this stuff.
Oh yeah.
That's what's making the fires so much worse. And people are saying how the smoke, it doesn't smell like just wood burning. It
Yeah,
smells
it's-
like chemicals.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And they're going to be worse because of it. So, and then the other thing, I was just kind of going down rabbit holes the other day. This whole cyclospora thing that's been spreading across, getting everybody sick,
Oh yeah, I've heard
How
about that.
how does that happen all the way across the country? Because I'm thinking, we get produce from all over the place, but it usually just goes to regions.
So
And-
you're absolutely right. That's a very good question, because when they import these products, they're supposed to go through a testing process to prevent this from happening. And what's happening is that the liberal left, they're blaming President Trump because President Trump got rid of a lot of the waste and fraud and the fat in the federal government. But he didn't get rid of these people that's supposed to be doing their jobs. So they're saying, oh, it's Trump's fault. Everything is Trump's fault. I think personally, this is a personal thing on my part. I think it's deliberate. I think they're doing this because they want President Trump to look bad. They need another pandemic They need another one.
Yes.
They need something. So
Yeah.
a scamdemic. They need another George Floyd 2.0, and they're hoping to get another scamdemic. So, well, Sly, thank you so much for the call.
Wait.
Go
real
really quick.
But my other thought was maybe they're spraying this stuff along with the chemtrail, and they're spraying this crap all over their fields. And
that's really good question. Really good question. I don't know. Maybe maybe it's not even being imported. They're doing it here. I don't know. I'm not a scientist to give you. But something has happened. We know. But thank you so much for the call. Take care.
Yeah. Okay. Have a good weekend.
You too. God bless. All right. Let's go to the next caller here. I believe it was this one here. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from?
Hi, my name's Patty, and I'm calling from Henderson, Nevada.
Patty? How you doing, Patty? Thank you so much for the call.
I'm okay. How are you? I was calling you. I'm a little bit older. I was in high school, 1979, when they took the hostages, and it was horrible. I remember thinking, we got to go save them. And nobody wants to give Trump a chance. Our society has gotten so used to instant gratification. They want it now. I gain weight, I'm going to take the shot and lose it in 2 weeks.
Ooh, yes.
Nobody wants to put in the work to get the results. And when it comes to Trump and what he's doing over there, he knows what he's doing. And nobody wants to give him credit for not knowing what he's going to do and realizing that he knows what he's doing. It's not like, oh, gee, I'm just going to wake up today, I'm going to bomb again. No, he has a plan. And we just need to all sit still, keep supporting him, and remind people that Trump knows what he's doing.
Yep. You know what, Patty?
He will end this.
You know what, Patty, really quick. I actually created a meme the other day, and I created a meme with President Trump on it and a F-15 jet fighter on it. And I put on the caption on it. I said, telling the socialist Democrats what the plan is would be telling the enemy what the plan is.
Right, exactly. He said
so
that
why
years
would he
ago.
tell
He's
them
like,
the
I'm not gonna
plan?
Come out and tell you what I'm going to do.
Tell us what you're going to do, Trump, so we can leak it to Iran so we can help them out.
Right.
These are stupid people.
Exactly. And nobody seems to point out that Trump is doing everything he can to avoid having troops on the ground. Because we all know if our troops set one foot on there, then all hell's going to break loose. He's using everything at his disposal to get rid of those freaking people. They hate, look at what they did in New York. They hate us. And Trump knows what he's doing. And he does not want our soldiers, our brothers, our people to go die over there.
Yeah,
so
exactly.
Give him a chance.
Exactly.
Give him a chance.
But these liberals,
I'm going to.
All they want is for Trump to look bad so they can say, oh, vote for us, select us, and we'll make everything better. It's always the white feminist male
Trump,
liberals that think they know what's best for everybody. They have all the answers.
Do they want him to fail because then they can say, see, we were right.
Yeah.
And it's like, oh my.
Yeah.
It's not about Trump. It's about America.
Exactly.
Well,
thank you so much, Patty.
For this shit.
Thank you so much.
Oh, you're welcome. Have a good day.
Yep,
Bye.
you too. Have a wonderful weekend. Bye. All right. Let's go to Mike. Hello, Mike.
Hey, man. How you doing, brother?
I'm doing great. What you got?
So what I'm saying is, this has nothing to do with the war in Iran.
What are we talking about?
So the war in Iran, it's not even a war in Iran. Like this has to go to China. Everybody knows this. I mean, everybody who's smart knows this.
I would even take it a step further and say it's even bigger than China.
Oh, it's no. It goes back to communist bullshit.
Yeah, I'm not saying China. You're correct, but I'm saying it's even bigger than China. It's a global agenda that President Trump is fighting against. It's bigger than China. It's bigger than Russia. It's a global agenda. But all of this stuff, what they were doing with the kids, the evil, perverted stuff they're doing with the kids, President Trump is stopping that. The global agenda that they have with this one world system that they said never existed, President Trump is fighting against all of that. And that's what this is really about. So yeah, you're correct. I'm not disagreeing with you.
You're exactly right. You know, it's disgusting, to be honest with you. It's the perversion of our American agenda. You know, they're trying to totally destroy America's agenda.
Yes.
And I mean, the soccer league kind of put on the forefront, and I hate to say it, they did. It's really disgusting what you're trying to pervert our children to.
Yeah.
And it's disgusting of what you're trying to put us on the forefront of. You know, I mean, Iran is just a small piece of the puzzle. You know, and these people try to put the forefront. I don't have enough words for it. You know, it's a perversion of who we are as people in a society. You know, it's really disgusting. It's sad. I don't have enough words for it.
Yeah,
like I said before.
You know, the thing with Iran and President Trump is ending it. And if you notice, all of these feminist male liberals, they're upset because President Trump is an alpha male, and he's bringing an end to a conflict that happened under Jimmy Carter. Right? It was put into place under Jimmy Carter. Now, who's this? Of course they were initiating stuff before then. No one's disputing that. But it started under Jimmy Carter, and it's been there ever since for 47 years, going on 48 years, and President Trump saying no more. And they're all mad with him because he's doing it. Now, if we were putting billions of dollars on a pallet on an airplane, sending it to Iran, oh, it's their money. Let them do what they want to do with it. They're trying to build a nuke to set it off. They're happy with that. These people have lost their capacity for thinking on straight on anything.
Yeah, but what were those pallets? I mean, were those pallets of money? What were they? What were they? U.S. dollars?
So the story is that it was their money that was sanctioned, and Obama just put it on pallets and sent it to them. That's the story.
They were pallets of U.S. dollars.
Yeah, of course.
So you're sending a pallet of dogs.
Mike, Mike, you're hitting the nail on the head there.
I mean, I will send you a pallet of
some Benjamin Franklins. And what they say is your money. You're good. You're good. Hey, Mike, thanks so much for the call.
Here's your money on a U.S. pallet of dog shit.
Have a great weekend, Mike.
I can forfeit dollars all day long.
Yeah. Hey, thanks for the call. I mean, have a great weekend, Mike. Take care.
Hey, man, brother.
All right. Let's go. We got another one here. Hello, caller. What's your name? Where you calling from? You there? Going once, going twice, and I try. All right, let's go to the next one here. We got Karen from California. Hello, Karen. Thank you so much for the call.
Hi. I agree with Pat. And also, how did Israel commit genocide? And how come they brought up Israel committing genocide, but they don't bring up what happened January 7th in Israel?
Are you talking about October 7th?
Go ahead.
You're talking about October 7th in Israel. Because
I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, you're fine. Yeah. So they believe that October 7th in Israel was justified because Israel have been keeping all of these people in what they call an open prison, which is a little confusing to me because if they're in open prison, how is it that they're able to smuggle in these rockets, but they can't smuggle people out if it's an open prison? It doesn't make any sense.
No.
Yeah.
And also tax dollars. They saying our tax dollars are being wasted, and it could go towards business and stuff like that. Okay, what about all the fraud in Minnesota?
Oh my goodness.
In California.
You know what it is, Karen?
And what about the money they sent? Joe Biden's son, China sent Joe Biden's son, 1.5? Where did that money go to? Billion.
You know what, Karen? You know what it is? They're fraud deniers. They denied when all the illegal aliens were voting. That was fraud. They denied the fraud. The left, these socialist Democrats, are fraud deniers. That's what it comes down to. They try to say that we're election deniers because we said, hey, something's not right here. These illegals were voting. They said that we're election deniers for calling that out. But then when they actually find out that these illegals were voting, they're denying it. And then the same thing what you just mentioned, California and Illinois and these other locations, Minneapolis, with the Somalis and taking all this money in, billions of dollars, and it just disappears. They ignore that too because they deny the fraud. They're fraud deniers.
Thank you, Will. It's just I wanted to bring it up. And in California, they still, we do need to pass the SAFE Act.
Yes, ma'am.
And California is they're trying to confuse people about the SAVE Act.
Yeah.
So,
when I lived in California, they said that you can't ask for no ID. You can't ask. Well, this was after I left, actually, but I didn't have to show ID when I was there because they mailed it to me. It's ridiculous. So, but hey, Karen, thank you so much for the call. Have a wonderful weekend.
You too.
Take care. Okay, look like the last person called back in. Hello, caller. Or what's your name? Where you calling from? Hello, caller. I think. Hello. Do you have me on the headphones? I can hear you trying to come through. If you have it on headphones, remove the headphones. Okay, it is what it is. All right, we just got just over 10 minutes here. There's something else I want to share with you, of course, because there's so much happening, so much going on. The Socialist Communist Democrat Party is absolutely crushing themselves. They're crushing themselves. Listen to this lady because she's not happy with the Democrat Party. And if I'm not mistaken, she's out of Arizona. Not happy with the Socialist Democrat Party. Check this out. Actually, and I talked about this the other day, how they're complaining about how they're doing this.
Let's talk a little bit of some politics here. Now, recently, the Democrats, there's been a big debate on how progressive someone in the Democratic caucus should be. We've seen some Democratic socialists elected back east. We even saw a Democratic socialist elected here in Tempe, sits on the council right now. I want to know and get your take. How progressive do you think someone should be in your party? Would you join the Progressive Caucus? What are your thoughts?
Well, first and foremost, it's a big tent party, right? Democrats have pride themselves on being a big tent party and room for everyone. What I will say is that, the Democratic Socialists is a very small, tiny portion of the Democrats. And I firmly believe that, when government is not focused on the issues that are impacting people, this is what we get.
I mean, she said when the government is not focused on the issues that impact the people, this is what we get. It's the Democrats not focusing on the people. They're only focused on how to get Trump, how to stop Trump. That's the only thing that they're focused on. They can't see nothing else. They got these blinders on, and on the side of the blinders, it says Trump. Trump. And then they got the one right there in front of them and it says Trump. All they see is Trump. They go to sleep thinking about Trump. They wake up in the morning thinking about Trump. Every single day on their mind is Trump, 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 Trump. Now, for those of you socialist Democrats that believe that, oh, this never happened. The illegals not voting. Do y'all remember this? Do you remember what Barack Hussein Obama said about illegals voting?
If you want to vote and you show up at your polling place, they can't stop you from voting. They can't stop you from voting. If people want to know how to vote,
if you're an American citizen, of course, they can't stop you from voting if you're an American citizen. But watch this.
You can go to iwillvote.com. The fact of the matter is that we give our power away all the time. We tell ourselves, oh, it's hard, it's not going to matter, it's not going to count. And the powers that be, they're counting on us giving our power away.
Many of the millennials, dreamers, undocumented citizens, and I call them citizens because they contribute to this country, are fearful of voting. So if I vote, will immigration know where I live? Will they come for my family and deport us?
I'm not.
What? She's just straight up asked. I didn't ask him. She straight up asked Barack Hussein Obama if these illegals go and vote, will ICE come and get them? Remember, he was the deporter in chief. Listen.
Not true. Okay. And the reason is, first of all, when you vote, you are a citizen yourself, and there is not a situation where the voting rolls somehow are transferred over and people start investigating, etc. The sanctity of the vote is strictly confidential in terms of who you voted for. If you have a family member who maybe is undocumented, then you have an even greater reason to vote.
This has been a...
And they said that this never even happened. They said that never even took place. And there's Barack Hussein Obama straight up saying that, hey, if you vote, that makes you a citizen. No, it doesn't. It means you broke the law if you're not an American citizen. That's what it means. Do you think that the liberal media even shared what Obama saying that? And isn't it interesting that this came back up to the surface again? And of course, the radical lunatic liberals, they all ignore it. Every last one of them ignore it, trying to say, well, that's not true. That's not the case. And then the lady in New Jersey, as I mentioned before, she's acting like they found this issue. Now it's an issue. They found it, not before when President Trump was saying that it was happening. They don't want to come out and give President Trump credit and say, you know what? President Trump was, say it with me. President Trump, come on, say it with me. Come on, liberal, say it with me. President Trump was right. I know it's difficult. Say it. Come on. President Trump was right. The socialists have a hard time saying it.
We move very quickly because the people of New Jersey obviously deserve accountability and transparency. We're running an independent investigation right now to get to the bottom of exactly how this happened and what's going on. But, it is not a surprise to me that the federal government, that the Trump administration wants to immediately weaponize this against people.
He's not weaponizing anything. President Trump was calling this out a long time ago. And now all of a sudden you want to act like you found something that we didn't know. Tell us something we didn't know. We've known that this was happening. People have been screaming about it happening. And y'all have been fraud deniers. All of y'all been fraud deniers.
As opposed to focusing on making sure that we're running free and fair elections. That's my focus. I would say again that Trump has done more to undermine our election system than anyone in my lifetime, including Vladimir Putin. He has attacked the 2020 election, which he ran. He has.
Are you kidding me? So she finds all of this fraud. Well, she didn't find it. She just, saying, oh, look what we have here, everybody fraud. Because they know if we're going to. Let me ask you, why did she release it in the first place? I mean, what underlying reason would she come out and release it? Because, they've already known about it for a long time. They've known about it. So why come out now? Why did she release it now? And then she bringing up Russia. Y'all noticing that?
Also sent out an insurrection against us when we were trying to certify that election.
Goodness.
He then has
Now she's deflecting. That's what she's doing. She's deflecting from what they have done. That's what she's doing. She's deflecting. Okay, let me get off of this. We only have a couple more minutes left here before I got to go. I want to share this with you. Have you seen this guy with this Army military guy, lieutenant, last day in his uniform? Did y'all see what he said?
So today is my last day wearing this uniform, and I just wanted to say from the bottom of my heart, Donald Trump.
Anybody watching that served in the military? What do you think should happen to him? He was in uniform. Said it was his last day, and he's in uniform. I mean, really? Well, listen to this young man. The last one I played for you was a male feminist liberal. Listen to this young man, a white male feminist liberal at that.
The lieutenant that made the horrible statement about President Trump is a disgrace to the uniform and a horrible example to other soldiers and officers. I'm a current soldier, and I'm working to become an officer of the United States military. So, President Trump, unlike that ungrateful lieutenant, it would be an honor to salute you on a commission in the United States military. Look, I didn't have the blessing of being born in America, but I do have the blessing to put on this uniform and protect the American way of life under the leadership of President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth. And honestly, this is very simple. If you don't like America, then don't sign on the dotted line. If you don't like America, don't step on the yellow footprints. And most importantly, if you don't like America, then don't even come here. Because the American dream is only possible in America. That's why everybody wants to come here and tries to be like us. And since they can't, well, that's the reason why they're trying to destroy us from within. So President Trump and Secretary of War Pete Hegseth, thank you for getting rid of the LGBTQ and DEI garbage and for focusing on the lethality of the greatest army this world has ever seen. God bless our Commander-in-Chief, and God bless America.
I mean, what? He wasn't even born here, and he has more respect for the United States of America than that Yahoo does. White, male, feminist, liberal. They're all the same. They're all the same. You can't even make it up. Can't even make it up. And then they get mad because President Trump is not informing us of what he's going to do. What's his plan for Iran? So they can run over there. Hey, guess what? Let me picture it this way. I should have brought this up with Brian. Why do you think President Trump did not inform the socialist Democrats that he was about to go get Maduro? Because if the socialist Democrats in the United States of America, had they known, they would have ran over to Maduro. Oh, he's coming. He's coming. Get in the bunker. Get in the bunker so he can't get you. And a lot of this information about the whole voting thing, you notice they don't even bring up Maduro, Venezuela. Uh-oh. I think Maduro's squilling and he's hiding somewhere. So then that way, they can't touch him. That's it for me, everybody. Have a wonderful, blessed weekend. I will see you Monday in the Culture War.
Welcome to the program, everyone. Happy Friday. Thank you so much for being with us. We got a great show for you. You know, there's a lot of people out there that work and work and work, and they try to get whatever their agenda is, they try to get it in front of people, especially when it comes to reforming certain industries, especially when those industries are controlled by, you know, a lot of money, giant corporations. And every now and then, you get a breakthrough. Today is one of those days. I think this is a really big day for the Make America Healthy Again agenda. The Trump administration has now announced that they're going to start encouraging states to end mercury fillings and mercury in dentistry. Now, for those of you who've been watching the program, this may sound to you like a small victory, but this is a big deal for a lot of people when you actually understand the toxicity of mercury and how we've known it's toxic for a very long time, and yet we're continuing to put it in the mouths of our children, continuing to put it in the mouths of our soldiers and our veterans. And we've done several episodes on this with Anita Tibau, and we're going to celebrate this news today and talk about it. What does it mean? This press release today, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services announced that the Centers for Medicare and Medicaid sent a notification urging every state Medicaid director to phase out the use of mercury-containing dental fillings by restricting or ending their respective states' Medicaid coverage for dental procedure codes for dental amalgams. Dental amalgams are a material, we of course know, that combines mercury with other heavy metals to fill cavities, but pose health and environmental risks. This is really interesting because Anita Tibau has been on the front lines here, the cutting edge. She's been trying to get her citizen petition in front of the right eyes. It looks like she was successful in doing that. We're going to talk about it all today on the program and much, much more. The Paul Herrell program starts right now.
The Paul Herrell program.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, as always, we are broadcasting from the great state of Arkansas here on LFA TV, as well as other platforms, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel. And so if you're watching on there and you're not watching, we would encourage you to like and subscribe to that channel. If you're watching on LFA Rumble, make sure that you subscribe to that channel and share this video. Share it far and wide. Also want to remind everybody out there that the Paul Herrell program is powered by the Healing Veterans Project. The Healing Veterans Project is, of course, on a mission to give veterans non-pharmaceutical intervention for basically for all of their injuries, whether it's PTSD, nerve pain, you name it. And we do this by giving them red light therapy, photobiomodulation. And instead of, the VA doesn't want to approve these things. The VA wants to approve, pharmaceuticals, Vicodin, opioids, but they won't approve doctor-prescribed red light therapy, and that's where Healing Veterans Project comes in. And so, as a reminder, just want all of you to go to healingveteransproject.us and contribute if you want to, specifically monthly. And if you can't contribute, but you know of a business or a business owner that wants to partner with us, we can make something happen. Email paul@healingveteransproject.us, because what we want to do is integrate the donation option into your point of sale or your checkout process, and I can make that happen. Email me, paul@healingveteransproject.us. They are what powers the Paul Herrell program. All right, now, as I was talking about earlier, this is a big deal. We have had a lot of shows on this, and now we are going to go to Anita Tibau. Anita, thank you so much for being with us. I got to know you're really excited about this news out of Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s office. Oh, sorry about that. Sorry, I had you muted. Go ahead, Anita.
Oh, thank you so much, Paul, for jumping on this immediately. This is really extraordinary. And curiously enough, it is actually 1 year to the day that I filed my original citizens petition with the FDA to ban the use of mercury in the dental sector. So I found that pretty amazing. And when the news hit the airwaves yesterday and I saw it, I said, oh my goodness, I better check, because it seems like I filed my petition like a year ago at this time, Anyways, yeah, it's extraordinary. It's extraordinary. And this is just the beginning, because the FDA still has not done a ruling on this. So my big thing is I want to see where they're going to go and what they're going to say, as well as the American Dental Association, because as you know, the ADA says it's a safe and effective restorative treatment. And there it is.
Okay, let's just take this one at a time. Citizens petition from Anita Vasquez Tibau. to the Food and Drug Administration, July 22nd of 2025. That's when you posted this. I know you came on the program. We talked about it. This is something that you were going to do. Now, is this the same petition that you got some legal jargon like runaround on, or am I getting confused?
Yes. No, you're absolutely right. So probably a few months ago, and you had me on your show again, the FDA responded and they said that procedurally I had failed in several areas. I corrected the procedures and I sent it back, and I have not received a response from that secondary notification. But what they did say in their original return to my original petition was that they were still not settled on whether to ban mercury in dentistry nor allow NBMI, which is the compound that was originally developed by Dr. Boyd Haley and was used successfully on millions of doses to chelate mercury toxicity as well as other heavy metals. So they never responded to those two issues. And now that this came out yesterday, my big thing is, what is the FDA going to do with my petition? So I immediately sent an email to the head of the dental device department. And unfortunately, it said, I'm out of town. I won't be able to respond. But I will get a response to that. But they're going to have to answer to this.
Yeah, well, the reason I laugh is because, we've talked about ad nauseum how, in general, the medical industrial complex doesn't want to change at all. I mean, when you highlight that one of what they're doing is actually harming people instead of helping people, they all want to act all defensive because there ends up being a lot of money at stake. And that is also true in this dental industry, because we're going to talk about the corporate side of dentistry here in just a minute. But that's also true here. And so I'm sure they're actually out of town, but it's just funny how all of this seems to work. I actually have the clip of Robert Kennedy announcing this. Do you want to listen to it? You want to play it for the audience? I think it'd be a good idea.
Oh, I think it's wonderful. Are you kidding me?
All right. Okay. So let's pipe this in. This is Robert Kennedy Jr., and I think Dr. Oz is in this as well. Take a listen.
Hi, I'm Robert F. Kennedy Jr., your HHS Secretary. Today I'm joined by my friend and colleague, CMS Administrator Dr. Mehmet Oz, to announce an important step to protect the health of the American people. Today, CMS notified every state Medicaid director and urged them to help end the use of mercury-containing dental fillings.
For decades, dentists have filled cavities with a material called dental amalgam, which combines mercury with silver, tin, copper, and other heavy metals. Over time, evidence has shown that mercury exposure from dental amalgam could pose risks to vulnerable populations, like pregnant women, their babies, women trying to become pregnant, children under the age of 6, people with neurologic diseases or impaired kidney function. Mercury exposure places these groups and others at elevated risk for a range of health complications. When mercury accumulates in the body, studies suggest that it might contribute to birth defects, autoimmune disorders, behavioral changes, neurologic problems, Alzheimer's, lots of other conditions. And the mercury vapor from dental amalgam also exposes dentists and other dental professionals to health risks during the placement or removal of cavity fillings.
Mercury in dental fillings doesn't just affect patients. It contaminates our environment. Mercury from dental amalgam enters wastewater and spreads through our air and our soil and our waterways. The federal government has already committed to phasing down the use of mercury dental amalgams by 2034 to better protect both public health and our environment. Today's notification calls on the states to help lead that effort and do it quicker. Earlier this year, the Trump administration announced that the Indian Health Services
There it is.
will transition to mercury-free restorative materials across Indian Health Service and tribal dental programs by 2027. Now we're asking every state Medicaid program to do its part by taking 2 simple, practical steps.
First, consider restricting or ending state Medicaid coverage for dental procedures that use mercury-containing dental amalgam. Second, incentivize the use of mercury-free resin-based composite filling materials instead. Studies show that when dental practices go mercury-free, it's better for the patients, the practitioners, and the planet. And it protects your taxpayer dollars.
Taxpayer dollars should support the safest, most modern care available, not outdated materials that contain mercury. We have better alternatives, and it's time that we start using them. Let's protect patients. Let's protect dental professionals. Let's protect the environment. Together, we can make America healthy again.
All right, again, that's Robert Kennedy Jr. Anita Tibau, your reaction to that?
It sounds like I wrote it. I'm telling you. When I heard it the first time, I'm like, oh my God, it's really so much of what I've said in my citizen petition and all of these agencies that I had submitted it to, you know, with follow-up and the CDC, NIH, HHS, the whole gamut of all of these agencies that are interconnected. So I'm thrilled. I'm thrilled because now no one can run and hide from this. It is out there. It is out there with Bobby Kennedy. It's out there with Dr. Oz. It's out there with President Trump. Where are you going to go? I mean, this has to stop.
Exactly. And he even said, I mean, it was interesting. He even talked about how we've committed to getting rid of this by 2034, which, you know, is far too long considering all the other first world countries are not doing this anymore to their own citizens. Right. Then he even talked about what we discussed this, I don't know, the last couple of times you're on the show. They've come out and said that that Indian reservations can't do it anymore. And so if you can't do it in Indian territory, but you can still do it here, well, that doesn't make any sense. And so this is a long time coming, and I'm glad it's happening. But what's going to happen? I mean, is there going to be pushback? I mean, are there people right now in the dental community that have been ignoring this, that are seething right now?
I think there's a lot of people that didn't see this coming. I certainly didn't. I'm telling you, I did not expect this. And what this does is it puts everybody on notice. Now, they're going to have to do something. My big question is, and I'm going to chase down the FDA and say, okay, now what, folks? You know, this is what the administration is saying that you need to do. Are you still going to continue to say, oh, no, but it's safe? With a list of problems that Dr. Oz just spewed, he's like, it causes this and this, it's linked to this and this. I mean, there's over 200 different symptomologies of diseases that mercury dental amalgam has been linked to. And our government, National Health and Examination Institute, no, I'm making a mistake here. It's the NHANES data, National Health Institute of, I can't even think.
I don't think anybody's going to hold you accountable for that. It's okay.
It happens when, you know, I'm thinking too fast because of so much happening within a short amount of time. But anyways, this NHANES database is the most significant database in the world, and it tracks the health and nutrition of the United States population of all demographics all over the country. And they've come out and said that over 50% of the U.S. population has mercury in their heads today. And they only investigated that number against people that were 15 years and older. And we know that little kids have mercury in their head. So let's say we have a population of 350 million. So half of those people plus have mercury in their heads today. So the big thing is going to be how to remove mercury safely. And that's a whole other real big problem, because there's not enough dentists in this country, or any country for that matter, that even have the safe removal protocols that are now known to protect the patient and the dental staff against mercury exposure when taking out these fillings. Yes, it's a problem, but if we can reach this hurdle and really stop putting it into people, that's a huge accomplishment, because it'll be consumer driven that people do it right. And that's what's, this has always been the big rub, that people say, well, if we let people know that mercury is bad and they need to take it out, and all these dentists are going to drill it out and it's going to be dangerous, because that's what the ADA said. That is what the FDA said. If it's a serviceable mercury filling, leave it alone, because when you drill it out, it exposes the patient and everyone around to more mercury. So you tell me how that makes any sense. Oh, just keep putting it in and then exposing more people, and then they'll never get it out. But we know that most people will live and die with mercury in their teeth today. That's just a reality of where we are.
Wow.
And so it's a big deal. It's a huge deal. We're on the path of doing something that's extraordinary for future generations, because we also know that mercury passes from generation to generation. So maybe 1 or 2 generations down the line that don't have mercury exposure from dental amalgam, it's going to be a better, health situation for them moving forward.
Yeah, I mean, just so folks know at home, I mean, if you've got some sort of chronic, illness that you can't get an accurate diagnosis of, you just still always feel bad. If you've never at least considered looking into, do you have mercury in your mouth? I mean, it may not be visible. Maybe you had a crown put on and, they didn't take the filling out before they put the crown on. It's at least something to consider, to think, well, maybe one of the reasons I feel so bad all the time is because of this toxic metal that's been put in my head and is slowly leaking into my bloodstream. I don't mean to be make a joke about it, but I mean, it's just kind of nuts that it's 2026 and this is still the state of dental care where we're messing with mercury, which is obviously a known. I mean, gosh, do they even put mercury in thermometers anymore, Anita? I don't think so.
No, that was founded, I want to say 2017. It was one of the first items at the United Nations Minamata Convention on Mercury Treaty that was banned universally, which is also very curious because I've been a part of that treaty process since 2002. And when you see the items that came up, like blood pressure cuffs, thermometers, batteries, and all of these different products and procedures that used mercury, and dental mercury, and vaccines that contain mercury, which was under the name of thimerosal. Thimerosal vaccines did not make it into the treaty, and dental mercury came in under phased down approach only. You have to look at that and say, okay, so why is the only thing that goes into the human body in a global mercury treaty on a phased down approach instead of an out and out ban, when this could have been done, 20 years ago?
Wow, that's
it's
just
shameful.
Insane.
It's shameful.
That is crazy to me. Did you? I had no idea. I don't think the chat knew that we ban mercury from essentially appliances, from tools. Had the opportunity to ban it from being in our biologically, like banning it from being in our bodies, and we chose not to. That is wild. That is crazy. And I think the reason why is what you hit on. It's not just the dental thing. I mean, yeah, that's a big deal. But if you're going to ban it from putting it in your teeth, you would also ban it from vaccines. I mean, that's the next logical step. Sounds like they didn't do it because it would lead to a path where we don't take pharmaceutical companies' vaccines.
Well, that didn't make it in the treaty. And I was there front row center when that discussion was shut down. They said, oh, no. The WHO and their spokesperson said, oh, developing countries, they have to use mercury because they don't have the ability to store single-dose individual vials of vaccines because they needed cold storage. I mean, there was some kind of crazy excuse like that, and it didn't get in the treaty at all. So the only 2 products that go into the human body, one was on a phase down with a never-ending date at the beginning, and the other was vaccines that didn't get into the treaty at all. So this has been quite an experience for me, because you have to go to these meetings and you travel around the world and you try to convince individual countries, because that's the only way you can actually be of service, because they're being lied to by the quote unquote regulatory bodies like the WHO, which we're no longer part of, thank God. I mean, they're all criminals. It's nuts. It's nuts. And I'm not afraid to say it, because I was there and I saw what was going on. And the cover-up was just outrageous. And you have to wonder, there was a huge contingency of mothers with autistic kids and people that really had a huge understanding of vaccines, 20 years ago at the UN. And it wasn't even in the treaty. So it's a big deal. But I'm really surprised that they were able to eliminate mercury in vaccines first before they addressed the dental mercury. But this was only a question of time. With that last year, the Indian Health Services banning mercury in 2027 in dentistry, there's nowhere else to go. I mean, you can't poison the majority of the population and allow a group not to be poisoned. And it's a straight fact.
I'm glad that you bring that up. I mean, because that's exactly what's been going on, you know, and people are so, doctors aren't, yeah, you're right. Doctors are not supposed to poison you. And yet this is what has been legal for our entire lives, right? What else are they doing that's poisoning us is what I would like to ask. So offline, we discussed, well, I know we did a whole show on the Casa Pia study. There was this mercury study that went on. Nationalfile.com did a story on this. Noel Fritch, give him credit for the great work that he did, highlighting the fact that years ago, decades ago, there was a study done called the Casa Pia study out of the country where they were testing mercury on kids, and in some cases orphans, and the orphanage the kids were staying at, these kids were being sexually abused and trafficked, okay? This came to light in the middle of the study, and they didn't stop the study. They kept going with the study, which makes you think the sexual abuse was the design by design. It was the feature, not the bug, is what it makes me think. And then they lied about what they found in the study. They lied and manipulated the results to say that mercury doesn't harm kids when in fact it did. My question is, has the government, has RFK Jr., have they acknowledged that study was bogus?
Well, that's where, your podcast and our, sharing this on all of the social media platforms that we have and just disseminating this information to the masses comes in, because the Casa Pia study was designed to show that mercury dental amalgam did not harm kids. The fact that these kids were also molested, and they knew this during the study because I did a FOIA request, and I have the documents that show what was the correspondence between the researchers and at the head of the funding of this at NIH, Norm Braveman. He knew, and this happened in 2002, and the kid that went to the police and disclosed this, he was also a victim of mercury toxicity. So, he was a brave young kid at 10 years old saying, listen, I was molested by these people, and I was also part of the mercury study. This is really, really huge because they used this study to perpetuate the use of mercury for another, almost 20 years. I mean, we're still in it, so it's really not banned yet.
Wow.
So when this NIH study was published, at the beginning, it was not using all of the data that they collected. They weren't looking at the right markers to show the harm that was being done. And the kids that were in the study that had problems or health problems, serious things happening, they called them outliers, and they did not include that data. I mean, it's in the research and it's in the FOIA request, but it's not really known to the public. And all of these other researchers that kept using this study as the benchmark and the gold standard to say mercury was safe, it was all based on really, in my opinion, it was based on fraud, because they didn't do what they should have done at the beginning of the study. And they should have never continued the study. Forget about the research part of it. The day they found out these kids were being molested, that study should have stopped, period.
Yes.
And it didn't. It continued.
Well, again, it's a Portuguese, there was a population of Portuguese orphans. And you just think to yourself, whenever U.S. taxpayer dollars go to fund something, and a study like this, and it's overseas, it's now outside of the purview of our own government. It's now, and it just reeks of some sort of, intel operation as well, where it's like, oh yeah, now we can do whatever we want, and we can also, get the sickest people involved in to me, it just reeks of what the type of stuff that you hear about, right? I mean, in the pattern is the same. Let's export our dollars to other countries where there's less regulations and we can get away with anything. This is the sex trafficking is kind of just goes right along with it in all of these situations. It's just it's very, very dark.
It really is, which is why I've stayed in this game for so long, because ultimately my personal goal, was always to have justice for these kids who are now adults. They're late 30s and early 40s, and I met them. I did that undercover expose with a journalist out of Portugal in 2012. So I met some of the victims, and believe you me, it was a horrific experience. And I don't know why it's taken this long, but I always said, I'm going to help these guys one way or another. And maybe now is finally the time that I'm going to be able to do this, because that's really what it's all about. Our government spent $11 million to do this study. A lot of people got paid a lot of money to do this study. But the downside is they hurt at least 250 of these kids that were on the Mercury side. And we know that. We knew it then. And the fact that these kids were also being trafficked, it's just unconscionable. And it is our duty as humans, forget about everything else. When you know something, you have to do something. And something of this magnitude deserves serious, serious attention. And these kids need justice.
Yeah, and it's one thing it's one thing for the government to lie to us. They lie to us all the time. They manufacture bogus studies to lie to us. But the fact that the product of the bogus study that has gone to support the poisoning of Americans also involved the sexual rape of children. I mean, we shouldn't be surprised. I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised that that's the case. But then this study goes on to be used as the justification to poison Americans, poison our vets, poison our soldiers, poison the kids. Man, I mean, that's just really messed up. And I know, the Portuguese officials that were involved in all of this, or at least some of them, were brought to justice by the government of Portugal. But it's insane. Folks, if you're just joining us, we're kind of celebrating here. We don't mean to be. We're just kind of highlighting the fact of how corrupt this is. And by the way, this is just one sliver of one industry in the medical world, the medical complex, and just look at how corrupt it is. Can you imagine how bad it is in other professions within the medical industrial complex? If you're just joining us, we got the news yesterday that President Trump's administration via RFK is now urging states and their Medicaid providers there to phase out, to get rid of, to end mercury in dentistry. And so it's not banned or anything yet, but it's pretty close to being banned. Or at least this is the first step in actually doing that. And maybe ahead of the 2034 deadline, that is approaching, but a long ways off. And who knows who's going to be in the administration at that point. So.
Right. But once it's gone in the U.S., it's game over for the rest of the world.
Yeah.
It was banned in 2025 in the 27 countries of the European Union. So, I mean, Brazil, they went and said, okay, 2030, we're done. And Brazil is a huge country, a huge dental industry, more than the United States and the European Union combined. So that is also moving forward fast and furious, because it's going to be 2027. We're going to blink. So it really needs to be done sooner than later. And I thank God that they've taken this stance. But there's still so much more to be done. But mercury was the top of the food chain, in my opinion, because it's poisoning everything. And as Bobby and Dr. Oz mentioned, the environmental impact, and my colleague, Dr. Blanche Ruby, which is another story, she lost her license because she said, and she took out mercury fillings, and now she's fighting the dental boards to say, hey, listen, now that this new information came out and the administration is also agreeing that nobody should be poisoned with mercury, and you're coming after me, but she's not the only dentist. Many dentists over the years, including the late, great Dr. Hal Huggins, the forefather of biological dentistry, he lost his license too because he came out to say mercury is bad and it shouldn't be in humans. So this is a long road of mercury. The American Dental Association in their website says it's a safe and effective restorative treatment, and it's cheap and easy to use. But they've been saying that they live and die by that statement.
Yeah.
And
so
now
they were canceling COVID, or they were doing the COVID cancellations long before. I mean, that what you're saying, I mean, that was the foreshadowing of what we saw with COVID, saying, hey, maybe you should try a therapeutic, canceled, go get them, get their medical license. They were doing this a long time ago with Dr. Blanche Gruby, Hal Huggins, when they were saying, hey, we think this is unsafe and we want to take out your fillings, right? That's what you're saying.
Exactly. And they were right. But, I did a little tribute to Hal the other day. I just posted it on my Facebook page. And the correspondence that I received, it's probably one of the most things that ever had any responses on a post. But Hal was right about everything. He was right about everything related to dentistry. And he was so far ahead of the game that people also persecuted him. And because he mentored Dr. Blanche Gruby, they came after her too. And it's very ironic because, one, Hal said, obviously, no mercury. And then he went back to school and studied immunology and toxicology. And he said, okay, no to root canals, no to dental implants, no to nickel crowns, no, 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 no. And he started these two labs. The first was Biocomp Laboratories, and the second was Dental DNA, which is now DNA Connections. And he started these labs because he knew, studying toxicology at the age of 50, he said, there's something to this. So when his lab, Biocomp Laboratories, looked at the dental materials, they're two separate entities, he always investigated aluminum. And there was another lab that was being used through the dental profession that did not test for aluminum. So obviously they had more business because so many of these dental products have aluminum in them. So much so that they don't even list as an ingredient the amount of aluminum that's in them. And doing the research, for example, these zirconia implants, they say, oh, they're metal free, but they have aluminum in them. And it's not a little bit, it's a lot. And there have been studies published showing that they have much more aluminum, and it's not even disclosed on the manufacturer safety data sheet. So this is a real big deal. But back to your statement, yes, so many dentists over the years had lost their licenses, and Blanche is still fighting to get her license back. And I'm hoping that this latest beautiful story with Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz announcing that mercury should not be in people anymore is going to be beneficial to her.
Isn't that crazy? But also, almost a year to the day, or a year to the day. When was this? This was July 22nd. So we're actually 2 days late. So it was 2 days ago. And then your study, where did I find the study? Hang on one second. I want to throw it back up there just so people can see the exact date. It's on the third tab here.
It was the 22nd. I verified it. I thought it was a day late.
Yeah. Where did it go? Well, now I can't find it. Here it is, right here. I just want to throw this back up so people can see. On the same day, a year to the day, you filed this petition. So I guess my question is, come on, Anita, Bobby Kennedy, as you call him Bobby. He had to have seen this. This had to have got. You think this got in front of him? You think he knew that this was a thing?
Bobby, listen, I met him a good 15. Well, it's 20 years ago by now, when he was at River Keepers in New York. And I was there with Kelly Gallagher, who recently passed away. She was a true warrior. And we worked together for many years on this whole mercury problem in dentistry. And he was so well versed on mercury in the environment, and then he learned about dental mercury, and then he wrote the book. I mean, Bobby knows more about mercury than probably most doctors or dentists alive. Really, the guy is brilliant. So the pushback.
But he's not a doctor. He's not a doctor. That's what we always hear.
Oh yeah, I know. But listen, I'm not a doctor either. People say, "Oh, are you a doctor or an attorney?" And I'm like, neither. I'm a college dropout.
God bless
But
you.
I've been researching this story and this stuff for, I've published so many papers now. And one of our big papers that was published in 2019, I would write these papers along with Dr. Blanche Gruby specifically for the UN audience, because I knew they didn't know anything about any of this stuff. So one of our really big papers that's been cited around the world talks about mercury from the dental sector and how it enters the environment. And it's through human waste, through cremation, through burial. When people use those green porta potties, that's sewage sludge. So there's many pathways that mercury from the teeth enters the environment. And it's really a big deal. So cremation in the UN's, their research, they said that, okay, every crematorium should have a mercury scrubber attached to it in order to capture the mercury before it enters the air. And some of the crematoriums around the world are so ancient that it was impossible. So, all of these different pathways. Oh, and the biggest one, and I must bring this forward, is mercury being sold as dental mercury, and it goes into countries to be used in dentistry, and it's sold on the black market for small-scale gold mining. And that was the real big one. That's the priority of the United Nations. Mercury.
So educate me about I'm just curious, and maybe some of our audience are, how does mercury help with gold mining?
They take the mercury, it's usually encapsulated now, and they use it for panning for gold. And the mercury attracts the gold, and then they burn it off. So the mercury burns off, and what's left is the gold. But that mercury evaporates, it goes into the air, and then it globally transports. So it's a local disposition of mercury, and it's also a global, because it goes up into the atmosphere and travels. So it's a huge problem.
Fascinating.
Huge.
Well, I'll just tell this story. Thanks to you, I had a root canal removed after I did the research, and of course they found mercury in the filling or in the tooth that wasn't removed before I had the root canal, and then the crown put on. So I did that for my own health, and in so doing, I met a great biological dentist who has an incredible story. He said a couple of things. Because my wife was there the whole time while I was getting the tooth extraction, which was, I'll be honest, it was not a pleasant experience, just in terms of, no pain obviously, but the pulling, the grinding, and you know how it is. So my wife was there, and of course, she starts asking questions. How did you get into doing this? And so he starts talking about a story of a young man who was on disability. They didn't know what was wrong with him. And this was at the beginning of his practice, way back in the 80s. And, they came to the conclusion they thought I think he had like 9 fillings or something crazy. I don't know. It was a lot of mercury in his head. And he asked to take him out. And at the time, he thought, I don't agree with this. But he said, but I'm a Christian, and I'm going to do what the patient wants. I feel like I'm going to do what they ask. And so he did. He removed all the fillings. And then he came back 6 months later and was no longer on disability and was in the workforce, and was able to. He was cured of whatever was ailing him. His symptoms were gone, and he said that struck a nerve with me, and I was like, wow, I'm really onto something. And then he remembered something that happened his first year in dental school. His first year in dental school, he says a guy that was about to graduate stood up at some assembly and started asking questions about mercury safety. And they kicked that guy out of school. He was about to graduate, and because he started asking questions about it, he was kicked out of school, according to him. So, you know, we want to talk about losing licenses and everything. That's how sensitive they were, pun intended. That's how sensitive all these people are. You struck a nerve when you start asking these questions.
Oh, they don't want. Are you kidding me? You know, when Hal discovered through another colleague who's still alive, God bless him, Dr. Olympio Faisal Pinto, he's the real forefather of mercury-free dentistry, and he's 93. He'll be 94 this year. He told Hal in 1971 or 72 in Mexico City at a dental conference that, hey, listen, take your sickest patient and take the mercury out of their heads and see what happens. And Hal's like, oh my goodness, no, I treat my patients with nutrition and blah, 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 and I don't think you're right. And then Olympio started to continue his story saying, listen, I can assure you that there's something up with this mercury. And so Hal did that. And when he realized how toxic it was, and this was in the early 70s, he and Olympio published Olympio's master thesis on mercury and the American disease. And when Olympio was at school at Georgetown University, they told him, oh, we can't let you study mercury in dentistry because we'd have to close 40 dental schools. That was way back then, and I believe it was in the 1950s. So then, fast forward 20 years later or so, maybe 25 years later, he gets his master thesis published, and crickets. So Hal wound up going to the American Dental Association very happy and proud and saying, listen, I have news for you. These mercury amalgam fillings actually leak. Because up until then, they always talked about they're inert. They don't leak. There's no vapor. There's no nothing. And that was a lie. And so when Hal went to the ADA, they created a war chest to get him. And they call him the most controversial and most outspoken dentist of the 20th century, which is actually a fact. The guy was absolutely onto everything. And while we talk about mercury, once we get this resolved, the entire dental sector needs to be, gutted and rebooted again. And believe it or not, Dr. Blanche Gruby, she studied with him, and they created what was called a full dental revision. And that means taking all of the garbage out of your head, all of the toxic materials, restoring the mouth as holistically as possible. And that's not with dental implants. There is, it's going to come out because the research is showing that even zirconia implants have toxicity problems. If there's a leak or if they're not sealed properly, the bacteria gets in. It's the same. It's like a root canal, but it's an implant. I mean, it's so crazy how they create one toxic procedure or material after the next in dentistry. But I've been saying since I found out about mercury, the dentist makes you sick and you're on the medical treadmill till you're in the box. And now it's provable. But Hal Huggins knew this, decades ago. I'm just, fortunate enough that I was able to know him and to study with him and to learn all of the things as much as I could with him and be able to now show the research where he was right about all of the things that he talked about, 20, 30 years ago.
Yeah.
And now we're coming to the other side of this now, where we have to start exposing all of it.
All right. Well, let's continue to expose it here for a minute and talk about private equity in dentistry. You might have heard a lot about private equity getting involved in your favorite fast food chains or food chains, right? Many people talk about this, how I think one of the latest one is Jersey Mike's. Everybody loved Jersey Mike's, and now private equity gets involved. And then when private equity gets involved, things start to change. Or I'm not a fan necessarily of Red Lobster, but a lot of people are a fan of Red Lobster, and private equity got involved and, then did some weird stuff with the land and then put all this debt on the company. And people just make out like bandits, on Wall Street. But let's talk about private equity in dentistry. Here's Bloomberg Television. Okay, this is their spin, how private equity is drilling into the dental industry. Listen to this.
So our third story has to do with private equity getting into dentistry. And this is a really cool story. It basically has to do with corporate-owned dental practices now being this opportunity.
Right, and you have this guy at the center, a dentist named Richard Workman, who essentially, is trained as a dentist. He sets aside his dental practice a few years back, basically to start doing these big roll-ups. And along comes private equity, which has quite an appetite for dentistry at this point. Now, when you dig into it, it makes a lot of sense because there's a lot of consolidation that's possible. This is a pretty profitable business. The cash flow is pretty predictable. It checks all of these boxes for private equity.
Yeah, I would say it's one of those stories that it never would occur to me. As soon as I read it, I said, of course.
Of course.
Right, yeah.
Why wasn't this done earlier?
We have a bazillion dollars in our safe. Yeah, let's do that.
Let's do that thing.
Yeah, it's fantastic. It's great. I mean, this is exactly what we need to do. And just real quick, react to that, Anita. Is private equity in dentistry a good idea?
God help us all, really. When these guys take over, they are asking the dentists, how much was your income this week? How much was your income per day? You need another procedure. You need another procedure. You need another procedure. You're not meeting your quota, blah, 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 blah. I mean, it's the same as the medical system, too. The criminality of all of this is that they're over-treating patients that do not need treatments at all.
Yes.
And then, and it's all out there. I mean, it's out there. You have to dig around, but people don't have their eyes on dentistry because most people say, oh, I love my dentist. And they don't know that the guy's poisoning you along the way, taking your money. He's under the thumb of Wall Street, who's saying, hey, wait a minute. You only did a $2,000 appointment with this patient. Why not give him implants? Why not do this? Why not do that? And the next thing you know, the patient is sick or gone, and somebody's collecting all of that money, and it's for nothing. The patient is paying with their health.
Okay, so check this out. This is from JM & Co. Dental implants private equity. Many dental clinics that offer dental implants have consolidated into chains owned by private equity firms that have bought out much of the implant industry. Private equity firms have spent about $5 billion in recent years to buy large dental chains owned by individual dentists and dental specialists. Their choice was bought for an estimated $1.1 billion in 2020 by Aspen Dental, which is owned by 3 private equity firms. Private equity firms also bought Affordable Care, whose largest clinic brand is Affordable Dentures and Implants, for an estimated $2.7 billion. And the private equity wing of the Abu Dhabi government bought Dental Care Alliance, which offers implants at many of its affiliated clinics, for an estimated $1 billion in 2022. Private equity deals involving dental practices increased 9-fold from 2011 to 2021, according to an American Dental Association study. The study also said investors showed an interest in oral surgery, possibly because of the high prices of implants. Edwin Zinman, a San Francisco dental malpractice attorney and former periodontist, who has filed hundreds of dental lawsuits over the 4 decades, said he believed many of the worst fears about private equity owners had already come true in the implant industry. Quote, they've sold a lot of implants, and some of it unnecessarily and too often done negligently without having the dentists who are doing it have the necessary training and experience. It's for 5 simple letters, MONEY. Anita, what are your thoughts?
J&M and Company. It's a dear colleague of mine now, and Dr. Blanche Ruby took out her root canals and saved her life. So please follow. Wow. This woman she's a beast in her research, and she's helped me tremendously. And I got to give a shout out to Yolita because, you meet people along the way. And what had happened was I saw a post of Hal Huggins that she had. I had no idea who it was even. And I reached out, I did a DM, and the next thing you know, she's telling me, oh, Dr. Blanche, I'll write an affidavit saying that she saved my life. And I'm thinking to myself, you can't make this stuff up. But she is a huge advocate, and she has provided me with some stellar information, including this recent stuff. Now, I found this when she started discussing with me about the private equity. This is huge. The ADA published this.
Yeah, the American Dental Association. So, I mean, they're taking note of it at least. Although, I don't trust the American Dental Association, but they are at least good. They're, for reporting the statistics about what's happening in their industry financially.
Okay, so here's another layer of all of this stuff. And I think we discussed it in the last show. It is Delta Dental that is a nonprofit. And how this all synergistic within, the private equity firms, the, Medi-Cal and Medicaid, and Delta Dental is part of that system as one of the largest insurance carriers, but also as a nonprofit. And I believe you have the list of the top Delta Dental states and how much money that they're bringing in under the guise of being a nonprofit.
Yeah, I'm actually trying to find that. I don't have that in front of me. I'm looking at it right now. Here's one from June 4th. Delta Dental invest $131 million. They've got a ton of money. Delta Dental operates as a network of 39 independent, not-for-profit, state and regional member organizations, official public rankings, top states. The largest regional affiliate is Delta Dental of California and affiliates, which covers 15 states, the District of Columbia, making it the most expansive operational footprint in the network.
And how much money? Did you see that? It's over $6 billion with a B.
Hang on, let me. That'll help it. That'll help me get it a little better. Sorry, I thought I had this pulled up, but now I am.
Yeah, ProPublica.
Okay. Hang on 1 second.
Yeah, but it's California's the number one. This needs to be doged. Seriously, because when you start connecting the dots, so we have Delta Dental tied into Medicaid, tied into these corporate Wall Street, takeovers, and how did they become a nonprofit with all of this money? And where's it going? Do you think that California is doing $6 billion worth of dentistry? When you start looking at the salaries of these people, it's outrageous. It is outrageous.
That is crazy to think about. The state of California is doing $6.26 billion worth of dental work every year.
Or not. I mean, I don't know. It's if they're a nonprofit and they're getting in $6 billion, where does it go?
Yeah, what a nonprofit, man. What a profitable nonprofit.
Yeah. And then you go down the list and you see that Washington State, Pennsylvania, I mean, all of these different countries, states, they have billions of dollars. When you total it all up, it's multi-billions of dollars. It's outrageous.
And look, in 2023, they did $6.1 billion. 2022, $5.8 billion. 5.4 billion in 2021. So yeah, I mean they're looking to have. I'm sure this year is going to be a record profit for them.
Right. So how do they maneuver all of this stuff, all while doing like probably bad dentistry versus good? I can't. It's so bad when you think about it, because they're swapping out. Okay, now it's cool. Okay, root canals are bad. That's the majority of dentists are now saying, okay, root canals are not good. But then they're swapping it out for implants. And we know that they're not good too, because the research that's independent of anything is saying that it's not good. And a multitude of reasons why. So, the consumer has to wake up and really not be so trusting for the guys that run around in the white coats, especially dentists, because the dentists, they're beholden now to Wall Street. Mm-hmm. And this is really true. I mean, I think there was this recent story where there was a payout of like $24 million. They killed a couple of kids doing dentistry. They do baby root canals. I mean, why would somebody do a baby root canal?
Good grief.
For any reason. You're traumatizing the kid. It's horrific what they're doing. It's horrific. And nobody's really talking about dentistry when it should be the first line of defense for whole body health. It really, really should be. And this is really what I'm working for. You know, it's secondary to the Casapia story because those people, they need vindication, they need justice, they need their entire health helped, taken care of. They need their mercury removed. They need full dental revisions to restore their mouths as best as we possibly can, knowing what we know today. Mm-hmm. And they need to be taken care of. They really do.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah.
So,
and the dentistry needs to be redone.
I want to give you the last word, but it is good news overall. Trump administration encourages states to end mercury-containing dental fillings. Anita Tibau, congratulations on your petition and your just decades-long work doing all of this, trying to get this to the forefront. I mean, it sounds like good things are actually going to happen on this specific instance, and let's hope it's an irreversible, thing where if another administration gets in, they're not going to go and reverse all of this. But I want to give you the last word about the state of things.
I truly believe that this is, we're coming down the other side of the mountain now, and it will never be able to be put back in the box, ever. And thank God that Bobby Kennedy and Dr. Oz and President Trump had the fortitude and the strength to finally say the truth about this that it's been fought for years. I'm almost 30 years in, but there's guys like Olympia who entire life, 80 years fighting for a ban on mercury. Dr. David Kennedy, 50 plus years. Boyd Haley, another 50 plus years. Blanche Ruby, 40 years. I mean, all these people, hell, since the 70s. Those of us that are still here deserve to see the end of this. They've spent their entire lives fighting for it. And I think, it's got to happen now because they said it. It didn't come from me. I'm just, helping to move the ball forward. But they finally came out to say the truth. It does cause diseases. It is toxic. It is a poison, and it doesn't belong inside the human body. So, bravo to them. It's time to really change the entire face of dentistry. But without this happening, there's no hope.
Anita Tibau, congrats. We'll talk soon. Just let me know with any updates, and we'll do another show. But really do appreciate you being with us. And best of luck. God bless. Keep me posted.
Thank you so much, Paul. Let's see what the FDA has to say now.
Yes.
And the ADA.
Yeah, they better get on board. We'll see. So
that's right. Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Folks, we're going to take a break. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a minute. We still have one more hour left in the show. Don't go anywhere. Back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
This is our family dog, Bubba. He is a Shorty Jack Russell, and he brings a lot of love and laughter into our home. We just want to thank Pet Club for making healthy food and treats for our animals. Bubba has been on Pet Club food for a little over a year now. He really likes the Sequoia dry food, and then I put a scoop of the Sequoia wet dog food in there with some hot water and stir it up, and he absolutely loves it. And he likes the mush puppies, but his ultimate favorite is the antlers. Those keep him busy for a really long time, and he really likes them. It makes us feel really good that the food and treats that we give him have healthy ingredients in them because we want him to be around for a really long time. Our previous dog was a lab, and his name was Titus, and we fed him in bulk, and we would just get his food from the big box grocery stores. And unfortunately, that food wasn't very healthy for him, and he ended up getting cancer and passing away. So we didn't want to make that mistake with Bubba, so we were really fortunate to find Pet Club and find some really healthy food for him to eat. So we would just like to thank Pet Club and We just really appreciate the healthy food that they make so we can keep this guy around as long as we can.
My Pillow's second annual mega sale is finally here. Get our patented premium My Pillows that adjust to your exact individual needs to give you the best sleep of your life.
When I got My Pillow, I'm asleep almost immediately. I stay asleep at night and I wake up more well-rested in the morning.
Now for the lowest price ever. Kings, $19.98. Queens, only $18.98. And Giza Dream Bed Sheets, the best sheets in history, for as low as $29.98. Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, towels that actually dry you. What a concept. Now only $39.98. And our made in the USA mattresses and mattress toppers as low as $99.98. So go to mypillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use your promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But that's not all. Order right now and we'll ship your order absolutely free.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs and the near infrared bulbs have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough. Right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, welcome back to the show. Thanks so much for being with us, broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas here on this wonderful Friday afternoon. 5 o'clock, 5:05 Eastern, 4:05 Central Time right now. Hope everybody's gearing up for a restful, relaxing weekend. Got a little bit of a reprieve where I'm at here in the Mid-South in terms of the temperature. It feels like the beginning of fall. I'm told it's not going to be long-lived, that we're going to have some hotter temperatures coming in the next few days. But my goodness, it certainly has been nice. It honestly, I'm going to be real. This cooler weather that I'm experiencing right now, it's got the itch. I've got the itch. I've got the deer hunter's itch. It normally doesn't happen until August, but the cooler weather has just really got you thinking like, oh wow, the fall's going to be here real soon, and we all know what that means. There was one TikToker out there who was saying that this Arctic blast that's coming down from Canada and is, creating this cool weather is actually, going to stick around, and fall's going to get here 4 weeks early. And of course, I was like, well, that sounds good. I mean, I'm tired of the heat, but at the same time, I'm like, well, does that mean that the rut is going to kick in Arkansas when it's not supposed? Are we going to miss the rut in modern gun season because they're supposed to kind of intersect. It's normally the first full moon in November, but that's assuming that the temperatures are right there. So anyway, we'll see. Sherry Welch says, yes, it's only 98 degrees here today with high humidity. Right now, it is 82 degrees, and it's very, very pleasant in the morning and in the evening. So it is now 82 degrees in the state of Arkansas and falling, mostly cloudy. I don't know about chemtrails. Don't know how many chemtrails are up there right now, but we'll look when we go home. Yeah, I appreciate you guys. You guys enjoyed the interview with Anita, and so I'm glad to hear that. Big Pharma is only interested in making money, not helping people. I definitely think that would sum up a lot of what we were talking about, how it's all about the money. That's Aaron Noble who wrote that in the chat. You know, it really kind of is crazy. We're just looking at one sliver of the medical industrial complex, and it is just ripe with corruption and not putting patients first. So you can only imagine. You can only imagine how bad it really is. It's not as bad as it's way worse than we thought. Is what I'm trying to say, right? So we've got that. Let's see, Eileen Jimenez. We cooled off to 90s with humidity last week, back up to 112 today in Arizona. No cold front here, only supposed to be a few days. Man, I do not envy that at all. I do not envy that at all. 112. What do they say there though? It's a dry heat. It's a dry heat though, not with humidity. Where I'm at here in Arkansas, I mean the humidity is what gets you, for sure. But we've got low humidity, low temperatures right now, and I'm 100% here for it. 100% here for it. Hey, I'm going to start off the hour before I get into some more politics that I want to talk about, because I want to make sure I have time for this. Because I normally, towards the end of the show, will normally tell you what to do on the weekend. We hope you have a blessed Lord's Day. We hope you go to church. If you don't go to church, find a church, preach the death, burial, resurrection of Jesus Christ and his mighty ability to save sinners. Which I will say that again when we sign off, because it's Friday. But I wanted to highlight this post by a guy that I know by the name of Tim Starnes, and he's a pastor. And for a couple of days, he has been posting some really interesting stuff about heaven and about what we have to look forward to when we do die, and if you're found in Christ. And I thought this was interesting. Tim Starnes writes this: we often hear at funerals, well, Mr. Whoever is in heaven playing golf with his friends or fishing or some other activity they enjoyed while on earth. So he decides to quote Matthew Henry. He describes it best. Matthew Henry describes what we will be doing on the other side. Listen to this. Upon his deathbed, Matthew Henry wrote this note to his loved ones, to be read when he had passed. Let it encourage your hearts. Quote, would you like to know where I am? I'm at home in my Father's house, in the mansions prepared for me here. I am where I want to be, no longer on the stormy sea, but in God's safe, quiet harbor. My sowing time is done, and I am reaping. My joy is as the joy of harvest. Would you like to know how it is with me? I am made perfect in holiness. Grace is swallowed up in glory. Would you like to know what I'm doing? I see God not as through a glass darkly, but face to face. I am engaged in the sweet enjoyment of my precious Redeemer. I am singing hallelujahs to him who sits upon the throne, and am constantly praising him. Would you know what blessed company I keep? It is better than the best on earth. Here are the holy angels and the spirits of just men made perfect. I am with many of my old acquaintances with whom I worked and prayed, and who have come here before me. Lastly, would you know how long this will continue? It is dawn that never fades. After millions and millions of ages, it will be as fresh as it is now. Therefore, weep not for me. I really, really like that. I read that last night. And then I read another banger from C.S. Lewis, a quote about heaven. Quote, you cannot in your present state understand eternity. That is what mortals misunderstand. They say of some temporal suffering, no future bliss can make up for it, not knowing that heaven, once attained, will work backwards and turn even that agony into a glory. The good man's past begins to change so that his forgiven sins and remembered sorrows take on the quality of heaven. And that is why the blessed will say, we have never lived anywhere except in heaven, and the lost, we were always in hell. And both will speak truly. Fascinating, encouraging, all at the same time. All at the same time. What do you guys think of that in the chat? Let me know, and I'll do my best to read. All right, so in other news today, a few things have transpired that have piqued my interest. Number one, and I don't think we ever actually played this on the program, but there was a white lady who named Shiloh Hendricks who kind of went off on, I think, a Middle Eastern man or an Indian man on the playground and started dropping the N-word pretty much, a bunch of times, right? Well, she was charged for that. She was charged for saying the N-word. And this was the judge that found her guilty, right? She's going to have to pay quite a bit of money. Then we have a few more reactions. This is the initial video. You guys remember this video? I'm not going to play it, but she didn't like being, give her the middle finger, and then she just starts to drop the N-word over and over and over again. Shiloh Hendricks, 37, who called an 8-year-old autistic boy the N-word. Okay, so that's the kind. I remember that part too. Then she also decided to use the N-word towards this man filming her, which we'll get to that here in a minute. She receives 200 hours of community service and a $1,000 fine. She also raised $859,000. Tim Pool says, I think most people would take that offer. Matt Walsh, in response to Shiloh Hendricks being found guilty by a Minnesota jury for using the N-word, says, quote, flagrant violation of the First Amendment, totally outrageous, and all of the most retarded people in the country will celebrate this verdict while still pretending they support free speech. We got more reaction over here. Let me see this. Somebody named Daniel Concanon says, let's take a walk through the American justice system. Sharmaki Omar is the Somali man who filmed Shiloh Hendricks on the playground in Minnesota that day in April 2025. In January 2022, he and another Somali man allegedly spent 2 days raping an underage foster care runaway in a trailer, keeping her falsely imprisoned. In March 2025, all charges were dismissed, quote, in the interest of justice, end quote. Weeks later, in April 2025, he turned his camera phone on at the playground after a young Somali thief attempted to steal from a white mom, Shiloh Hendricks, and began haranguing the white mom for having said the N-word. Omar demanded that Hendricks repeat the word on camera, which she did 4 times, while Omar himself said the word 5 times in less than 1 minute video. 4 long months later, multiple disorderly conduct charges were maliciously brought against Shiloh Hendricks for the playground incident in which she was the only victim, and Sharmake Omar was the videographer. Then, last night, Shiloh Hendricks was convicted, specifically for saying the N-word to Sharmake Omar after he demanded she say it while he himself said it repeatedly. Her sentence is a $1,000 fine and 200 hours of community service. By the way, Sharmake Omar was never called to testify in the Hendricks trial, but don't worry, that's not all the justice we have in store for you today, he says. Just keep the substance of Shiloh's crime, as well as her sentence, in mind as we move forward. Rewind to April 2020. That's when Sharmake Omar, our favorite Somali videographer, along with another Somali friend of his, separate from his alleged co-raper, committed a violent assault in the street. Omar threw a rock at a car, then attacked and beat the 16-year-old driver. A bystander tried to intervene, but Omar's accomplice threatened him with a knife. For this, Sharmake Omar was charged merely with disorderly conduct. Yes, for hurling a deadly weapon at a vehicle, then beating the teenage driver while his criminal pal held off onlookers at knife point. Omar faced the exact same charge that Shiloh Hendricks faced for saying a word that Omar asked her to say as she held her child in her arms and fled the playground before Omar could assault her too. Like Shiloh Hendricks, Sharmake Omar was convicted on his count of disorderly conduct. His sentence, a $200 fine. That's it. That's the entire thing. So, to review. Rape an underage foster child for 2 days, allegedly, clean slate. Hurl a deadly weapon at a car and assault its driver, $200. Say a word to an accused rapist, kidnapper, and convicted violent criminal who demands you say it while saying it himself, $1,000 and 200 hours, not to mention international infamy. Could the anti-white standard be any more egregiously in our faces? Seriously, everyone involved in prosecuting the Shiloh Hendricks case is unspeakably evil, and this includes, but not limited to, all of the government officials and everybody involved. He goes on, while we're here, a special dishonorable mention must go to every single First Amendment organization in this hollowed-out country of ours. You know the ones. They relentlessly solicit and collect large sums of money to defend free speech while continuously, cravingly shrinking away from every meaningful case where white people, literally the only group with majority support for the First Amendment, are so clearly maliciously persecuted. Similarly, not one official at any level of government has spoken up to defend Shiloh Hendricks or her constitutional rights, nor to condemn flagrantly anti-white, utterly unconstitutional witch hunts that she's endured. Not one. And on that note, we conclude today's review of the good old American justice system. The Lady Justice isn't blind, she's anti-white, and it's never been plainer to see. So shout out again to this entire post by Daniel Kincannon, whose handle is @TooWhiteToTweet. And the reason this is newsworthy for me in terms of my, proclivities and the things that I see is, and you've heard me say it before, when we talk about our founding fathers and the 18th century and the way this country was originally envisioned, it was envisioned with blasphemy laws and Sunday Sabbath laws that were on the books and were considered constitutional until the 30s, till the 1930s, till almost the mid-20th century. And I'm just a reminder that it's really not a question of whether or not you have blasphemy laws. You don't necessarily even need to have the specific blasphemy laws on the books. All countries have blasphemy laws. All of them do. All of them have, either on the books or unspoken, it's just what the culture does. They have things that you are not allowed to say. It's not a question of whether or not, the question of which one do you have? Which one do you have? It very much is a binary choice. It was perfectly legal in the founders' vision to have freedom of speech, but also have limits on that speech in the form of you're not going to blaspheme the triune God of the Bible and get away with it. You're also not going to be operating your business on Sunday because that's a Christian that's the Christian Sabbath, and that's we're going to go to church that day, and we're not going to do commerce that day. We're going to rest, as the fourth commandment requires us to. Fast forward to today, and our blasphemy laws are you cannot say the N-word if you're a white lady. You certainly can't say the N-word and not care who hears it. But that is the difference. So yeah, it is one of those things. Freedom of speech. The anti-white bias still lives on. And again, this is in Minnesota where, honestly, we know all of the documentation, all of the reporting that's come out of Minnesota, specifically with the Somalis and all of the fraud that they are involved in. So what do you guys think about this? What do you guys think about this particular story? I'm sure you guys have heard about it all day. We've got Cherry Cott. Cherry Cott writes in the LFA chat, I was constantly harassed by an old Italian landlord back in the early 2000s. When I called Fair Housing, they told me since he was white and I was white, I didn't have a case. Carol A7711 says freedom of speech has become a double-edged sword. Yeah, definitely. And yet, this is not going to... It is kind of crazy when you think about it. I mean, even in my reporting of it, how there is just this... There are words that we're not allowed to say. Carl Benji, freedom of speech unless you're white. Pretty much. That's what this story highlights in a lot of ways, in so many words. So in other news, we're going to give you an update on the Intel oligarchy. We've got Catherine Herridge over the week. Catherine Herridge, according to Overton News, has been speaking directly with a senior insider on Director Tulsi Gabbard's investigative team. What was revealed is nothing short of treason. Investigators believe they uncovered evidence of a deeply entrenched bureaucracy within the intelligence community that saw itself as a check on President Trump working to protect a globalist view. I think I actually have the News Nation report. Listen to this.
In the last week, I've been speaking with a very senior member of Director Gabbard's investigations team known as the DIG. And what they told me is that they did see a pattern where there was a sense or a feeling in the intelligence community that they just knew better. They had to save President Trump from his own instincts, from his own tendencies, and that there was very much a globalist view. And they had to preserve a globalist view. So whether it was downplaying or suppressing intelligence about the threat from China, whether it was giving a pass and calling the Hunter Biden laptop Russian disinformation, there was this level of a bureaucracy, a kind of conspiracy that was making decisions about the kind of information that should be reaching policymakers and ultimately the commander-in-chief. In the last week, I've been speaking with...
Okay, so that's not telling us really anything that we don't already know. But Sundance, or The Last Refuge, has been talking, making a lot of tweets here, responding to this Rand Paul segment. Senator Rand Paul says there's a deep state within the deep state. There's only 8 people in Congress who have any idea what the CIA and FBI are actually doing. Listen to this.
You don't get on the Intel Committee, for the most part, unless you're an apologist for the Intel community, and you're unconcerned with Americans' privacy and unconcerned with abuses of power. So this is perpetuated generation after generation. There's only 8 people in Congress who have any idea what the CIA is doing or the FBI. Everyone else is kept in the dark. So when you talk about a deep state, there's a deep state within the deep state. 8 people in Congress, they're the elite 8. They're the chairman and ranking member of the Intel committees in the House and Senate, and the leader, the speaker and the leader on both sides. Those are the people that get informed and get real briefings. I've never been to a classified briefing where they really gave any classified material. Most of them are window service, and they're sort of dog and pony shows to promote one aspect of an idea, but they're not very revealing as to truly what our agencies are doing.
So you notice he said there at the very beginning.
You don't get on the Intel committee, for the most part, unless you're an apologist for the Intel community.
You don't get on the Intel committee, for the most part, unless you're an apologist for the Intel community, or oligarchy, as I like to call them. I don't like to give them the term community because it's it just puts out there that, you know, that they've got our best interests at heart, and they're a nice, community is a nice word. They're not nice people for the most part. So The Last Refuge, whose website is conservativetreehouse.com, says, keep in mind as you listen to this that Marco Rubio was the chairman of the Senate Select Committee on Intelligence. And he also decides to follow up with that point, because I even asked Last Refuge a question about this, specifically with the Gang of 8, because as you guys know, we've interviewed one of the Gang of 8 in this studio, sitting right there, Congressman Rick Crawford, the chair of the House Permanent Select Committee on Intelligence, is my personal congressman, and has been for a very long time. And it's pretty incredible that he has, you know, been trusted enough to be put in that position. But so, I mean, he sat right here and said that when he worked with Tulsi Gabbard, he ruffled feathers in the Intel community. There I go. I said it. In the Intel oligarchy, he ruffled feathers. So Last Refuge says, expanding on my point, he says, current House Intel chairman, Hipsy, Rick Crawford, is not an Intel apologist. He's closer to MAGA. After the 2024 election, Crawford replaced Mike Turner, Ohio, who was an apologist for the intel community. Do you remember that? That was pretty incredible when that happened. Turner was not good. That's why he had to be replaced when Trump won. Turn was bad news. Turner was bad news. Very bad. Crawford is okay. He gave us the Atkinson and CIA Ramella stuff. Charamella. Also, gave us that Obama essentially framed Trump for treason by ordering the fake intel assessment on the Russia news. He goes on, says Tom Cotton, Arkansas senator, is bad news. Always was. He's a military intelligence guy, Raytheon, etc. Cotton is not MAGA. Democrat Jim Hines, Connecticut House, and Mark Warner, Virginia Senate, are also very bad news in deep state. So from the Gang of Eight, Himes, Warner, Cotton, and all IC apologists are bad news. Crawford is the lone exception. Johnson, Jeffries, Thune, and Schumer are the other four members of the Gang of Eight, all generally intel community apologists and enablers, so Rand Paul's larger argument is generally accurate. 7 of the 8 are afraid of the intel oligarchy, and then he says 1 plays dodgeball. So, and Rick Crawford, he sat right there and he's told us that when it's all said and done, it is an oversight role, it is an oversight capacity. But man, can you imagine the type of stuff that they know? But do you have, if they are doing something that's clearly wrong? I mean, Chuck Schumer, who's a part of the Gang of Eight, Trump's term 1.0. If you go after the intelligence community, these people have 6 ways to Sunday of coming after you. Literally saying that the intel oligarchy is going to get Donald Trump because he's bad for business. That's what he said. So you got to wonder. You got to wonder. I mean, if you don't have to wonder. The fact of the matter is, I mean, as inept as Congress is as inept as Congress is with trying to get the domestic agenda passed and things like that, yeah, it would behoove the intelligence community to have people on oversight that are scared of them so that they can continue to do what they want to do. But the fact that Congressman Rick Crawford partnered with Tulsi Gabbard at least twice that we know of to get classified material released is a big deal and is a bright spot in a world where these guys are literally, the members of the intel oligarchy are literally running roughshod over the American people and still haven't been brought to heel. But there are efforts to do that. But, there's very few good guys compared to the bad guys. That much is certain on that aspect of it. Real quick here on this Friday, checking in. What are the comments? We got anything on the LFA chat? I'm looking for comments, guys. What do we got? Nothing as of yet. I mean, we got comments, but we have comments, but not necessarily related to what's going on. So that is perfectly fine. Moving on, the IRS is now threatening to seize a Tennessee man's farm for charging him interest on a $20,000 refund they accidentally sent him, but then he tried to return it. Listen to this story.
But when you need the help, you can't get a hold of nobody. You have to talk to a dang computer. Well, they called me right before I went on television this last time and said it was settled from Marshall Blackburn's office.
This notice, sent in early July, demands he pay thousands of dollars in interest on that money he says he never spent, or risk having his property seized.
I wish they'd get it straightened out and get one person to work on it instead of sending me letters all over the United States. I've cried and preached. I've asked people to pray for me.
The 76-year-old says he's done everything he can to make it right, including meeting with the IRS Taxpayer Advocate Service in downtown Nashville, an effort he says got him nowhere.
I said, what are you doing? He said, oh, I'm paying my parking bill on my telephone. I said, oh, my God. I said, I got a little old flip phone. I don't know how to do that.
It's simple what he wants. for the IRS to stop coming after him.
That little one?
Yeah.
He gets caught in the fence. He sticks his horns in there and can't get out.
More than anything, Kirby just wants this to be over.
That it was all over and done with. Praise the Lord. Amen. Because I've cried. I'm about to cry now. I don't know what I'm going to do.
I have connected Mr. Kirby with a Nashville tax attorney who deals with IRS disputes. They are planning to talk on the phone on Friday to see what other options may still be available to him.
Good grief, man. I mean, IRS, man. Going back to the first 5 months of Trump 2.0 when we were talking about ending the IRS because of tariffs, that was incredible. And I'll restate this. If for some reason that ever happens. Oh, W. Wilson, 1964. John Rich has stepped up and said he's going to settle it all. Wow, that's big news. That's a good. That's really, really good. Yeah, or a land grab. They were trying to do a land grab on this guy. Yeah, who knows? You know, you had that one lady in Tennessee that was trying to, they were wanting to buy her land for a data center, and she turned down a ridiculous amount of money and said, absolutely not. Good for her. But it'll be if Donald Trump were to make good on what we were hearing the first 5 months, which was the IRS is going to be abolished, that would be the largest transfer of liberty from the authorities to the people since the American Revolution. And that's just how insidious the IRS is and has become on people. So there's that. Speaking of data centers, President Trump is saying that, well, let's just listen to what he says about data centers, and then we'll talk about it.
You have communities that really want the data centers. And frankly, those are the smart communities because it means tremendous numbers of jobs, very little actual disruption. And the ones that don't want it, the happiest people in the world are foreign countries, number one, and number two, other communities within our country because they're begging for them to be there. And some of them are great communities, very, very forward-looking communities, very smart communities.
All right, so here's the deal. Then they need to go where the communities want them. If there are communities out there that want the data centers, and when we say communities here, we got to stipulate we're not talking about the city council members that have been promised everything, or they've bought up the land where the data centers are going to go so that they're going to put gas stations there. We're not talking about that doesn't count as the community. Elected officials wanting it doesn't count. The actual community is and the actual community is the people. All of these people turning out at town halls. I mean, here in Arkansas, there's people that don't want these things. Down in Conway, Arkansas, and other places, they're saying, hey, we don't want it. Little Rock's not wanting it as well. So, I don't know. I still don't know what these data centers are for. Generally speaking, I don't know. Me and Brian Norris talked about it a little bit yesterday. It's just like, what are we doing this for, right? And I get it. There could be some, it could be very complex, very technical, but honestly, I think there's a flock camera connection. All these flock cameras are going to be processing all this data and everything that would need to happen with that and the biometrics of the new cars, the new patents that are coming out. I mean, it really does look like 1984. And you and I both know, this is not crazy to talk about. It's not crazy to think about because we could say, well, yeah, it'll be fine in this administration or another administration. But it only takes one. You only need one administration for a COVID to happen where they say, oh, you can't. Hey, by the way, if they tell us that we can't leave our homes the next time, we got flock cameras everywhere now. And biometric sensors coming in the new models of vehicles. I'm sorry, sir. We can't let you start your car. There's been a new pandemic. I'm sorry, sir. We can't let you start your car without wearing a mask. Don't leave your driveway without mask. I'm sorry, sir. Your child is not masked. You're going to need to mask your child before we leave. So yeah, there's that. A lot of people upset with those comments. Are this the same comment?
You have to go with it because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it.
Now, I do agree with that. President Trump, you have to convince the community how great these things are. It is on the elected officials and communities to convince us as to why we need the data centers. But I mean, there's an Arkansas hearing that I played for you a couple of days ago where the head of the Arkansas Economic Development Commission was asked, do you know what the data centers are for yet? And he says no. So even the officials don't know. We're just told we have to do it, and there's going to be all these jobs. In some cases, they're passing taxpayer benefits to companies in case they do come here, and they've signed NDAs and can't tell us which company would be relocating here, so we don't even know what it's for. Yes, Carol, you're right. It goes hand in glove with flock cameras.
Because you have to convince your community how great these things. You can't fight it. You have to go with it. And you're going to have all that protection, and we're giving you automatic protection, but you're going to make a tremendous amount of money. You're going to reduce taxes, and you're going to have something that if you don't have it, everybody else wants it. Because you have to...
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I think of that girl down in Georgia, she doesn't want it. The people that are being told that their houses have to be torn down, like Little House on the Prairie style, so the power companies can build, more power lines to get to the data center. They don't want it. Hey, you guys remember that Little House on the Prairie? Was it one of the finales? It's like, well, you may have bought the land, but what was on it is ours. And then they dynamite all their homes. That was crazy. Eileen Jimenez, President Trump is saying it's a race with China. Okay, that's great. I get it. It's a race with China in the AI war, in the AI. Okay, all right, great. Why do we still allow China to own land outside our military bases? I would just like some consistency. If we're in this AI arms race with China, okay, but there's still Chinese businesses that own land outside our military bases. I tend to think this is really not as much about China as it's about some sort of global connectivity that defies sovereign boundaries. And that may not be what it is now, but I think it certainly will become that. But we've seen what China wants. That's the other thing. I mean, we've seen what China does with social credit scores that they've rolled out on their people. And these data centers with AI, I mean, it's gonna make it a lot easier for them to just monitor literally everything that we're doing. Or maybe it's for something else. Maybe it's like, hey, the aliens. I would love that as an explanation. Of course, I know what I would do with that. In terms of assuming that we're now talking about demonic stuff, but I would just rather, the aliens said we have to build the... I know, I'm tongue-in-cheek here, but you never know. Well, the aliens said we needed to build the data centers in order to get, I would love that explanation. Or at least something. Give me something, some sort of explanation. All right, I'm sorry. I got to go through this. I've got a lot of stories that have kind of fallen through the cracks this week on this Friday. Hour number 10 of broadcasting. This is our 10th hour on the Paul Herrell program, broadcasting. Here we go. Zero. So Jason Helms, right? We did a story on this a couple weeks ago. 0 rap songs on the Billboard, and the record-setting #1 song is a throwback country twang song about Texas. I'm starting to think that USAID created hip-hop culture conspiracy might be actually true. This is more people are starting to figure this out. There's this Texas country song about Texas. I don't want to get a strike or whatever, but more people are trying to figure this out. They're also now saying that USAID funding is back because now the Powerball lottery is now available for British people. The UK can now get lottery tickets. They've expanded. They've gone international. Now, do you agree with that? I think that's ridiculous. Aside from the fact that in a lot of respects, the Powerball is really just a giant tax on poor people. I have witnessed with my own eyes. Arkansas hasn't had the lottery as long as other places like Texas has, and in my home state of Arkansas, I have witnessed with my own eyes A father and a son at a gas station. The son asks for a candy bar. The dad says, "No, son, you can't have your candy bar," while he puts a bunch of lottery tickets on the counter where he wins nothing. Also, have you ever thought that this is all just, the whole idea of the Powerball and the numbers and stuff, it used to be illegal. It was literally what the mob did. It was called running numbers. Are you familiar with running numbers? That's exactly what the mob used to do. It was clearly illegal, and yet now it's embraced, and states have passed laws, and it's just kind of crazy when you think about it. You talk about legalizing vice. This used to be frowned upon, and now we've got the sports gambling, the sports debt, and everything else that's going down. I was talking to somebody at church the other day, and they were saying that actually may be one of the next things that really comes down the pike that affects young men in a huge way is going to be the online sports betting and the gambling that's going on. So I don't know, man. Wild. We're in wild times. In other news, this video is an allegory for many, many things today. Here's a woman. I don't even know what this is. A woman doing some sort of powerlifting competition. Have you guys seen this?
She's going for 145 kilos on this occasion to solidify that position on the...
Start. Rack.
She's going for 145 kilos on this occasion.
I don't even know what I'm watching now.
To solidify that position on the...
Allah, huh? Okay.
Start. Rack.
Okay, yeah, somebody that's clearly not physically fit, and she just went like this, went like from now to now, from here to here, from here to here. It's all so tiresome. It really is. It is all so tiresome at this point. Also, we've got Brandon Gill. This is the second clip this week that we've played of Brandon Gill questioning people in Congress. The first one was the Smithsonian Institute, where they had in their literature that being polite was considered white supremacy. Now they say that all people, this is now the American Bar Association, benching her own weight. Notice she has a beekeeper outfit on. That's a woman, question mark? Yeah, exactly. Also, Carl Benji says, my father-in-law was a collector of bookies money. We went to some bad hoods. Eileen Jimenez, yes, my dad used to run numbers, the number when he was a teenager in New Jersey with his uncle. Yeah, see what I'm saying? It used to all be illegal, but now it's somehow illegal to do the Powerball thing. It's so weird. But anyway, here's Brandon Gill questioning the head of the Bar Association.
According to the ABA's website, quote, all of us have implicit biases. Would you agree with that statement?
The ABA believes that diversity, equity, and inclusion improves the
Would you agree with the statement that, quote, all of us have implicit biases from the ABA's website?
The ABA believes that diversity in all of
Is
its
that a
realms
yes?
is
Can I
important.
take that? It's a yes or no question. Do you believe that all of us have implicit biases, as your website says?
The ABA looks to remove barriers, and we examine...
That's not my question, ma'am. Do you believe that all of us have implicit biases?
I've expressed what the ABA is doing.
That is the ABA's position, as expressed by their website. Against which groups do you have implicit biases?
The ABA believes that it's important to always explore...
Are you going to filibuster? Because it doesn't make you sound very good. I'm going to ask you again, against which groups do you have implicit biases?
It's important to always examine everyone's point of view and where they may need to consider...
It is. What about your point of view?
I am here as the president of the American Bar Association.
And I'm asking you what your implicit biases are.
The ABA is an entity.
Have you reflected on your implicit biases?
I think about how I operate
What are they?
in the world constantly.
Would you like to explain to us what they are?
I am here speaking on behalf of the ABA and the ABA.
Right.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of that. And I know some people can take a skeptical view of things like that, you know, where they're just like, oh, yeah, we're owning the libs, but we're not actually. Yeah, I get it. I mean, I understand that point of view. But Brandon Gill, you can't deny that he's not skilled at owning the libs and pointing out this insanity, absolute insanity. But I'll also add that none of what we already know being pointed out is going to stop what could potentially happen to the midterms if we do not have a Congress that actually starts delivering for the American people and codifying an agenda. And also, we got to obviously pull out of the Middle East. It's all a total disaster. You know, clips like this are great. I mean, I really, really, really like them, but it's not going to change the midterms. Only actual action it will do. I mean, case in point, I've been saving this clip of Senator Jeff Flake from Oklahoma. This is actually a perfect segue from one to the next.
Right now, you, the leadership in both houses, are bungling everything, sir. I say that with all due respect, and we are personal friends. It's not, but you're bungling everything. Nothing is getting done. Your messaging is non-existent. You've lost your swag, your swagger, your riz, or whatever the young people say. No one knows what the heck you're doing, sir. They have no idea.
Yeah, you're welcome. And this is part of the challenge we've got with all of our media friends out there that continue to be able to beat up on Republicans and say Republicans are all the problem. But apparently the socialist Democrats in New York City, they seem to be perfect, because most conservative media right now is beating up on Republicans and just ignoring the socialists who are running rampant all over the country. So
okay, I'm going to be real here, guys. I don't care about the socialists. I don't care about the socialists, which we all know are actually communists, okay? I don't care about them because we're the ones with power right now, and we know who they are. I really honestly do not understand this. Like, this is why I haven't really covered Mamdani. I haven't really covered all of this stuff very much. I wasn't really interested in the Spencer Pratt thing. I knew they were going to steal it from him. Our cities are gone, folks. Like, you know, barring actually sending in the National Guard and militarizing these cities and bringing them to order, they are gone, okay? I'm not really as concerned about that. We know what they want to do. We know who they are. So what? So what? We, the voters, have done everything that is to be expected of us, handing control of both houses and the White House. This is not, you're not going to lose the midterms, Jeff Flake, because because we just weren't educated as to who the Democrat socialists were or who the communists were. I am sorry. We all lived through COVID. We know how quickly things can go from freedom to totalitarianism based on fear. We know all of how we know about the censorship. We know who they are. We know about their woke sex religion. We rejected it in 2024. We actually rejected it in 2020, but we rejected it in 2024. And this guy has the gall to tell you and me, I'm sorry, this does not make you mad. This guy has the gall to tell you, well, that's because you're beating up on Republicans and you're not paying attention to the Democratic Socialists. Are you kidding me? I'm sorry, it's a game to him, right? Like, take some responsibility. And here's the real truth. Jeff Flake isn't a conservative. He's not America First or MAGA or whatever the label. Like, this guy is controlled by the donors, the same donors that won't let us pass a bill banning the genital mutilation of children that mimics Donald Trump's initial order when he got in office. The same donors that control Jeff Flake don't want that to happen. They don't want the SAVE Act. They don't want secure borders. They certainly don't want a border wall. They don't want the same donors that we don't want the deportations of our farm workers who are illegals or our hotel workers who are illegals. Those are the same donors that are, that own Jeff Flake, that have impeded every movement to get to the domestic agenda that we were promised, including no new wars.
So I look back
Jim.
on what happened with the One Big Beautiful Bill.
Come
Look at the housing
on.
bill we just passed. There's a lot of things that are going on.
This
that
guy
I
brings up the
understand.
big beautiful bill. This guy brings up the BBB. That was years ago at this point, and in terms of a voter. I mean, I know it was last year, but in terms of a voter's mind, that might as well have been 10 years ago. Nobody cares about that. And also, what did we get from the BBB? I know you, Jeff Flake, got a lot. All your buddies got a lot. It actually triggered the divorce between Donald Trump and Elon Musk because you guys refused to put any of his cuts in the bill. You ran our populist billionaire out of Washington, D.C., the populist billionaire that actually helped secure the electoral victory with his money and influence. People like Jeff Flake ran him out of town for exposing the corruption, but also wanting to actually do something about said corruption. Unbelievable, this guy.
Nobody has
Every day.
attacked Mondami more than I have, for heaven's sake. That isn't the point.
I wasn't saying that just about you. I was saying
That isn't the point.
This is the challenge that we're up against
What
right now.
is it
It's
that
right
your
now easy to be able to
policy
take
is?
on.
Senator Langford, my friend, what
glad
is
to-
your policy?
Sorry.
Where the tax?
I've been calling this guy Jeff Flake. I know that's Arizona. My bad. This is Langford from Oklahoma. Flake was Arizona. Sorry, this guy reminds me of Jeff Flake. It's Senator Langford. Thanks for catching that in the comments.
Cuts? Where are the spending cuts? Where's the waste, fraud, and corruption reduction? Where is all of that? Where is the reconciliation bill? Where's the straight talk and messaging for the midterms? Where's the growth messaging? Where's the we're going to make it better for taxpayers and working folks messaging? Come on, Senator.
It's kind of hard to do that when you guys have the majority to do that right now.
Glad to be able to take it on, Larry. Glad, and again, you and I are friends. We've talked through all this stuff before. So let's just start with last year and what's coming out right now on all the tax policy. Obviously, tax rates didn't go up. We dealt with permanent expensing for all of our businesses and trying to be able to make sure they're growing. They're growing. The reason we're actually dealing with growth right now, you are an expert on this, you know it full well, is because of the changes we made in last year's tax bill. We'd love to do a lot more on that, and we will be able to do a lot more on that, but we're still getting...
Oh, my goodness. Darlene Dempsey, this is great. This is the quote of the week. This is the comment of the week that Senator Langford looks like a blonde Herman Munster. Bravo.
All of those things implemented right now. The housing bill that we just passed starts a whole different process of taking the federal regulations, trying to make housing cheaper for everybody. Right now, all the different pieces on fraud are being implemented on SNAP, on the food stamp fraud that's been happening around the country. That's being implemented right now. That is billions of dollars in savings. It's also putting work requirements on individuals and taking away the rights of people that are illegally present in the United States to be able to get these extra benefits. All those are things that are happening right now because Republicans actually put those in place. So there's a lot of things that are going on.
The One Big Beautiful Bill is good. Okay, nobody fought for that harder than I did, but that was a year ago. What have you done for me lately? What have you done this year? Okay,
So
the point is, and let me
let's
ask
take
you
the
this.
housing bill.
I think that, by the way, let's take the housing bill. You've done nothing on the tax side. It's mostly spending. The regulatory stuff is local. You can't control that. The housing bill, frankly, was an Elizabeth Warren special, okay? And I don't think it's going to help them one single bit. Getting mortgage rates down would be more important than anything in there.
True.
But you're not helping people.
We got the 50-year
You're not helping
mortgage for
people
that.
with their mortgages. See, if you sell a home, if an empty nester sells a home, they have to pay a humongous capital gains tax on the inflation. Was Joe Biden's inflation or COVID inflation, whatever, they're not getting a break. You're not inflation indexing that. You didn't raise the allowance for capital gains. It should have gone to $1 million or even $2 million, for heaven's sakes, to offset the inflation of the last 30 years. This could have been done. When you talk about, you're saying what food stamps and so forth, what new legislation have you proposed that takes out all the people that are fraudulently receiving Medicaid benefits, Medicare benefits, hospice benefits, and yes, food stamp benefits? And why are you spending more money on farmers that have already received enormous amounts of money? I mean, after all, this stuff, where are you draining the swamp, Senator Langford? That's what people are asking.
Let me walk through those if you'll give me a chance to be able to talk through it.
If
Medicaid,
you'll give me a
we just made
chance,
major changes on Medicaid.
He's giving you a
and
chance.
Again, individuals that are not legally present
Give me a
off of
chance.
that made major changes in Medicaid and actually adding a work requirement just like there are on other benefits on that. that is actually bringing people off welfare and putting them to work on that. We're already seeing that in place. We talked about the food stamps and what we're doing on the fraud piece on that. Right now, Dr. Oz just met with him 2 weeks ago. They've just closed down a ton of hospices. We're able to bring that law. And we're legislating.
That's me not giving him a chance. What does Larry Kudlow say?
Correct, but you said nothing's been done on that. I want to identify something that has been done, but it was billions of dollars in changes on
You all are
things.
talking about continuing resolutions, and you're talking about another reconciliation bill. And I want to know is what is going on in those bills? Because we've learned a lot in the past year about waste, fraud, and corruption. So I'm asking you, what are you doing now to look, I know Emmett Oz is doing the Lord's work. I like the fact that Robert Kennedy has taken $1 billion out. I understand that, but those aren't codified. That's not new legislation. That could be overturned by a Democratic Congress. If you're going to have a reconciliation bill, Senator, you've got to put this stuff into it, and it's not going into it. I don't even think the Senate leadership wants a reconciliation bill, does it? And there's no one in the Senate leadership talking about cutting taxes.
Yeah, so John Thune, James Lankford, all this ilk. I mean, the filibuster is just terrible. These guys, they want to keep the unconstitutional paperwork filibuster so that they don't have to come out against the American people's agenda. That's what it is. They love this. They love the filibuster. And honestly, it has done so much terrible things for this country, even when Democrats are in power. So, well, when the Democrats get in power, they could pass their crazy agenda with 51 votes. Yeah, they could. And we could actually experience their ideas and reject them. All that 60-vote threshold does is keep us from actually experiencing somebody's idea and then saying, well, that was a bad idea. We don't want to do that again. And it's all about legalized theft, legalized grift, the Tammany men of New York on steroids. That's all this is, and it's rigged. And we need to get back to saying that. We need to get back to saying that the system is rigged against the American people. And we need to do something about it. But these people up here, like Lankford, they don't want to do anything about it. That's the last thing they want to do. Folks, it's been a great 10 hours this week of broadcasting with you here on LFA TV, as well as the Paul Herrell Program YouTube page. We really do appreciate it. I want to remind everybody to have a blessed Lord's Day this weekend. And if you go to church, have a blessed day. And if you don't go to church, find a church that preaches about the death, burial, and resurrection of Jesus Christ and his mighty ability to save sinners, and go to church and worship him together with other believers. And I pray that you do. And we will see you back here on Monday. God bless everybody out there, and we'll see you then.
The Paul Herrell Program.
Welcome to Flyover Conservative Podcast with David and Stacy Whited, where we break down current events and examine culture through the lens of conservative Christian values.
Well, Flyover family, there's an expression my grandpa used to use, and I don't think he was the only grandpa that used it, but he would say when you're having ham and eggs for breakfast, both the pig and the chicken both contributed, but the pig was all in. The chicken contributed, the pig was all in. And I kind of gravitate towards people that are pigs. I like to spend my life mostly on the things I can be all in on. I don't like being wishy-washy or things I don't really care about. I care a lot about some things. I care very little about many other things. And today's guest is the pig, all in, 100% committed over these last number of years when it comes to election integrity. Coined the phrase, every election machine should be melted down, turned into prison bars. And I think most of us agree. We can't really have a country if you don't have the ability to release the pressure valve of people feeling like their voice was heard. And hey, we're going to wait it out another 2 years, 4 years, whatever the case may be, and then we'll get our say again, but my voice is heard. When you don't feel like that is, there's only one other result, and that is kinetic. That's that people get violent. The reason America succeeds, America thrives, is because we have the idea of our voices are heard and we're being represented by people that we chose, that we were elected, not selected by some foreign country, by someone else. And no one has given more time, energy, and his own resources towards making that happen than the CEO of My Pillow from the great state of Minnesota, Mr. Mike Lindell.
Welcome.
Well, you guys still like me, huh?
Yes, we do. No doubt about it.
The timing of today's interview came out perfectly because, like everyone else, we saw you trending on Twitter last night and people taking phrases out and attaching them. Here's kind of the things being said based on them taking is Minnesota going to be a sanctuary state? Is Mike caving to get the Somali vote? Is amnesty? Why would we be paying, taxpayers paying for, all these things? And I'm like, well, you know what? I have a very unique opportunity to be able to ask you yourself. And one thing I love about you, you always tell it like it is, and you always say the truth and what's coming on. So I'd love to give you the opportunity to frame your position as you're running for governor. You got the endorsement of President Trump. There's a massive amount of wind in your sails, and I think this is a really good opportunity for you to clarify your position of what do you see for the state of Minnesota, and how do you view the issue of illegal immigration?
Well, you're right. This is divine timing coming on your show. I mean, and let me, I guess I'm going to backphrase this or backphrase yesterday what happens to catch everybody up in case you haven't been on social media. I've been doing interviews here in Minnesota for months now with our crazy liberal media. And by the way, Minnesota already is a sanctuary state. We let illegals drive in our vehicles or give them licenses. As you know, what happened up here with ICE and the tragedies and the protesters up here, and then you have we have 1,360 illegals in our prison that have committed felonies. They've been rape, murder, pedophiles, and we're protecting them. They need to be shipped out of here now. We're paying $110 million a year to house them. So anyway, but first I want to do a statement. Well, let's finish what manifests this. Then I'm going to tell you the statement I just put out to for the public. But so yesterday, about a week ago, I got Donald Trump's endorsement, right? And everything went to another level. The first thing on social media was Mike Lindell isn't registered to vote in Minnesota. I don't know if you guys seen that. Did you see that?
Yeah.
Yes.
They'll hit everywhere. Mike Lindell doesn't have a driver's license. Mike Lindell can't run for governor. Now, this is our own party attacking you guys. This is the GOP in Minnesota. They came out after the endorsement, Alex Plenchip or whatever, on their site said, we don't want Mike Lindell. I'm polling number one for a year. The people want me. And so these attacks start after I get the president's endorsement. And then all of a sudden yesterday, I had a media outlet call me, the Washington Examiner, as we're talking all day, they're fighting over this. I showed them proof that, yes, I did register last year in September. And so the Washington Examiner calls up and they're asking me questions. They asked me about, of course, almost all outlets asked me about Minneapolis and what are we going to do with this sanctuary city and all the illegals here and everything. Yep. You got the Somalian fraud. And I made some comments there to him. I said, you got to ship these illegals out. And I said, the other ones, as they get arrested, you call up ICE. And I said, maybe we could have there are people that are on seasonal visas and that they're afraid to go renew them. You go in, you get fingerprinted, and then you can maybe get your visa, your seasonal visa, whatever. But I made some of these comments and taken out of context, but that wasn't the worst thing. The worst thing, I'm on stage here in Minnesota, Sauk Center, one of my biggest events I actually had CNN came out to do this. The timing was, it was pretty good timing for them to be here because they seen all the stuff that wasn't true. And so I spent the day with CNN, showed them the My Pillow factory that we're not bankrupt. That's another thing they put out. My Pillow's bankrupt. These attacks just got turned up. So here I am. I get to Sauk Center to do this huge rally and town hall, and I get a call going, the Washington Examiner just put out that you have liberal views on these illegals or whatever, and I said, what? And they said, and yeah, now it's on social media that you want amnesty. I said, are you kidding me? I said, these are fake news. But then it gets worse. Now I want you to know what happened. So I called my social media person. I said, they're putting out these lies. And I said, I said, well, why don't we make a post on my personal Facebook, my personal social media, I have all the platforms. And we talked and we made a mistake. She said, how about this? 6 months amnesty, question mark, like, you want the real truth, go here. And that would link you to my governor's website, which on the governor's website, it shows what the illegals are costing Minnesota here in Minnesota, and and my plan to export the 110, the 1,360 to get the $110 million back. If you're on the website, you can click up, go to platforms, and then scroll down. Okay, there it is, the cost of shadow government. It shows there's slides that show how much they're costing Minnesota to keep them in our prisons and stuff. But here's but they're right there. This is what they're going up. And this is what I've talked about before in Minnesota here on shows a month ago. There's another problem people don't see. Companies, employers are using them for basically human trafficking, slave labor, where they're bringing in illegals, or they're here and they're paying them cash and they're avoiding federal taxes and all our taxes here in Minnesota. These employers are stealing from all of us here, and it's $1.5 billion in Minnesota. And I'm going, we need to be able to get this money or put these people in prison. And I said, so then I made a thing, a good idea, have these people come in that are here on work visas, come in, get fingerprinted and stuff, make sure they're okay, and start charging these employers. They got to start paying taxes. That's what I said. It's not amnesty. You don't get to be a citizen. So anyway, that being said, I want to tell you, because this is going viral as we speak, you guys, I just want to put out a statement, and here's where I stand. As always, I stand with President Trump and fully support his policies to deport illegal aliens from the United States. Immigration law is a complex issue. Some of my comments have been taken out of context about guest worker visas, in which people take jobs just for a few months. And I can expand on that with you guys about these employers paying them the illegal ones that don't have the visas. And I said, I absolutely do not support amnesty. This is fake news. It's about as fake as it gets. Well, isn't it funny, you guys? I just want to say this. So, isn't it? It's I look at this and go, wow. What I was a month ago, I wasn't attacked for this. These are when on our local liberal stations here, and they go, Mike, what are you going to do if you take over as governor? Are you going to let ICE go door to door in Minneapolis like we happened? And we're a sanctuary city. Are you going to protect everybody? These are the questions I'm getting here. We have a big problem in Minnesota. And by what I had suggested on one show, get these people fingerprinted, so we know who these illegals are that are here that haven't committed a crime. So then if they vote, we know they're there, and you arrest you, you're kicked out immediately. These are the guys that haven't re-upped their visas. Our vote in Minnesota, you can vote. Anybody can vote. You come in here. By the way, they give our illegals driver's licenses here. They pass them out like they're driving around. They can't read the road signs. And so I'm going, we got to change it. I would do something as governor here. What I can't do on the federal level, what they're talking about, that's a federal thing. That's the President Trump's policy, which I agree 100%. I can't do anything, but what I can do as governor, I can cooperate with ICE, ship these criminals out. And he's even said, let's get rid of the bad ones first. I think everybody wants the rapists, the murderers out of our. And we're paying for that in Minnesota, $110 million a year. And Waltz, you just seen our governor, Tim Waltz, protecting one of them.
Yep.
Going, we don't want to ship him out. And good thing for Marco Rubio comes and says, no, you're going. Get out of here.
I wouldn't say everybody wants him out because your governor, Tim Walz, definitely is not just for people coming here wanting a better life, wanting to assimilate. Once someone has committed a crime and raped a child, he still is in favor of them. There's nothing that they could do that would ever make them fall out of his graces in the state of Minnesota. We did a show earlier this week. There's estimates there's over 107 million people in our country illegally. 107 million. It's far beyond the numbers that most people are even aware of, and it has to be done. So is one of your points is if we actually get a documented record of who's even here, who's even in the room, then we can begin to sort and file and not have these businesses employing them and running cover. Is that a point?
And have repercussions for the businesses, from my understanding, if they are.
Right. Here's where, now this part went viral that you're talking about. So I'm going to explain this to your audience. 8 years ago, back before when it was just, I was the hero of the country with my pillow and going from a crack addict to an entrepreneur, building one of the biggest companies the country's ever seen, employing thousands of employees. And it's the American dream on steroids. Well, I flew down to California. It was maybe 2016, somewhere in there, 15, 16. And I was buying all these the cotton for my pillows, cotton fields, looking at the actual fields to put bids in and all these things, right? And I'm talking to the owners down there that own the fields, that own the companies. And they told me, they said, because obviously you're price shopping and this was a brand. I'm not even going to bring up the brands. And they said, those guys over there, we can't even compete with because they're hiring slave labor. They're hiring illegals and they're not paying taxes, federal taxes, workman's comp, you name it. So they're getting it's slave labor. And I go, you're kidding. I'm going, and I was in politics then, and there wasn't a big thing about illegals. That this was back in 16, it wasn't even in the news, this stuff. And I'm going, well, why are you letting that happen? He goes, well, down here, he says if you report them, it's not going anywhere. And I said, well, you're ruining your business. They're ruining your business, and they're stealing from the state. And then it was the state of California. And right now, by those taxes, just in Minnesota alone, by people paying the illegals, it's $1.5 billion. They're cheating. These employers are cheating the state of Minnesota out of our money, and with these illegals now. But what I did, and now here's where I looked into it, and I went over there. This was down by San Diego too, and I went back there because I was there for some other thing. And back then, people trusted me. I'm as transparent as you can get. I went and got to talk to the illegals, a lot of them, and they're going because they see, they recognize me, some of them,
sure.
And I didn't speak English, but I asked them. I said, what, because this farmer also said, and they don't even pay them right. They're underpaying them there because they don't care about the illegals. They care about their mighty criminal activities as employers. So I went and I talked to these illegals, and the stories they told me, they said some of them were here on visas, expired visas, and all these different things. That part didn't matter. The other thing they told me, and I don't say it didn't matter because I want somebody to soundbite this. They're saying that, we get our money and we know we're getting underpaid, but it's better than nothing. But the bad thing, they said, we get our money stolen from us by other people that know we're here, that we're not supposed to be here. And we get crimes committed against them, including rape. Some of them said, yeah, I'm getting attacked. This is happening to me. But who are you going to go tell?
Right.
Who are you going to go tell? And so that always set in my mind. And then as this thing over the years here, we've seen what Biden let in millions of illegals and all this, and we're all just going, are you kidding me? You opened up the border and let these people flood into our country, and it's disgusting. And then the fentanyl flow over the border. Well, then I thought, what are we ever going to do? Then, of course, you see all these things like, how do we solve this problem? So back then, this isn't now. I did post it. Now I posted it. And we finished, I had it touched up back in May because I thought for a nationwide thing, how do you solve this problem? Because in Minnesota, we see the president, went out, they tried to solve it. You had states that cooperated like Memphis, Washington, D.C. Here's our illegals, ship them out. They're in their the easiest low hanging fruit is what? The ones in our prisons and our
Right.
jails.
That they already got
If
a
you
hold of.
commit a crime, you wouldn't even have to have ICE go door to door right now, but you still have a bigger problem. All of them committed a crime coming here. A lot of the crimes, though, were even misdemeanors where they came over with these visas, and then they're afraid to go renew them because now you're going to get deported because you're all grouped with these criminals that have done murder, rape, and all these. You follow me?
Yep.
Correct.
But you know who's feeding that? Who's feeding that here in Minnesota is all these employers that are paying them illegally and avoiding all these taxes. So my thing is the local media is questioning me on this. Mike, what would you do? What do you think of ICE? What do you think? I was drilled with this. This is last December when I said I was running. Well, I said I will have common sense solutions for these problems. And I said one of the things is Minneapolis has the strictest protest laws in the world or in the United States, but they're never followed. Protesters I'm all for protesting, but don't commit crimes while you're protesting.
Don't burn down a city.
Well, Minnesota, they burned down police stations just blowing off some steam.
They burned down a police station. So what I'm saying, you bring back law enforcement, and it's very easy. When they kind of sort themselves as they commit these crimes, you bring them to the jails, and and I've talked all over Minnesota as I've ran for governor. This is a big problem we have in the sheriff's departments out of the city in rural Minnesota. I go, what happens to your illegals that you get here? Do you deport them? No, we hold them, and we have to call where we let them get released. And because of our protection, sanctuary city stuff we have in Minneapolis. So now imagine this: a Republican governor comes in. Well, what am I supposed to do? Tell the public we're going to continue on with this policy of protecting these illegals? I won't do it. They get shipped out. But what's not logical? Because the media here has asked me, would you go door to door like with ICE to get every one of them out? And you got to say, no, it didn't work. It doesn't work here. There's a problem. These people that haven't renewed their visas, there is that stuff. And all I said was, I made a comment. I said, an easy thing to do, but I can't do it as governor. This has to be done at the federal level. An easy thing would bring the ones that have been here that didn't maybe their only crime was they didn't renew their visa. They were invited into our country and given a phone and to report when they can get to the end of the line, but they never report it. You follow me?
Yep.
These people, that's their crime. They did commit a crime. It's a misdemeanor in most cases. It's a gross misdemeanor in some. I don't know that. A lot of these immigration laws are complex. But I do know that in Minnesota, you can vote. One person can vote. If you just have a license, which they're giving out to the illegals, disgusting, and no conditional things on them. So they go in to vote. And do you know in Minnesota, you can vouch for 8 other people? Yep, they live here, they live here, they live here, they live here.
Oh,
So
my
I'm going,
gosh.
so a common sense thing here. You got to think of this. These other governor candidates here, that these Republicans, I said stuff a month ago on TV. I'm going, here would be solved it, but you won't be able to do it because you would need the federal government to be able to do this. But here, imagine this. What if you have 6 months or 120 days, I think I said. I must have said 6 months because that's why they're calling it 6-month amnesty, right?
Yep.
And you have 6 months. And you go down and you go to the courthouse, you get fingerprinted and put in our system so we know who you are.
Mm-hmm.
And you don't get amnesty. There's no pathway to citizenship, but you could work because they're already working illegally with these illegal employers paying all this money and stealing money from our state and everybody else. Now, if you did vote, this is all hypothetical. This is what I said there. If you did vote, you just committed a crime and you're out of here. If your name shows up in that voter roll, you're out of here. I'm sorry. You're done. You're deported. If a crime's committed, I want everyone to think of this. If a crime's committed now in Minneapolis, we have no idea who did it. You don't know who these people are. They're all here illegal. Well, now if that person committed a crime, you know who they are. You can track them down to the crime, and then what do? You arrest. That's what you're supposed to do to criminals. But what do we do with the illegals? You're out of here.
Yep.
I mean, this will take and shift and get rid of all the illegals, and the bad people, get them out because like you just said, 100 and some million. It could be as high as. You guys, do you think, does anybody think, would I like to say, hey, you all got to go, you all committed a crime here? Yes, but is it feasible? Probably not, because we've seen the president. I agree with this policy. I'd like them all out. But then he shifted, if you remember, everyone shifted. Let's get the bad ones out first. But the states didn't even cooperate with that. They're not even given. In Minnesota here, our taxpayers, we're paying for these illegals. It's disgusting.
Well, speaking
So you
of
see-
bad ones, there's no state like Minnesota where I see a gap between the people I know. We spent 30 years, at least once a year, we spent time in Minnesota doing business. And I tell you, the people of Minnesota, it is Minnesota nice, and that's been leveraged against them. But they're the hardest working. When you drive through Minnesota, you don't see cars on blocks and refrigerators in the yard. And I mean, the people of Minnesota are diligent. They're hard workers. They take care of their stuff. They kind of show up early, stay late. You know, they have a high standard for how things are done. There was a tweet, I put it on our production sheet recently, this gap between what I know of Minnesota and then the political class that I see thriving. Ilhan Omar specifically, pictures being taken over and over with Somali fraudsters. Governor Tim Walz is picture made with Somali fraudsters. There's if I would say Minnesota is known for anything, it's been excellence for all these years, and then now it's suddenly Minnesota is synonymous with the word fraud. And it's shocking to people because they're like, how is this happening so blatantly out in the open? There's Tim Walz with the Somali fraudster. There's Somali fraudster being arrested. These things have become, I'd say, almost synonymous now with the state of Minnesota. What role can you play in cleaning this part up? Because I would imagine most of the working class people of Minnesota are tired of funding this level of fraud that's being perpetrated out in the open with no pushback, and possibly even supported by the political class and the Democratic Party in Minnesota.
Well, it is being supported by Walz, our crooked Attorney General, Keith Ellison, Ilhan Omar. You guys, 5 years ago, I came out and I said, Minnesota is the Trojan horse for something else that is so horrible, so evil, and that's Sharia law and Muslims practicing Islam here. And I said that 5 years ago, and I was called a racist. We need to stop the ban Sharia law. Everyone in Minnesota, all the employers are afraid to say anything, afraid to do anything because they're afraid of, Minnesota nice and being a racist and being politically correct. Well, this fraud is the biggest blessing to Minnesota because now you can scream it from the top of your lungs. Ban Sharia law. This actually, because this happened up here, it actually woke up Texas where they started digging in. They find out there was 100 Christian churches in the last couple of years switched over to mosque. Okay, we had a governor, Tim Walz, who actually kept the mosque open, put up the calls to Allah, whatever, in the Twin Cities. You hear it every day. Tried to shut down or did shut down our Christian churches during the virus. And also, get this, he accepted a satanic statue into our Capitol, and he got an award for it, for being fair to the devil. You can't make this up. You guys can.
It sounds like parody.
If you don't believe it, Google it. Okay, Google it. And that's not fake news like came out yesterday about me wanting amnesty. Okay, this is real things in Minnesota. And what's going on with that, you have this done. You have to ban Sharia law. I want to do that on day one. We have to ban it here. It's with the fraud, but the fraud's the gateway to do that. It's not, this fraud with these centers and stuff, and all this money getting shipped over to overseas. I was just at the Minneapolis airport meeting with some TSA kind of underground thing the other day where we're getting to decide. I have my people down there that and they said, Mike, there's still 10 to 12 suitcases full of cash going out here every day at the Minneapolis airport. It's got to be someone on the inside. This is still going on. And now, are they all going to be held accountable? We can only hope that. My thing is, you know what? Let's talk about Amy Klobuchar, who I would, if I get through the primary here and win and go for the general election. Amy Klobuchar and I agreed in 2018, 19, and 20. A documentary movie came out. A documentary came out in 2020 called Kill Chain.
Yep.
Now, Amy was the star in that movie. She named the voting machines. We got to get rid of them. 3 voting machines, ES&S, Hart, Dominion. She named them all. And she was the biggest one. It was all Democrats on there, by the way. I'm in lockstep with them. Yes, we got to get rid of them. Well, Amy didn't get sued for $1.3 billion or whatever it was. By the way, Dominion dropped that 3 weeks ago, and Mike was right. Okay. So anyway, that's another
Congratulations.
story. But Amy, yeah, thank you. But Amy, after the 2020 election, you guys can go check this out. A lot of it's been scrubbed from the internet, though. Everything she said about the voting machine, you can check that out. It's been scrubbed. We were trying to get it yesterday for a show. Lucky, we're very fortunate. We have stuff from the archives, so we kept all the evidence from the country, and her videos were used a lot. But Amy, at the 2020 election, she turned her back on that fraud. Oh, nothing to see here. All the machines are great. Mike Lindell, what did he do? Spent $80 million for 5 years building the cause of America and trying to save our country and going, hey, we have fraud. We have illegals voting, dead people voting. It's all these people and it's computers. It's all done with our voting machines, which 132 countries have banned. Well, what did Amy do since then? Amy turned her back on this fraud. She's our senator here in Minnesota, went off to Washington. They all solicited bringing billions back to Minnesota of federal money plus state money to fund these fraudulent welfare programs, your Leering centers and such. Well, Amy, I know, and they're going, are you blaming Amy for that? That's what my local media says here. I'm not blaming Amy, but I'll tell you what, was she complacent in it? Did she know what was going on? I know one thing she didn't do. She didn't come back and follow her billions she solicited to Minnesota and say, where did this money go? Remember, that didn't go to people to help people. The money was stolen from taxpayers, but what about the people that needed those things, that actually needed things like food? And that was, there's more than just the Leering Center things that got stolen, all of our programs. So that, there's a pretty good ad too that they, but anyway, this is where it's at. I'm going to go head on with Sharia law. Sharia law does not align with our Constitution. I think, and by the way, downtown Minneapolis, my friends downtown, this is one of my things when I'm doing, as I'm campaigning, goes, they don't want this. They do not want Sharia law. They can't, it doesn't assimilate with them, anybody. And it's a big problem. It's a huge problem.
So can you tell us, why did you choose Philip Parrish for your lieutenant governor? We know we had an opportunity to meet him at the event that you had. What an honor to meet him. But talk a little bit about him and why you chose him for lieutenant governor.
I needed someone that was courageous, one that was courageous, not only courageous, that didn't back down to the establishment and to fraud. He was one of the first ones in Minnesota that was that found the fraud. That found fraud back then. But he's a former Navy intelligence officer. This is what he does.
Yeah.
I mean, the guy will dig in. I want to have like a Minnesota Doge. Okay. We've got to get in our programs right now in Minnesota. We have 24 welfare programs, major ones, and over 400 NGOs. And we got illegals sending money overseas. We got Somalians sending money. I mean, this stuff is bad. So we've got to dig in and not only get the fraud addressed, but also, are these programs good? We've got to make them the best they can be. You guys, after I quit all my addictions overnight in January 16, 2009, I spent the next 12, 14 years up until I got involved with all the election stuff. That's all I did was help people that homeless and people in addiction and people, if there was hurricane victim, here's a couple $1 million worth of pills, whatever it would be. I also set up a program using private sector money. It cost me a couple $1 million for this platform. And I did it in the inner city of Minneapolis, St. Paul. I actually did a prototype in Detroit where I was the government and people out there that wanted to help the programs like that are set up now. If you wanted to help these needs, vetted needs, and you knew 100% of your money went there, you can get a lot of money from the private sector because, wow, there's a vetted need. I'm partial to that. I know my money goes there. I was the government. I covered all the expenses. and we saved 40%, just shy of 40%. Can you imagine these welfare programs in Minnesota? Once I send Philip in there to clean them up, and then now we go. Now let's look at them, and I'm looking at them now. My budget's going to come out now within about 2 weeks, so maybe that'll take over the news rather than oh, Mike wants amnesty. I have common sense solutions to every single problem we have in Minnesota. But Philip will be a big part of the biggest problem. That's where all our money's going. Like you say, Minnesota nice. They just keep piling it on. And Minnesota right now is, I believe we got to be in the top 3 most unaffordable places to live. People are leaving. Corporate taxes, income taxes, sales tax, property taxes, all going up. Our tabs on our cars, everything's going up to fund these programs and others things, of course. But so Philip was the choice. I mean, it's a perfect fit. You go fix that, because I've already working in a parallel track, working on my budget. So now, in light of all this amnesty stuff, I guess I better get that budget out before the primary, so people see one of the fixes was an amnesty to the illegals in Minnesota. I'll tell you that.
Yeah, no doubt about it. One other thing I wanted to bring up too is, President Trump obviously supporting you. We had the opportunity over the weekend to see him at your event, and for him to come in, Mike, and the way that he spoke about you.
Yeah.
That was incredible to hear what he had to say, truly saying you are the hardest working person that he has seen, and to see the time, effort, finances, treasure, everything that you put into making sure that we have secure elections. I can't imagine a better endorsement, and what he had to say about you was remarkable.
No, thank you. That's me yelling for does anyone have a microphone? Because he surprised this kid. And everybody heard it, didn't they, when I yelled,
They
right?
did. Yep.
I mean, I'll tell you, we got to get the job done, right? And I was so honored. I did not know he was coming in. This event was set up 4 months ago, just so the media doesn't grab this and bash it, blah, blah, blah. But it was set up over 4 months ago. It was a great event, and to let the donors know what we are going to do for you guys. That's another thing as governor, where I can raise so much money from other states, because they know Minnesota's the tip of the spear in so many things, including illegals, including Somalians, Islam. I mean, all these things, the problems we have here, because it's manifested from the Minnesota nice, that who's going to say this is a bad idea? Oh, I'll take some more of my paycheck and more of my paycheck. But for him to come in there on a surprise there and give me that, we're good friends. And one of the things I want to tell everybody too, because the media, it's funny, the media even attacked that after he endorsed me. But I want to tell everybody that, he was the first person other than my wife that I let know that I was running for governor. I called him on December 8th, and I didn't ask him for his endorsement. I would never do that. I wanted him to, if he did ever endorse me, to make it based on merit, not on our friendship.
Yeah.
And as he watched the polls, I'm number one in the polls. We're out there campaigning every day, working hard. I'm taking every interview. Obviously, some of them backfire, as we see. But I've been down this road before. That's the one thing I can take is the media hit jobs. But so for him to come in, I was sitting here. That's where he kind of double endorsed me there. But it was last Thursday or whatever, last 2 days before, or the day before he came out with all the information, unclassified that. And it was perfect timing, divine timing. I'm here by myself at corporate, and about 6 a.m, my friends go, "Hey, the president just endorsed you." Wow. And I'm going, and it came as a surprise, but it was so perfect timing, because that Thursday, the very next day, he put out and declassified everything, which the media either they didn't even air it, or they even attacked him for that.
Right.
And everybody, they didn't go look at the declassified information, but I did. And you know what? Word is almost on the first 18 sheets released. Smartmatic, Venezuela, Smartmatic. This was the genesis. China attacking our country, China. Everything I've been saying for 5 years, there's only one truth. They go, "Well, Mike, how's it feel to be vindicated?" I said, if it's going to feel good to say, because we got rid of the $5 million challenge, they said Mike was right. Overturned that a year ago. Dominion drops their lawsuit. Before Lindell TV, we dropped 800 pages of a library of evidence that's irrefutable, with facts to back it. Now you get the government declassifying this, And the media still can't come and say, wow, Mike, you were right. And here's what I've said. Since they've been talking to them, and I'm going to talk to a lot today, I guess, to say, no, I don't want amnesty. I agree with President Trump's policies, and I always have. I think more than anyone in this country, I've had his back on that. I'm never, if through all the fights, people say, Donald Trump this, Donald Trump, I go, you know what? Everything you guys attack him for 2 months later, go, wow, it worked. It worked,
Right.
Yep.
And,
Well,
but they,
one thing I noticed at that event that you had that we attended, you got people like Joe Piscopo. He's famous, but you got a lot of others that aren't famous. They're just people in the business community. We talk to attorneys. We talk to different people, and they all have this same vibe. They're like, I've known Mike for years. I know who he is as a person, and I'm behind his character. I'm behind him because of that. You're not a politician. If you had your druthers, if you had your dream life, you would be not involved in any of this. You'd be a part of a country that was already being great and everything was being enforced, but it's not. I love that picture. I took that there when Joe was dedicating a song to you, is doing his, Frank Sinatra stuff. But people that know you, that don't know just from tweets and what someone said, that they've gone to your corporate headquarters. They've spent time with you. They've been around who you are as a person, the way you treat people when there's no cameras around, the way that you do the right thing regardless of what it costs you. It's the kind of character that somebody pulls for in a movie, because a lot of politicians are synonymous with like, hey, this is what I think, and then the camera's off, and then they do something completely opposite, and people are so sick of that.
It's obvious. That's why they wanted President Trump.
That's why they wanted President Trump. That's why they want you. They want someone that is one of them, that's overcome some of the things they've overcome, that is actually doing things, that goes to bed at night with the stress of how do I meet payroll, that has actually done something. They're sick of the Bernie Sanderses and people that have made a career out of politics, enriched themselves in politics, and not represented the people, and they've never built anything. And I think that's why people are excited to endorse you, and you've built great things. We were customers of MyPillow long before we had a podcast, long before we were involved in this space. There were AT&T and different ones that pull away from Fox News. You just bought up all the ads. You've always shown up and said, raised your hand and stepped forward when everybody else was stepping back. And that's why we've always bought your products. We travel with them. We love them. They're
we
superior.
Do not leave home without our pillows.
The only people that love your products more than us is our dogs. I have a Doberman, a great big Doberman. And if he could speak English the way everybody can hear him, I understand him. But if everybody could understand my Doberman, it's not even competitive how much he loves your products. The fact he can take his MyPillow bed out, we can throw it in the washer, we can wash it, we can put a cover on it, we wash the cover, we can throw the whole pillow in there and do it. We have a whole gaggle of grandkids, they're always spilling something or snotting on a pillow or doing something, with their kids. They throw them in the washer. They're great. They last forever.
They lay their head on, Bible stories at night. I mean, it's remarkable, your products.
Even here at our home, we have a spare room just for our grandkids, and they got the MyPillows with the Bible stories on them. That's what our grandkids lay their heads on at night is God's word and a pillow. So you build great products and you do the right thing when people are watching, and you still do the same right thing when people aren't watching. And that's what I love.
Right now, I want to do something right now while people are watching, because your audience and you guys have had my employee-owned company in my back more than anybody, and with that promo code I just seen there, Flyover, you guys, we're going to make that free shipping on your entire order, no matter what you order today. So
wow.
Use that free shipping right to your front door. So, and I'll tell you, my employee-owned company appreciates. But I want to tell you a little bit about the dog bed. I was just telling this when
it's your best product. It's the best thing you got.
When we were at that event in Bedminster, all the workers came out. There was probably, I'll bet you 50 of them. You guys were not there then. It was after the fact, and then even the next day when I stayed there and had lunch, and they all came out. And I'm telling these kids, they grew up with the MyPillow commercials and jingle. They're all 20 to 25, and they're just, so we're all taking pictures. And then the one brought up the dog bed. And I go, I got a story about the dog beds. I said, if you guys Google or go in your YouTube, go to YouTube and look up My Pillow dog singing. Okay. And what I seen, it was a phenomenon back then for a long, long time. Everybody would send in their videos, whether it didn't matter what kind of dog. When I came on the commercial, they would stand at attention and watch the thing. And then when the My Pillow jingle came on, they would, and they're singing. Now here's what happened. So what I did, I made a commercial, that a half-hour infomercial, and I said, the dogs have demanded this, everybody. They're singing,
They are howling.
but they and I said, so we made a collage of these dogs singing. It's so amazing. It said, and here we have the dog beds. So that's where the dog beds came from, because everyone was saying their pets were taking their My Pillows and grabbing them, and they're very territorial. And boy, if you guys get a chance, it's every species of dog. It was, I don't know if it was something with my voice back then, but then when they came to the jingle for the best night's sleep, they would start howling. But they would sit, you look at those dogs right there, standing at attention, watching that commercial. So, it was just a phenomenon.
I love that.
Our dog's your most loyal fan, for sure.
Even our daughter and our son, they have your dog beds. Our daughter, actually, I think she's got 3 different ones around her house. She's got them in the kennel. She's got one over here for her dog, and I think she's got another one in her house too. Like literally, and the blankets. Like, you have the best products. And one thing you told us,
made in America by American workers.
Yeah, exactly. And one thing you told
not
us,
only in America though, most of my products are, and we've got our My Pillow mattresses, our mattresses that people don't talk about. These are 50% off, free shipping right to your front door. I helped design them. These are coil foam combination, a hybrid. A 10-year warranty, 6-month money back guarantee. You'll sleep on. It's like sleeping. It's a dream. It's amazing. And
All right, Flavor family.
I love it. So, quick question for you: do you have a favorite product at My Pillow?
Mine would probably be, well, obviously the most functional, the My Pillow that gets you the best sleep, but the Giza Dream Sheets, and that's also the president's favorite product. When I gave it to him a long time ago. Wow. And we always bring it up back then. There's nothing like the Dream Sheets, the Giza Dream Sheets, and there's a feel like no other. I helped design them. They come with the best cotton in the world between the Sahara Desert, the Nile River, and the Mediterranean Sea, which is a climate where it makes things the best for one crop, and that's cotton. The staples grow longer, stronger, better, and I helped design it. They kept asking me, well, what about this? I'd say on a sheet. What about this satin sheen? What will this do? What will this count do? What will this do? And hence the Giza Dream Sheets are probably, they're definitely second. We've sold 85 million My Pillows now.
Wow.
Since I invented it. And that was another thing where the media here in Minnesota attacked me. My Pillow's been the most attacked company in history. Our own government attacked it called Operation Arctic Frost. And but the media, actually the one they're pulling the clips off of from, when she interviewed me, she said, Mike, right when I announced I was running governor, she says, how can you run for governor? Isn't My Pillow bankrupt? My Pillow's bankrupt. She didn't say, is it? Yeah. Or she said, My Pillow's bankrupt. How can you run for governor? I said, My Pillow's not bankrupt. And you're holding that against me? I built from scratch, from being in the streets of Minneapolis all the way up to going everywhere in Minnesota, selling pillows, and to building it to thousands of employees and 85 million sold. And I said, and then to build a company, and we do everything in My Pillow, from the call center to the manufacturing, everything. CNN was just here yesterday and toured my factory, and he goes, wow, Mike, people need to know you're still standing, and it's bigger and better than ever, with over 500 products. And anyway, so with those sold, and then she says, and then in her next breath, I go, no, Esme, I said that's not a bad thing, that My Pillow, that we've been hit with all these things. I said, because we're still standing. By the grace of God, we were able to guide it through, just like the bad shape that Minnesota's in. You need some common sense solutions to get out of this. Now, you can sit and ask me all kinds of things, and I'll tell you, I'm very transparent what I think would be a solution. Now, is it a legal solution, right solution, whatever, in the climate we're in? But I think we should have conversations about these things.
Absolutely. Yes. Well, business is hard enough to succeed as it is. Most fail. Mm-hmm. So when you have one that succeeds, while the full weight of the Biden administration, the government, every resource they had came at you, and every single lever that they had to pull came at you, and you're still standing. And Flyover family, if you want to talk to the nicest person probably you're going to talk to today, if you're just having a bad day, you want to talk to a nice person, call 1-800-889-5108, 1-800-889-5108, because they got the nicest people in the world you ever want to talk to when you call into MyPillow. They speak English, which is a great feature. It's not AI. You're not going to go through a gazillion prompts. You're going to talk to one of the nicest people ever
that wants to help you.
That wants to help you. The kind of people that work for Mike are the best. Dawn and everybody that we've ever had any interaction with, they're literally the best people that we know of anywhere. And your company is one of the greatest American success stories ever. There's not a lot of Americans that have never heard of MyPillow.
No.
You know, I mean, it's one of the most household brands, especially among conservatives. And then, like I opened the show with tonight, you put it on the line. You are a pig, not a chicken. You are all in when it comes to contributing to saving America. And I've heard you say many times, you would start all over from nothing if we could have safe, fair, and secure elections. Not just Amy Klobuchar, who goes on the documentary and says we have a problem that changed their story. You've never changed your story. You beat that drum every single day. Mike, we'll give you the platform here to sign off and whatever else you'd like to say to our audience, maybe in light of what's come out on X or what you'd like to say to them about you running for governor August 11th.
Yeah, well, thank you. And yeah, you guys do call my reps right now and use that promo code flyover and get free shipping on your entire. They need to hear from you today. They're getting attacked by people right now calling in. These are people, remember, I really believe that out there on X, this lie put out there that Mike wants amnesty, soundbiting me and taking things out. I never ever said the word amnesty, ever. Okay? And asking these questions by these liberal left-wing reporters in Minnesota. But the ones attacking me are not the left. What's attacking me is people that there's people, I'm not even going to name names here, that have said, you're not even coming on my podcast, you're not coming on my show, without even finding out the facts, without even, one person called me up, I started to explain, they hung up on me. Okay, you'll probably find out, that'll probably leak out to the media, but shame on them. But I'm not going to sit there. And by the way, this person, I protected them from the media, that they were attacked, and they were righteously attacked in a lot of ways. But I said, you know what? I'm still advertising on your show, because if I left every show where there are problems or whatever, I wouldn't have anywhere to advertise. And this is disgusting what's going on. But my employees have weathered this storm too. They have great employees. They're great people. Remember, Minnesota, I mean, MyPillow is employee owned. I'm just one of the 60 employees that own. We have hundreds of employees, but they've been attacked, and they've lost millions of dollars, over the years now at this attack. And don't forget, it wasn't just Biden's government, but it was these going after these voting machine companies. And you know what I asked the media? I want everybody to wrap your head around this. What's going on right now, it was said by one of my reporters on Lindell TV this morning. Last week, when the president went out and declassified that and gave his speech and said, everybody go to the website, or go there. Here's where you can go to see this declassified information. He didn't put any up on the screen, right? Most of these reporters, most things didn't even air it. I was surprised Fox aired it, but then they shut it down, right? But anyway, they air the speech, and I've talked to these reporters because I've been bringing this up as they've been going after me for other things and saying, did you guys go to the site? And did you go there to see what dropped, that our federal government declassified? No, they didn't. So you got this narrative, and the media is going, Donald Trump, he's the same old. He's putting out, there's no evidence of the 2020 election. And they bash that speech, where instead of saying, hey, everybody, go over here, he declassified it, Mike was right, or whoever was right. Okay. So instead, what happened yesterday, everybody, with this thing comes out, which I couldn't do anything about it. I'm giving a speech up north at the time it happened. They come out with, Mike wants amnesty, 6-month amnesty, and I'm just getting attacked. It's trending. I have people calling my call center, attacking them. I have the two people I'm running against here in Minnesota. Rather than, of course, they're not going to say, as I protected one of them for sure. I've been in prayer group with him. So now you know who it is, everybody. Kendall Qualls, and then you got Lisa Damon, the darling that was their pick. That those two, they've come out and attacked. Look what Mike did. Do people really believe that I flipped overnight like somebody gave me? They can't say, well, everybody's wondering, going, what did Mike, did somebody get to him with some billions of dollars? Everybody knows you can't buy me. I've spent everything I have, and I've never stopped talking about saving our country. So did Mike just get zapped by a liberal? Did he turn into some Sharia law loving crazy, I mean, this is bizarre that they would, but you know what? That's my advantage. God uses all things for good for those who believe. And any other candidate would have woke up or been there last night and went to bed and said, you know what? It's over. It's over. It's over. But people know I've never changed. Back when I was the media's darling, back before I even met Donald Trump, I just say I'd have every news outlet in the world going, Mike, how many more veterans are you hiring today? Wow, you went from a crack cocaine addict and you built this amazing business, one of the biggest Minnesota this country's ever seen. And you go, look at all these people, thousands of employees you're hiring. How many more people you hire and giving them second chances out of addiction? How many homeless are you helping out? How many millions and millions of dollars you put in whenever there's a hurricane or a tragedy? How about Minneapolis? You're helping out Team Challenge, Salvation Army, all these things, right? And then I meet Donald Trump. I come back here in 2016 and do a press release, and the worst paper in the United States, the Star Tribune, turn on me. And all this stuff happens in these attacks. And this is going on now. So people out there, I would hope, I expected more out of people that know me. That, I hadn't come out with a statement. I got here this morning. I got home at 1:30 in the morning from that event, almost 2 in the morning for my governor's event. I wasn't going to just quick post something and post it out there. I'm going, what happened? I was on that stage. But part of it, I want everybody to know, because this is very critical to people, because we were going, well, Mike, you posted it yourself. This is not true. And I want everyone to listen to this part. When I was on that stage, I'm getting texts. It was before I went on stage. It was like Philip talked first, Philip Parrish talked, my lieutenant governor. And I'm backstage and I'm going, what? It says, it's all over the internet saying Mike's going to 6-month amnesty for all the illegals. I'm going, what? And I'm going watching this go viral. Now, I didn't have time to read everything, so I called up my social media gal who has my personal social media, on all my social media, every Getter, Gab, Truth, Vocal, X, everything. And I said, I'm not going to give her name. And I said, we got to come up with something right now. Put something out there. I said, this is crazy. So both her and I made a big mistake. I said, why don't we put 6-month amnesty, ? Find the real truth here, and send them to the website where I talk about the 110 million the 1,300 illegals in our prisons here in Minnesota. Wow, we save 110 million by shipping them out.
Right.
But all these things there, and these employers paying these illegals illegally. Well, we put that up. But once again, just like the president on Thursday, nobody bothered to click to see the truth. And when you looked at it, your first glance, the question mark was kind of too small and then an exclamation point. So people that seen this on the internet or seen this on social media, they came to my social media sites and go, wow, it's true. It's true. You see, I mean, it was horrific for me. I'm on the way home. My wife and I are pulling over at 2:00 in the morning. I'm going, I can't believe this. You know what it reminded me of? It reminded me of when I was getting the evidence to the president on January 15th of 2021. And I had all the evidence I was bringing him, but I needed this order signed, this government gag order that was on Dennis Montgomery at the time. I can say his name now. And to get that released, and lawyers gave me some papers that I've never read to this day. You all know the story. Mm-hmm. And I'm in there at the White House for 2 or 3 hours. And then the lawyers give those papers back. And I had them in my hand outside the White House making a call to my son.
Yep.
And the Washington Post took a video or took a picture of it from a quarter mile away. And on there, peeking out, it says martial law. So if you remember what the media did, they came after me. Mike Lindell wants martial law. He's and all this stuff. It was, you remember that? I mean,
I remember that picture.
I absolutely do.
You're standing right by the post. There's a beam right there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. one of the most famous pitchers in the world. But you know what? God used all that for good too, because that got the what I was saying all along. We got to get rid of the machines, and you know what? The media kept attacking me. And what did I do? Just that's the way I got the word out. So maybe today, as the media attacks me, it's a little different though right now because it hasn't made it to the media. They know it's fake. So then you have it's all social media. This is different for me, and I'm being attacked by my own party here in Minnesota. Remember when I came out with when Donald Trump, when our great president gave me his endorsement last week, our own party in Minnesota, Alex Plekish, attacked me. He said Mike's not worthy of being a governor. He's not his whole statement. He's got baggage or whatever, and we're surprised the president would do this. Like the president's some kind of an idiot for endorsing Mike Lindell. This is what he came out with. So these things you're seeing on social media, I know where they came from. They didn't come from CNN. They were with me yesterday validating my pillow's still here. He was very surprised when his article comes out. CNN's going to write the truth for once, right? And here out there, this lies of not being registered, and now the lies that I want the amnesty, 6-month amnesty. It started with the Minneapolis Tribune, the worst paper in the United States. For 6 months here in Minnesota, everybody. You wouldn't even know I was running for governor. That's how they used to suppress me. Don't even talk about Mike Lindell. Well, now at least God uses all things for good. Maybe this horrible thing that they're attacking me on, I can get the word out today. Well, everyone's going to know my policies and what I stand for. I haven't changed. I want everybody to know that. I haven't changed.
Well, Flyover family, here's what you can do is you can share this to somebody you know that is from Minnesota, somebody that is maybe shared something online that might not have been accurate. Just take this and post it in the comments section. Get this out. Mike wears his cross every single day. You look at the picture behind him. It's got Jesus in the line of Judah. This is standing in contrast to Tim Walz and a campaign that had a picture of being equal opportunity fair to Satan. I mean, this could not be a more clear-cut case if you have an ounce of discernment in you whatsoever. This is what you're coming against, what's on the screen right there. Amy Klobuchar has been a part of that regime for years. She knew about the election fraud. She was in a documentary documenting election fraud, then turned her back on it all of these years. If you want something to change, something has to change, and Mike can make that happen. And please share this episode with people that are in Minnesota, that care about Minnesota. And then anytime you see something in the comment section on X or anywhere else, take and repost and share this in the comment section below those incorrect statements. And Mike, thank you for clearing this up today.
For Mike, be praying
more than
for
anything
Mike.
Else.
Put a hedge of protection around him. Mike, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Do your feet ache and throb in pain with every step you take every day of your life? Kiss those days goodbye with slippers from MyPillow.com. How about that flimsy, flat little excuse for a pillow that's nothing but 8 hours of disappointment, causing you pain in your neck every single night? You can wake up with nothing but butterflies and rainbows around your head with a MyPillow pillow. Those hardwood floors hurting your old bones? No more with a MyPillow dog bed. Are your towels worn thin, flimsy, more patchy than Joe Biden's memory? There's nothing better than absorbent towels from MyPillow.com. For all of these products and more, go to MyPillow.com, promo code FLYOVER for up to 66% off.
This is Secret America.
Welcome, everybody. I'm Jack Danger along with Jay Gatling, and we got some crazy stuff for you today. But first, actually, before I'm gonna mention our sponsors real quick. But after I do that, we have something that nobody has heard before because it's a new term that we have coined here in Secret America. Because Gad, I'm not quite sure how you can say his last name. Is it Sad or is it Syed? How would you say that, Jay?
How is it spelled?
S-A-A-D.
I would say Saad.
Thoughts?
Syed would be S-A-I-D.
That wouldn't be said?
Yeah, well, in English it would be said. In that language, it's Syed. Yeah.
All right, so we'll call him Gad Sad.
Or Saeed. Yeah.
How's Gad Sad sound? I like Gad Sad.
Sound good enough. I don't want to pronounce it wrong, but I really don't know the proper pronunciation.
Anyway, he's a brilliant man, and he coined the term suicidal empathy, and he wrote a book about it. We are coining a new term, and we'll talk about it in just a second. First, make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com. It's the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. You can scan the QR code at the top right or go to maxassociates.etsy.com. I'm telling you guys, 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot beat that. Do you guys know how much shipping is? Shipping these days is insane. I have to ship my book out. Anybody that bought a signed copy, I got to ship that out. And, I charged them just $5 extra, but the shipping's going to be like probably 10 or 15 per book. Shipping is nuts. Max Associates is taking care of the shipping for you and giving you 20% off the order. It's insane. Jay, tell them I can't convey how unbelievable this is.
Yeah, I can convey it because as people know, if they've been listening to us, so if you don't know, if you're a first-time listener, I used to own a t-shirt business, and I'm wearing one right now of my own company. I still have tons of them. To ship this and to for what he's doing, for the price he's giving initially on the shirt, then to take 20%, then to give you free shipping, you cannot possibly do better than that. It's impossible. It's literally impossible. So I don't know how he's making any money on it, whether he is or not, or he's just doing it because we think he's doing it because he loves this country. But you cannot get a better deal for a t-shirt, printed t-shirt anywhere in the country. It's impossible.
Yeah, and he's got everything from the phone cases to the mugs, shirts, bags. He's got hats, flags. Anything you could possibly want. So check it out, maxassociates.etsy.com. All right. Also, guys, check this out. Okay. So the book is available. By Design, The First Black President. It was in the top 100 of new releases on Amazon, the top 600 of political thrillers out of 150,000, and the top 750 in the conspiracy thrillers out of 300,000. It was recommended by Dinesh D'Souza and Roger Stone. And I want to thank every single one of you out there that has purchased it, that has left a review, that has told somebody about it. Anything you've done positive towards this book, I want to thank each and every one of you, because I don't have a big advertising budget. I don't have a marketing team. I don't have a publisher. So to see it on these lists with my friends on X helping me out, I appreciate each and every one of you. But for guys who have not seen this book, they planned his rise. He was built to destroy, and we were never supposed to know. This is a political thriller that exposes the ultimate conspiracy. It is a cinematic thriller that does not talk at you or tell you what's going on. It lets you see the events as they unfold right in front of your eyes, from the moment that he was born all the way up to the presidency, and you will learn things that you have never seen before. It's a fictional book. I have to say fictional because, it's got the conspiracies in it that are not part of the official narrative, the official record. So it's considered fictional. So it is a fictional book, but it has a lot of true facts in it also. The timeline is 100% correct. Just let me say that you will not be able to put this book down. So check it out. It's on Amazon. You can get it on Kindle. You can get it a hard copy, or if you want a signed copy with a personal message, go to our website, secretamericalive.com. Get a copy of By Design, The First Black President. Absolutely a wonderful book, Jay. Okay, guys, let's go ahead and do this. So what we spoke about before we were talking about the sponsors in the book, what we spoke about is we have coined a new term. Okay. And this is a term that's going to be out there from now on, just like suicidal empathy. Everybody uses suicidal empathy. So the term that Jay and I have coined right here, okay, it is called stigma paralysis. Okay. And what that is, it's being unable to express an opinion due to fear of social condemnation. So if you're afraid to say something because somebody will call you a racist, if you're afraid to give your opinion because somebody say you're transphobic, you have stigma paralysis. You are paralyzed by the stigma of being called a racist, by the stigma of being called a transphobic. You are paralyzed, you are locked up, and you won't do anything. Look at the picture. It's got a man locked around in a chain. It says, fear silences, stigma paralyzes, secret America gives it a name. Stigma paralysis, Jay.
Yeah, it mainly covers the ists and the phobes, pretty much.
Oh, yeah.
Just like
racist,
we were talking.
sexist, whatever.
Yeah, what we were talking about yesterday, give Caitlin Clark for an example. When you say Caitlin Clark's getting beat up in the WNBA because she's a white woman. Okay, there's nothing wrong with that because that's what's happening. Now, if only Caitlin Clark could get rid of her stigma paralysis, we'd be okay. But everybody else, feel free to say it because that's what's going on.
Absolutely. Absolutely. She is afraid to say something because she doesn't want to be labeled racist. Caitlin Clark has stigma paralysis. She is paralyzed. Her opinion is paralyzed by the possibility of being stigmatized as a racist, as a transphobe, as whatever. So Caitlin Clark is the epitome of stigma paralysis. If you guys must know stigma paralysis, make sure you guys use that term from now on because everybody knows, oh, this guy's afraid to say something because he's racist. You don't even got to go that far. Stigma, this guy has stigma paralysis. That's it.
Yeah. I sent you that post right after. I said, the president doesn't have stigma paralysis. He pretty much says what he wants.
And we're going to show that actually right now. The president does not have stigma paralysis, and it's wonderful to see because I hate LeBron James. He was on the Lakers, and I got to admit, when he first came into the league, I loved watching him. When he was on the Cavs, back when it was great NBA, back when the NBA was still great. Kobe Bryant, Shaquille O'Neal, you got LeBron James on the Cavaliers. Back when it was great, I remember watching LeBron in a playoff game. He was like a rookie. I think he was a rookie or it was his second year. It was in a playoff game against the Detroit Pistons. LeBron scored the last 25 points of the game. The last 20, you know how hard that is? Last 25 points. He capped it off with a dunk over somebody, and I was ecstatic. But LeBron, over the years, became a social justice warrior and a fucking prick, if you want me to just tell the truth. A prick.
Yeah, no, he's not a likable individual. He's just not.
Hell no.
He's not a guy that if he's not on your team, you're not rooting for him. Let's put it that way. There are players that you want to root for, even if they're not on your team. If they're not playing against your team, you'll be like, I'll still root for that guy.
Exactly. Like the white guys. I still root for the white guys, even though they're not on my team. Well, Luka, I take that back. The second best player in the NBA, Luka Doncic, is on my team. I'm a Lakers fan. If you guys didn't know, there's my tattoo right there, Lakers. I'm a huge but that tattoo I got back when Kobe and Shaq, were dominating. So I'm a huge Lakers fan, thanks to Kobe Bryant. But anyways, it's what the hell were we talking about, Jay? I lost
He's saying he's not a good guy. He's not easy to root for. He's just not good.
No.
He isn't.
He is such a terrible. I hate that motherfucker, man. And it sucks because I'm a Laker fan. He was on the Lakers for the last 5 or so years. He even won us a championship in 2020, and I'm grateful for that. But I'm so glad he did not return to the Lakers. He is one of the most unlikable people. And I'm going to show you how much, just how much that even Donald Trump hates this son of a bitch. Okay. So let's take a listen to what Donald Trump has to say.
LeBron James has decided that he wants his next team to be the 76ers. Where do you stand on LeBron versus Michael Jordan as the best ever?
That's a ridiculous question, by the way. Ridiculous. LeBron is like he's like 4-12 in the NBA Finals. Jordan was 6-0. Ridiculous question.
Well, Michael Jordan's a guy that's a friend of mine. Play golf with him. He's a really good guy. And I think LeBron is, maybe he's a racist, but maybe he doesn't like Trump. I don't know. But I only like people that like me. So I would say Michael Jordan all the way.
Absolutely. He is a racist. There's nothing wrong with saying that. The dude's a racist. He's a raving racist, by the way. And anyone. Now, I will say that, Jay, you know this, that no matter how good somebody is, in somebody's era, they're going to say, oh, my guy's the best because it's your era. But I don't care what anybody says. Michael Jordan is easily the greatest player. In fact, if you go to the NBA website, it says by acclamation, the greatest basketball player of all time on the NBA website.
Yeah, I have no issue saying Michael Jordan's the greatest player of all time. And when I was a huge Knicks fan back in the day, he would kill us every time we played him in the playoffs. He'd break your heart. But
Wasn't it fun to watch, though?
Oh yeah, listen, those were amazing times. It was in the early and mid '90s when that was
Greatest
going on
time
at
of
full,
the NBA,
you know,
greatest time.
full. And listen, Michael Jordan is the greatest basketball player of all time. LeBron James is a top 5 greatest basketball player of all time.
I would give him top 5. Yeah,
Absolutely. If you want to argue about that, you're just being silly. He's a top 5 greatest player of all time. There's no doubt about it. But he's not number 1. He's not number 1. Michael Jordan is. And then you can have your arguments about who the next, in between 1 and 5 or 1 and 6 are. Go ahead. Or 1 and 10, whatever you want to do. But Michael Jordan is absolutely the GOAT when it comes to basketball. Not questionable, in my opinion.
No. And anybody that says it's LeBron is somebody that is from a different era that never got to see Jordan play. Okay, because Michael Jordan is without a doubt. I mean, the dude was 6-0. Did you know that Jordan never lost the championship? He was 1-0. No, I want everybody to hear this. He was 1-0 in the college basketball championship. Okay, he was 2-0 in the Olympics gold medals. Okay, he was 6-0 in the NBA finals. The man did not lose a championship in college. The man did not lose a championship in the Olympics. The man did not lose a championship in the NBA. Easily the greatest player of all time. The dude.
Yeah, no, listen, Michael Jordan in North Carolina, I think he was a freshman when he hit the game-winning shot that year.
He was a freshman, and he hit the game winner for the title.
Yeah. He's just great from the minute he stepped onto the court. I mean, just is. And
he had that, Jay, he had that swagger. When you see somebody that handles the ball, his perfect shot, the rotation, he had like the perfect everything. He looked perfect when he shot the ball.
He's a once-in-a-lifetime player. Let's put it that way.
Not even a lifetime, man. I mean, I don't know if there could be somebody that great again.
You never know, but right now there isn't. That's for sure. We haven't seen it since. And
Kobe was a close second. I give Kobe a close second. He was like he was like the Jordan remix, like a carbon copy.
I think Kobe's top 10, maybe top 5. I don't know that.
I
don't know. I don't know. These
5
are like
and 2 in the NBA Finals.
Yeah, I think
Kobe
basketball.
Bryant.
But I mean, he was also surrounded by a great team. Always was. We know that. Those
not in the last 2 titles he won. His second best player was Pau Gasol.
All right, I'd have to look at those teams. Listen,
LeBron
Kobe.
Had to go
if
on
you want
to
call Kobe top 5, go right ahead. I'm not going to say you're crazy.
LeBron had to go on a super team just to win his titles, man.
LeBron, everything LeBron did, he just did it wrong. He
was
always about himself. He just never was that guy. And even though you're a Laker fan, let me ask you a question: do you really see LeBron James as a Laker? No.
Oh, hell no. He's a Cav. He's always been a Cav.
Yeah. Or even if someone want to say he's Miami Heat. I mean, let's put it that way.
Guys, the only reason we're talking basketball is just because of the what Trump said about LeBron. He said he's a racist and he thinks Michael Jordan's better, which he is. He's much better. But let's go ahead and move on. Jay.
All right. Wait, one more thing about what Trump said that I love. When he said, I only like people that like me. Yeah, me too. I only like people that like me. Don't you, Jack?
Well, why would you like somebody that doesn't like you? That's like an obvious statement,
Exactly. But somebody will have a problem with it and say, oh my God, he's the president. You can't. No, we can say that because you know what? Why shouldn't he like somebody that hates him? We don't. Nobody does. So he's, again, no stigma paralysis there because some presidents or politicians, they don't have to be the president. They're like, well, even if somebody doesn't like me, I still think they might be okay. And I think, shut up.
That's why, that's why I love Trump, though.
Yeah.
But let's go ahead and move on. Jay, did you know that in Sacramento, California, there was a mayor and a vice mayor that were caught on a hot mic during a city meeting discussing how to ban people for, quote, disruptive speech? The vice mayor said we should go over this disruptions things because if we want to ban somebody in the future, like to actually take them out, we have to point out specifically. The mayor said, I know, but the city attorney said we can't do that. The vice mayor then says, we did it last time. We did. Take a listen, Jay. I got a video. This is the hot mic that we were talking about. Everybody take a listen.
We should go over this disruptions thing because...
And it's a whisper because it's a hot mic, so make sure you lean in or whatever. This is the loudest.
I'm leaning in.
All right, here we go.
We should go over this disruptions thing because if we want to ban somebody in the future, like actually take them out, you have to point out and specifically say who's being banned.
We're going to say it's wrong, so we can't do that. Can't. So I spent my first 6 months going through this. I wanted to give people like probation. You can't come.
Oh, and then she turns off the mic. Did you see her turn off the mic?
Yeah. Uh-oh.
No, watch again. Watch again as she realizes the mic is on. Watch this, guys.
Yeah.
Watch her. She's in the center right there with the mayor. Watch this.
probation. Like, you can't
Look,
come.
then the mic cuts off. She
Yeah.
realized she knew she was fucked because the mayor, he had a little bit of scruples. He said, no, we can't do that. And she said, oh, we did it last time. She was trying to get him, she was trying to get him fucked up in the game, Jay.
Do we have the exact transcript? Can you read it again exactly what they said? Because a lot of people, including me, have a hard time hearing it. So just
I read it
exactly
beforehand.
Yeah, read it again.
Yeah,
read it again.
All right, I'll read it to you guys one more time, and you can check it out right here. Okay, so the vice mayor said we should go over this disruptions thing because if we want to ban somebody in the future, like to actually take them out, we have to point out specifically. The mayor then said, I know, but the city attorney said we can't do that. Then the vice mayor comes back and says, we did it last time. Then she cuts the mic off.
Huh. Corruption.
The mayor actually fought back, which was shocking to me. They're both Democrats, by the way. But the vice mayor, if she ever gets a hold of Sacramento, if she is ever the mayor, you guys are going to have some serious problems.
Well, that's a good campaign ad for whoever wants to run against her if she ever does.
Hell yeah. And then you could see, you knew she was fucked because she's like, oh shit, the mic's on. And she cuts it off.
Yeah. Yeah.
Big problem. Big problem.
But not surprising. Not surprising.
Yeah. No, not at all. Not at all. So, Jay, did you know that? So there was an email that was recently obtained by a Freedom of Information Act, and it shows Julie Wise, the Democrat endorsed director of elections for King County, Washington. She admitted in this email that non-citizens were being registered to vote when getting a driver's license. She then voices concerns that the problem may be bigger than what the reports show. So they say that this isn't happening, but in Washington, at least for King County, we had an email that we found that says that non-citizens were being registered to vote when getting a driver's license. Take a look at this email right here. You don't really want to read the whole thing, but Libs of TikTok put this out. And it says, I wanted to take a minute to share. I'm not going to read the whole thing, but it says, I want to take a minute to share some information about an issue that several stakeholders and partners have contacted us about. Voters who are not citizens getting inadvertently registered to vote at the Department of Licensing. If we are hearing from 15 to 20, we know that there are many more individuals out there who are not contacting us. So they are automatically registering non-citizens to vote in Washington State, at least in King County.
You heard what just happened in New Jersey, right?
What's that?
Mikey Sherrill, the governor.
Oh, yeah. They tried to blame the software people, and then the software people said, no, you register these mothers.
Yeah, listen, 6,000 people and 400 voted. So now the Democrats can never now the goalpost moves. Now it was like never happens. Now it's, it might happen a little. Oh, it was just a mistake. We're taking care of it. It always does this. But they just found 6,000 people. Now, if they're telling you they found 6,000, I'm going to times that by 100. And then I'm also going to take the 400 and times it by 100 because they're always lying. They're never going to tell you the real number of people that actually voted who shouldn't have. So now the Democrats can never say to us again that, no illegals are voting. It's impossible. It's not happening. No, you're damn right. It's happening.
They will, though.
Of course they will. They could try. But President Trump put out that, what was it, last week when he did that nationwide address and he talked about this and they all called him crazy and this and then and then 4 days later, the governor of New Jersey has to come out and admit that they found 6,000 illegal aliens on their voter rolls and 400 of them voted. Really? I don't want to ever hear it again because now, but again, they always move the goalposts. Now, hello, John Thune. If you're still not awake yet and realize that we need to secure our elections, I don't know when you're going to wake up. I don't know if you're ever going to wake up. You probably don't want to wake up. That's the problem.
So, anyways, check this out, Jay. I want to show you something. Look at this. Okay, so did you know, you remember the Feeding Our Future, the big Feeding Our Future scam, like $250 million gone?
Yeah,
well,
Minnesota.
Get this. Yeah, get this. Now, I don't know if you probably saw this, but Ilhan Omar's sister has been linked to the Feeding Our Future fraud scandal. Sarah Noor runs a business that received a $2 million earmark while her sister Elon was a state representative, and she founded a USAID-backed consulting group that has secured more than $20 million for funding in health initiatives. Her company was registered at the same address used by key figures charged in the scheme. 70 have been charged in the scandal, but not Sarah Noor, not Ilhan Omar's sister, and not Ilhan Omar. Never any accountability.
Well,
who cares about the small fish, Jay? Who cares about all these bullshit no names? They will not get the people that we need to be gotten. All they do is get the bullshit people that nobody gives a fuck about.
all we could do is hold out hope that maybe they're still under investigation and waiting to get them. I don't know. What else am I going to say? That's all I could do. That's all I could do. That's all I could do. That's all I could do is hope that that's going to happen. That's all
What
I
the
could
hell is wrong with America, dude? What the hell is wrong? Trump is running America. Why are we not arresting and why are they not arresting these people? Where's the DOJ?
Well, they're there. I mean, they're obviously arresting some people.
They're
but
arresting
they're
the
not the ones we
no-name
want.
bullshits, man.
Well, I mean, listen, Jack, we're guilty of something here, and we're guilty of when this is at least happening, because if President Trump wasn't president, none of this would be happening. None of this would have been exposed. But hold on. None of this would have been exposed. None of these people would have been brought to light. None of this fraud would have been brought to light in the billions and billions of dollars. At least that's happening. So we just started.
Honestly,
so
I
I
don't
agree
care
with
about
you.
that, though,
I want
because-
to, but we can't say you don't care about it, Jack. You
Jay,
do
the
have
next
to care
there's
about
going to be another one stepping in right behind him. So I don't care about that. What I care about is the big names. If you get a big fraud scheme, Jay, you frozen again?
I froze.
Yeah. Yeah, Jay, you're frozen again. They always freeze you in the weirdest positions. Right now, you got your eyes closed and your hands doing some weird shit. Looks like you're crippled.
You know what I care about? I care
There
about
you
the
are.
amount of money I pay for my fucking internet,
Jay,
and it
do you know
always
that
freezes on me.
Yeah, I don't know why it's doing that.
That's what I care about. I care about my
It's weird.
fucking internet. And see, I don't use profanity, but I pay enough money for this fucking thing, and it freezes up 3 times a show. So that's
It's weird,
actually what
man.
I care about even more.
Yeah.
What the hell am I paying for? Let's go. Go
Yeah.
ahead.
And the worst part is you have to use their internet because there's no other providers out there. So
No, I
That's-
have to use Verizon over here, and it's a freaking joke. I just also, and I'm probably speaking for everybody out there, I just want to turn on my damn TV and have it go to the channel I want to, and not have to do like 7 different things to get to the channel.
Oh
I just
my
want to turn
God.
it on and go to a channel. I don't want to have to press 6 buttons. I'm sick of it.
Oh yeah.
Rant
Oh,
over.
yeah, me too.
Again.
Me too. But
Oh,
Jay,
man.
so back to what we were talking about. Whenever you arrest a big fraud scheme like this, there's going to be another group of people step in and do the same thing. So I really don't care about that. What I care about is the big names, the one that Jay, this wouldn't be possible without Elon Omar. She was the state representative. She was the one that got the USAID backed company. It was Elon Omar, but we're not getting any. Why aren't we getting the big names? Those are the names that matter, because like I said, this feeding the future thing, there's another scam that took over their place right after they were gone. In fact, when you do that, you clear the way for their enemies. They're like, hey, thanks. You just got rid of my enemy. So it really doesn't matter. There's always another person to step in. But when it's the big names, the big fish, that sends a message.
We'll see what happens. That's all we could do. And I'm not disagreeing with you. I want the big names arrested
Okay.
too. But my point I'm trying to make is none of this would be happening if he wasn't the president. And
Well, yeah,
when
I
people
know that
say,
much.
and not you're not saying this, but I have people, why isn't Trump arresting anybody? He can't arrest anybody. It's the DOJ. I get it. It's his DOJ, but
He
President
needs to
Trump
push them
if
to
President
arrest
Trump-
the big names.
Well, if President Trump had the ability to actually go put handcuffs on people, I guarantee you he would probably go and handcuff Ilhan Omar and take her into custody.
Well, I can
He
tell you,
can't.
he does have the power. He oversees the DOJ, and all he has to do is say, "Look, go after the big fish." Look at Elon Omar. We have actual evidence that she helped her sister in the Feeding Our Future scam. Actual, verifiable, physical evidence.
Well, we don't know that they're not going after her, and until this administration is over, we don't know yet. And if the administration ends and she's not, and if it's her sister or other big fish aren't taken into custody for this, then we can scream from the freaking hilltops about it, because
Screenshot this, people. Screenshot this for Jay Gatling. Screenshot it or record it or whatever.
I'm just saying. Like I
Because at
just
the
said,
end,
I agree
don't
with
think
you.
any of the big fish will be taken down.
Well, all we could do is hope that they do. If me and you had the ability to go investigate it, and we would do
Oh
it too,
my
but we
God.
don't. We don't.
This is our last chance to take down the big fish with Donald Trump. Our last chance. Anybody moving forward is not going to do it. This is our last chance. We have to take down the big fish.
I don't disagree that it's our best chance.
Our last chance.
I mean,
JD Vance is not going to win. He's not even on the part of the bloodline. He's not going to win. So
I knew that was coming. Oh,
Yeah.
and by the way, a report came out today that President Trump actually sees JD Vance as a successor. It's going to get real interesting now with this bloodline. I
Oh, it
can't
will.
wait for these debates. I
Oh,
can't
me
wait.
neither.
We are going to have a blast when it comes to the debates with each
Oh, yeah.
side of who's in the bloodline, who's
Poly
not.
Market, watch out, baby. Watch out for Poly Market. Hey, so Jay, if you know, with the war that's going on in Iran, even if it's still going on at midterms, we're going to have a problem. But if he arrests one big name before the midterms, if he arrests Elon Omar before the midterms, that will cancel out the war. You can say, who cares about the war? That will cancel out the war.
I think that's a double-edged sword. I think it would obviously rile up our base, but it would also rile up those lunatics too.
They're already riled up. Let's get them, Jay. We got to get them.
I'm all for it.
We got to get them.
I'll take that chance, riling them up. I'm
Me
all
too.
for it.
Me too. It will cancel out the war, Jay. It will cancel it out.
If you say so.
I promise. Nobody, when you see a big fish like Elon Omar having a fucking, a mug shot with her bald head, taking the thing off her bald head. When you see that, you will say, who cares about the war? I'm voting for Trump. He will get the big fish. If Trump can give us a little taste, just a little taste, if he can give us a little taste, we will go all in for Donald Trump.
And here I go again.
Damn, you're frozen. Hey, look, Jay, at least you're frozen with a smile this time. This is the first time you've been frozen and you don't look weird. I guess your voice is also frozen.
This is especially bad. This is especially bad tonight. I don't know what's going on. It's clear out today, but there might be a couple of clouds in the sky that might be causing my internet to go in and out. I don't know.
Very strange. Very
unbelievable.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's weird. I can tell you that, that Verizon is terrible when it comes to home internet. So
here's your proof.
Yeah. Oh, no, absolutely. Absolutely. Okay. So there's a couple other things I want to talk about. Did you see where subpoenas have been sent out to 3 left-wing NGOs after they got tens of millions of dollars from a China-based billionaire, Neville Singham, and he's accused of funding violence in America. People are calling to freeze his assets, shut down the NGOs. The actual quotes are the powerful House of Ways and Means Committee wants to know how 3 of these left-wing nonprofits obtained more than $39 million from an alleged Marxist tech tycoon. Ways and Means Committee Chairman Jason Smith has issued subpoenas to 3 nonprofits called the People's Forum. One of them. Does that not sound like the People's Republic? The People's Forum, Breakthrough News, and Tricontinental Institute for Social Research. All left-wing organizations who Smith says failed to turn over documents voluntarily. Lawmakers are investigating whether shell companies were used to obscure the origin of the money and where existing taxes and laws will properly guard against foreign influence, Jay. We finally have at least three NGOs in our sights. We only got about 500 million more to go.
Well, again, this is some progress. I mean, Neville Singham, I hear that name all the time, and I hear he's a real bad
I
dude.
have never heard of this man.
I hear him a lot, and he's always involved with these NGOs and trying basically to destroy our country. So, yeah, that's good news. Good news. And Grandma Kate, my router is less than a year old. This is the new stuff. This is not old stuff. I don't know what its updated firmware is. I don't know, but it's not an old router. Less than a year old. So I don't know what the hell is going on. It's crazy.
Yeah, it's so weird how that's happening. I don't understand. But anyways, at least you're still here. But man, that's crazy though. We finally got 3 NGOs that were, but see, the thing is, Jay, all of these NGOs are supposedly non-governmental organizations, but they're all funded by the government. How can you be a non-governmental organization and be funded by the government? And then most of them are left-wing that you don't know what they do. None of the documents says, hey, I know what you're doing. They do whatever the hell they want.
Well,
Jay,
yeah,
you could come up with an NGO right now. You remember Stacey Abrams, $1 billion for her company 3 days after it was 3 days after it was whatever the hell you call it, organized, made, whatever the hell the word is. 3 days after it was incorporated, she got $1 billion contract from the U.S. government.
Well, let's give people a little bit of a background on Neville Singham. He's an American businessman, far left socialist activist. And you know where he lives, Jack? China, Shanghai. He founded and led the IT consulting firm ThoughtWorks in 1993, which he sold in 2017 for $785 million. He's married to Jody Evans, a co-founder of the activist group Code Pink.
There you go. There you go.
After the sale, he moved to China and has used much of his fortune to fund a large network of left-wing Marxist and pro-China-oriented nonprofits and activist groups, including entities like the People's Forum. This has drawn significant media attention, congressional scrutiny, and more recently, a U.S. Department of Justice grand jury investigation into potential financial crimes related to the funding. In short, he's a tech entrepreneur who got rich from software consulting, then became a major funder of far-left and China-aligned causes while living in Shanghai. This guy sounds like a flat-out traitor to America.
It does. He absolutely sounds like a traitor to America, and that's why they stopped the or that's why they get subpoenas to those 3 NGOs. They are going to make sure that they go through everything, because the NGOs didn't turn over the documents they were supposed to turn over. So that's what's going on. Jay, something interesting and scary is going on at the same time. Okay. I just found out.
This is making it almost impossible to do the show. My God.
Yeah. Well, listen, something scary is going on that I don't think anybody knows about yet, and it's worrisome. Okay. And I know you love Trump, but this is worrisome. Okay. The U.S. is reportedly conducting computer simulations to test how it would mobilize manpower if a national draft were authorized. They're doing computer, and when the government does computer simulations, same thing they did with that church up in Michigan. So every time they do these simulations, somehow it always ends up coming to be. Like, maybe whether it's a month later or a year later, somehow it always ends up coming to be. Right now, the U.S. is conducting computer simulations to test how it would mobilize manpower if a national draft were ever authorized. That's insane stuff. It's called, okay, here's what it's called. The U.S. Selective Service System issued a July 22nd, 2026 request for readiness simulation software to model the full draft process, including registration, medical screenings, and conscientious objectors. This contingency planning tests manpower mobilization scenarios and precedes the December 19th, 2026 shift to automatic registration of men ages 18 to 26. Replies highlight public anxiety over potential conscription, frequently citing opposition to involvement in overseas conflicts as a key concern. But the worst part, the people that are worried about, is the fact that whenever the government does computer simulations like this, it always ends up coming to fruition one way or another. Whether this is just some kind of test to see how it would go on, it always ends up happening that way. It's almost like predictive programming, Jay.
Yeah, it says they are seeking internal readiness simulation software.
Yeah, that's what I just said. Yeah.
So full model, end-to-end draft process planning purposes, a government-only tool for staffing, logistics, contingency, not a public simulator.
Absolutely. Yeah. And that's the problem is, whenever these things happen, it always ends up coming to fruition one way or another. So, we'll see what happens. Right now, we're not at that point, but it always ends up coming to fruition if, no matter what simulation the government does, for some reason, it always ends up coming to fruition. So,
I'm going to see right now if this has happened in the past, if they've done it.
Of course it's happened in the past.
Yeah, the simulation. So
this isn't the first. Yeah, of course, Jay. This isn't the first time they've done it. We're in 2026 now. This isn't the first time they've done the simulation. Anyways,
yeah, that's all I'm asking. Just want to see. All right, go ahead.
Okay, so real quick, did you know that the crazy, insane Democratic strategist James Carville? You know who I'm talking about, Jay?
Of course, the Raging Cajun. Yeah.
Yes, he is nuts. And he actually used to be a pretty good strategist back in the late 90s. He was not that bad, but now he's nuts. But anyways,
looks like the Crypt Keeper, Jack. He looks like the Crypt Keeper now.
Yes, he does. But he actually said today, Jay, that the Democrats are not going to win the issue of voter ID. He said all the polls say you need ID to vote. So he actually came out and said that I never thought he would say that, Jay, that that Democrats are going to lose any issue. But he actually said Democrats will lose the issue of voter ID because they're saying they don't want voter ID, but everybody in the country wants voter ID.
Well, I don't know if anybody's going to listen to him because, first of all, they haven't been listening to him for years, and a lot of times Well, he's gotten crazier and crazier as the years have gone on.
God.
But he's like, I can't run now. His
TDS is off the charts, Jay.
That's the problem. It's off the charts. So they don't even listen to him anymore. I think he's just entertainment. But no, I mean, that is they say it's 80-20. I think it's got to be a 90-10, 95-5 issue. I really do. Anybody that's really got common sense, what's the problem? The whole thing about, minorities, you want to talk about stigma paralysis? The whole thing about, minorities, they can't get voter ID. No. They all have ID. Nobody doesn't have ID. So don't call me a racist because I say black people have ID. They do.
You know what the funny thing is, Jay? In every single state, they will actually give you a free voter ID. There are free voter ID programs in every single state. Now, it's not an ID that you can use to drive or an ID you can use to go get liquor, but it's an ID for voter purposes. You can get a free one in every state.
I would have no issue with my tax dollars. There's one thing that I would be happy for some of my tax dollars to go to New York State to provide everybody who's a citizen or resident of this state an ID to vote in the elections in New York. No problem whatsoever.
As long as we get voter ID, I'm happy with that.
Zero. And I don't think anybody, that's what I'm saying. When people, that whole argument, their arguments are so tired and so now everybody's onto it. Because how many of those videos have we seen, like a guy going into Harlem and talking to black people like, hey, do you have ID? He's like, yeah, of course I got ID. He's like, do you know where the DMV is? Yeah, it's right on
But we know why they do that, Jay. It's the only argument they have that can get anybody to say okay.
But now what I'm saying is so many people now, because of the internet and so many videos that everybody has access to, they see it's a lie. It's bullshit.
Yep. It is. Now imagine if Eli had not bought X. Imagine where we'd be now, Jay, because we were headed towards a total censorship, the opposite of utopia. It would have been anarchy. It would have been apocalypse, is what it would have been. It would have been dystopia. That's what it would have been. It would have been dystopia where everything is censored. Had he not bought X, I was suspended on X during the great conservative purge of 2021. I was suspended. I had a lot of followers at that time, and I was suspended by Jack, who was a fucking dick. Okay, he did the great conservative purge of 2021. I was suspended. Then Eli bought it, and he didn't bring back our accounts, which sucks. But he unbanned us and allowed us to reapply. Okay, had it not been for that, I would have been banned on X. You and I never would have met. There would be no podcast. And honestly, I think everybody would have been censored up at this point.
Oh, absolutely. We wouldn't be on We wouldn't be on any podcast on X.
We would have never met.
To speak. No, we would have never met. We wouldn't even be allowed to speak the way we are right now. And I say this on my X Spaces all the time. And it goes into voting. And I say to people, you like how we're having this conversation on this X Space, right? We were in a great X Space last night talking about your book and shell shocked, right?
Oh, yeah.
That space, my space, all these conservative spaces or even center right spaces would not exist.
No.
And they won't exist if we lose. Eventually, they'll get rid of him. Elon or not. They'll figure out a way to twist him to make him get rid. You know what they'll do to him. They'll try to bankrupt him.
Oh, yeah. They'll debank him and all that stuff.
Exactly.
People don't realize that if they debank you, you can't do shit. There's nothing you can do. You have to have bank.
And they hate him more than ever now. So they'll go after him full, both barrels. I mean, forget about it. So that's another thing. We take for granted at this point that we're on X on that platform, and even I guess Instagram's loosened up a little bit. Facebook's still a piece of garbage.
Rumble is good for us though.
Well, Rumble is, but Rumble was always kind of still there. Rumble's grown, but it's not.
It needs to grow more.
It needs to grow more, and it is. But Rumble can't really compete yet with YouTube. YouTube is it's a monster. It's Google. No. It is a monster.
And but there's other stuff out there like Kick and Twitch and all them. There's other streaming services.
Not enough. It's not enough.
It's not enough.
It's not
even
enough.
Twitch, even Kick, even TikTok. Well, TikTok's a little big, but the other
TikTok's
streaming
horrible
services.
for us.
What is it? Yeah,
TikTok's horrible for us. It's horrible. It's the worst.
We're not allowed on TikTok.
It's the worst. So my point is vote, because as stupid as it sounds, you like X, you like these podcasts, whether you like them or hate them, you like at least watching them, you get information from them, right? I mean,
you enjoy free speech.
You won't have that. It's done.
Nope. It's over.
It's not hyperbole. That is not hyperbole.
No, because I mean, you see how they forced TikTok to be sold. You see how they can force people to not do mergers and stuff. They could eventually force with laws, whatever laws they want to make. Remember how they made that law that first of all, you couldn't sue people for shit that happened 30 years. They made a law simply for Donald Trump to be sued for something fake that happened 30 years ago. They can make a law that says no foreigners are allowed to own X. They could do that. No people that were born outside of this country allowed to own it. He would have to sell it, and they could force him to sell it. And then what do we have? What are we going to have?
Well, no, we're going to have nothing. We'll have nowhere to go. We will be shut out. And if you want to talk about propaganda, I mean, it'll just be straight up propaganda with no pushback. Because if you push back, then you're giving misinformation, just like what they did to people with COVID, just like what they did with the people with the vaccine. Anytime they still do it on TikTok with the vaccine. I'm still afraid. I mean, I know you like maybe it's loosened up. I don't know. Somebody said that was it you, Jack, that told me TikTok? Maybe it wasn't. If somebody said they posted something on TikTok about COVID and they expected to get, slammed right away, and it actually went through. Now, I'm too afraid to even test it because I'm a couple of strikes away from being banned myself on my own account.
I'm already banned. Yeah.
You're already banned. And one of them that got you banned, I think, was talking about vaccines.
Yeah.
The one that got our show banned. One of them was a vaccine clip.
Yep. And one of them was literally, I put Barack Obama runs for president, which is true. It's a man named Barack Obama. He changed his name to Barack Obama. I got a strike and got kicked out of TikTok for that.
Right, and that was a fact. They
thought it was misinformation.
Exactly, because the algorithm saw Barack Obama and was like, "Oh my God, we got to protect Barack Obama, got to whatever," and just automatically just kicked it off. It's horrible.
Don't you miss the times back when there was no algorithms? Remember MySpace? I loved MySpace. Back in the mid to early 2000s, you could have the music, you could have like the different awesome, overlays on your website. You could convert, you could do whatever you wanted on MySpace. There was no algorithms. You just, you were just linking up with people that you see. Hey, you want to be friends, friend. And eventually everybody sees everybody. You don't need algorithms. You could see whatever the hell you wanted. It was, MySpace back then, pre-algorithms, incredible. Best website there was.
I mean, I remember when I first went on to Facebook probably in 2008. And Facebook. And then, it became, now it's just ads. Stock Mom actually posted something that she saw on Facebook today. And it's basically Islamification of children and everything else. It's an ad. And right there on Facebook. Really, Mark Zuckerberg? I mean, but God forbid you put something, I guess, against that. Christian. You'll be thrown right. Yeah. Put something Christian on there and see what happens to you. I don't know how it's going to work out for you, but give it a shot. Let us know. But Islam schools or teaching you how to be an Islamic or whatever the hell it was. I could find a post, Jack. You could go find it if you want. It's on her timeline, and it's crazy. And I reposted. I said we're being taken over from within. Period.
Oh, absolutely, we are. Absolutely we are. And it's scary stuff, man, because nobody's doing anything about it. That's the problem.
Yeah. Well, again, maybe it goes back to the, stigma paralysis, where if you try to do something about it, people are afraid to even say anything about it. I'm not afraid to say anything about it. It's happening. And I think more and more people are trying to break through on that and be like, yeah, it is happening. We got to do something. Look at Mamdani. Look what happened in New York City. I think it was 2 days ago, where a Jewish guy and an Asian guy got stabbed. And the guy was yelling Allahu Akbar. And Mamdani comes out and like, oh, I condemn this. And you're an arsonist fireman is what you are. You're the one who caused it. You're provoking it. You're provoking the anti-Semitism to people to hate Jews. Whether you like Netanyahu or not, your whole spiel about arresting Netanyahu, you knew it was BS. You knew you couldn't arrest him, but you did it to stoke outrage and to get people riled up. And then you come out, oh, well, I really can't arrest him, but we still need the protest. So then when he's actually condemning the stabbing, he still provokes it at the same time. He says, Jack, this is what I'm talking about, though. Go ahead.
Even Senator Tommy Tuberville predicted that New York City Mayor Zoran Mamdani will likely do something that would warrant him being sent to the U.S. prison in Guantanamo Bay. He came out and said that recently. It was today. He came out and said that. So,
good. Let's hope so. And sooner rather than later.
Absolutely. But Jay, there's a good thing that happened recently. Sophie Cunningham's Adidas shoes have sold out after she went viral for saying no men in women's sports. So I think that's awesome. That shows support for her. Whether you want the shoes or not, it supports her for showing, for saying that she doesn't want men in women's sports, and transgender women are not women.
Yeah, I hope she sticks to her guns. I hope she does. I don't want to see a walk back. I don't want to see anything that resembles a walk back on this.
I hate walk back people.
I can't stand it,
man.
And you can't apologize to these people. You apologize to them, the blood is in the water, and they will destroy you.
Oh yeah. If you try to backtrack, they will. Oh my God. Oh boy,
right. They see it as weakness. They see it as a weakness, and they will come after you, and they will finish the job on you, is what they will do. So you stick to your guns, Sophie Cunningham. Stay in your lane. Keep it to sports, and you'll be just fine because you have support on that. Don't have your stigma paralysis take over. Keep doing what you're doing, because what you're saying, goes along with the phobe, right? No, she's not being a transphobe. She's being honest. It's called biology. And and truth. I don't even like to use the damn word truth. I don't even like to use the word because they hijack that word too. It's a fact, is what it is. What she's saying is a fact.
Yeah. Of course. But yet, people, they don't. The left doesn't deal in facts. All right, Jay, did you know that? Wow. Did you know that Bahrain and Kuwait have reportedly secretly joined the war against Iran, striking military depots with intelligence and air cover from the United Arab Emirates?
Yeah, I saw that, and I think Saudi Arabia actually is doing it too. Because here's what I'll say: it's about time. Because guys, they've been shooting missiles at you guys too. So welcome to the party. Maybe start doing something. Now, here's the thing: I'm hearing that Iran's talking about striking either Germany, France, or England. Now, if they do that, Jack, that's Article 5.
Talking about a world war.
Well, that's my point. I mean, I said to somebody I was talking to, I say, I don't think they're doing that. Well, they said if Russia and China help them, I go, I don't think Russia and China want to do that, especially Russia.
I'm going to tell you what's going to happen, Jay.
Russia can't do that right now.
Well, I will tell you. Well, Russia, if they wanted to, could they could have wiped out Ukraine years ago. But I'm going to tell you what's going to happen here. If Iran strikes somewhere else, strikes another country like a Germany or a Poland or whatever.
Yeah, a NATO country.
Yeah. Well, here's what's going to happen, okay? It is going to be communism versus the allies. And what's going to happen is it's going to be Iran, it's going to be China, it's going to be Russia, it's going to be Cuba, it's going to be Afghanistan, it's going to be Iraq, it's going to be a few others. It's going to be Vietnam, it's going to be Laos, all the communist countries against all the allies, and not every country. It's going to be the United States. It's going to be Germany. It's going to be Poland. It's going to be Turkey. It's going to be Hungary. It's going to be, let's see, what else might there be? Not too many more, but it's going to be like that. And it's going to be a world war. I mean, an actual world war, because the communist countries, Jay, believe it or not, whether people want to hear this or not, North Korea, yes, I forgot about North Korea. Thank you. But believe it or not, the communist countries are bigger and stronger if you add them all together against the allies. They are bigger and stronger. They are Russia, China, North Korea, Vietnam, Laos, Cuba, Iran. They got so many.
They're not bigger and stronger than us.
Oh, yes,
no,
they
not.
Dude,
No,
China and Russia alone.
No,
who's the U.S. going to have to beat China and Russia with?
Well, us alone, but us plus we have you forgot about if they hit France and England, if they hit NATO country, NATO has to come in,
right? France and England, the countries
I'm just
that run
telling
away.
you, there's other countries involved. You forgot some on the NATO side, whether you like them or think they're good or not.
Well, I can tell you that most of them won't help us. You know that.
Well, I just listen. I don't think we're there yet, and I really don't. I don't think Iran. I hope they're not stupid enough to start it, but let's see what they do. But
all I know is that
at this
Russia
point,
and China together.
Yeah, I'm not worried. I disagree, but we have the largest nuclear. You're talking nuclear war? Is that where we're going?
If we want to go nuclear war, you don't want to fuck with China.
No, I don't want to. Jack, nobody wants to fuck with us when it comes to nuclear war.
China is just as superior as us.
No, they're
in
not.
nuclear. You should look up that. You should look up their
let's
nuclear.
Look it up.
They
I
keep
want to
it
look up.
so secret. They keep it so secret that you're not even gonna. Whatever you look up, you're not gonna find. They're gonna say there's no available information. China is very. You see the way they train their kids in elementary school. They are vastly superior to us right now because of the liberal educational system.
In math, absolutely they are.
Yeah, well, it's because of the liberal. Dude, we're teaching our kids that men can get pregnant. They're teaching their kids how to take apart and reassemble military weapons.
Oh, by the way, I'm looking. Russia has the largest arsenal, and
there you go.
What do we have?
There you go.
Hold on.
There you go.
Russia and the U.S. account for the large majority, around 80 to 90%.
I agree.
Of the world.
Beast. I have to agree with this one. I mean, I'm not for China and Russia. I'm just saying that they are massive countries with each one of them. China has 3 times the amount of people that we have. Just China alone.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the amount of people is absurd if they want to hand them all guns. But that maybe they should start a Second Amendment in China. Then they would be the most powerful country if they gave all the citizens guns. But communists don't do that.
Well, they can force the citizens to fight in the war. That's it. It's that easy.
That's the thing. I guess they could force them to.
Of course, and they're all taught these things as kids, while our kids are taught men can get pregnant.
Well, China's economy is also kind of suffering right now. It's not doing as well as it used to. But listen, here's the point. I don't think, and the point you brought up about these countries, it was Bahrain, Kuwait, whatever, firing or flying into Tehran, whatever. It's about time somebody else did something. They're firing rockets at them. They fired a couple of boats at Saudi boats and Saudi boats in the Red Sea. So listen, it is what it is. This has to end one way or another. And it has to end before the midterm.
We don't want a world war, Jay. As superior as we are, we don't want a world war.
100%. I don't want that. And I
don't think we can win a world war
Iran is going to be dumb enough. They are dumb and they are crazy. I don't know if they're that dumb and that crazy to fire a missile into into a NATO country. Anything can happen, but we'll see. We'll see.
Yeah. I mean, I just worry, because I'm not actually worried about it, because if he did, a world war would just be. Oh my God!
No, we don't. Of course not. Well, it was supposed to end after World War I.
Back then, Jay, they didn't have. Imagine the World War with the technology everybody has today.
No, God. Do you ever see the movie The Final Countdown?
No, I don't think I've heard of it.
Oh, okay. It's probably in the mid-'80s movie, and what it is, it's a United States aircraft carrier in the mid-'80s, and it goes through some time warp. Right in this huge cloud, it's like right. It goes through this what do they call those hole, whatever the hell they call it, right? Wormhole, whatever the hell you want to say it is. And all of a sudden they end up in 1944, whatever. Pearl Harbor was it 44, 41, right? So they end up there, and it's like a few days before the Japanese are going to attack Pearl Harbor, but they have this aircraft carrier with like modern jets. So they're hearing like over their radios, like all this talk, and they know now it's coming up, and they know the date they're at. So they know exactly when the attacks happen, of course, because it's history. So they're preparing to like launch our fighters, and they launch them to go intercept the Japanese going to Pearl Harbor. And as that happens, the wormhole shows up again, and it sucks the ship back in before they can actually change anything. But think about that. That's like cool as hell. Like how easily could you have destroyed the entire Japanese armed forces with one aircraft carrier?
Yeah, it's true. I want to show you a video real quick, Jay. And Raina actually makes a good point. When the Chinese kids graduate, they can read and write, I bet. A lot of our kids can't even do 2 + 2. It's terrible. It's terrible. And it's not our fault, Jay. It's not the U.S.'s fault. It's the liberal education they have taken over. But let me show you what the Chinese kids are taught. This is a video from 2021, back when COVID was going on. It was like the end of COVID, but they still wore the masks, okay? This was back then. Imagine what they're taught now, okay? Let's take a look. I want to show you guys this because this is extremely interesting, all right? Let's take a look at what the kids are taught. Look at this. They are taught to disassemble, how to use the firearm. Disassemble, they clean it, and they put it back together. These are just kids, little kids, taught how to do this in China. We're teaching our kids that men can get pregnant. That's what we're teaching them.
Listen, that's like disassemble a weapon and continue.
Yeah. What have we taught our kids? What do we teach our kids?
The TikTok in China is completely different than TikTok here.
What do we teach our kids? That got nothing to do with it. What do we teach
no,
our
it
kids?
does. No, the TikTok in China teaches kids there like stuff, like useful stuff.
Yeah, exactly.
Ours is loaded with crap.
Exactly. And it's not even just the social media here. I mean, our social media is loaded with crap, but our teachers, man. The teachers teach them rainbow shit in their head.
That's crazy. It's crazy. Well,
those are 10-year-old kids, Jay, disassembling and putting back together weapons, learning how to fight if need be for their country. 10-year-old kids. Our 10-year-old kids,
we used to.
What are they doing? They're cutting off their wee-wees.
We used to have rifle clubs in this country.
Oh, I used to love. Back in my day, we had that. An
Even
ROTC.
Really? Oh, maybe because you're down south more. Not here forever. Didn't have it.
ROTC and all of that. Oh yeah.
Yeah. No, we didn't have that. Like rifle clubs. They used to all over the country, but I'm talking probably go back to like the 50s. when they had them up here too. I'm just going to read a comment. Let's see from I like this chat here in the LFA TV. It says Mad Bunger says America would knock the shit out of China right now, and I'm not saying it would be easy, but America would be victorious over China where it stands right now. What else does he say?
Of course, an American person is going to say that, Jay. Come on.
He says, and I firmly believe that America has weapons that nobody else knows about and could touch. That's true too. Like if you say China has stuff, we do. We have stuff that nobody knows about.
But everybody
Absolutely.
does.
I mean, we do. We have stuff that probably blow our minds if we ever,
I'm sure China and Russia do as well. I mean, it is what it is. But Jay,
we're the best, Jack. We're the best.
Of course, because Americans say America's the best. But anyways,
it
doesn't matter. The future generations, Jay, are not going to be able to handle anything. They're not going to be able to handle it.
Yeah, it's like you got to take control of your kids more than ever now. Because and maybe homeschool them. I don't know. I'm just
Jay,
glad
when
mine
you and I are dead
now.
and gone, when our generations are dead and gone, America is going to get taken over by China or Russia. Why? Because look at what we're teaching our kids. Look how they are now.
All right. Well, here's what I hope is if we can stay on the course we're on now and try to chip away as what you could do. You can't because we don't have a king, even though they call us kings and Donald Trump's a king.
We need a right-leaning king.
We don't have one. So it's going to take time to kind of chip away at the damage that's been done.
So much though, Jay. So much.
It is.
It's still going on.
It is still going on. Not to the extent that it was, but yes, it is still going on.
It's terrible.
100%
man.
right.
Terrible.
It's terrible.
All right, guys. It is. All right. Make sure you guys check out maxassociates.etsy.com, the #1 place for USA Pride gifts and patriotic apparel. Remember, they have the deal just for now, though. You want to make sure you get in there. 20% off your order and free shipping anywhere in the United States. It's a deal you cannot beat. There's stuff like, let's take a shirt, for example. Normally $23.99. You take off 20%, it's probably $18, $19, and you get free shipping. You're not even going to get $18, $19 shirt if you go to a freaking store, a local store. You're not going to get an $18 or $19 America shirt. And it's just, go and check out the stuff they have. It is incredible. maxassociates.etsy.com. Also, guys, check out By Design, the first Black president, recommended by Dinesh D'Souza, Roger Stone, top 100 Amazon new releases, top 600 political thrillers, top 750 conspiracy thrillers. This right here, this book is everything you've ever wanted to see in a book about the first Black president. And again, I use that moniker because it's the only other thing that people know him by other than his name. And I can't just continue to use name and likeness, but I can tell you right now, other people have received this book and it has blown their mind. It's all 5-star reviews on Amazon. Make sure you check it out. Go to secretamericalive.com. If you go to secretamericalive.com right now, you can get a signed copy at secretamericalive.com, or you can also go click the button that just takes you right to Amazon, and you can get you can get the copy that is on Kindle. Excuse me, I lost my train of thought. You can get the copy that is on Kindle, or you can get the regular Amazon hard copy, which is the best. I love having a hard copy in my hands. But the best part is when you know somebody like everybody watching the show knows me, when you know somebody that has a book out and you get a personal signed copy and you have it makes it more personal. Because I don't just sign it. I write a personal message for everybody also. So just go to secretamericalive.com, get you a signed copy. I guarantee you will love this book. I mean, I don't even have any marketing budget, anything at all, no commercials. And it's just all of my friends on X and people that love the book have pushed it all the way to a top 100 new release on Amazon. So check that out, guys. Also, make sure you follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram, okay? We are on all of those. Instagram, follow us on Kick, follow us on Rumble, follow us on YouTube, follow us on X. Make sure you guys check us out on all of those, okay? We are going to we have clips also that are on YouTube, X, and Rumble, and we're gonna and Instagram actually. We're gonna start putting clips on Kick as well if we can figure out how to do that. We are gonna have them on every single one of our stations except TikTok. TikTok is on that picture, but we need to remove that. They suck. But anyways, check us out, subscribe and follow. Let us know that we're making an impact. That's how we know, is if you subscribe and follow. Secret America TV is the screen name for every single one of those. We are live every weekday at 7 p.m. Eastern. Today, Friday, it's our last show of the weekend. Okay, last show. So everybody's going to watch this show now live like they just did and watch it all throughout the weekend. So, guys, be back here live on Monday at 7 p.m. Eastern, and you will not regret it. I mean, our show, it's a lot of fun, right, Jay?
Oh, a ton of fun. I mean, we talk about so much stuff in one show. I can't even remember how many things we cover, but we do. It's a ton of fun, and I love interacting with everybody in the chats too. So I'll see you guys Monday, 7 p.m.
And that's the best part. That's the best part. While I'm doing the stuff, bringing up the stuff that we talk about, Jay is interacting with everybody in the crowd under the Secret America moniker, and it is, it's really cool. So we interact with everybody, and we also, cover lots of topics, not just, one or two things and talk about it for an hour. We do lots of different topics, and it makes the show a lot of fun. All right, guys, thank you so much for watching. For Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.